Chapter 462. Indeed, the Kunping shrouded fruit has proven to be of immense benefit to me, just as the maiden had foretold. Lin Mo gathered his focus and, with unwavering confidence, embarked upon the path of ascension in his cultivation. Gradually, he discerned the past of the old man from the memories of the remnants of the Red Cloud. It turned out that Red Cloud was once a master of the Tianpeng clan, the founder of the astonishing Jingzhi technique, but after consuming the true blood of the Kunping, he was overwhelmed by backlash, succumbing to endless illusions, and ultimately descending into madness. Thus, it became apparent that Red Cloud was also a victim of the Kunping's true blood. A flicker of doubt arose within Lin Mo, yet he dismissed the thought of renouncing the Jingzhi technique, having already acquired its profound principles. Upon arriving at the trading hall, just as he was about to enter, he was suddenly met with the sound of a heated argument within. Peering inside, he noticed that apart from himself, there were two young men and a burly figure clad in black armor. "Are you also here to partake in this transaction?" the black-armored man inquired with a frown. The middle-aged youth chuckled, his gaze revealing a hint of mischief. "It seems that this business is not solely ours." "Indeed," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, though his mind was already pondering the underlying intricacies of the situation. The black-armored giant spoke plainly. "Shopkeeper, how can you permit so many to engage in trade here? This is not how things are done. I was not informed that others would be present." He shifted his gaze towards the shopkeeper. "What does this mean?" The shopkeeper appeared somewhat troubled as he explained, "This is the rule of my establishment. As long as the trade is not affected, anyone may enter. Moreover, this esteemed friend has just ascended to the rank of a high-tier spirit general, and with him present, our transaction is more secure." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, the middle-aged youth took a keen interest in Lin Mo, while the black-armored man and the masked figure cast him curious glances. This caught Lin Mo off guard, yet he maintained his composure. The man's displeasure was palpable as he raised his voice to the shopkeeper. "Old man, we are the exclusive help you summoned. So why are there two outsiders tagging along? What trickery are you attempting? Please, do not be agitated. There is surely a satisfactory resolution." The shopkeeper interjected with a jovial demeanor. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism creeping into his heart. With a smile, the shopkeeper stroked his beard, stating, "These gentlemen are carefully selected partners of mine, aiding me in the completion of a grand endeavor. Simply follow my instructions, and the spoils shall be shared equally." "Humph, the spoils must indeed be divided," the giant retorted with a cold snort. "However, this mission sounds perilous, and I have no intention of leading others to their doom." The youth hesitated before speaking. "I, too, would like to know the specifics of this task, if it is too dangerous." "Fear not. You need only accompany me to a location to inspect the goods," the shopkeeper interrupted sternly. "As I stated, only one may accompany me. If you are dissatisfied, there is no need to waste time here." Lin Mo listened quietly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He understood that the shopkeeper was cleverly manipulating their greed to sow discord, while skillfully maintaining control of the situation. The expressions of the giant and the youth grew grim, as if engaged in an internal struggle. After a moment, the youth gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I agree to accompany you to inspect the goods. But I may not necessarily partake in the task." "I shall go as well," the giant declared gravely. The shopkeeper nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze to Lin Mo. "And you, esteemed guest? Lead the way," Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. The shopkeeper led the three individuals to a desolate valley outside the city, where towering ancient trees surrounded them, shrouded in mist that obscured their surroundings. "This is the place," he declared, retrieving two exquisite wooden boxes from his bosom and placing them on the ground. As he opened the boxes, two luminous objects were revealed. One was a radiant blue fruit, emanating an astonishing spiritual energy, while the other was a small orb that shimmered with various colors, subtly tugging at Lin Mo's consciousness. "What is this?" the burly man exclaimed in astonishment. "How can there be such powerful spiritual energy?" "You need not concern yourselves with their origins," the shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. "I merely require your assurance that these two treasures are sufficient to exchange for the generous reward of the task at hand." With that, he gestured in the air, and the surrounding mist surged, enveloping the two wooden boxes. "Be careful, there are restrictions laid within the boxes." The youth's expression changed dramatically. The shopkeeper chuckled. "You are quite perceptive. It is merely a precautionary measure to prevent any premature actions on your part. Now, observe closely and provide me with your answer." Lin Mo's gaze remained fixated on the radiant blue fruit, a vague sensation making him feel as if it were beckoning to him. "These two treasures satisfy me," the burly man remarked, his eyes glinting with avarice. "As long as I can obtain them, I will exert my utmost effort." The youth nodded anxiously. "I too am willing to contribute, seeking only a fair distribution of the spoils." The shopkeeper smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems we have reached an agreement." After verifying the two treasures, he led them to a dilapidated cottage outside the city. The cottage stood amidst a jumble of stones, overgrown with weeds, appearing long forgotten. "This is the place," the shopkeeper said, pushing open the low door. Inside, the dimness enveloped them. As they followed him in, they discovered that the interior was far more spacious than the exterior suggested, with several paintings adorning the walls and wooden tables and chairs neatly arranged on the floor. "Look over there," the shopkeeper pointed to a wall directly opposite the door. Their attention was immediately drawn to a hanging scroll that depicted a vibrant landscape painting. Its brushwork intricate and lively, showcasing a breathtaking array of mountains and valleys. To their astonishment, the painting seemed to flow gently, as if it were illustrating an endless world. "Is that the legendary Shumi cave diagram?" the youth gasped. "Indeed, this is the clan treasure of the Wuguang tribe, the Shumi cave diagram," the shopkeeper replied with pride. "However, this version has some imperfections, unlike the flawless ones. Yet, it suffices for our needs." Lin Mo stared intently at the flowing landscape, sensing that it concealed incredible mysteries. "Now that we have seen this diagram, we can proceed to the true Shumi cave." The shopkeeper reached out to caress the bottom of the scroll, and suddenly, a passageway opened in the wall, emanating a gentle, multicolored glow. "Please, step inside." The burly man and the youth wore expressions of surprise and excitement, eager to enter the radiant light. Though Lin Mo harbored doubts, he felt compelled to follow suit. Upon entering the passage, he immediately sensed the scenery around him shifting rapidly. Beneath his feet, the ground transformed into crystal, while above him, a dazzling starry sky appeared. In an instant, he found himself amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, the air infused with a sweet fragrance. This was the entrance to the realm of Shumi, the shopkeeper remarked with a smile, inviting everyone to relish its wonders. Lin Mo, captivated by the enchanting scenery that unfolded around him, was suddenly transported to a plaza paved with azure stones. Raising his gaze, he beheld the undulating mountains depicted in the illustrations of Shumi. "We have entered the domain of the cave," the shopkeeper nodded contentedly. "This is the true essence of Shumi, a secluded paradise removed from the world." Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, noting that every blade of grass and every tree mirrored the landscapes captured in the scrolls. "Indeed," the shopkeeper replied with a mysterious smile, "this is the marvel of the cave paintings. They have manifested their own world into reality, allowing one to immerse in its beauty. The spot we occupy is where the original artwork had imperfections, rendering it unusually authentic and stable." "Is this the reason for your invitation?" a towering figure suddenly inquired. "What secrets lie within?" "You are quite perceptive," the shopkeeper chuckled. "I brought you here to unveil the most extraordinary aspect of this cave, the Thunder Beast Divine Pavilion." With a swift gesture, he pointed into the distance, and a radiant beam shot towards a nearby hill. A thunderous roar echoed from the mountain, revealing a grand stone pavilion before them. "The Thunder Beast Divine Pavilion," the shopkeeper proclaimed. "We have arrived at the very heart of the cave, where I have procured remarkable treasures through great effort." As Lin Mo and the others followed the shopkeeper into the pavilion, they beheld a colossal shadow ensconced within a web woven from countless strands of lightning. Ascending the pavilion, they sensed a mysterious ambience, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ancient images and enigmatic runes adorned the walls, exuding an aura of mystique. The shopkeeper led them forward, pointing to the intricate patterns of a binding array depicted on the scroll. "This binding array is designed to confine the Thunder Beast and serves as a gateway to deeper realms of the cave," he revealed, his words imbued with an anticipation of the unknown. Lin Mo and his companions felt a surge of excitement, their hearts quickening at the prospect of adventure. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense within the pavilion, as the Thunder Beast struggled violently, drawing nearer. Lin Mo turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "What is the uniqueness of this binding array?" With a smile, the shopkeeper explained, "This is the Thunder Binding Array, specifically crafted to restrain the powers of Thunder attribute spirit beasts. The creature within is our target for this expedition. This is the spirit beast I need you to help subdue, the Thunder Beast." With a wave of his hand, the web erupted, creating a gaping hole, and the shadow within suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, unleashing a sonic roar that erupted from the net. Look at its armored scales and formidable physique. It is undoubtedly a high-tier spirit beast, a young man exclaimed. Indeed, I have exerted considerable effort to confine it here. Your task is merely to assist in its refinement, and the spoils will include its thunderous armor and the spirit core from its eyes. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with a cunning light. As the shopkeeper's voice faded, the thunder beast unleashed a formidable electric attack within the grid, its violent, thunderous energy seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its path. The young man and the burly figure were momentarily taken aback by the thunder beast's overwhelming presence, retreating a few steps. However, Lin Mo remained composed, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. It appeared that this thunder beast was far from ordinary. This creature is indeed remarkable, Lin Mo murmured, fixated on every movement of the beast. The shopkeeper skillfully manipulated the binding thunder radiance array, ensuring an immediate response. The searing light entwined within the grid swiftly coalesced into a robust barrier, effectively thwarting the thunder beast's frenzied onslaught. The beast, seemingly incensed by this unforeseen development, surged with electric energy, as if attempting to break free from the grid's confinement. Behold, this is the binding thunder radiance array I meticulously prepared. Specifically designed to counter and restrain lightning-based spirit beasts, the shopkeeper declared with pride. As long as the thunder beast remains within the array, its electric power cannot fully manifest. Lin Mo regarded the raging thunder beast within the grid with contemplative eyes, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as the shopkeeper suggested. However, mere restraints will not suffice. We must exert some strength to compel its compliance, he thought. The shopkeeper summoned a silvery creature, proclaiming, "This is the milky beast, which I acquired at great expense. It possesses a natural affinity for countering lightning attributes. I shall use it to probe the thunder beast." Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand and hurled the milky beast into the electric grid. The creature gleamed with a brilliant silver light, aimed directly at the thunder beast's vital points. As the milky beast approached the thunder beast, Lin Mo and the others watched with bated breath. The thunder beast's eyes emitted dazzling electric light as it unhesitatingly seized the milky beast by the neck. With a resounding crash, it unleashed a torrent of electricity that engulfed the milky beast, causing it to sizzle and emit smoke. Remarkable. The thunder beast's electric power is at least of Earth immortal level, Lin Mo exclaimed. Just then, the binding thunder radiance array flickered erratically, and the electricity spewing from the thunder beast became chaotic before the array. My binding thunder radiance array is specifically designed to counteract lightning-based magic. Even the Thunder Emperor would likely be restrained by it, the shopkeeper boasted. A bolt of lightning shot from the thunder beast's mouth, tearing a rift in the silver light, which was swiftly mended by the luminous energy. Observe, the milky beast's fur can regenerate on its own. The thunder beast cannot harm it in the slightest, the shopkeeper chuckled. At this rate, the thunder beast will eventually be exhausted. Yet, an ominous premonition stirred within Lin Mo. He sensed that this so-called thunder beast concealed a formidable power yet to be revealed. We must not underestimate the thunder beast's electric abilities. We must proceed with caution. The shopkeeper cautioned, his tone betraying a respect for the creature's strength. Electricity erupted from the thunder beast, generating a powerful electric field that threatened to obliterate everything in its vicinity. The binding thunder radiance array emitted a faint glow, straining to withstand the thunder beast's assault, while the fierce clash of energies sent shivers down their spines. Just as the thunder beast prepared to strike again, a figure clad in black appeared from the air, wielding a black spear directed at the thunder beast. With a swift motion, a black serpent shot forth from the spear, ensnaring the thunder beast in an instant. Upon recognizing the face of the visitor, Lin Mo, the younger brother of the elder of the Tianpeng clan, gasped in surprise. Indeed, I am the younger brother of the third elder of the Tianpeng clan. You may refer to me as Yin Ro, the young man in black replied nonchalantly. Chapter 463 This thunder beast is no ordinary creature. The thunderous energy it emanates unmistakably bears the aura of a celestial beast. Yin Ro questioned the shopkeeper. How did you manage to bring a celestial beast into the mortal realm? With a mysterious smile, the shopkeeper replied, I have my methods. This matter does not concern you. Now that the thunder beast has appeared, we must devise a means to tame it. I disagree, Lin Mo interjected suddenly. This thunder beast is not a celestial creature. Its electric aura is far too violent, unlike the spirit beasts of the celestial realm. I suspect it is more likely to have originated from some forbidden ground or alternate dimension. Haha, Lin Mo, I have long recognized your intelligence. Indeed, this thunder beast is not a celestial spirit beast. Rather, it is an aberration born from my secret technique, which harnesses the power of thunder and lightning from the very fabric of heaven and earth. The shopkeeper finally unveiled the mystery surrounding the thunder beast's origins. What? You possess the ability to manifest beasts from lightning? Lin Mo and his companion were taken aback in astonishment. Indeed, this is my Thunderbird phantasm technique. Do not underestimate the potency of this method, the shopkeeper boasted, beginning to elaborate on his technique with great pride. Lin Mo and the stout man displayed expressions of surprise. As far as they were aware, it was quite rare for elders of the Tianpeng clan to have direct siblings, making Yin Ro's identity exceptionally unique. Indeed, I was sent by the clan leader to gather information, only to discover you entangled with an unknown entity. Its origins are dubious, and I must investigate thoroughly. Yin Ro explained. This thunder beast is not a celestial beast. It is an entity I created through a certain Tao method. You need not concern yourself with it. The shopkeeper said with displeasure. Even if it is not a celestial beast, it is likely to belong to a category of forbidden creatures. I must uncover its true nature to report back to the clan leader, Yin Ro insisted. Huh, you are quite the tenacious one. Since you are the younger brother of the third elder, I shall generously share the truth with you. The shopkeeper continued to elucidate the origins of the thunder beast. Upon hearing this, Yin Ro's expression grew grave, as he still harbored doubts regarding the shopkeeper's claims. Every word I speak is the truth. This thunder beast is indeed formed through my technique, gathering and manifesting from the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. You must understand, this thunder beast is not to be trifled with. Its strength surpasses that of an ordinary celestial beast, the shopkeeper asserted with unwavering confidence. What? The strength of this thunder beast exceeds that of celestial beasts? Just how powerful is it? Lin Mo asked in astonishment. Ha ha ha, the shopkeeper chuckled mysteriously. Listen closely. This thunder beast possesses the true energy of thunder. In terms of physical defense, it is at least as formidable as one in the void refinement realm. I dare wager that even an earth immortal would find it a worthy adversary should they attempt to capture it as a steed. Such formidable strength left Lin Mo and the stout man gasping in shock. Even Yin Ro's countenance turned serious. They had never anticipated that the true power of this thunder beast could rival that of an earth immortal among the human race. Indeed, so do not underestimate it. My binding thunder radiance array can barely suppress its thunderous power. To tame this little thunder beast, we will require the collective wisdom of all present. The shopkeeper declared with a sense of triumph. The power of this thunder beast is indeed formidable. To tame it, we must exert ourselves fully. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo spoke up. Indeed, we must pool our thoughts and devise a means to subdue this little thunder beast. The shopkeeper waved his hand, and a scroll flew out from his storage ring. This is the Shumi Cave Heaven map, he said. Upon discerning the content of the scroll, Lin Mo's expression shifted. The illustration depicted the grandeur of Shumi Mountain, alongside many peculiar structures. This Shumi Cave Heaven map contains countless ancient secrets, including methods to assist in taming the thunder beast. If you are willing to help, you shall reap great rewards in the future, the shopkeeper said mysteriously. Lin Mo exchanged glances with the other two, ultimately nodding in agreement. The scroll in the shopkeeper's hand radiated a soft glow, only to vanish in an instant, reappearing above the Shumi Cave Heaven map. Bathed in the brilliance of the five-colored heavenly thunder, he began to manipulate the map, conjuring a vivid representation of the thunder beast's domain. The square, the distant hills, even the electric energy permeating the air were authentically rendered in the Shumi Cave Heaven map. Everything seemed to transcend reality, immersing everyone in the realm of the thunder beast. Lin Mo attentively absorbed the environment within the map, realizing that this was not solely for subduing the thunder beast, but also to help everyone better adapt to and integrate into this foreign realm. The five-colored heavenly thunder surged across the square, forming a magnificent and awe-inspiring tableau. Lin Mo and the others melded into the Shumi Cave Heaven map, experiencing a dual impact on both body and soul. Are you ready? The shopkeeper inquired calmly, his gaze sweeping over the group, revealing a firm resolve towards the unknown. We can begin at any moment, Lin Mo replied gravely. with the burly man and the delicate youth following closely behind, as the entire square descended into a tense atmosphere. Excellent. With the aid of this map, I shall initiate a heavenly thunder subjugation array, and I believe we will soon subdue this little thunder beast. The shopkeeper laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding arrogance. With a flourish of his hands, the Shumi Cave Heaven map suddenly enlarged in midair, the structures depicted within gradually taking form before their eyes. Moments later, they found themselves standing upon a square surrounded by the peculiar edifices illustrated in the map. Incredible! We have achieved spatial transfer so swiftly, Lin Mo exclaimed. Indeed, we are now within the world depicted by the Shumi Cave Heaven map. Next, I shall activate the 5-colored heavenly thunder here to subdue that thunder beast. The shopkeeper laughed again. His eyes closed in concentration. The ancient scroll floated before him, emanating a faint divine light. The surrounding 5-colored heavenly thunder grew increasingly intense, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. Lin Mo and the others stood amidst this overwhelming energy, feeling their hearts race as their entire being resonated with the thunder beast's electrifying force. The shopkeeper diligently activated the restrictions, his gestures fluid yet steady, each movement precise and potent. A mysterious aura enveloped him, as if he were one with the 5-colored heavenly thunder. Everyone, remain vigilant. The thunder beast's resistance will be fierce, but we must give our all to face it together. The shopkeeper's voice resonated amidst the thunder, reminding everyone to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a splendid vortex of 5-colored thunder converged into a formidable electric maelstrom, enveloping the thunder beast. Sensing the impending threat, the beast roared fiercely, striving to break free from its restraints. The black arcs of electricity, under the master's deft control, danced like serpents, skillfully countering the beast's resistance. Lin Mo's heart trembled. He was acutely aware that the unfolding events were part of a momentous battle. The thunderous power emanating from the beast surged like a torrential flood, demanding greater efforts from all to stabilize the situation. Channel the thunderous energy, maintain the resonance. The master's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, prompting Lin Mo to immediately gather his spiritual energy and infuse it into the barrier. The thunder beast, feeling the overwhelming might of the collective, intensified its struggle. The 5-colored thunder roared within the confines of the barrier, creating a grand spectacle for both sight and sound. In this intense moment, the group exhibited a remarkable synergy, united against the beast's fury. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo and his companions looked up to see the sky above them thick with dark clouds. The 5-colored lightning surged within the clouds, intermittently revealing its grandeur. Come forth, my 5-colored thunder, the master bellowed, as 5 colossal bolts of varying hues simultaneously struck down from the heavens, aimed directly at the thunder beast, positioned 100 meters away. The convergence of the 5-colored thunder unleashed a thunderous explosion, forming a colossal sphere of lightning, so potent that Lin Mo and the others gasped in astonishment. The immense sphere charged towards the thunder beast. However, to their utter shock, the beast spread its wings and collided head-on with the 5-colored thunder. What is it doing? Lin Mo exclaimed. Ha ha ha. It seeks to absorb the power of the 5-colored thunder into itself. Unfortunately, my 5-colored thunder is not so easily subdued, the master laughed heartily. The thunder beast, ensnared by the 5-colored lightning, emitted agonizing roars. This cannot continue. It may perish from the onslaught of the 5-colored thunder. Lin Mo said urgently. Do you truly wish for its demise? The master pondered momentarily. Well, that is of no consequence. I have already garnered ample thunderous energy. Now, it is up to you to demonstrate your abilities. I intend to confine this thunder beast within a thunderous barrier, and you must find a way to enter and soothe it, compelling it to obey my command. With that, the master abruptly clasped his hands together. A thunderous boom echoed as the scenery surrounding the beast distorted. Lin Mo and the others were led by the master into the depths of the barrier. There, they beheld the thunder beast ensnared by numerous black arcs of electricity, immobilized and engulfed in flames, yet still fiercely resisting, striving to escape the confines of the barrier. The black arcs formed an invisible net, ensnaring the beast, whose roars reverberated loudly. The master displayed formidable magical prowess. Drawing his hands inward, the arcs intensified, creating a formidable electric potential. The thunder beast struggled violently, lightning flashing around it, Yet the black arcs grew increasingly ferocious, binding it more securely. A flicker of concern crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He understood the beast's might, and if not rescued at this moment, the consequences would be dire. The master's gaze shimmered with resolve as he declared, "Now, I require your assistance to jointly infuse the thunder beast with electric energy." With the proprietor's command, Lin Mo and the others unleashed their own powers of lightning, channeling them into the body of the thunder beast. The creature resisted valiantly, yet the black arcs of electricity seemed to possess a will of their own, persistently pursuing its movements and firmly ensnaring its lightning energy. Increase the intensity. The proprietor intoned with a grave voice, not remaining idle himself, as he subtly flicked his hand, amplifying the electric arcs instantaneously. The thunder beast let out a deafening roar, its body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Its will is remarkably steadfast, able to endure within my electric net for such an extended duration, the proprietor remarked, somewhat taken aback. He lifted his hand and drew it inward gently. A crackling sound erupted, and the black arcs thickened and elongated, wrapping around the creature's limbs and torso as if they were alive. The thunder beast howled skyward, a furious blaze of lightning erupting from within it, distorting the surrounding air. At that moment, the proprietor seated himself cross-legged, forming intricate hand seals while chanting incantations. Behind him, 8 massive copper pillars materialized in the void, emanating a faint luminescence. The proprietor infused his magical energy into these pillars, and the electric net emitted a blinding flash of light, with arcs of electricity converging between the pillars, firmly imprisoning the thunder beast in their midst. Such formidable power, it is no wonder it cannot easily escape, Lin Mo marveled silently. He had never anticipated that the proprietor of this venerable establishment was, in fact, a reclusive master of considerable prowess. Under the suppression of the electric net formed by the 8 pillars, the thunder beast's counterattacks appeared to wane. However, it suddenly surged forth, spinning around, unleashing a colossal sphere of lightning towards the proprietor. The proprietor's expression shifted sharply. He thrust his palms forward, bracing himself against the onslaught. Yet the thunder beast was relentless, its mouth aglow with electric brilliance, akin to a tempest crashing forth. As the creature roared, the proprietor remained seated, palms pressed to the ground, a flicker of azure light flashing from his brow. He channeled his spiritual energy into the copper pillars of the binding, and the electric net became exponentially more potent. Lin Mo observed in silence, curiosity swelling within him. The proprietor's strength was indeed awe-inspiring. He pondered silently, wondering if the proprietor could unravel the mystery of the thunder beast's origins. This is one of the secret techniques inherited by my Tianpeng clan. Capable of maximizing the thunder beast's potential, the proprietor intently gazed at the creature, an inscrutable light flickering in his eyes. Lin Mo's heart surged with intrigue, his curiosity about the proprietor intensifying. The proprietor's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing Lin Mo's scrutiny, yet he offered no further explanation. With his eyes closed and a stoic expression, the proprietor recited his incantation. The magical artifact in his hand radiated a soft glow, while the 8 dark iron pillars overflowed with lightning fire, revealing the intricate circuits of energy flowing within. So that is it, Lin Mo realized. He understood that the proprietor was attempting to construct a miniature lightning matrix with these 8 copper pillars to bind the thunder beast and restrict its movements. Truly, as expected of the elder brother of the Tianpeng clan, such a strategy is ingenious, a burly man exclaimed. This lightning matrix has entrapped the thunder beast, preventing it from unleashing its full power. We must now exert all our strength to channel lightning energy to the proprietor. Indeed, this is an exceptional opportunity, the young man added, tension rising within him. If we continue to infuse lightning into the thunder beast, we can render it passive. Then let us not hesitate any longer. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he spread his palms wide, unleashing a torrent of lightning and flames from his hands. The burly man and the young man similarly exerted their power, directing 3 beams of energy straight at the surface of the thunder beast. In an instant, colossal energy converged through the matrix circuitry, injecting itself into the thunder beast's body, rendering it immobile. The thunder beast let out a spine-chilling roar, as violent arcs of lightning erupted from its spine. The electric net, composed of 8 copper pillars, trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, suddenly twisting his hands to summon 5 black star daggers. Chapter 464. The shopkeeper brandished the 5 daggers, aiming for the vital points of the thunder beast. There was a series of punctuating sounds as the daggers plunged deep into the beast's body, black smoke billowing forth as it howled in agony. The effectiveness of the daggers sparked a glimmer of hope in the burly man's eyes. Quick, let us infuse even stronger lightning while we have the chance. The 3 of them synchronized their efforts, intensifying the brilliance of the lightning beams as the 8-pillar matrix began to operate at an accelerated pace. The thunder beast's resistance gradually waned, its spirit seemingly beginning to waver. Now, the shopkeeper gestured with his hands, sending several streams of green light shooting from his fingertips, aimed directly at a specific point on the thunder beast's chest. I shall extract its essence. You must maintain the maximum output of lightning. Do not falter. Understood. Lin Mo and the others responded in unison, doubling their efforts in channeling the lightning. Under the suppression of the electric net, the thunder beast's counterattacks significantly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeeper swept his long sleeves, directing a beam of golden light straight into the thunder beast's body. Success! I have locked onto its source of lightning. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. Any attempt by the beast to unleash a lightning attack would now be severely diminished. Indeed, the arcs of electricity erupting from the beast's mouth were suppressed by an invisible force, unable to be released. It roared in fury, struggling with its limbs in a desperate attempt to break free from the electric net, but the 8-pillar matrix firmly restrained its movements. A cold glint flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes as he raised a finger, a crystal core materializing in his palm. Avalokiteshvara's Thunderlock, he proclaimed, the crystal core transforming into a vibrant green thread that swiftly coiled around the thunder beast like a master craftsman's creation. This green thread, animated as though it possessed life, tightly bound the beast's source of lightning, preventing it from retaliating once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo and the others were filled with awe. The shopkeeper's skill was astonishing, capable of sealing the thunder beast's source of lightning, a feat beyond comprehension. Are you ready? The shopkeeper gazed deeply at Lin Mo and the others, his tone calm, yet imbued with authority. It cannot escape, the burly man exclaimed excitedly. The shopkeeper's methods are remarkable. We must also increase the output of lightning. Indeed, Lin Mo affirmed, shaking his palms, unleashing a more ferocious blaze of lightning from his hands. The burly man and the young man simultaneously intensified their lightning contributions. The matrix electric net operated at an accelerated pace, emitting crackling sounds as the thunder beast visibly shook, appearing to suffer a significant blow. Well done, the shopkeeper exclaimed, his voice ringing with praise. Your lightning power fills my matrix, gradually draining the thunder beast of its will to resist. We must seize this moment. The thunder beast howled toward the heavens, its internal lightning raging tumultuously, yet ultimately unable to escape the dual constraints of the electric net and the crystal core. In that moment, Lin Mo and the others finally glimpsed the dawn of opportunity. The struggle of the thunder beast gradually weakened. The shopkeeper's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hands, 5 obsidian daggers shot forth from his sleeves, piercing the vital points of the thunder beast. Lin Mo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and when he regained his composure, the daggers were already deeply embedded within the creature's body. To his astonishment, these 5 daggers began to absorb the electrical power emitted by the thunder beast, swiftly transforming into a shade of deep black. The black star daggers rooted themselves within the thunder beast, releasing waves of extraordinary light. At that moment, peculiar patterns emerged on the surfaces of the daggers, resonating with the arcs of electricity released by Lin Mo and his companions, creating a mysterious symphony. This was the unique effect of the 5 black star daggers, capable of absorbing the power of the thunder beast and converting it into a more formidable force. The shopkeeper's voice broke through the tension, seemingly calm, yet Lin Mo sensed the profound implications behind his words. Rest assured, the daggers are functioning as intended. The burly man murmured. They will aid the shopkeeper in firmly controlling the thunder beast's movements. We merely need to channel our electrical energy, and the daggers will unleash their full potential. Although Lin Mo was filled with questions, there was no time for further inquiry. He focused entirely on unleashing an even more potent beam of electricity alongside his companions. The 5 daggers became enveloped in arcs of electricity, subtly radiating an unusual aura. Excellent. Excellent. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. My black star daggers are siphoning your electrical power. The Thunder Beast's resistance is nearly extinguished. Are you prepared? We are on the verge of final victory. Lin Mo exchanged a determined glance with his companions, each recognizing the unwavering conviction in the other's eyes. They had finally seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Next, they would tame the ancient and enigmatic Thunder Beast. As the creature grew increasingly feeble, a satisfied smile finally graced the shopkeeper's face. He beckoned with both hands, and several green beams shot forth from his fingertips, spiraling around the Thunder Beast. I shall begin extracting its essence, the shopkeeper declared. You must increase the electrical output and firmly suppress it. Lin Mo and his companions once more unleashed powerful beams of electricity into the 8 copper pillars of the matrix. A thunderous roar echoed, as if something within the Thunder Beast was about to break free. The shopkeeper chanted incantations, and with a flick of his artifact, several green threads surged forward, securely entangling the escaping white light. That is its essence, the shopkeeper exclaimed. I shall draw it forth. In that critical moment, the Thunder Beast suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing a deafening roar from deep within. The shopkeeper felt as if the world was spinning around him. The atmosphere grew tense and silent, with the shopkeeper's brows furrowing deeper. The burly man and the youth prepared silently, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. We must take the risk. Determination flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes as he soared into the sky, harnessing the power of the 5-colored celestial thunder. The storm clouds rolled ominously, and 5 hues of light blossomed around him like radiant pearls. Lin Mo, burly man, youth, maintained the electrical force. I will do my utmost to counter the 5-colored celestial thunder. The shopkeeper's voice resonated, filled with resolve and confidence. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them instinctively intensified their electrical output, supporting the shopkeeper. The thunder clouds thickened, and the 5-colored celestial thunder coalesced into a massive sphere of lightning, resembling a star on the brink of explosion. 5 black daggers fell from the Thunder Beast, and the green threads entwined with white light vanished in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Beast turned, hurling a massive ball of lightning directly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's expression shifted, and he hastily summoned all his strength to withstand the impending strike. His gaze remained fixed on the Thunder Beast, his demeanor grave. It seems I have underestimated it, he murmured to himself. With my current power, I cannot extract the soul from its body. He turned to Lin Mo and the other 2. I am prepared to exert my utmost strength. You must brace yourselves. Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances, unease evident in each other's eyes. They understood that the shopkeeper's declaration of giving his all was no trivial matter. With a swift motion of his hands, dozens of radiant hues enveloped him. Sparks of electricity erupted beneath his feet, surging toward the Thunder Beast. A thunderous roar echoed as the multicolored lightning ball struck the Thunder Beast, firmly pinning it in place. I am about to unleash the 5 thunder technique. The shopkeeper ascended into the sky. You must lend me your full support. Retreat is not an option. As dark clouds swirled above, 5 bolts of differently colored heavenly thunder descended from the sky. A chill ran through Lin Mo and his companions. They were about to face an unprecedented trial. The shopkeeper's brow furrowed as he summoned his essence, blood splattering as a blood symbol materialized. In his hand, he held a verdant wooden token, which he waved gently, releasing a soft glow that sealed the 5-colored heavenly thunder. This is the Emerald Cloud token. Capable of containing the might of thunder, he smiled faintly, though fatigue clouded his eyes. Lin Mo and the others gazed in awe at the miracle unfolding before them. The shopkeeper's audacious gamble succeeded, yet his body began to tremble, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. He unfurled his wings, gradually ascending into the heavens. Eyes closed, he chanted incantations, his fingers tracing intricate symbols in the air. Lin Mo and the others remained vigilant, their hearts racing with tension. Above, dark clouds converged, lightning flickered, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, the shopkeeper opened his eyes, gesturing with his finger as 5 beams of various colors shot from the clouds, targeting the center of the seal. This is bad. There's no time. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. The 5-colored heavenly thunder roared, descending like 5 colossal serpents. The Thunder Beast within the seal looked up, its eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. At the moment the 5-colored heavenly thunder was about to strike, Lin Mo summoned all his strength, deploying the wind and thunder wings to shield the Thunder Beast. The androgynous youth and the burly man in black armor also exerted their full power, attempting to share the burden of the lightning's might. A deafening crash resonated as lightning burst forth, and the three of them collapsed, spewing blood onto the ground. The scene within the seal became obscured. Haha. The shopkeeper descended slowly, a smirk gracing his lips. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, propping himself up, while the androgynous youth and the burly man also struggled to sit upright. Their faces were pale, injuries evident, yet they still had the strength to confront the shopkeeper. I didn't expect you to withstand the first wave of attacks. It seems I must apply more force, the shopkeeper chuckled. He closed his eyes once more, reciting the incantation as the second wave of 5-colored heavenly thunder began to brew. Before the second wave of 5-colored heavenly thunder could strike, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and summoned the thunder-attracting pearl. Do not be too complacent. Lin Mo observed the successfully sealed spirit of the thunder beast by the shopkeeper, and a flicker of caution arose within him. In that moment, a spark of cleverness ignited in his eyes. He understood that this was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of a new phase. During the brief interlude when the shopkeeper was distributing rewards, Lin Mo swiftly retrieved the thunder-summoning pearl from his bosom. Thunder Pearl. Now is the time for you to fulfill your purpose, he murmured softly, casting the pearl into the sky. The pearl transformed into a streak of lightning, suddenly bursting forth, unleashing a formidable surge of electrical energy. Under the impetus of the pearl, the spirit of the thunder beast awakened once more, radiating dazzling multicolored sparks. Not far away, the effeminate youth and the burly man in black armor gazed greedily at the treasures being distributed, mistakenly believing that the thunder beast had been successfully subdued by the shopkeeper, thus presenting them with an opportune moment to strike. Just as they reached out to seize the rewards with avarice, a flash of lightning and brilliance converged upon them. The two were instantly enveloped by arcs of electricity and radiant light, emitting cries of anguish as they collapsed to the ground. This spectacle astonished the onlookers, prompting the shopkeeper to turn, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo launched his counterattack. A beam of golden light burst forth from the thunder-summoning pearl, directly striking the center of the barrier. From the 5 wounds on the thunder beast, azure lightning surged forth, coalescing into a small electric sphere that traced an eerie trajectory through the air, heading straight for the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's expression paled, and he hastily summoned a verdant wooden talisman. The small electric sphere collided with the talisman, producing a faint sound of impact before dissipating into nothingness. What are you doing? The shopkeeper barked. Lin Mo, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, held the thunder-summoning pearl, which radiated a brilliant glow. The small electric sphere emerged once again from the air, as if traversing a dimension different from their own, and launched itself toward the shopkeeper anew. This is bad, the shopkeeper exclaimed, once more raising the verdant talisman. At that moment, Lin Mo employed a secret technique, directing the electric sphere to descend, deftly avoiding the talisman's obstruction, and piercing directly into the shopkeeper's chest. The shopkeeper's face twisted in shock, his eyes wide. The electric sphere penetrated his body, quivering slightly before erupting from his back. Soaring into the air. What is happening? I have successfully controlled the thunder beast's spirit, Lin Mo proclaimed as he rose to his feet. You have lost, shopkeeper. The thunder beast, now ablaze with lightning, shed the chains binding its limbs and tail. It let out a thunderous roar, unfurling its wings and breaking free from the constraints of the barrier. The shopkeeper's complexion turned ashen, his demeanor dazed. He could distinctly sense the depletion of his magical energy, nearly incapacitating him from flight. Where had this seemingly flawless plan gone awry? The thunder beast broke free of its confinement, reuniting with Lin Mo reciting an incantation. Lin Mo commanded the thunder-summoning pearl to emit a resplendent light, sending forth a golden beam towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's expression shifted, and he once again summoned the verdant talisman to shield himself. The golden beam struck the talisman, producing a faint sound of impact before vanishing into thin air. It is the thunder-summoning pearl, the shopkeeper cried. Where did you acquire it? That is of no consequence, Lin Mo replied coolly. What truly matters is that I have seized control of the situation. With that, he invoked a secret technique, maneuvering the golden light emitted from the thunder-summoning pearl to reverse its trajectory in midair, circumventing to strike the shopkeeper's back with precision. Impossible, the shopkeeper exclaimed in alarm. Feeling a creeping pain at his back, he once again brandished the emerald wooden tablet, and golden light surged directly into its surface, transforming into countless twinkling stars. I have already breached your first restriction. What else is beyond my reach? Lin Mo scoffed coldly. The shopkeeper's expression darkened, a chill creeping into his heart. The power of the thunder-summoning pearl seemed to transcend his imagination. Just as the two sides faced off, the effeminate youth and the armored brute cast predatory glances at Lin Mo. Could it be that the thunder-summoning pearl is the fabled heavenly thunder pearl? Greed flickered in the brute's eyes. The two exchanged glances and lunged toward Lin Mo in unison. Lin Mo's gaze hardened. With a powerful flap of the thunder beast's wings, it descended from the heavens, its four claws grasping firmly onto the two, preventing them from advancing even an inch. Simultaneously, the thunder-summoning pearl emitted a dazzling flash of lightning, forming a concealed protective shield that enveloped Lin Mo entirely. Before the two could react, they were simultaneously struck by the lightning and radiant light. They cried out in pain, their bodies hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. In Chapter 465, Lin Mo seized the opportunity without hesitation, channeling the power of the thunder-summoning pearl into his own body. A surge of electrical energy coursed through him, and he swiftly darted about, skillfully evading the thunder beast's spirit's attacks. The shopkeeper, taken aback by Lin Mo's counterattack, felt a shift in his expression. Lin Mo moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly unraveling the restrictions set by the shopkeeper, demonstrating a formidable prowess. The binding of the thunder beast's spirit loosened once more, crackling with electrical energy. You possess some skill, don't you? The shopkeeper couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, a flash of displeasure crossed his face. Lin Mo's display instilled a sense of pressure in the shopkeeper. He realized that the situation was slipping beyond his control. With a cold chuckle, Lin Mo addressed the shopkeeper. Since you wish to stir up trouble, I shall not hold back. He waved the thunder-summoning pearl in his hand. An electric light flickered around him, forming a powerful shield. Do you think I am so easily taken? Lin Mo snorted softly within the protective barrier, striding toward the shopkeeper. Though the thunder-summoning pearl was powerful, it could only safeguard his life for a moment. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Suddenly, 5 black daggers shot forth from behind him like venomous serpents, hurtling toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. Using the thunder-summoning pearl as a catalyst, he lightly tapped the air. With a resounding boom, the 5 daggers veered off course, embedding themselves into the ground behind Lin Mo, stirring up a cloud of dust. You think mere daggers can take my life? You underestimate me. As his words fell, the thunder-summoning pearl in Lin Mo's hand radiated a brilliant light. With 2 explosive sounds, enormous cracks tore through the center of the restriction. The entire restricted space quaked violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Impossible. This is my ancestral spatial magic. The shopkeeper exclaimed in disbelief. What is your origin? My origins are of no consequence. What matters is that I have shattered your second restriction, Lin Mo replied with a chilling smile, drawing ever closer to the shopkeeper. At that moment, the thunder beast fixed its gaze firmly on the shopkeeper, the 2 formidable adversaries creating a pincer attack that left the shopkeeper struggling to defend himself. As the second restriction fell, the thunder beast erupted with dazzling azure lightning. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the air, charging directly toward the shopkeeper. The spirit of the thunder beast, invigorated by the thunder pearl's stimulation, unleashed a brilliant display of 5-colored lightning, intertwining into a resplendent radiance. Lin Mo swiftly commanded the thunder beasts at his side, which transformed into flashes of electricity, rapidly weaving a net of lightning in the air. Surround the shopkeeper. With this decree, the thunder beasts, gleaming with intelligence, swiftly encircled the shopkeeper. Arcs of electricity entwined as thunder rumbled, creating a breathtaking domain of power. Golden light shimmered around Lin Mo, who transformed into a formidable golden figure, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He wielded the thunder pearl, drawing lightning towards him to forge a colossal sword of thunder. The thunder beasts launched a powerful assault against the shopkeeper in unison with Lin Mo. Feeling the immense pressure from the thunder beasts, the shopkeeper furrowed his brow, with sparks dancing around him. He adeptly evaded the strikes of the thunder sword while employing the technique of electric evasion to dart between the thunder beasts. The situation rapidly descended into chaos, as a storm of thunder raged. Damn it, he has this up his sleeve. The shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically. He finally realized that the seal he had previously placed on the thunder beasts had been rendered utterly ineffective by Lin Mo's manipulation. A bolt of purple lightning erupted from the mouth of one thunder beast, accompanied by a thunderous roar, directly targeting the shopkeeper's face. In haste, the shopkeeper summoned a verdant wooden talisman, but the lightning crashed against it, filling the air with the acrid scent of scorching heat. An ominous feeling gripped the shopkeeper's heart. The force of this strike nearly caused him to lose his grip on the talisman. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly appeared behind the shopkeeper. With hands forming intricate seals and incantations murmured, golden Buddhist light surged around him. You can wield this forbidden technique? The shopkeeper was struck with astonishment. Lin Mo, with a cold smirk, remained silent as the golden light gradually coalesced into a massive golden figure, wielding a vajra, descending with tremendous force upon the shopkeeper. Assailed from both the front and back, the shopkeeper found himself in dire peril. As the vajra descended, he channeled all his magical energy, leaping upward just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Mo, now close behind, unleashed a lightning dragon from his mouth. The dragon of lightning streaked through the air, aiming directly for the shopkeeper's back. The verdant talisman was once again raised in defense, but the lightning dragon collided with it, erupting in a dazzling display of electric light, sending the shopkeeper staggering back several paces, his face pale. How could anyone master both the golden figure and electric evasion? Before he could regain his composure, Lin Mo recited another incantation, simultaneously launching attacks with both hands, one black and one white, aimed at the shopkeeper's vital points. Xuan Wu and Baihu, the shopkeeper's expression darkened further. He struggled to maneuver the verdant talisman to block the two beams of light. At that moment, the golden figure and thunder beast launched another coordinated strike. The shopkeeper, forced to divide his focus in defense, found himself exposed to multiple vulnerabilities. Seeing the situation spiral into chaos, Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. He wielded the thunder sword, skillfully coordinating with the thunder beasts to unleash a series of astonishing combined assaults. The intertwining lightning appeared as a colossal beast, launching a ferocious attack against the shopkeeper. The golden figure radiated powerful magical waves as Lin Mo commanded the thunder beast to strike the shopkeeper with cunning precision. The ever-shifting lightning formed peculiar patterns, and the intelligence and strength of the thunder beasts reached perfect synergy at that moment. How much longer can you endure, shopkeeper? Lin Mo taunted with a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of lightning. He projected an imposing aura, asserting his conditions and demands upon the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, besieged by the thunderous beasts, found himself compelled to retreat repeatedly. He felt the mounting pressure and was engulfed in uncertainty. Lin Mo's prowess took him by surprise, while the intelligence of the thunder beasts left him in a quandary. This fellow is indeed formidable, possessing such means, the shopkeeper muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He realized it was time to contemplate his response. Caught in a passive situation due to the encirclement of the beasts, the shopkeeper felt the weight of the moment. Lin Mo observed coldly, seemingly filled with confidence. In the posture of a golden figure, he addressed the shopkeeper from a position of dominance. Do you comprehend my identity and strength? I have demands. You would do well to listen. What I seek is quite simple, the box you just showcased. Lin Mo spoke with a calm demeanor. The shopkeeper's expression shifted. You mean that one? Indeed. The box containing the Qingluo fruit, Lin Mo replied, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Positioned at the heart of the encirclement, he scrutinized the shopkeeper with a hint of provocation. It appears you grasp the current predicament. I am not so easily dealt with. If you wish to extricate yourself, you should carefully consider my terms. The shopkeeper's countenance darkened, yet he was not one to concede easily. Lin Mo continued, I am well aware of your scheme, and the might of the thunder beasts is not to be underestimated. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Relinquish what I desire, and I may contemplate sparing you. His voice resonated with menace, and the beasts remained poised for attack under his command. The shopkeeper felt immense pressure. He recognized that refusal could lead to an even more precarious situation. What do you want? The shopkeeper asked, taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fury. Attempting to regain his composure, Lin Mo smiled enigmatically, raising a hand to point towards the box in the shopkeeper's possession. What I seek is that box containing the Qingluo fruit. His gaze was fixed intently on the box. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Mo's keen interest in this illusory treasure. Are you mad? That is merely an illusion crafted by my transformation technique, he retorted, his expression grim. There is nothing of value inside. I care not for its contents. I must have that box today, Lin Mo insisted with unwavering resolve. The shopkeeper's expression darkened further, rage bubbling within him. As a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, how could he easily let it slip from his grasp? I advise you to abandon such dreams. This is an important family heirloom left by my ancestors, and I will never part with it. It seems we must resolve this matter through other means. Lin Mo's eyes glinted coldly. The golden giant and the thunder beasts emitted a low growl in unison, tightening the shopkeeper's chest with trepidation. I shall ask you one last time. Will you surrender the box of Qingluo fruit? Lin Mo's demeanor was that of a ravenous wolf. Eyeing the green wooden plaque that stood defiantly before him, a calm facade concealing an uncontainable aggression. I have stated it clearly. That item will never be yours. The shopkeeper ground his teeth, his expression becoming increasingly dire. Very well, it appears we are left with no other choice. Lin Mo smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly fierce. He abruptly spread his arms wide, and a massive black demon materialized behind him, its eyes ablaze with a strange intertwining of red and green flames. The time has come. We have no further room for negotiation. Lin Mo's demeanor shifted, emanating an overwhelming aura. The fabric of space contorted and twisted as dozens of golden rays erupted from the void, coalescing into a colossal magical array. With a commanding voice, Lin Mo called forth flames from the array, summoning a thunderous beast in a cacophony of roars. The shopkeeper was taken aback, realizing that such a powerful manifestation could only be invoked by a formidable practitioner of the divine realm. He acknowledged that Lin Mo's strength far surpassed his expectations, rendering him an opponent he could scarcely contend with. As the demon and the thunder beast lunged towards the shopkeeper amidst the swirling, ominous mists, three figures swiftly intertwined and vanished, followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Driven to desperation, the shopkeeper revealed a box containing an oddly shaped fruit that emanated an otherworldly glow. Lin Mo instantly recognized it as the fabled Tianluo fruit, renowned for its boundless magical properties and considered a treasure of the highest order. He promptly proposed an exchange of equivalent value for the fruit. The middle-aged man, with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, dismissed Lin Mo's claim, asserting that it was merely an illusion he had cast and not the genuine Tianluo fruit. He sought to gauge Lin Mo's reaction. To his surprise, Lin Mo remained unfazed, resolutely insisting on acquiring the Tianluo fruit. In a bid to avert conflict, Lin Mo further offered to compensate the shopkeeper in other ways. The shopkeeper, acutely aware of Lin Mo's formidable prowess, reluctantly agreed to part with the fruit's core, admitting that the previous Qingluo fruit had already been used to nurture the thunder beast. Lin Mo interjected, "You mentioned earlier that it was merely an illusion. I am indifferent to its authenticity. However, since you have shown it to me, it indicates your willingness to engage in an exchange. I require the Tianluo fruit, and you need only provide the core. I have no interest in anything else." After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper nodded in agreement. He retrieved the fruit and handed it over to Lin Mo. Upon inspection, Lin Mo confirmed that the core capable of nurturing the Tianluo fruit was indeed present. However, upon examining the core, Lin Mo noted that the fortune contained within was incomplete. He looked up at the shopkeeper, who seemed to understand his unspoken concern, and voluntarily produced several pieces of purplish-red spirit stones from his shop. To make amends for what was lacking, the shopkeeper proposed using premium spirit stones as compensation, informing Lin Mo that the cave of the holy city was on the brink of collapse. These high-quality spirit stones should greatly assist you in your cultivation and compensate for the deficiencies of the fruit's core. I hope you will not take offense. Lin Mo nodded, accepting the spirit stones. At that moment, the entire space suddenly trembled, causing the shopkeeper's expression to shift with worry as he glanced at Lin Mo. This is dire. The cave is about to collapse. It seems my previous gathering of celestial materials has depleted the cave's foundation. We must leave immediately. Upon hearing the urgency to depart, Lin Mo turned to the two members of the Tianpeng clan who had followed him closely, having been rescued by the shopkeeper from their previous injuries. He addressed the shopkeeper. "I implore you to escort these two clan members out of the holy city. I feel a deep sense of indebtedness. I will reunite with them later." The shopkeeper pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, I will ensure their safety and accommodation. I also intend to leave this place and visit the Wuguang clan. When I do, I will adopt another identity, and none will recognize me. Lin Mo, reassured by the shopkeeper's capabilities, felt at ease to exit the barrier, allowing the shopkeeper to lead the two away. Meanwhile, Lin Mo contemplated his next course of action, fully aware that this journey would be fraught with challenges and uncertainties. After Lin Mo departed from the shopkeeper's residence, the shopkeeper exhaled deeply, his demeanor visibly relaxing. He expressionlessly retrieved a pill and placed it into his mouth. Moments later, his figure began to swell, his hair transforming from black to white, ultimately revealing the visage of an elderly man with graying hair and beard. This was indeed his true identity. To his surprise, this young man possessed such extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, I had prepared adequately in advance and did not reveal any telltale signs. The old man muttered to himself. He composed himself and departed from the impending collapse of this celestial realm. Before leaving, the elder cast a complicated glance around, murmuring that this transaction involved extensive entanglements, and he must tread carefully towards the Wuguang clan to execute his next plan. Lin Mo swiftly traversed through layers of space. Soon arriving at the territory of the Tianpeng clan, he recalled his promise to address 2 clan members and furrowed his brow. These 2 individuals lingered beside him, their expressions somewhat dazed. Concerned that they might inadvertently disclose information within the clan, Lin Mo decided to keep them close for supervision. He placed constraints upon them to ensure their silence. Meanwhile, he announced to his fellow clansmen that he would be remaining within the clan for a time due to pressing matters at hand. The 2 clansmen stood vacantly behind Lin Mo, while thoughts of the significant matters mentioned by the shopkeeper echoed in his mind, heightening his vigilance and anxiety regarding future developments. As Lin Mo prepared to depart, the shopkeeper suddenly stiffened, clasping his hands together. A tremendous roar reverberated, causing the entire space to tremble. Lin Mo felt a potent force surging from all directions, compelling his blood to surge tumultuously. This was an attempt to obliterate the entire celestial realm. Lin Mo's complexion turned ashen. Surrounding the shopkeeper, countless golden lights coalesced into a colossal totem, intricately depicting celestial birds, wondrous trees, and divine beasts. The core totem sustaining the current space, the shimmy diagram. We shall meet again on another day. I will destroy this totem to prevent any intruders from taking advantage of the situation, the shopkeeper stated calmly, then pressed his hand upon the totem. With a thunderous sound, the totem shattered, and the celestial realm disintegrated as well. Lin Mo gazed with a complex expression at the vanishing celestial realm. The shopkeeper's prowess left a deep impression on him. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately refrained from saying anything further and turned to leave. He temporarily stored the 2 individuals behind him in his mystical space, preparing to address them at a more opportune moment. This experience made Lin Mo acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation and limited knowledge. He must strive harder to establish himself in this realm of gods and demons. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He harnessed his magical power and soared into the void once more, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainties and challenges. A young man, possessing a delicate appearance, gradually opened his eyes, only to be beset by a splitting headache and weakness in his limbs. Struggling to prop himself up, he discovered that he was lying in a desolate valley. Not far off, a heavily armored man and Lin Mo lay on the ground, evidently still unconscious. The effeminate youth endeavored to recall the events that had transpired earlier. They had originally been exploring an ancient tomb when they encountered a self-proclaimed expert named the Fish Thief. This individual led them into the deep mountains, claiming to have made a significant discovery. He had even produced a shimmering blue crystal known as the lightning pearl, asserting that it would assist them in unlocking the mechanism. However, just as the old thief was about to extract the crystal, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the thunder-attracting pearl with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst the tremendous roar of thunder, the 3 were hurled away by the force of the lightning and subsequently lost consciousness. The effeminate youth then realized, with dawning clarity, that the so-called old thief had deliberately lured them into a trap. The thunder-attracting pearl evidently possessed the ability to summon heavenly lightning, and he had cunningly set a snare utilizing this power. How insidious and treacherous! Lin Mo, wake up! The effeminate youth struggled to crawl over, shaking the other 2. Lin Mo quickly regained consciousness, and the burly man also opened his eyes. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the terror and astonishment mirrored in the other's faces. That old thief. The youth whispered in a curse, recalling the earlier events and realizing that he and his companions had indeed fallen into an ambush, suffering severe repercussions. We have fallen for his scheme. Quickly check for injuries, the effeminate youth urged. The burly man moved his limbs, stating, "My armor absorbed most of the impact. I merely feel a bit dizzy." Lin Mo remained silent, bowing his head to assess his wounds. The force of the heavenly lightning had struck him directly, externally. There appeared to be little damage, but the condition of his internal organs remained uncertain. "We were indeed too careless," the effeminate youth lamented. "That old thief clearly harbored ill intentions, yet we easily believed his deceitful words." "No, it was not merely carelessness," Lin Mo interjected suddenly. "I sense that the old thief is no ordinary person. He deliberately led us to this location and then ambushed us utilizing the power of the thunder-attracting pearl. Could it be that this was premeditated?" The effeminate youth inquired, astonished. "Precisely," Lin Mo confirmed. "I too sensed something amiss in the air upon the appearance of the thunder-attracting pearl, but it was too late." The three exchanged glances, each perceiving the uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo suddenly asked the burly man, "Did you check the spot where the thunder-attracting pearl fell? What became of the old thief?" The burly man, responding to the inquiry, promptly moved to the opposite end of the valley. Amidst the charred vegetation, a palm-sized azure crystal lay there unscathed, emanating a brilliant glow. "The thunder-attracting pearl is right here, but the old thief has vanished," the burly man declared, raising his voice. Lin Mo struck the ground with a powerful fist, exclaiming, "I knew that old thief had been plotting for a long time, first drawing us into his scheme, then stealthily ambushing us. After securing the thunder-attracting pearl, he slipped away unnoticed. Yet we were all unconscious. Why did he not seize the opportunity to strike?" The effeminate youth queried in confusion. "That is what I am pondering as well." Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Perhaps he feared that we had companions nearby, making it inconvenient for him to act. "I do not think so," the burly man interjected. "If he truly had such intentions, he could have easily eliminated us while we were defenseless. Yet he chose to leave us here. Are you suggesting that he harbored ulterior motives?" Lin Mo's brow twitched. "Indeed," the burly man affirmed with a nod. "I suspect he dared not truly put us to death, fearing the repercussions from the forces behind us, which would be detrimental to him. Therefore, he opted to leave us behind and escape from a distance once we regained consciousness." Lin Mo and the effeminate youth exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the sudden realization dawning in each other's eyes. "With that in mind, we must quickly pursue that slippery thief," the youth urged anxiously. "Before he flees too far, we must confront him." The three of them ventured into the valley, meticulously searching for the whereabouts of the thunder pearl. However, all that surrounded them were charred trees and burnt grass. There was no sign of the thief. "How strange. The rogue clearly fell into our ambush, yet he managed to escape unscathed," the youth pondered, filled with doubt. "I doubt he has gone far," Lin Mo stated solemnly. "Having acquired the thunder pearl, he must be brimming with delight. Such a greedy individual will surely seek another opportunity to extract more from us." "Huh. I had the same thought," the burly man exclaimed, realizing that the thief must intend to rob us again while we are still vulnerable from our injuries. "He is counting on profiting from us once more. We cannot allow the rogue to escape so easily," the youth declared decisively, his anger burning within him. After deliberation, they resolved to track the thief's trail and unveil his true identity. "Regardless, we must depart from this place swiftly," Lin Mo frowned, "to prevent the rogue from concocting any further schemes." Just as they were preparing to leave, Lin Mo coughed lightly. At that moment, he had donned a cream-colored robe, his demeanor tranquil. "Lin Mo, what troubles you?" the youth inquired, astonished. "I have considered it thoroughly, yet I prefer not to become embroiled in this conflict." Lin Mo replied calmly, "Unlike you, I harbor no long-standing grievances and see no need to stoop to the level of the thief. I have come solely to clarify my stance today. Yet the rogue has deceived us. Shall we simply allow him to escape?" The burly man pressed urgently. The youth turned to him, attempting to persuade him to join in the pursuit. "Lin Mo, we need your strength," he implored. Lin Mo shook his head. A trace of resignation etched upon his smile. "I have my own matters to attend to. This time, I shall leave it to you." His gaze was deep, as if concealing an ineffable secret. The others could only silently accept his decision. "Whether he deceives or schemes against me, it is all part of my own destiny." Lin Mo mused with a slight smile. "I have no desire to contend with him, If you wish to pursue, so be it. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Lin Mo turned and departed, swiftly disappearing at the end of the mountain path. The youth hesitated, confusion etched on his face. The burly man regarded the direction in which Lin Mo had left and whispered, "It seems he is resolute in not joining us. For now, we are powerless to compel him, so we shall let him be." After Lin Mo's departure, the burly man and the youth exchanged glances, each perceiving determination in the other's eyes. "Lin Mo may not accompany us, but we must seek justice for ourselves." The youth clenched his fists. "Even if the thief is formidable, the two of us together will suffice to confront him." "Indeed," the burly man nodded emphatically. "My purpose in entering this world is to seek vengeance against that rogue. He has inflicted deep wounds upon me, and I shall not rest until I have settled the score." "Excellent. It appears our objectives align." The youth's eyes sparkled with resolve. "This matter is of great significance. We must dedicate ourselves entirely to it. I have set up a barrier in this vicinity. The journey ahead is long, and we must be thoroughly prepared." The burly man asserted earnestly. The two ultimately decided that once their injuries had sufficiently healed, they would set off together. They were acutely aware of the cunning and elusive nature of the fish thief, and this time they needed to be thoroughly prepared to apprehend him decisively. The androgynous youth silently vowed, "This fish thief shall not escape this time. I am resolute in bringing you to justice." As time swiftly passed, 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Mo devoted himself to tranquil cultivation within the esteemed hotel. He was perpetually engaged in the study and comprehension of the extraordinary art known as the sky rock transformation. This technique, a harmonious fusion of the forces of nature, wielded immense power, and Lin Mo had long aspired to master it to perfection. By day, Lin Mo stood at the center of the training ground, channeling his internal energy. His hands a blur of motion, his footwork elusive and unpredictable, practicing the rock strike technique intrinsic to the sky rock transformation. By night, he would sit cross-legged, delving into the profound righteousness embedded within this mystical art, attuning himself to the rhythms of nature. He often remained motionless, his gaze intense, until dawn broke. Day after day, Lin Mo's proficiency in the sky rock transformation grew increasingly refined. However, to wield this secret technique flawlessly still required a lengthy process of cultivation. Therefore, Lin Mo resolved to fully master this formidable skill for future combat. One day, while he was in the midst of his practice, a flash of white light darted past the window, and a figure gracefully appeared before him. It was Bai, clad in a light blue dress, her expression grave. "Lin Mo, I have come at the behest of the Grand Elder," she stated directly. "We must set off immediately for Fengxi Mountain. It concerns the survival of the Sky Rock clan." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank. He swiftly packed his belongings and followed Bai out of the hotel, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. The two traveled in silence, Lin Mo's mind racing as he vaguely sensed the unprecedented severity of the situation facing the Sky Rock clan. Otherwise, Bai would not have personally come to summon him. It seemed that he must exert every effort to turn the tide. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at a secluded mountain paradise. Nestled among the encircling peaks, a magnificent palace came into view. It was the ancestral land of the Sky Rock clan, Fengxi Mountain. Upon entering the main hall of the palace, Lin Mo immediately spotted Jin Yu, the venerable elder with the red beard, and other clan elders gathered in attendance. There was also a man clad in black robes and a woman strikingly reminiscent of a silver fur. "Lin Mo, you have finally arrived," the man in black spoke, his voice commanding. "I hereby announce that in response to the invasion of the southern barbarian tribes, the Sky Rock clan is initiating the Holy Sun Rescue Program." Lin Mo's heart trembled, sensing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, everyone in the clan turned their silent gazes upon him, causing Lin Mo to clench his fists instinctively. The silver fur-like woman approached him steadily, her expression serious as she spoke. "Lin Mo, I am Jiao, the mentor responsible for training the Holy Sun. Our clan is currently facing the threat of invasion from the southern barbarians, and our survival hangs in the balance. To ensure the Holy Sun's successful passage through the trials, I have specifically requested your presence as the third candidate to assist them in overcoming this life and death challenge." With that, Jiao shifted her gaze to Bai and another petite woman with short silver hair standing behind her. Lin Mo stood amidst the assembly in the grand hall, observing the gathered individuals. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, adorned in resplendent robes, her deep-set eyes locking onto Lin Mo's with unwavering intensity. Lin Mo, you are the hope of our Tianpeng clan and the temporary third holy son personally appointed by the Grand Elder. The woman's voice rang clear, tinged with authority. The trial pertains to the survival of our clan, and your participation is of utmost importance to us. The two holy sons of the Tianpeng clan, Bai Bai and Qing Lin, stood before him. You must collaborate during the trial to navigate the perils ahead. Do you understand? Lin Mo contemplated for a moment, gazing at Bai Bai and Qing Lin, who both returned his look. He suddenly sensed a spark of excitement in Bai Bai's eyes, while a hint of wariness flickered in Qing Lin's. 3 candidates for the Holy Son, 1 temporary outsider. This trial would indeed prove intriguing, murmured a man in a black robe. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo clenched his fists resolutely. He was determined to integrate himself into the Holy Son's ranks, to alleviate the looming crisis, and to ensure the Tianpeng clan emerged unscathed from this life-and-death trial. In the silence that followed, Bai Bai's eyes glimmered with approval, while Jin Yu smiled slightly, seemingly hopeful for Lin Mo's inclusion. The elder with the red beard and the beautiful matron also nodded silently in agreement. The specifics of the trial will be detailed in the oath unveiled within the secret chamber, the woman continued. Lin Mo, you will become one of our kin. Facing this test together, please cherish this trust. Lin Mo inclined his head slightly, expressing his gratitude and determination, though a veil of uncertainty shrouded his mind regarding the trial's particulars and the oath with the Tianpeng clan. Afterward, the woman signaled for everyone to disperse and prepare. Lin Mo silently pondered, realizing he was about to embark on an adventure fraught with the unknown. Chapter 467. This mysterious trial would undoubtedly serve as a formidable test on his path of cultivation. As the grand hall gradually emptied, only Lin Mo and the woman remained. She gazed at him and smiled. Lin Mo, you will face a complex and perilous trial, but I believe you possess the strength and courage required. Go forth. We await your performance. Lin Mo accompanied Jin Yu and the other elders into a solemn secret chamber, where an ancient wooden box lay quietly upon a stone pedestal. The young woman regarded them with seriousness, holding a delicate wooden box. This is a crucial inheritance of our Tianpeng clan and must not be revealed lightly. She then handed the box to Lin Mo, instructing him to keep its contents a secret, no matter what transpired. Gently, the girl opened the lid, revealing a pale red sheepskin scroll and several emerald green leaves. With a wave of Jin Yu's power, the leaves in the wooden box were gracefully moved aside, unveiling a crimson wooden box beneath. Lin Mo felt a stirring within, realizing this was the long-cherished Tianpeng oath. The girl reminded him to maintain confidentiality before designating Lin Mo as a cultivated member of their clan. As Lin Mo accepted the box, he focused his energy, allowing the crimson box to float effortlessly. This is the most sacred treasure of the Tianpeng clan, recording the blood oath of our kin, the Tianpeng oath. The girl proclaimed solemnly, whenever aberrations arise within the clan and a new leader must be chosen, this scroll will be opened, and through bloodline verification, the most suitable candidate will be selected. Lin Mo fixated on the scroll, feeling an inexplicable force tugging at his very soul. Come forth, retrieve the scroll, the girl commanded. Jin Yu stepped forward immediately, conjuring a flame that reduced the leaves to mere ashes. The wooden box gradually succumbed to the fire, leaving only a faintly crimson scroll lying quietly amidst the remnants. The oath of the Tianpeng requires us elders to offer our blood as a conduit. And you must partake as well, the girl stated solemnly. Allow me to demonstrate first. With a flourish of her hands, several beams of bloodlight shot towards the scroll, and bloodstains instantly appeared upon its surface. The other 2 elders joined in, while the girl gestured for Lin Mo and the others to contribute their blood as well. As she cast her spell, black feathers and plumes soared towards the scroll. Jin Yu and the other elders followed suit, and the scroll slowly unfurled, radiating a dazzling golden light. Lin Mo focused intently, and he was struck by the sight of the words Oath of the Tianpeng boldly inscribed atop the scroll, beneath which lay a multitude of names. He was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated that this small clan possessed such a profound history. The man in the black robe wore a serious expression as he, along with the other 2 elders, participated in the unsealing. The scroll gradually revealed its contents and the multitude of names inscribed therein. Lin Mo felt a surge of emotion. He understood that this was an honor, but it also signaled the onset of a formidable task. Guided by the bloodlines of those present, the scroll continued to unfurl, revealing the names of generations of Tianpeng clan members, including legendary figures whose might was awe-inspiring. As the scroll unfolded, the girl scanned the names of her ancestors before finally resting her gaze on a blank space. Jin Yu solemnly declared, Lin Mo, you have passed various trials and proven yourself worthy of joining the Tianpeng clan. Now, for the final step, you must inscribe your true name upon this scroll, pledging your loyalty to our clan for eternity. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, realizing that this meant he would be bound by an unbreakable blood oath with the Tianpeng clan. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that his purpose here was to seek clues and unravel the mystery of his origins, and this seemed to be the only path forward. Rest assured, clan leader, I shall never betray the oath of the Tianpeng. Taking a deep breath, he pricked his left index finger, allowing a stream of faint golden blood to accumulate. He gently touched the scroll, elegantly inscribing his true name upon it. In an instant, the oath of the Tianpeng erupted in resplendent golden light, and waves of blood-colored divine might surged forth from the scroll. Time seemed to freeze as he felt an intangible connection, a sensation of being scrutinized by an unseen presence. Lin Mo sensed a gaze sweeping across his spirit, profound and filled with authority, sending a shiver down his spine. Soon, that gaze vanished, and the scroll swiftly closed, retreating into a concealed compartment beneath the Tianpeng totem. Jin Yu took the scroll, her eyes deep with meaning. Lin Mo, your choice signifies that you are now a part of the Tianpeng clan. But remember, oaths are sacred and must never be broken. The man in the black robe was the first to exclaim in astonishment, while the girl and the other two shared expressions of disbelief. To think that your bloodline could resonate so strongly with the oath of the Tianpeng, she said, regaining her composure. Now that you have sworn the oath, you shall forever be a member of the Tianpeng clan, and you must never go back on your word. Indeed, Lin Mo replied, nodding solemnly. He realized that, at this moment, his destiny was irrevocably intertwined with that of this ancient bloodline. Following the conclusion of the Tianpeng oath ceremony, the young maiden and the assembled elders ushered Lin Mo into a secluded chamber where they meticulously elaborated on the impending trials of the abyss. Elder Su, his hair as white as snow, spoke slowly. Young man, you have now joined the Tianpeng clan, and it is time for you to partake in our clan's trials. You shall embark on the abyss trial alongside others. Lin Mo listened with utmost respect as Elder Su continued. The abyss is an ancient realm, only opening its gates every 300 years. Young warriors from various clans converge there to engage in fierce battles, honing their strength through adversity. It is a perilous endeavor. Be cautious, for it is said that each trial claims lives. Elder Su's voice was solemn as he added, however, fear not. With your abilities, you should fare well. The most exceptional youths of our clan will accompany you. Every 300 years, our clan holds the Abyss trial to select the 2 strongest sons to inherit the chieftaincy. Elder Su spoke, his tone grave. When the time comes, you shall face myriad challenges from the depths of the Abyss. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lin Mo inquired. What kind of challenges? Elder Su shook his head. You shall discover this in due time. I can only caution you to remain vigilant. Complacency could yield dire consequences. Lin Mo's expression turned serious, sensing that this trial would undoubtedly be extraordinarily arduous. Days later, Lin Mo arrived at a nearby towering mountain, the gateway to the Abyss trials. There, a young man clad in eagle armor awaited him. Please follow me, esteemed sons. I have been commanded to escort you into the Abyss for your trials. Lin Mo smiled gently, feeling reassured by the young man's enthusiasm. Let us set forth. After an extended flight, they arrived at a vast and boundless canyon, its towering cliffs reaching for the sky, resonating with ominous roars that instilled fear. This is the site of the first confrontation of the Abyss trials. The grand plaza atop the giant peak, the white-clad youth explained. The 2 sons must defeat their opponents here to qualify for the next stage. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal monstrous bird soared from the opposing cliff, its eyes a deep crimson, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen. It emitted a piercing cry that sent shivers down the spines of Lin Mo and his companions. Come forth, my adversary, Lin Mo declared, his eyes ablaze with the radiant golden light of the Tianpeng. In the next moment, he soared into the air, invoking the Tianpeng transformation of the awakening strike, transforming into a magnificent celestial crane to confront his foe. A thunderous clash resounded as the two titanic beings collided mid-air, marking the commencement of an intense battle. Lin Mo's myriad of unpredictable techniques clashed with the monster's assaults, erupting into dazzling bursts of fire. The air was thick with heat and tension, instilling a sense of dread. What conclusion would this grueling contest reach? All present held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Yet, no matter the ferocity of Lin Mo's strikes, he found himself unable to vanquish the monstrous bird, which retaliated with such force that he struggled to maintain his footing. What is happening? Has it mastered some new technique? Lin Mo's heart raced with unease. At that moment, the monstrous bird transformed, morphing into a young man clad in a dark robe. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, bowing deeply to Lin Mo in a show of deference. Lin Mo was taken aback, hastily reverting from his crane form to his human guise. It seemed he was being given a warning. Shaking his head gently, he realized the intent of his opponent. The young man smiled slightly and began to speak. To be candid, I have recently grasped a new mystical transformation known as the Yellow Bell. Allow me to demonstrate. Before his words could fully settle, his form twisted once again, transforming into a colossal legendary artifact, the Yellow Bell, reputed to withstand any magical treasure. A resonant, deep chime emanated from the bell, piercing Lin Mo's consciousness. This sound could shatter myriad laws, and the young man cautioned, "Please be wary." Lin Mo's expression shifted as he forcefully activated his protective energy, barely managing to withstand the sonic assault. Yet, he understood that should he engage in a fierce battle with this individual, he would likely succumb to defeat. The echoes of the bell's toll lingered in the square. The monstrous bird having taken the form of the Yellow Bell, its sonorous peal resonating like celestial music throughout the summit, mesmerizing all who heard it. Amidst the reverberations, the crane sensed an unusual disturbance, its form staggering before collapsing onto the square. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the monstrous bird. The newly cultivated mystical power not only influenced the crane, but also cast a somber atmosphere over the square. As the bell's sound echoed, the bystanders felt an intangible force pressing upon their spirits, causing their mystical abilities to sluggishly wane. The monstrous bird reverted to the dark-robed young man, who smiled, conveying his intent of concession. This scene left the trial participants in the square astonished and perplexed. Lin Mo comprehended that the Yellow Bell's mystical power was not merely an offensive tactic, but also a form of psychological interference. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing upon the Yellow Bell. A dignified middle-aged man appeared in the air, announcing that the selection ceremony for the new Saint of the Abyss had officially concluded. Lin Mo and his companions were taken aback. The outcome of the trial had been determined just like that. Lin Mo, along with the Tianpeng clan and others, including Jin Yu and the elder from the Zhu clan, arrived at the lofty Yuhuang Peak. There, they encountered representatives from various clans, including the co-elder of the Fei Ling clan. The air above the peak was filled with various flying beasts, creating a tense yet mysterious atmosphere. Standing atop the majestic Yuhuang Peak, Lin Mo gazed into the distance, where mountains appeared to shimmer in and out of view, as if stepping into another realm. Jin Yu followed closely behind, a faint smile gracing her features, while the elder from the Zhu clan surveyed the surroundings with a profound expression. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow streaked across the sky, and a gigantic Xian eagle soared towards them, quickening their hearts. This was the messenger of the Fei Ling clan, bearing the orders of the co-elder. Lin Mo sensed a mysterious energy flowing above the peak, as if concealing some unspeakable secret. The co-elder made her appearance, leading a group of 10 individuals to guide the representatives of each clan into Yuhuang Peak. Among them, an elderly woman took the lead, warmly welcoming everyone and mentioning that the clans from the far north, such as the Ghost Face and Poison Dove clans, had yet to arrive due to pressing matters and would need to wait for the abyss to open before they could join. With kind eyes and a gentle smile, the elderly woman addressed the assembly, saying, "Esteemed elders and clan leaders, welcome to Yuhuang Peak. Here, we shall collectively embrace a significant moment." Upon hearing this, a wave of curiosity stirred within the hearts of all present. The elder, guiding the assembly, led them across the arching bridge at the foot of the majestic Jade Emperor Peak, stepping into a realm of enigmatic, colorful clouds. These clouds, surprisingly tangible, were soft and resilient, causing all to feel as though they floated upon the very air itself. Lin Mo and his companions followed the elder to a grand rainbow archway, stretching for miles, its surface radiating vibrant hues that dazzled the eyes. As Lin Mo stepped onto the bridge, he perceived its surface to be soft and elastic, each stride akin to treading upon a thick cushion, immensely comfortable. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo approached the edge of the bridge and gazed downward, only to find a hazy obscurity beneath, rendering the depths indistinct. Just as he was about to employ his mental prowess to probe further, a brilliant quintet of colors suddenly enveloped him. Before he could react, he felt the world spin around him. When he regained his composure, he discovered he had been instantaneously transported to the opposite end of the bridge. The bridge was indeed capable of such wondrous teleportation. Lin Mo's heart swelled with astonishment. Ahead, representatives of the flying spirit tribe were stepping into a veil of white mist, as if entering an alternate realm. Truly, this bridge was extraordinary, Lin Mo mused inwardly. As he stood in contemplative awe, the voices of the flying spirit representatives beckoned him forth. He quickly rejoined the main group and approached a magnificent cluster of edifices. At the other end of the rainbow arch, Lin Mo found himself enveloped in a mysterious space, surrounded by swirling white mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Gazing back at the distant rainbow bridge, a sense of wonderment surged within him. What force had so abruptly transported him here? This bridge was indeed remarkable. Lin Mo murmured softly to himself. He took a step forward, entering the ethereal mist. The mist flowed gently beside him, as if guiding him with an unseen hand toward the unknown. There, two distinguished figures awaited him, a middle-aged man with graying hair and an elderly gentleman adorned with intricate tattoos. They welcomed Lin Mo and his companions with warm smiles, ushering them into the interior of the grand structure. Chapter 468. Lin Mo's heart brimmed with boundless intrigue and anticipation as he beheld the distant palace, shrouded in mist and illuminated by verdant light. Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the air, accompanied by the gentle strumming of a guqin. Lin Mo looked up to see a fairy, draped in emerald robes, gracefully approaching, her hands skillfully playing the jade instrument. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if she understood the questions swirling in Lin Mo's mind. This is the guardian fairy of our rainbow bridge, the representatives of the flying spirit tribe introduced. The fairy smiled, the sound of the guqin gradually fading, yet the enchanting melody lingered in Lin Mo's heart. Dear visitor, you harbor uncertainties. Come and experience the wonders of this mystical land with me. Her voice, like a gentle breeze, seemed to dissolve Lin Mo's doubts, compelling him to follow her into the white mist. As they traversed the mist, the group arrived before the main hall of the Jade Emperor Peak. The tattooed elder and the middle-aged man led everyone into the grandiose chamber. The opulent decorations within, reminiscent of a fairyland, left the assembly in awe. Welcome, esteemed guests. This is the abode of our flying spirit tribe, the tattooed elder graciously stated. Please, follow me inside for a discussion. The middle-aged man also warmly invited Lin Mo and the others. This is the main hall of the Jade Emperor's giant peak, a sacred place for the exchange among our various clans, the tattooed elder explained. As the crowd traversed the hall, they were enveloped by an ancient and mystical aura. Lin Mo observed the elder of the Zhu clan leading the way into the grand hall, followed closely by Jin Yu and the young maiden. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed that the previously confrontational woman from the Chiron clan seemed to have softened her demeanor and joined the throng. Lin Mo speculated that a tacit understanding had been reached between the two factions. Yet, what secrets lay hidden behind all this? What games of strategy would unfold among the clans? A middle-aged man guided Lin Mo and the others deeper into the mist. Lin Mo gazed up at the towering grand hall, the surrounding white mist thickening around them. He inhaled deeply and quickened his pace to catch up with the group ahead. His attention was drawn towards a magnificent emerald hall at the center. Above it, a swirling mass of white mist radiated a faint, enigmatic glow. Within that ethereal haze, a certain indescribable energy appeared to be flowing. This is the vision of the giant peak, the middle-aged man explained, pointing to the white mist enveloping the hall. Here, we shall collectively confront a momentous ceremony. The crowd's hearts stirred with excitement. The allure of the giant peak's mystery was irresistible. Lin Mo was filled with curiosity about the white mist and the emerald hall, as if they concealed the key to his journey. Just as everyone was entranced by the enigmatic atmosphere, the tattooed elder's expression suddenly shifted, as if he sensed something amiss. He gazed at the white mist above the hall, his brow furrowed, but quickly resumed a placid smile. This subtle change stirred a sense of unease among the crowd, as if the secrets hidden within the vision of the giant peak were on the verge of revelation. Following the young maiden's lead, they stepped into the mist. The mist was gentle and soothing, akin to entering a dream. The maiden turned gracefully, smiling at the gathering. "Welcome to the inner hall of the Jade Emperor's giant peak. A special reception awaits you." The group followed her through the white mist, arriving in a spacious hall. The interior was resplendent and mysterious, ancient runes flickering on the walls, exuding an intoxicating glow. The tattooed elder and the middle-aged man awaited their arrival within the inner hall. "Welcome, esteemed guests, I am the co-elder." The middle-aged man greeted them with a warm smile. The tattooed elder added, "Here, we shall deliberate on the matters ahead." The elder of the Chi-Rong clan stepped forward first, expressing a willingness to collaborate with the Tianpeng clan. Jin Yu and others also conveyed their desire for cooperation. Within the mysterious inner hall of the giant peak, discussions commenced about future collaborations and the challenges they would face together. "Though our numbers are few, each of our members is an elite choice," the elder of the Zhu clan asserted firmly. "As the abyss opens, we must unite to confront external uncertainties." The co-elder nodded in understanding, and they began to discuss in detail the strengths and weaknesses of each clan, as well as how to collaborate more effectively. During the discourse, the existing tensions and barriers seemed to ease significantly within the enigmatic giant peak, fostering a harmonious and cooperative atmosphere. Just as they delved deeper into their discussions, a sudden ethereal chime resonated, akin to a heavenly melody. The assembly paused their conversations, turning to see the source of the sound. An elderly man with flowing white hair entered the grand hall, holding an ancient jade bell. The moment of the great summit was about to commence. His voice resonated throughout the hall, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. The elder council members exchanged glances with the tattooed elder, subtly nodding as if they had anticipated this moment's arrival. Accompanied by the chime of the bell, the assembly was ushered into an unprecedented mystical experience. This was the Great Summit, a significant ritual that would irrevocably alter their fates. Atop the Jade Emperor Peak, a fine mist began to swirl in the sky, and 7 holy sons of the Crimson Fusion tribe were slowly descending. Their expressions were austere, radiating a faint crimson glow that instilled fear. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, keenly noticing a brooding young man among them. A cold smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with a cryptic depth, evoking an exceptionally perilous sensation in Lin Mo. This man, known as Zhu Yinzi, was the direct disciple of the elder Zhu Xian from the Crimson Fusion tribe, reputed to have ventured into the abyss 7 times to vanquish monstrous beings, possessing unfathomable prowess. A young woman clad in white from the Five Light tribe quietly cautioned Lin Mo. He understood immediately, sensing that in this trial of the abyss, the greatest threat from the Crimson Fusion tribe resided in that individual. After a brief standoff in the air between the two factions, the white-clad maiden broke the silence to announce the allocation of the pavilions. Lin Mo glanced at Bai Bai and Lei Lan beside him. The 3 of them tacitly chose the central high pavilion. At that moment, Zhu Yinzi's dark eyes unexpectedly flicked towards Lin Mo, sending a chill down his spine and triggering alarm bells in his mind. He sensed that this trial of the abyss would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. Once settled in the pavilion, Lin Mo felt a surge of unease. He sensed Zhu Yinzi's wariness towards him, but could not discern the reason behind it. Just then, a woman from the Five Light tribe approached Lin Mo's door, speaking in hushed tones. "I heard you have been watching Zhu Yinzi closely. You must be cautious. He is not someone to be trifled with." Surprised by her warning, Lin Mo inquired further. The woman lowered her voice, revealing, "I once overheard the clan leader mention that Zhu Yinzi has had a profound understanding of cultivation since childhood, yet his nature is exceedingly cruel. He has brutally killed 2 fellow disciples during clan trials. Last year, to obtain the Blood Jade Pearl, he single-handedly ventured into the abyss, a realm rife with demons, and slaughtered for 7 days and nights before claiming the pearl. Thus, he is known as the Bloodied Hand Zhu Yinzi." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression hardened. He recalled the glance Zhu Yinzi had cast his way, sensing that the latter had already considered him a formidable adversary. This individual was brutal and cunning. He must remain vigilant. Lin Mo resolved to closely observe Zhu Yinzi's every move during this trial of the abyss, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. As Lin Mo opened his eyes from meditation, he felt invigorated, his inner strength profound. Months of relentless travel had left him weary, and it was time to rest. Rising, he turned to see by sitting cross-legged, deeply immersed in her meditation, completely unaware of her surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest. He turned to scan the area, realizing that Lei Lan had vanished without a trace. That girl, where could she have gone? Lin Mo thought, shaking his head. He understood Lei Lan's vivacious nature, and, given their arrival at the enigmatic abyss, she was likely unable to resist the temptation to explore her surroundings. Lin Mo pushed open the door and stepped into the long corridor. The lofty pavilion was shrouded in a veil of white mist. Squinting his eyes, he faintly discerned a figure gliding through the depths of the fog. Lei Lan, he called out, but his voice echoed into silence. The figure vanished into the dense haze. Frowning, Lin Mo sensed an undercurrent of unease. The abyssal trial had just commenced, and it was a time of tumultuous currents among the clans. Thus, it was prudent to find Lei Lan swiftly. He hastily departed the pavilion, his apprehensions deepening. Searching the summit of Yuhuang, he sought Lei Lan's silhouette, but found no trace. The ethereal jade mist enveloped the peak, adding an air of mystery. Suddenly, amidst the stillness, he heard a faint melody of a guqin, reminiscent of Lei Lan's strains. Following the sound, Lin Mo crossed an arch bridge and arrived at the edge of the towering peak. In a secluded pavilion, Lei Lan leaned against the railing, her fingers gently plucking the strings of an ancient instrument. Her gaze was distant, as if she had transcended into another realm. As Lin Mo approached, the music gradually ceased, and Lei Lan turned, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lei Lan, what brings you here? Lin Mo inquired with concern. Lei Lan sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. I have gleaned some insights from the music, as if a force is guiding me. Perhaps it is connected to the abyssal trial. Lin Mo felt a flicker of reassurance, but remained wary. We must tread carefully, especially regarding Zhuinzi. He seems to have taken an interest in me, and I have heard he has ventured into the abyss 7 times, displaying formidable strength. Lei Lan nodded. I understand. We must not be complacent. However, I believe we can navigate this trial successfully. Resolving to leave Lei Lan's pavilion and return to the loft to meet Bai, Lin Mo approached the edge of the loft when laughter suddenly erupted from within. A young man clad in a crimson robe emerged from the mist. It was Qi Tian, the holy son of the Qi Rong clan. My friend, I too am seeking a breath of fresh air, Qi Tian said, landing beside Lin Mo with a jovial demeanor. Might you allow me to accompany you? Lin Mo replied coolly, Thank you for your kindness, but I must seek someone and cannot oblige. Qi Tian raised an eyebrow, his words laced with meaning. Oh, you seek that beautiful maiden. She recently accompanied one of our clan's saintesses to the arena. Perhaps you might find her there. A flicker of suspicion crossed Lin Mo's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave, sensing that something was amiss and deciding to investigate further. Qi Tian watched him depart, a slow, sinister smile creeping across his lips. Entering the loft with a cold demeanor, Qi Tian approached Zhuinzi, who stood by the window, and reported, Holy Son, I encountered Lin Mo. He seems to be searching for the beauty of the Tianpeng clan. I mentioned her companionship with our clan's Princess Hong Sha at the arena, and he appeared quite troubled, turning to leave. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhu Yinzi's eyes. It seems my previous conjectures were correct. Lin Mo is undoubtedly connected to the Tianpeng clan. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how could he be so concerned about a mere woman? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand, tracing a series of figures in the air, whereupon a deep crimson symbol materialized at his fingertips. You shall return and keep watch over the Tianpeng clan members. I will head to the arena to observe Lin Mo's true capabilities. Qi Tian nodded in understanding and quietly withdrew. Zhu Yinzi's eyes narrowed, and her expression grew increasingly somber and cold. After the encounter, Lin Mo's anxiety deepened. He sensed Zhu Yinzi's covetous gaze, and the disappearance of Lei Lan, coupled with Hong Sha's behavior, led him to question the safety of the Tianpeng clan. Lin Mo wandered alone along the path of the Jade Emperor's peak, lost in contemplation. As he distanced himself from Qi Tian, his footsteps involuntarily slowed. A deep frown creased his brow, his heart a tumult of emotions. Qi Tian's remark about Lei Lan accompanying the Princess Hong Sha of the Kairu clan struck him as peculiar. Could it be true, as Zhu Yinzi suggested, that the Kairu clan was plotting some inscrutable scheme? Such thoughts rendered his identity on this journey even more sensitive. As an inner disciple of the esteemed Elder Jin Yu of the Tianpeng clan, there seemed to be an expectation for him to achieve notable success in the upcoming Dian trial. If he were to be recognized by Zhu Yinzi and her associates, he feared he would be beset by an ambush. Lin Mo's demeanor hardened as he resolved that his role was that of the team's pillar of strength. The fate of the Tianpeng clan's victory rested upon his shoulders. With the Kairu clan advancing aggressively, he knew he must proceed with caution, ever vigilant, and never underestimate the danger. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out, breaking his reverie. He looked up to see a woman, exuding an ethereal aura, approaching him with a jade guqin in hand and a gentle smile. "You are Lin Mo of the Tianpeng clan, are you not?" she inquired softly. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "I am the celestial maiden Qingyin, here to converse with you. I have heard of your concerns regarding the Dian trial. Do you require assistance?" A glimmer of concern sparkled in the celestial maiden's eyes. Lin Mo felt a stirring within. He realized how significant it was to receive the attention of a celestial being in this unfamiliar environment. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you, celestial maiden Qingyin. I do have some worries, and I would be honored to receive your guidance." The celestial maiden gracefully plucked the strings of her guqin, and a melodious tune reverberated through the air. "Come, let us find a quiet place to converse. Perhaps I can offer you some valuable insights," she suggested with a smile. Meanwhile, Lei Lan stood confidently in the center of the competition arena, having just accepted a challenge from a girl who claimed to be Hong Sha, dressed in crimson. The girl possessed striking features and was surrounded by an aura of fiery energy. "Let me see what your strength is, Lei Lan," Hong Sha said, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she waved her hands dramatically. In an instant, a torrent of flames shot forth from her fingertips, transforming midair into a ferocious fire dragon that lunged at Lei Lan. A flicker of disdain crossed Lei Lan's eyes. With a swift motion, she unleashed bolts of electricity from her fingertips, which arced through the sky like a swarm of silver serpents, colliding with the fire dragon. The two formidable forces clashed, producing a thunderous roar. The flames were reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of lightning, while the electrical currents were fragmented by the inferno. Lei Lan and Hong Sha resembled two enraged beasts, conjuring immense energy storms within the arena. "Very well, your strength is commendable," Hong Sha remarked with a hint of approval in her gaze. "Now, allow me to witness your limits." Raising her arm, she swept it forcefully, causing a shower of fiery sparks to erupt like red lotuses, weaving a sea of flames that surged towards Lei Lan. The sea of flames appeared as a living entity, continuously shifting its form, with indistinct shapes of fire serpents, firebirds, and firewolves emerging, poised to engulf Lei Lan entirely. A chilling light flashed across Lei Lan's face. With a swift motion of her palms, arcs of electricity erupted around her like silver serpents, swirling and coiling in a mesmerizing dance. Then, with a forceful thrust of her hands, these electric serpents shot forth, transforming into countless silver whips that surged towards the inferno. The clash of lightning and fire ignited a tumultuous spectacle, akin to the roar of thunder. Flames and electric whips entwined in a chaotic yet magnificent display. As the two powers unleashed a violent storm of energy, neither side gaining the upper hand. In the audience, Lin Mo stood with arms crossed, observing this fierce contest with a cold gaze. He was quite satisfied with the prowess of both Lei Lan and Hong Sha. Indeed, it would be difficult to find anyone in the Five Light City who could rival them. The outcome of this battle remained unclear. Yet Lin Mo had already discerned the strengths of both contenders. He felt no urgency to intervene, instead patiently waiting, like a hunter anticipating its prey to wander into the trap. As the battle reached a stalemate, neither Lei Lan nor Hong Sha could secure a swift victory. Lin Mo continued to watch, arms folded, maintaining his detached demeanor. Suddenly, a peculiar transformation occurred around Hong Sha. The flames surrounding her seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging into her palms. Soon, a small, crimson fireball materialized in her grasp. Although diminutive, it radiated an overwhelming pressure. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, sensing that this orb contained an exceptionally potent fire, a tribute divine power, pure fire capable of obliterating all in its path. With a sudden intensity, Hong Sha's eyes widened, and in that instant, the fireball rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal inferno of 3 zhang in size. Within the blazing sphere, one could faintly discern the sinister forms of fire serpents and fire wolves, as if channeling the very essence of an entire domain of fire. The heat became unbearable, palpable even to the audience seated dozens of yards away. Die! Hong Sha cried out in fury, hurling the immense fireball, an embodiment of the entirety of her fiery power, at Lei Lan with lightning speed. Though Lei Lan's expression turned grave, she showed no sign of fear. With a sweeping motion of her arm, a thunderous roar erupted as a lightning pillar, 5 times thicker than the city towers, descended from the heavens. Within the lightning, it appeared as if numerous silver serpents were writhing, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. The pillar of lightning, embodying the wrath of the heavens, struck toward Hong Sha's fireball. The collision of these two formidable divine powers unleashed a deafening roar that nearly deafened the ears of those present. The spacious arena was engulfed in towering flames and swirling bolts of lightning. Fire tongues and electric arcs intertwined in a symphony of chaos, echoing the fury of a cataclysm. In that moment, the very heavens seemed to tremble, and the earth quaked under the force of their clash. Lin Mo remained as composed as ever, unfazed by the spectacular scene before him. He simply observed the intense confrontation, seemingly having already discerned the eventual outcome. Like a sage well-versed in the art of combat, he understood the intricacies of the duel between the two young fighters. The battle between Lei Lan and Hong Sha raged on, while Lin Mo watched with a tranquil demeanor, his mind already formulating a strategy. The audience erupted in cheers for this extraordinary contest, as the atmosphere of the arena reached a crescendo. All eyes focused on the two formidable women. The clash of divine powers between Lei Lan and Hong Sha erupted with a deafening roar. Flames and lightning intertwined, setting the entire arena ablaze with a fiery glow. Amidst the tumult of thunder and fire, Hong Sha suddenly distanced herself from Lei Lan, leaping gracefully into the air. Grasping the flames, she spun rapidly around her axis, the fire surrounding her flickering rhythmically, reminiscent of a heartbeat. The flames soon coalesced, solidifying in her palm to form a colossal fireball, 3 yards in diameter, radiating terrifying heat. Within it, the silhouettes of fire serpents and dragons could be discerned, seemingly intent on devouring their foe. Die! With a fierce sweep of her hand, the immense fireball hurtled through the clouds, nearly engulfing Lei Lan entirely. The spectators held their breath in anticipation of this scalding strike. Lei Lan's expression sharpened, refusing to yield. With a deft motion, she summoned a colossal bolt of lightning, a foot in diameter, crashing down to meet the fireball head-on. The thunderous clash ignited a blinding flash of light, revealing the sinuous form of a silver python amidst the electric brilliance, as if it sought to consume the fireball whole. In the midst of the fiery chaos, Lei Lan's lightning and Hong Sha's fireball continued their fierce collision, resonating with a thunderous cacophony. Electric arcs and fiery tongues vied for supremacy, locked in an unbreakable struggle. Suddenly, a more ferocious assault erupted from Hong Sha's hand. A fire serpent, crimson and fierce-eyed, bore down upon Lei Lan, clutching another rolling fireball in its maw. "Be careful," Lin Mo cautioned softly from the audience. Lei Lan raised her hand to defend, unleashing a more intense surge of lightning. With a resounding boom, a larger, brighter, and more ferocious lightning ball formed in her palm. In an instant, a silver lightning dragon soared from the sphere, its massive form crowned with blood-red eyes. Soaring through the clouds with bared fangs, indeed, the legendary Li Lei True Dragon, imbued with formidable lightning properties. Upon its emergence, the Li Lei True Dragon opened its jaws wide, swallowing the fire serpent and the fireball whole, producing a thunderous explosion that left the audience gasping in awe. Yet, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lei Lan's strength appeared to align with his expectations, powerful, yet not insurmountable. He had devised a strategy but chose to bide his time, intrigued by the unfolding duel, eager to witness any unforeseen developments. The battle between Lei Lan and Hong Sha raged on, their powers of fire and lightning intensifying, the roaring sounds distorting the very air around them. In stark contrast to their fervent struggle, Lin Mo maintained an extraordinary composure, hands clasped behind his back, his face devoid of surprise or anxiety, merely observing the spectacle. He noted a faint thread of black, demonic energy emanating from Hong Sha's flames, subtle enough that, had it not been for his profound mastery, it might have gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, Lei Lan's lightning shimmered with a golden hue, its brilliance surpassing that of ordinary lightning. With a hint of amusement, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, revealing a knowing smile. He had likely deduced the secrets surrounding the two individuals and was well aware of how the ensuing battle would unfold. However, he was in no rush to intervene, for this contest was merely an opportunity for observation and personal growth. Thus, amidst the clash of thunder and fire, the confrontation of golden light and dark mist continued, while Lin Mo remained calmly stationed, an observer of the spectacle. The arena was illuminated by the roaring flames and thunder, casting a brilliant glow. Lin Mo stood to the side, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, a girl clad in white gracefully leaped onto the spectator platform and approached him. "Young ladies ought not to meddle in the affairs of the world. What brings you here?" Lin Mo inquired nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed on the battle between Lei Lan and Hong Sha. The girl in white giggled. "I heard that senior sister Lei Lan was competing here, so I came to witness the excitement. I am acquainted with this Hong Sha as well, though she seems to have significantly improved her strength after her seclusion." "You are quite familiar with them," Lin Mo remarked, somewhat surprised. "I frequent Wuguang City and naturally come across many intriguing individuals," the girl replied, tilting her head. "You must already have an inkling of the outcome of this contest, correct?" "Indeed," Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, shifting his gaze to the girl. "What piques my curiosity more is whether you, as an outsider, have discerned any clues." The girl in white found Lin Mo increasingly intriguing. She blinked her azure eyes and said, "To speculate on the battle's outcome, I, of course, have my own insights. However, I'm uncertain what answer you wish to hear." Lin Mo smiled lightly, offering no response, and returned his focus to the ongoing clash between Lei Lan and Hong Sha. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both Lei Lan and Hong Sha exerting their utmost efforts. Lei Lan transformed into a colossal silver thunder rock, radiating resplendent lightning. Concurrently, Hong Sha morphed into a fiery red phoenix, enveloped in raging flames. The two divine birds collided and pursued one another in midair, unleashing bolts of lightning and bursts of fire that illuminated the entire arena. The thunderous roars and explosive sounds reverberated, creating an intensely dramatic scene. A massive fireball was expelled from the phoenix's beak, hurtling towards the thunder rock. With a powerful flap of its wings, the thunder rock shot forth a stream of multicolored lightning, colliding head-on with the fireball, resulting in a deafening explosion. The radiance of the thunder rock intensified, its hue shifting from silver white to a soft violet. The lightning emanating from its eyes was formidable, effortlessly neutralizing the phoenix's attacks. Lin Mo squinted, observing the golden gourd hanging from the thunder rock's neck, from which faint violet strands of electricity periodically emerged, infusing the thunder rock with energy. It appeared that the gourd concealed the secret behind Lei Lan's enhanced strength. Just as the battle reached a critical juncture, an unexpected event unfolded in the arena. Lin Mo and Hong Sha's figures flickered simultaneously, and in an instant, they vanished, catching the thunder rock off guard. The thunder rock folded its wings, soaring in the air as it searched for their whereabouts. At that moment, with a resounding crash, Lin Mo's figure reappeared in the arena. Almost simultaneously, a man emerged directly across from him. His demeanor was frigid, surrounded by swirling crimson flames. He was none other than Zhuyin Zi of the Qirong clan. "Are you truly planning to replace that girl and engage in a contest with me?" Lin Mo remarked with a slight smile, his demeanor effortlessly calm. The thunder eagle soaring through the air descended, transforming into the human form of Lei Lan. She gazed at Lin Mo with a hint of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by his sudden appearance. "Lin Mo, I have heard tales of your past victories. Today, I shall witness the true extent of your prowess." Zhu Zi's eyes glimmered with a trace of provocation. Lin Mo offered no reply, merely returning her gaze with a serene expression. His fair visage betrayed no sign of fear, and his eyes, deep as ancient wells, seemed to foresee the unfolding battle with clarity. "What? Zhu Zi intends to compete with that youth? I heard his name is Lin Mo, a member of the Tianpeng clan, reputed to be formidable. Is that true?" "This is utterly exhilarating." Murmurs rippled through the audience at the contest arena, all eagerly anticipating the clash between the elite warriors of the Tianpeng and the Qirong clans. Standing in the center, Lin Mo exuded tranquility, while Zhu Zi's eyes blazed crimson, her body engulfed in roaring flames as she transformed into a colossal fire eagle. The fiery creature, with talons glowing red-hot and measuring a full yard in diameter, glared at Lin Mo with a fierce intensity, as if intending to devour him whole. With a piercing screech, The fire eagle lunged towards Lin Mo with such swiftness that its form blurred to the naked eye. In that critical moment, Lin Mo suddenly extended his right hand, his fingers curling slightly. With a resounding boom, 2 obsidian peaks erupted from the ground, rising to stand before him. Towering at 2 yards high, they successfully thwarted the onslaught of the fire eagle. Faced with Zhu Yinzi's formidable assault, Lin Mo remained composed and resolute. The dark formations created by his fingers stood unwavering against the fiery claws of Zhu Yinzi, astonishing the onlookers. From a distance, Lei Lan observed the battle intently, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. Zhu Yinzi, you are indeed powerful, but you are not yet my match, Lin Mo stated coolly, his eyes shimmering with electric brilliance. Zhu Yinzi sneered and launched another attack. 5 crimson claw lights coalesced into a massive talon, exuding a searing heat as it hurtled towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled slightly, his figure moving with an ethereal grace, deftly evading Zhu Yinzi's assault as if he were a shadow dancing across the battlefield. Your speed is commendable, Zhu Yinzi acknowledged. Yet a sly glint flickered in her gaze. Sensing Zhu Yinzi's intent, Lin Mo observed with a detached demeanor, suddenly halting his movements. The 5 streams of crimson energy, akin to flames, abruptly vanished into thin air, transforming into an intangible force. What? Zhu Yinzi stammered, taken aback that Lin Mo had ceased his actions at such a pivotal moment. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he pointed a finger. A bolt of lightning shot forth, striking Zhu Yinzi directly. The impact caused her to stagger slightly, unable to conceal her inner shock. This is impossible, Zhu Yinzi murmured. Incredulity etched on her face as she regarded Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled coldly. In battle, it is not merely strength that prevails, but also intellect. Humph, is that all you can do? Zhu Yinzi effortlessly withdrew her talons from the peaks, leaving behind 5 deep claw marks. At that moment, the 2 peaks suddenly cracked with a resounding snap, sending shards hurtling towards Zhu Yinzi amidst a tempest of wind and rain. Zhu Yinzi's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly swung his fiery wings to defend himself. Once the fragments had passed, Lin Mo's projection on the ground appeared restored, completely unscathed. This unexpected scene startled Zhu Yinzi. The boy's defensive prowess was far beyond what he had anticipated. Standing in the center of the arena was Lin Mo, facing Zhu Yinzi of the Qirong tribe. The air between them was thick with spiritual pressure, creating a domain of restraint. Allow me to witness the might of the Tianpeng tribe, Zhu Yinzi said with a smile. With a flourish of his hands, 10 crimson flames shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed brightly as a wall of azure wind rose to block the flames. He then pointed, and several azure wind blades shot out from the wall, swiftly slicing through the arena towards Zhu Yinzi. Lin Mo's figure flickered throughout the arena, engaging Zhu Yinzi in a fervent clash. The azure wind blades and crimson fire arrows intertwined in the air, forming a fierce battleground. The spectators watched with bated breath, sensing the subtle shifts in the battle's dynamics. Zhu Yinzi's assault was akin to a tempest, yet Lin Mo navigated it with ease, his movements graceful and fluid. He deftly evaded each strike, resembling a dancer on the battlefield. In an instant, azure light and red flame crisscrossed the sky, painting a mesmerizing tableau. During their exchange, Lin Mo suddenly unleashed his remarkable lightning techniques, which coiled around him like electric serpents. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense under the thunderous might. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Yinzi's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. The 2 continued to shift positions, launching spells and techniques at one another. The air was filled with alternating bursts of fire and azure winds, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. The onlookers remained transfixed, their bodies swaying slightly with the fluctuations of the battle. Ultimately, an azure dragon-shaped vortex materialized, charging towards Zhu Yinzi. The latter promptly invoked his fire escape technique, desperately attempting to mitigate the crisis. The 2 were evenly matched, and it was clear that this contest would not conclude swiftly. Such a promising youth from the Tianpeng tribe, Zhu Yinzi remarked appreciatively. We shall battle again another day. With that, he transformed into a streak of red light and departed. Lin Mo offered a faint smile as the azure wind wall dissipated, and the crowd erupted in applause for their exhilarating duel. Upon returning to the Tianpeng tribe, Lei Lan and Bai excitedly discussed the recent battle. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out. You 2, come here. Startled, they turned to see their leader, Jin Yu, approaching with an imposing demeanor. "Leader, what troubles you?" Bai Bai inquired cautiously. "What troubles me?" Jin Yu retorted sternly. "You both recklessly ventured to seize the Thunderstar Stone, nearly endangering the entire Chi Rong tribe and the lives of countless clansmen. Yet you only think of your own interests, acting with such reckless abandon. Your actions have deeply disappointed me." Lei Lan retorted defiantly. "I merely wish to assist our tribe in obtaining the Thunderstar Stone and enhancing our strength." "What is wrong with that? Strengthening our power is indeed vital, but it cannot come at the expense of our clan's safety. Your reckless behavior leaves me unable to forgive you," Jin Yu reproached sharply. "Lei Lan, Bai, your clandestine actions not only disregarded the safety of our clan, but were driven solely by the desire for a Thunderstar Stone." Jin Yu's voice was as cold as ice, piercing the hearts of the two individuals. For a moment, Lei Lan found herself at a loss for words, attempting to explain. "Great Elder, we are convinced that this Thunderstar Stone is of great significance. It may be the opportunity we have sought for many years." A flicker of displeasure flashed in Jin Yu's eyes as he scoffed. "Opportunity? You neglect the grave matters of our clan, consumed by personal desires. Do you not realize this concerns the very survival of the entire Tianpeng clan?" Bai Bai lowered her head, appearing somewhat remorseful. Jin Yu's reproach cast a heavy silence over them. She understood that her lack of consideration had nearly jeopardized her kin. With a deep sigh, Jin Yu earnestly remarked, "I hope you can mature and genuinely think of your people. Let this be the last time, understand?" In unison, the two responded, "We acknowledge our mistakes. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader." Only then did Jin Yu's expression soften slightly. He urged them to reflect deeply before turning to leave. Lei Lan and Bai Bai exchanged glances, their hearts laden with guilt. At that moment, Elder Shi approached slowly, a warm smile gracing his face. Jin Yu's temperament is straightforward, and his words may be harsh, yet you must grasp his intentions. Bai Bai rose to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder, for your counsel. We truly erred and will never act so recklessly again, putting our kin at risk." Elder Shi nodded, and then addressed Lei Lan. "Xiao Lan'er, we both know you have previously excelled within the clan, and the clan leader has always held you in high regard. His sternness today is a reflection of his greater expectations for you. You must learn from this experience and grow into a formidable force that benefits our people." Upon hearing this, Lei Lan clenched her fists resolutely, declaring, "I will certainly do so. The previous failures have illuminated my shortcomings. I will achieve remarkable results in this upcoming Distant Abyss trial and bring glory to our clan." Elder Shi nodded with satisfaction, encouraging, "Excellent. Our kin await your bravery and wisdom to carve out a realm in this trial." With that, he cast a benevolent glance at the two before departing. Lei Lan and Bai Bai locked eyes, each finding unwavering confidence and determination reflected in the other's gaze. As they stood with heads bowed in self-reproach, Elder Shi's kind voice echoed once more, "Youth may inevitably be somewhat reckless, but as long as your hearts are filled with thoughts of your kin, you shall not stray from the right path." They looked up to see Elder Shi smiling at them. "You both are straightforward in nature, solely wishing to assist your people. This intent is rare, though your methods require refinement. With Jin Yu and me here, we shall surely guide your growth." Bai Bai's eyes shimmered with grateful tears. "We acknowledge our faults. Should our impulsive actions harm our kin, it would be the gravest sin of our lives." Elder Shi nodded in approval and turned to the silent Lei Lan. "Xiao Lan'er, we both know you have previously excelled within the clan, and the clan leader has always held you in high regard." On the following morning, Lin Mo led Bai Bai and Lei Lan to the assembly point, where thousands of members of the failing clan were already prepared, waiting expectantly for their three leaders. "Let us depart," Lin Mo announced with a voice like thunder, soaring forward. The remaining clan members transformed into a vibrant cascade of colors, resembling a myriad of rainbows unfurling across the sky, creating a magnificent and grand tapestry. Under Lin Mo's leadership, this contingent of several thousand flew toward a peculiar mountain in the northwest. There lies the fabled entrance to the abyss. During the flight, Lin Mo occasionally glanced back to check on the well-being of his kin. Noticing their unwavering spirits, he nodded slightly and quickened his pace. Behind him, the resounding cheers of his clansmen echoed, filled with determination and confidence. After a day and a night of flight, they finally beheld peculiar pillars of spiritual light on the horizon, alongside a towering wall of illumination. Accompanied by his kin, Lin Mo and the others descended slowly, revealing the magnificent wall adorned with strange carvings that subtly radiated ripples of spiritual energy. Flanking the wall stood thousands of resplendent white jade towers, imposing and awe-inspiring. The defenses of this abyss entrance are formidable. It seems the creatures within must be exceedingly perilous, murmured Lei Lan. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, just as he was about to speak when a flicker of azure caught his eye on the wall. The crowd looked up to see a figure clad in blue armor, his eyes glimmering with a faint malevolence, his cultivation unfathomable. He surveyed the assembly and spoke. Esteemed brethren of the Flying Spirit clan, welcome to the entrance of the abyss. I am Jin Feng, one of the guardians on duty this year. Allow me to introduce the arrangements for this year's trials. The creatures within the abyss have stirred. Thus, the trials must commence earlier than usual. His voice resonated like a bell, permeating the entire space. Lin Mo glanced at Jin Feng, clad in the ominous armor. Along with several others dressed similarly, a wave of doubt surged within him. However, he concealed his feelings, stepping forward with a smile to exchange pleasantries with Jin Feng. You are too kind, brother Jin Feng. Our Flying Spirit clan has greatly relied on the guardians of the abyss for care and protection over the years. Jin Feng responded with utmost respect. Not at all. The Flying Spirit clan is akin to family to us of the abyss. It is our duty to safeguard you. After a few exchanges of courteous remarks, Lin Mo finally inquired, might I ask if the creatures within the abyss are as active as ever this year, and whether the Flying Spirit clan is required to lend you assistance? Upon hearing this, Jin Feng's expression sharpened. The aura of the abyss is roiling. The situation is 100 times more perilous than in previous years. We are on the verge of discussing the early commencement of the trials. The chief elder, standing nearby, smiled and added, Brother Jin Feng, our Flying Spirit clan has always received the guardian's diligent care. We shall not fail in our mission during this trial. Jin Feng nodded in gratitude, his gaze returning to Lin Mo and his companions. Lin Mo, I have heard of your remarkable performance against Zhu Zi. It seems your strength is far from ordinary. Prepare yourself, for the trials are about to begin. Lin Mo clasped his fists in salute. Thank you for the reminder. Senior Jin Feng, I shall give my all to live up to the expectations of the Flying Spirit clan. Jin Feng smiled, gesturing. Very well. Before the trials commence, you may take a moment to rest in the pavilion and adjust your state. I wish you all the best. The group soared towards the pavilion, readying themselves for the impending trials. Lin Mo felt the palpable pressure in the air, his heart aflame with both anxiety and excitement. Inside the pavilion, Lin Mo took his seat at the elder's position, surveying his surroundings. The number of attendees at this joint meeting was noticeably greater than usual, with not only the 3 elders present, but also many clan elders who had come specifically for this occasion. Just as Lin Mo was engulfed in his doubts, the grand doors of the venue swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in blue battle armor strode in with purpose. He emanated an enigmatic aura that sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. The man was none other than Jin Feng, who had previously received them. Trailing behind him were a dozen young members of the failing clan, each clad in similar azure battle armor that exuded an oppressive malevolence. Lin Mo suddenly realized that their armor was fashioned from dense malevolent energy, a manifestation of the highly demanding for malevolence transformation technique, which few, aside from Jin Feng, could master. Jin Feng took his place before the elders and spoke in a grave tone. There is unrest among the creatures of the abyss. We must conduct the trial in advance. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, and reports suggest that fissures may appear deep within the abyss, indicating that high-level creatures are showing signs of departure. Before Jin Feng could finish, an elder rose to question the safety of conducting the trial prematurely. A heated debate ensued. Yet Lin Mo remained contemplative and silent. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Jin Feng's mysterious identity and the unsettling signs of the abyss pointed to a larger, looming issue. Ultimately, under Jin Feng's insistence, the elders agreed to proceed with the trial ahead of schedule. Jin Feng then announced that the trial would take place in the bottomless pit, located 500 miles from the clan, on the night of the full moon. He cautioned, the bottomless pit connects to the abyss, where the malevolent energy is potent. You must exercise utmost caution, especially regarding the dark energy from the abyss, which is exceedingly sinister and can corrode one's soul. Should you encounter high-level abyssal creatures, retreat at the first opportunity. The gravity of his words left everyone feeling a chill. The trial's difficulty seemed to exceed their expectations. The three elders conferred in hushed tones, their expressions serious. Finally, Elder Shi spoke. Very well, we shall comply with Brother Jinfeng's request. However, we must ensure that no abyssal king-level creatures appear, or the consequences would be dire. Jinfeng responded with a faint smile, a hint of satisfaction playing across his features, seemingly pleased with the arrangements for the trial. Lin Mo watched him intently, sensing that this trial was likely to be far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. After discussing the specifics of the trial, Jinfeng raised his hand, gathering a sphere of azure light in his palm. The brilliance intensified until it transformed into a luminous orb, suspended in midair. With a thunderous explosion, the orb burst forth, casting a dazzling azure radiance. The crowd looked up to see the light coalesce into a colossal azure sun, radiating boundless warmth and light. This is the true fire of Qingyang that I have successfully refined. Though its heat is formidable, it will not cause harm, Jinfeng declared nonchalantly. Lin Mo was secretly astonished. Despite the high temperature of the Qingyang true fire, he felt utterly comfortable. It was evident that Jinfeng had reached a consummate mastery of fire-based spells. My decision to conduct the trial early is influenced by the potential awakening of many creatures beneath, Jinfeng continued, retracting the Qingyang true fire and addressing the assembly. We must use this trial to assess whether the younger generation of our clan possesses the capability to confront the various crises that may arise in the future. Lin Mo pondered deeply upon hearing this. Indeed, the creatures in the abyss were behaving oddly, and the purpose of this trial seemed far from straightforward. After the meeting adjourned, Lin Mo walked along the path of the clan's territory, his expression serious. The display of Jinfeng's abilities and his azure armor underscored his formidable strength and status. Chapter 471. Lin Mo recalled the dozen or so members of the Qingjia clan following closely behind Jinfeng, suddenly realizing that these individuals were Jinfeng's trusted confidants. I must inquire with Elder Shi about the mysteries of the Four Fiends transformation technique for future contingencies. Lin Mo resolved internally. This enigmatic Qingjia may provide him with additional protection. Thus, Lin Mo made his way to Elder Shi's residence, earnestly requesting the elder to impart the Four Fiends transformation technique. Observing the Qingjia warriors, he noted that their battle armor bore a striking resemblance to Jinfeng's. I wish to learn this technique, just in case. Indeed, I am aware of your unwavering dedication to our clan. The Four Fiends transformation is perfectly suited to your current cultivation level and the amount of fiendish energy you possess. Very well. I shall impart a portion of it to you. Elder Shi agreed with a smile. Lin Mo knelt before Elder Shi, receiving the aged parchment scroll with both hands. This scroll contained the secrets of the Four Fiends transformation technique, densely inscribed with intricate incantations. Thank you, Elder, for bestowing this knowledge upon me, Lin Mo expressed solemnly. I shall strive to comprehend this technique and not disappoint your high expectations. You are a bright and eager student. This technique aligns perfectly with your current cultivation and fiendish energy. Elder Shi nodded with approval. However, Jinyu, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased with Lin Mo's acquisition of the teachings. She said nothing further, merely scoffing as she turned away. Lin Mo paid no heed to Jinyu's demeanor. The acquisition of the Four Fiends transformation technique was immensely gratifying, undoubtedly a significant boon for him. Lin Mo, you are an exceptionally fortunate young man, and I believe you will grasp the subtleties of this cultivation method, Elder Shi encouraged him. A surge of joy welled up within Lin Mo, as he recognized this as a pivotal opportunity. Under Elder Shi's patient guidance, he gradually immersed himself in the understanding of the Four Fiends transformation technique. Elder Shi's voice resonated in Lin Mo's ears. The Four Fiends transformation technique is divided into 9 layers, each embodying distinct powers. To master it completely, one must comprehend each layer individually. The first layer emphasizes resilience, enhancing defense. The second layer focuses on agility, enabling swift evasion of enemy attacks. The third layer concentrates on offensive capabilities, wielding tremendous power. Lin Mo became enraptured, sensing the intricacies of the Four Fiends transformation technique. A faint black fiendish energy began to envelop his body, forming a veil of dark wind. Observing this, Elder Shi nodded in satisfaction and continued to guide him through the subsequent layers. The night seemed to stretch into a tranquil eternity. and Lin Mo unknowingly became lost in the comprehension of the four fiends' transformation technique. A subtle black mist surrounded him, creating an ethereal shadow that rendered his form almost weightless. Elder Shur regarded Lin Mo, marveling at his capacity for understanding. Gradually, Lin Mo grasped the profound nature of the four fiends' transformation technique, each layer's power falling within his mastery. This cultivation method indeed resonated harmoniously with his abilities and fiendish energy. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Lin Mo finally opened his eyes. He felt his body brimming with an unprecedented strength, as if he had wholly integrated into the mysteries of the four fiends' transformation technique. Elder Shur beamed with approval, stating, "Your comprehension is formidable. You have successfully grasped the initial layers of the four fiends' transformation technique. This will become a powerful asset in your trials." Lin Mo rose, bowing gratefully to Elder Shur. The tension within him gradually transformed into confidence as he prepared to face the impending trial of the abyss. He respectfully exited Elder Shur's quarters and subsequently secluded himself to further comprehend and assimilate the peculiar technique of the demonic chi transformation. Sitting in the meditation chamber, Lin Mo gently pressed the sheepskin scroll against his forehead. A faint black mist emanated from the scroll, slowly melding into his being. A delicate layer of dark wind began to envelop him entirely, representing the nascent form of the four demonic transformations, which required internal refinement during cultivation. Throughout the night, Lin Mo remained in serene contemplation. As dawn broke, he had successfully grasped the initial layers of the four demonic transformations. "The speed of my progress tonight surpasses my expectations," Lin Mo thought with quiet joy. He sensed that this remarkable technique might offer him significant protection in the upcoming trial. After a prolonged period of seclusion in the forbidden area, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Under Elder Shur's guidance, he diligently mastered profound techniques and esoteric arts. Bai Bai and Xiao Lei observed his spirited demeanor with great satisfaction. "Lin Mo, as you participate in the tri-century trial, we have specially retrieved the Thunder Serpent Claw from the ancient tomb to present it to you as a protective talisman." Elder Jean Yu produced a small box that shimmered with a faint glow. The Thunder Serpent Claw exuded a chilling aura of magical energy. Though it appeared to be an ordinary pair of scissors, it concealed the power to annihilate all. "This Thunder Serpent Claw will greatly benefit you in the trial. Remember, safety comes first. Retreat at once if anything seems amiss," Elder Jean Yu advised earnestly. Lin Mo humbly accepted the gift, expressing his gratitude to the three elders. "I shall not disappoint the kindness you have shown, and I will strive to bring honor to our clan." Upon entering the trial ground, Lin Mo noticed a young woman from the Chiuet clan, named Ao Qingxiao. She was a high-ranking spiritual general, her extraordinary cultivation radiating an elegant aura. Lin Mo sensed her interest in him. As he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Looking up, he met the complex expression of the renowned Ao Qingxiao from the Chiuet clan. At that moment, Bai Bai communicated through thought, "Be cautious." That is Ao Qingxiao from the Chiuet clan, known for her formidable powers. Though she is strong, her character is peculiar and dangerously unpredictable. It would be wise to keep your distance. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Ao Qingxiao rarely associated with outsiders. The attention she bestowed upon him today was indeed suspicious. Meanwhile, a flicker of intrigue shone in Ao Qingxiao's eyes, her interest in Lin Mo seemingly deepening. Bai Bai, noticing this, continued to urge Lin Mo to remain vigilant and avoid any confrontation with Ao Qingxiao. "Lin Mo, be careful. There are rumors in our clan that Ao Qingxiao has killed 2 holy sons without cause. Her intentions are questionable, so do not provoke her." "Understood," Lin Mo replied solemnly, deciding to steer clear of Ao Qingxiao, wary of any potential malice. Just as he resolved to leave, he suddenly felt an ominous gaze and turned to find Zhu Yinzi, with whom he had previously experienced some conflict. A hint of coldness flickered in her eyes, as if she intended to devour Lin Mo whole. A shiver ran through Lin Mo, but Bai Bai conveyed to him through sound transmission, "Do not panic. Although Zhu Yinzi's gaze is unfriendly, it does not stem from genuine hostility. She may harbor some lingering dissatisfaction, yet she will not strike at you for now." Zhu Yinzi approached with a cold smile. "Humph. A mere half-blood dares to participate in the trial." She scrutinized Lin Mo with derision. "I am eager to see how long you can endure." Lin Mo furrowed his brow, ready to retort, when Bai Bai quietly warned him, "Ignore her. Xuanzi has always been arrogant. It would be wise to let her be. It dawned on Lin Mo that Xuanzi was not genuinely seeking trouble. She merely aimed to assert her dominance before the trial commenced. Remaining calm, Lin Mo nodded, realizing that Xuanzi's intentions might be more complex than they appeared. In the trial grounds, various factors could provoke emotional fluctuations, and it was evident that Xuanzi was grappling with some inner turmoil. He resolved to maintain his composure and avoid conflict, for they all shared the same objective. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo chose not to respond and turned to leave. The three elders and the armored figure advanced toward the cliff, with the crowd trailing behind. The elders enacted their incantations, casting beams of golden light into the crevices of the cliff. With a thunderous sound, a colossal gate, towering dozens of feet high, gradually swung open before them, revealing a dimly visible expanse of black earth beneath. A vast silver portal opened slowly, disclosing a landscape of dark ground shrouded in a grayish-white mist. This was the entrance to the abyss, marking the commencement of the trial. This entrance to the abyss only opens once every 300 years, Elder Genie remarked, glancing back. Lin Mo, exercise caution. The team moved in unison toward the abyssal gate, and Lin Mo felt an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. The gate emanated a mysterious power that invoked a sense of solemnity. The Holy Sons of the Qi Rong clan hesitated slightly, while the branch Holy Sons of the Fei Ling clan lingered to observe, clearly exhilarated by the impending trial. The armored figure stood at the forefront, his piercing gaze scanning the crowd. He reminded them, the trial has begun. Remember, your task is to locate the nether flame fruit, with a duration of 3 months. Success will involve bringing back a ripe nether flame fruit, marking the conclusion of your trial. However, remain ever vigilant of the dangers lurking within the abyss. Do not let your guard down. Lin Mo and the other Holy Sons nodded gravely, fully aware of the significance of this trial. An elderly woman reappeared to announce the specific details of the trial, providing the crowd with a clearer understanding of the challenges they would face. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo stepped through the portal. The grayish-white mist enveloped him as he felt a tremor of apprehension. The unknown trial was about to begin. Just as Lin Mo was about to enter the abyss, he suddenly sensed a chill approaching him. He raised his eyes and saw Xuanzi squinting at him, her gaze sharp as a blade. Boy, let's see how long you can endure, Xuanzi sneered. Lin Mo frowned, ready to respond, but Bai whispered in his ear, ignore her. Xuanzi is notoriously arrogant. We must exercise extra caution during the trial. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment, ultimately refraining from responding. He understood that this was not genuine hostility, but rather the customary demeanor of Xuanzi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo cast aside his distractions and strode boldly into the abyss. The troops led by the armored figure had already entered its depths. Lin Mo followed closely behind, observing the pale gray mist that enveloped the surroundings, creating an eerie and sinister atmosphere. He detected a faint, sweet metallic scent of blood in the air, as if it heralded the perils within the abyss. Lin Mo, we must exercise utmost caution, Bai whispered. The malevolent aura within this abyss seems far more potent than we anticipated. Xiao Lei clung to Lin Mo's shoulder, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Lin Mo nodded gently, an invisible pressure coiling around him like a shackle. This trial appeared to be far more treacherous than he had imagined. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, they encountered an elderly woman with flowing white hair standing within the dim cavern. Your task is quite simple, she rasped, within the span of 3 months. You are to seek out the nether flame fruit at the deepest part of the abyss. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, having heard vague whispers that the nether flame fruit grew in corners saturated with foulness, making it exceptionally difficult to obtain. Moreover, 3 months seemed a woefully brief period for such a vast expanse. The gravity of the trial weighed heavily on the hearts of the young saints, igniting within them a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. The quest for the nether flame fruit was no trifling endeavor, and the dangers lurking within the abyss amplified the pressure felt by all. The old woman continued, the nether flame fruit may be scattered across various strata of the abyss. The deeper you go, the greater the difficulty of the task. Additionally, be wary of the malevolent creatures that may inhabit these depths, especially the high-tier dark entities. A somber expression crossed the faces of the group. They were acutely aware that this trial was not a leisurely treasure hunt, but rather a daunting test fraught with peril and challenges. Bai and Lei Lan mirrored their seriousness. Lin Mo's mind conjured images of the swirling dark winds and foul miasma deep within the abyss, causing a twinge of unease to stir in his heart. The party gradually advanced deeper into the abyss, the terrain beneath their feet growing increasingly rugged, and the black-gray mist thickening around them. Lin Mo felt an inexplicable pressure, as if countless unseen threats lurked within the shadows. "We must maintain a close formation and proceed with caution," the armored figure reminded them in a steady tone, his armor exuding a faint malevolence that melded seamlessly with the shadows of the abyss. The saints from the Fei Ling clan remained alert, scanning their surroundings, while the Qirong clan quickened their pace, evidently uncomfortable with the oppressive environment. As they navigated forward, Lin Mo keenly observed the subtle changes around them. Strange sounds echoed occasionally, and indistinct shapes flickered within the mist. Aware that danger could strike at any moment, Lin Mo remained vigilant. He sensed the oppressive aura of the abyss intensifying, as if numerous eyes were lurking in the darkness, watching him intently. He knew that this place harbored too many unknown dangers. "Be careful. We must find a way to reach the deeper parts of the abyss as swiftly as possible," Lin Mo whispered to Bai and Lei Lan. "I believe there will be a greater abundance of netherflame fruits there. Our immediate priority is to complete the task ahead." Bai and Lei Lan nodded in understanding. The three individuals quietly infiltrated the deeper regions of the abyss, ever vigilant of their surroundings as they began their search for the elusive soulfire fruit. The abyssal gate gradually closed, casting a sense of oppression over them, as if they were severed from the outside world. A blackish-gray mist enveloped them, creating an atmosphere of eerie obscurity. Lin Mo sensed an unusual dark wind, distinct from the earlier gray avian creatures. This was a far more profound force, seemingly intertwined with the abyss itself. Chapter 472, The Abyssal Gate Closes, and we officially enter the trial grounds. The voice of the armored figure resonated within the group, imbued with a solemn gravity. The members of the Qihong tribe appeared somewhat anxious, while the unfamiliar holy son of the failing tribe remained alert, scanning the vicinity. Ao Qing Xiao of the Chiua tribe and the enigmatic giant also displayed their excitement at this moment. A glimmer of curiosity and anticipation danced in Ao Qing Xiao's eyes, while the mysterious giant, shrouded in the blackish-gray mist, seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the abyss. With a flicker of his consciousness, Lin Mo concealed his presence. He stealthily approached the abyssal gate, where a faint gray mist swirled ominously. Lin Mo detected the scent of a metallic sweetness in the air, hinting at the dangers that lurked within the abyss. "Be cautious. We must find a way to delve deeper into the abyss swiftly," he murmured to Bai and Lei Lan. Instantly, the three of them synchronized their thoughts, transforming into three indistinct silhouettes as they ventured deeper into the abyss. Upon reaching the first layer of the abyss, Lin Mo observed the oppressive, dim sky and the earth exuding a scent of decay. Various unknown ferocious beasts lay in ambush within the dense forest, posing an ever-present threat. As they entered this layer, Lin Mo felt the ground beneath his feet become solid yet rugged. The landscape, marked by a black and yellow terrain, was overgrown with thick trees that obscured the sunlight, shrouding the surroundings in gloom. The lurking beasts occasionally emitted low growls, inducing a shiver of trepidation. Guiding Bai and Lei Lan through the air, Lin Mo skillfully avoided several of the ground-dwelling beasts. Suddenly, a flock of gray avian creatures burst forth from the forest, agile and ferocious, exuding a sinister aura. "Something's coming," Bai exclaimed, her voice sharp with alarm. Lin Mo turned to see a dozen large gray birds surging from the trees, spewing corrosive liquid from their beaks. With a swift motion of his arm, Lin Mo unleashed the devouring spirit fire, incinerating them into charred remnants. "Be wary," Lin Mo cautioned, igniting the devouring spirit fire in his hands. Lei Lan quickly followed suit, channeling a bolt of thunderous power into her grasp. Bai transformed into a wisp of shadow, preparing to confront the impending assault. Suddenly, a deep, oppressive darkness spread around them, as if an invisible force were pressing down upon them. Lin Mo sensed that the elemental energies of this realm had been disturbed and suppressed by some unseen force, affecting their consciousness to a degree. Taking a deep breath, he felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon him due to the intense suppression of his spirit. "The aura of the abyss is undeniably sinister, but fortunately, our cultivation is sufficient to cope," Lin Mo remarked. Bai furrowed her brow, also perceiving the suffocating pressure surrounding them. The trio steadied their breaths, their spirits slightly unsettled, yet not significantly affected. At that moment, a swift shadow darted from the depths of the forest, hurtling directly towards them. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and a golden light of soul-devouring burst forth, striking the shadow with precision. A piercing scream echoed, and the shadow fell from the sky, revealing itself to be a colossal bee-like creature. Bye-bye gasped in shock. The creature twitched a few times before succumbing to death, a charred mark marring its body. This was the spider bee, known for feeding on the spiritual essence of powerful beings. How insidious, Lin Mo remarked with indifference. As the words left his lips, a buzzing sound erupted around them, and dozens of spider bees surged from the thicket, glaring hungrily at the trio. They seemed incensed by the demise of their comrade, emitting furious cries. "Ha! Dreaming of consuming my spiritual essence." Lin Mo's eyes emitted golden flames, igniting the surroundings in a fiery glow. The swarm of spider bees immediately shrieked and scattered, desperately attempting to escape the flames. Such formidable fire, Lin marveled. The soul-devouring golden flames rapidly incinerated the bees, one by one, reducing them to ashes upon impact with the ground. I never anticipated the soul-devouring flames to be so potent. These dark creatures of the abyss appear to fear it greatly, Bye exclaimed in admiration. Lin Mo smiled gently, retracting the golden flames. Let us proceed. With the annihilation of the spider bees, the trio delved deeper into the abyss. The darkness thickened, enveloping the underground realm in a chilling gloom. Here, the shadows grew more oppressive, and the chilling winds howled, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Mo felt a more intense suppression on his spiritual essence, yet remained undeterred, moving forward resolutely. It's so cold. The chill in the second layer of the abyss is unbearable, Bye complained. It's all right. We shall go deeper, Lin Mo reassured him. Are you suggesting this isn't the coldest place? Bye asked incredulously. Indeed, the depths of the abyss grow increasingly frigid. We must be prepared, Lin Mo replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening buzz filled the air, and another swarm of spider bees surged toward them like a tide. Don't mind me. You too, quickly ascend, Lin Mo shouted. Bye and Lin swiftly soared upward, evading the swarm. Lin Mo's eyes blazed with golden flames as he unleashed a barrage upon the approaching bees. Begone! A thunderous explosion erupted as the gold and crimson flames engulfed the swarm, and the cries of the spider bees filled the air before they were swiftly consumed by the fire. Incredible! Lin exclaimed in awe. These soul-devouring flames seemed to counter these dark creatures effectively. Indeed, Bye echoed, astonished. Lin Mo let out a soft hum, retracting the flames. Let us continue our journey, he said, a hint of pride lacing his tone. The trio pressed onward, soaring into the deeper, darker realms of the underground world. Soon, they emerged from the shadowy and frigid area, the temperature around them warming considerably. As they traversed the dark abyss, Lin Mo's soul-devouring heavenly fire served as a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. Bye and Lin followed closely behind, their eyes fixed in fascination on this extraordinary flame. The soul-devouring heavenly fire possessed a spirit of its own, akin to a swarm of lively sprites dancing within the darkness. Under Lin Mo's command, it effortlessly obliterated any malevolent creature that crossed its path. Bye sighed once more. This soul-devouring heavenly fire is truly the nemesis of darkness. Lin Mo, your cultivated powers are indeed extraordinary. Lin nodded in agreement. I never imagined such a wondrous existence could be found in the abyss. Lin Mo, your strength is truly impressive. Lin Mo accepted their praise with a smile, yet his gaze remained steadfastly focused ahead. Even under the protection of the soul-devouring heavenly fire, he sensed a faint and unusual fluctuation, as if the abyss concealed more secrets awaiting revelation. At last, we have emerged, Bye sighed lightly. Fortunately, you possess the soul-devouring golden flame. Otherwise, those demonic bees would be quite troublesome. Lin Mo smiled silently. After the trio soared from the shadowy forest, a dramatic transformation unfolded before them, revealing a vast expanse of silvery desert. The anticipated subterranean river had unexpectedly morphed into a sprawling silver wasteland. Bye and Lin stood in astonishment, gazing incredulously at this unforeseen change. How could there be a desert? Bye questioned in confusion. The geography of the abyss is ever-changing. It is quite normal, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. But according to the map, it should not be a desert below, Lin frowned. Regardless, we will surely find a way out. Let us continue onward, Lin Mo asserted. With a calm smile, he appeared unconcerned by the shifting terrain of the abyss and, with a glint in his eyes, resolved to press forward. As the trio descended into the desert, the fine sand beneath their feet emitted a gentle rustling sound, as if the silent desert itself were narrating its tale. An otherworldly ambience enveloped this peculiar desert, with swirling gusts of sand rushing through the air. Bai gazed into the distance, unable to restrain herself from asking, Lin Mo, do you think there are secrets concealed within this desert? Lin Mo lifted his gaze, smiling faintly. Perhaps. The abyss is unpredictable, and we can only advance, possibly uncovering some clues. His words brimmed with curiosity for the unknown, and the three once again embarked upon their journey. As they entered this extraordinary desert, the light reflecting off the surface pierced their eyes. Just then, a peculiar aura quietly descended upon them. Do you feel that? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, there seems to be an eerie presence in the air, Bai said, scanning their surroundings warily. Be cautious. There may be trouble lurking in this desert, Lin added, her expression grave. The trio, now serious, sensed the strange atmosphere surrounding them. With their minds taut and vigilant, they cautiously traversed the silvery sands. Lin Mo's gaze scrutinized the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Strange, I detect a scent of blood, Lin Mo remarked with a frown. Yes, I smell it too, Bai nodded in agreement. What could it be? I do not know, Lin Mo gestured forward. Before them, a verdant oasis emerged in the heart of the desert, with a lake at its center. Why is the surrounding aura of the oasis so chaotic? Lin exclaimed. A veil of blood energy permeated the air. Lin Mo focused intently on the oasis, where golden sand dust floated above, shrouding the scene within. He faintly glimpsed a small pool at the oasis's center, surrounded by towering trees with lush foliage. How curious that an oasis would suddenly appear in this desert. Lin murmured to herself, frowning. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. For some reason, I sense a strong scent of blood there. It appears a battle has transpired. Let us investigate, he decided, and the three took flight towards the oasis. Bai was taken aback by his words, knowing that Lin Mo's instincts had never led him astray. Thus, they resolved to explore further, swiftly heading in the direction of the sanguine aura. As they drew closer, they beheld a pool at the heart of the oasis, filled with a deep crimson liquid that shimmered ominously under the sun. Scattered around the pool lay the lifeless forms of the vengeful beasts. There remains a gruesome spectacle that exuded an unusual atmosphere of terror. Dark red stains marred the ground, stretching all the way to the edge of the pool, the very source of the sanguine stench. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Floating within the pool were several corpses of the vengeful beasts, their bodies marred by the foul, dark red water that reeked of decay. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's heart raced with alarm. The oasis was not particularly expansive, yet the lake at its center radiated an eerie aura. The grassland by the lake was littered with the carcasses of various beasts, their surfaces marred by horrific bloodstains. Where did these familiar beasts come from, and why are they all dead? Bai pondered, perplexed. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. He realized that this was no ordinary sight. He turned to Bai and Lin, stating, there is something amiss here. We must proceed with caution. The three encircled the pool, meticulously examining their surroundings. Bai frowned, remarking, the state of these vengeful beasts is quite peculiar, as if they have fallen victim to a formidable assault. Lin's expression turned grave. Moreover, this blood seems to harbor some strange energy, utterly unusual. The trio descended upon the grassland by the lake, their expressions heavy as they scrutinized the surface of the water, which was shockingly dark red. What could this mean? Lin Mo mused, a hint of intrigue dancing at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, the secrets hidden within this oasis had piqued his curiosity. At that moment, a colossal corpse of a vengeful beast suddenly emerged from the bloodied water, startling the three. A gaping wound marred its chest, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon, indicating foul play. Lin Mo sneered, someone is plotting against us. This is certainly more than just an ordinary oasis. A chill crept into Bai's heart. This place was shrouded in enigma and undoubtedly concealed great peril. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he shouted, everyone, retreat. This is a trap. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed, the ground splitting open. and 8 massive tentacles erupted from below, ensnaring their limbs. A venomous serpent demon, Lin exclaimed in horror. He struggled with all his might to break free, but these tentacles, like living entities, held the 3 firmly in place. At that moment, a gigantic creature of the abyss emerged from the earth, its 8 tentacles serving as its limbs, tightly binding the trio as it opened its cavernous maw to devour them whole. It is the true predator, Lin Mo thought, his gaze steely. It appeared that this oasis was merely bait to lure in prey. Cursed be it, we have been ensnared. Lin seethed with rage. Do not panic. Let us break free together. Bye-bye bellowed. In an instant, the 3 unleashed their internal energies, forcefully breaking the binds that held them. Lin Mo swung his blood blade with vigor, severing 2 of the tentacles. Lin wielded his thunderstaff, and Bye-bye commanded his flying sword. Engaging in a fierce battle against the abyssal creature, the beast let out a dreadful howl, thrashing about with fury. It unleashed its remaining 6 tentacles, striking at the 3 with reckless abandon. Take this. Lin Mo charged forward, his blood blade manifesting countless beams of sword light, crashing like a torrent upon the vital points of the abyssal creature. Lin and Bye-bye followed closely behind. After an intense battle with the abyss beast that lasted for 100 rounds, Lin Mo suddenly changed his expression, swiftly leaping backward while commanding everyone to retreat. The abyss beast hesitated, poised to pursue, but was halted by Lin Mo's sudden gesture. A flash of golden light erupted as 8 flying daggers embedded themselves into the surrounding boulders, pinning the creature firmly in place. What is happening? Lin inquired, perplexed. Lin Mo gradually retracted the daggers and replied coldly, this so-called oasis is merely an illusion conjured by the giant spirit flower. I have just detected the scent of the giant spirit flower mingled with the fragrance in the air. Upon hearing this, Bye-bye's eyes widened in realization. No wonder we felt something amiss upon entering this oasis. It turns out the giant spirit flower was orchestrating our predicament. Lin Mo nodded and continued. I suspect that the corpses of the vengeful apes did not die of natural causes, but were lured here to be slaughtered as sacrifices by the giant spirit flower. At this, the abyss beast revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, emitting a menacing hiss. Chapter 473. It seems we have hit the mark. Lin Mo sneered, swinging his blood blade toward the beast. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at Lin Mo's brilliance. Lin, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, how did you come to this conclusion? With a smile, Lin Mo elucidated, the behavior of the vengeful apes indicates that they do not inhabit this place. Rather, they have been drawn to this oasis. The giant spirit flower is the puppeteer, using the fabricated oasis to lure creatures into a bizarre trap. Bye-bye's eyes flickered with admiration. Lin Mo's keen insight and extraordinary intellect were indeed commendable. Amidst their discussion, an unusual disturbance arose. From the remnants of the giant spirit flower, a surge of demonic energy swirled as a figure emerged. Lin Mo gripped his sword tightly, while Lin and Bye-bye also assumed a defensive stance. With a soft hiss, the abyss beast was cleaved in 2, turning to ashes. Be cautious. The giant spirit flower is about to reveal itself, Lin Mo warned, quickly retracting his sword. Suddenly, the blood-soaked waters began to churn violently, and 8 enormous blood-red flower bones slowly ascended from the depths. Each flower bone cradled a beautiful, blood-splattered maiden, her expression cold, her gaze fixed intently upon the 3 human-faced flower bones. Lin's complexion paled. They were said to be a rare and formidable demon flower, nearly impossible to confront. Lin Mo's eyes blazed with determination as he inhaled deeply, then exhaled sharply, brandishing his blood blade in a sweeping motion that conjured a torrential downpour of blood rain and sword nets, hurtling toward the 8 flower bones. The 8 maidens suddenly howled at the sky, opening their gaping mouths to unleash a 7-colored miasma in retaliation. The 2 powerful forces collided midair, creating a colossal vortex of energy that sent sword chi and miasma swirling in all directions. Seeing this, Lin and Bye-bye joined the fray, unleashing their full strength to assist Lin Mo in the assault. The 8 blood bones were vanquished, and a dense fog of blood enveloped the air. Within this haze emerged a young woman clad in a flowing gown, emanating an aura of icy coldness. Who are you, and how did you trespass into my sacrificial grounds? The woman in the silver dress asked, her expression impassive, her eyes glinting with frost. Lin Mo met her gaze, replying, We inadvertently passed through this area. Who might you be? Are you the ones who disrupted my sacrificial rites? The woman's voice was chilling yet commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Mo replied solemnly. We did not intend to cause any disruption. We are merely lost within the enigma of this oasis. What is the purpose of this ritual? The woman smiled coldly. The purpose of the ritual? It pertains to the very order of the desert itself. You are quite verbose. Since you have uncovered my secret, you shall remain here forever. The corner of her mouth suddenly curved upward, revealing a cruel smile, and a dark energy coalesced in her hand, rushing forth with a foul wind. Cautiously, Lin Mo tilted his body slightly and thrust out his sword in response. A cacophony erupted as the surging energy exploded around them, sending shockwaves that hurled Lei Lan and Bai over 10 zhang away, crashing into the sand dunes. Ha ha ha, the woman in the silver dress resembled an ice sculpture. How intriguing. It has been a long time since I encountered an adversary worthy of my full effort. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Si, the celestial guardian of this forbidden land. Lin Mo's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Such audacity. He awaited the unfolding events. The figures of the two flickered and reappeared, causing the very heavens and earth to shift. One sought to guard a secret, while the other was determined to unveil the truth. After a fierce exchange, Lin Mo ultimately succeeded in vanquishing Yuan Si, albeit at a great cost to himself. Yuan Si collapsed to the ground, gritting her teeth and lamenting. Have I failed my mission? Such a precious offering. Lin Mo coldly inquired. What exactly are you planning with this ritual, sacrificing so many lives? Yuan Si offered a sinister smile without uttering a word. At that moment, a streak of silver light cut through the air, and a silver high-back chair suddenly materialized mid-air. Lei Lan gasped. That is a celestial artifact. Who is controlling it? Seated upon the chair was a woman clad in a silver gown, her expression frigid, radiating an overwhelming aura. She was the mastermind behind this ritual. Sister, I have failed. Yuan Si gazed at her in despair. The woman in silver remained expressionless, murmuring incantations as her fingers lightly tapped the armrest. She was casting a spell. An alarm rang in Lin Mo's mind, prompting him to urgently call for everyone to flee. After departing the desert, Lin Mo summoned a uniquely designed wooden flying chariot, his mode of transportation known as the Spirit Wood Chariot. This vehicle is quite simple, yet it can soar, Lei Lan remarked, glancing around the empty chariot with suspicion. Lin Mo smiled slightly, showing them the hidden mechanism beneath the chariot. The devices are all concealed below, meant to keep a low profile. I have also added an invisibility charm, so it will be unseen shortly. He then produced 2 translucent jade tokens and handed them to the pair. Take these. They will allow you to sense each other's location in times of trouble. Bai hesitated momentarily before accepting, smiling. Thank you, Brother Lin. We have nothing of value to offer in return. No need for formality. This is a gift for friends. Lin Mo replied with a smile. The 3 ascended into the air, the chariot gently rising until they quickly vanished into the sky. After traveling for some time, the chariot suddenly jolted in midair. What is happening? Lin Mo frowned. In the distance, a dark figure was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive, vengeful ape. The creature was enormous, exuding a foul stench, with blood-red eyes, viciously gnawing at the being before it. Hurry and save him, Bai urged anxiously. However, just then, a loud explosion rang out, and the demonic ape was cleaved in 2, falling silently to the ground. The battle concluded with astonishing rapidity. So swift, Lin Mo remarked. Furrowing his brow, the dark figure swiftly approached, revealing a man clad in azure armor. Thank you for your concern. I am unharmed. The demise of that demon ape is indeed a relief, for it has eliminated a menace. With that, he hastily departed. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of doubt awakening within him. Observing the retreating figure of the holy son of the Flying Spirit clan, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and retrieved 2 crystalline jade tablets from his bosom. What is this? Bai inquired curiously as he approached. I refer to it as the Wuji tablet, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. It is a magical artifact I crafted, capable of dual functionalities. He extended the 2 jade tablets to the others, continuing his explanation. It can obscure one's aura, evading external tracking, while simultaneously allowing the holders to sense each other's location, preventing disarray. After pondering for a moment, Lei Lan nodded. I see. This way, neither the demon ape nor any other potential adversaries can easily detect us. Bai mused. Although I am not fond of relying on such artifacts, if it is a necessity, then let us employ them. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, handing one Wuji tablet to Lei Lan and the other to Bai Bai. They took the tablets and suspended them in their palms, feeling the subtle power contained within. After a moment of hesitation, Lei Lan suddenly returned the Wuji tablet to Lin Mo. Thank you, but we shall not require it for now. Keep it for your own use. Lin Mo acknowledged with a nod, reclaiming the tablet. Very well, I merely offered a suggestion. We should depart from here promptly. With that, he activated the spirit vehicle and accelerated into the distance. From his storage bag, he retrieved a high-grade wood attribute spirit stone, which emanated a faint green glow, and placed it into the vehicle's engine. The vehicle emitted a deep rumble, suddenly increasing in speed. The spirit vehicle soared through the air, swiftly surpassing 100 miles. Lin Mo focused intently on guiding it, suddenly activating a concealment barrier, rendering the entire vehicle invisible. What is happening? Where's the vehicle? Lei Lan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Mo's voice floated back lightly. I have cast a concealment barrier. We are now in a transparent state, making it difficult for outsiders to perceive us. Bai Bai nodded in agreement with his approach. Lin Mo continued. However, this vehicle's defensive capabilities are relatively weak, primarily relying on evasion techniques. Should any threats arise, please notify me immediately. Understood, Lei Lan and Bai Bai responded in unison. The vehicle gradually became semi-transparent, as if merging with the surrounding air. Lei Lan and Bai Bai could not help but marvel at such a sophisticated artifact, a first for them. Lin Mo smiled and explained. This is a concealment restriction I developed, capable of mitigating unnecessary troubles to a certain extent. But remember, it should only be employed when essential, for while invisibility is advantageous, it is a vulnerability in terms of defense. The spirit vehicle drifted like a wisp of cloud, swiftly leaving the scenery behind. They traversed the skies, the wind whistling around them, as if they were immersed in a realm of immortals. The trio continued on their linear path, soon vanishing without a trace into the dark abyss. Unbeknownst to them, in a distant location, a massive vengeful ape beast fixated its gaze upon the direction of their departure, the green glow flickering in its crimson eyes. Far from Lin Mo and his companions, a phantom of the blood-red-eyed demon ape loomed in a valley shrouded in green mist, roaring as it sniffed the air for their scent. Upon discovering it, its blood-red eyes snapped open, glowing fiercely with emerald light. I shall personally eliminate those intruders. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged within it, as its arms expanded, transforming into a colossal crimson ape towering 20 zhang high. The ground trembled ominously beneath it as it unleashed a furious roar, directly leaping into the air in pursuit. I must safeguard the first gate. I cannot allow anyone to approach the mysterious mountains, lest the elders' plan be thwarted. The flying vehicle darted like a white shadow through the heavens, swiftly distancing itself from the abyssal gate of the first layer. In the far distance, a roar resonated through the green mist. The phantom of the demon ape was accelerating in pursuit of Lin Mo and his companions. The creature's form appeared even more formidable within the emerald haze, resembling a demonic deity. The giant ape pursued at full speed, rapidly traversing the dense fog, setting its sights on the elusive outline of the vehicle ahead. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of their pursuer. He cast a glance at Lei Lan and Bai Bai, determination flickering in his eyes. The demon ape has already detected us. We must hasten our flight and not allow it to catch up. Lei Lan, Bai Bai, remain vigilant. Lei Lan nodded, gripping her weapon tightly, while Bai Bai channeled her inner energy, prepared to respond to any emergency. The vehicle surged forward, slicing through the sky, leaving a streak of white in its wake. The demon ape's enraged roars grew increasingly closer, seemingly filled with fury at Lin Mo's group for their escape. Bai Bai expressed her concern, feeling the vehicle sway. Lei Lan too sensed a shift in the atmosphere around them. Looking around, she noticed several unidentified flying objects rapidly approaching from a distance. She alerted, Lin Mo, something unusual is pursuing us, and it's fast. Lin Mo's expression hardened. He adjusted the airflow in the vehicle. There may be something in pursuit. I'll accelerate to shake it off. He took a deep breath, a glint of resolve in his eyes. We must continue onward without pause. This region is fraught with uncertainty. We must extricate ourselves from it as swiftly as possible. With a whoosh, the wind howled, and the spirit vehicle launched forward like an arrow, accelerating to its utmost speed. Lin Mo extended his consciousness, finding no pursuers behind them. Perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by the airflow. Excellent. We've shaken them off, Lei Lan sighed in relief. Yet Lin Mo remained troubled, sensing that matters were not so simple. To be cautious, he activated a concealment talisman, and the vehicles swiftly vanished from sight. We should remain prudent. We must not expose our whereabouts, he cautioned softly to the two. Bai Bai and Lei Lan prepared themselves, and the trio advanced silently at high speed, swiftly navigating through layers of fog, delving deeper into the unfathomable abyss. As they soared against the wind, a swarm of black bats suddenly surged forth, emitting piercing shrieks. They were so numerous that they nearly obscured the sky. Demon bats! Bai Bai exclaimed in alarm. Their numbers were overwhelming. Immediate escape was imperative. Lin Mo's brow tightened as he swiftly turned the vehicle downward. At that moment, a fiery red whip swept through from the side, instantly incinerating over 100 demon bats. Following closely was a girl clad in red, a bright smile illuminating her face. Thank you for the rescue, Lei Lan waved to her. I am Zhuinzi. You must leave quickly. The rest is for me to handle, the girl replied calmly, her fire whip striking once more. Zhuinzi concentrated her powerful fire feather technique, unleashing a blazing storm that consumed the demonic bats entirely. Lin Mo nodded farewell and turned the spirit vehicle towards the depths of the valley. These strange bats were no ordinary creatures. They might be manifestations of some unique energy within the mountains. We must exercise caution, for more formidable beasts may emerge. Lin Mo warned the others, his gaze fixed on the dark abyss ahead. As they continued their flight, they encountered the fleeing golden-toothed beast, and Ao Qing led the holy son of the Chiyue tribe in pursuit. Meanwhile, in other parts of the canyon, the Zhurong clan was embroiled in fierce combat against bizarre, deer-faced monsters. This region was fraught with various unknown dangers, and we must remain highly vigilant, Lei Lan reminded. Her eyes locked on the path ahead. Upon traversing the canyon, a range of towering mountains suddenly appeared before them. Lin Mo's expression tightened. How could such a mountain be present in the first layer of the abyss? Could it have been artificially moved here? If it is the result of a human sacrifice mountain-moving formation, we must steer clear of it, Lei Lan cautioned. Bai Bai nodded, noting that on either side lay the winds of the abyss and the lair of the Black Ant tribe, adding to the peril. After much contemplation, Lin Mo decisively chose to take a detour. It was best not to take risks, even if it meant spending more time. Although the two harbored concerns about the potential delay, they agreed that a safer route was preferable. The spirit vehicle adjusted its course and continued to explore the profound depths below. As the vehicle proceeded along the alternative path, Lin Mo's consciousness connected with the crying soul beast, discovering that as they approached the mountains, the creature within the beast bracelet was exhibiting remarkable agitation. Doubts about the true nature of the mountains began to surface, prompting him to feel relieved for having chosen to avoid entering them. On the spirit vehicle, Lin Mo tentatively communicated with the beast and learned of its profound aversion to the mountains. There is certainly a formation hidden within, set by someone capable of threatening me, the beast whispered in his mind. Lin Mo's heart stirred with conviction regarding his judgment. As the spirit vehicle navigated the abyss, Lin Mo's consciousness remained linked to the crying soul beast. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, causing the beast to tremble, its eyes blood-red. Taken aback, Lin Mo urgently inquired about the cause. The creature babbled incoherently, repeatedly crying out for its master to save it, exclaiming that the beast was terrifying and sought to devour its soul. The beast's perception hinted at a sinister aura ahead. Through their mental exchange, the crying soul beast revealed that this was the presence of the resentful ape beast, a being capable of posing a threat to it. The overwhelming power of the resentful ape beast weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart. Swiftly, Lin Mo used his consciousness to probe further, revealing a colossal ape-like demon in the depths of the abyss, exuding a chilling light and a sinister aura, its blood-red eyes fixated upon them. Lin Mo immediately deduced that this was the fabled resentful ape beast, known for consuming souls, with a ferocious nature and unfathomable strength. To avoid a direct confrontation, Lin Mo altered the spirit vehicle's direction, opting for a detour to proceed. However, he did not elaborate on the reasons to Lei Lan and Bai Bai, merely stating that they needed to take a roundabout way. Bai Bai, dissatisfied, questioned Lin Mo about his intentions, asking if there was danger ahead and why he did not state it plainly. Lei Lan also frowned, saying, Lin, your manner leaves us perplexed regarding your intentions. We have embarked on this journey. Can we not face the hardships together? However, Lin Mo merely replied with a hint of indifference, stating, I have my considerations. We must take a detour on this path. There are matters I cannot explain to you at this moment. Lei Lan and Bai Bai exchanged glances, both perceiving the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Mo maneuvered the spirit cart with increasing speed through the abyss, his expression remaining utterly devoid of emotion. Lei Lan and Bai Bai anxiously awaited his explanation, yet were met only with a cold silence. Unable to restrain herself, Bai Bai spoke up, Lin Mo. I truly fail to comprehend what you mean. Is there a hidden truth you cannot disclose? As the spirit cart pressed onward, the aura of the vengeful ape beast intensified. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. He had finally pinpointed the location of the beast. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, prompting Lin Mo to rise with alertness, his gaze resolute. At that moment, a flicker of excitement crossed Lin Mo's eyes as he offered a faint smile, saying, My friends, forgive my boldness. We are about to receive an uninvited guest. Be cautious. The vengeful ape beast is in pursuit. Lin Mo finally broke the silence, issuing a warning to Lei Lan and Bai Bai. The vengeful ape beast appeared, its grotesque form emanating a frigid, malevolent aura that sent shivers down one's spine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a horde of ape-like demons manifested before them, led by the colossal vengeful ape beast, which fixated its gaze on Lin Mo, exultantly bellowing, Ha ha ha! After my relentless pursuit, 3 delectable offerings have presented themselves. Truly, the heavens have favored me. Lin Mo scoffed derisively, conjuring a blaze of fire in his hand. The flames surged forth, searing through the body of the vengeful ape beast. A piercing screech erupted as the beast's avatars dissipated, revealing its true form, which then erupted in a furious rage. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo pressed his foot down, propelling the spirit cart through the narrow passage of the abyss at breakneck speed. Bai Bai and Lei Lan exchanged terrified glances, urgently inquiring whether greater dangers lay ahead. The vengeful ape beast, consumed by wrath, unleashed toxic green light from its mouth. Lin Mo deftly waved his hand, conjuring a barrier of multicolored light to shield the 3 of them. The demon ape, realizing its attack had failed, sneered, Impudent mortals, you have stolen my master's sacrificial flower. The giant spirit flower. I kindly offered you a chance to escape, yet you dare to show me disdain. Bai Bai interjected, We did not take any giant spirit flower. Please do not heed these slanders. The vengeful ape beast retorted, You mere mortals dare to deceive me? No matter. I shall consume your flesh and blood essence to replenish my master's offerings. This is the fate you so rightfully deserve. Lin Mo maintained his composure in the face of the vengeful ape beast's accusations, fully aware that it was merely seeking a pretext to attack them. The tension within the spirit cart escalated, poised to erupt at any moment. We do not know how this has come to pass. It is certainly not our doing. Lei Lan could not help but interject, attempting to clarify. Yet, the vengeful ape beast's gaze remained piercing, as if trying to penetrate their very souls. The demon ape threatened from the sidelines. To defile the sacred relics is to invite retribution. A shiver ran through the air, yet Lin Mo stood unperturbed, gazing intently at the vengeful ape beast. With that, the demon ape erupted in a terrifying black light, warping the space around them and shattering Lin Mo's protective barrier of multicolored light. The expressions of the 3 individuals changed dramatically. The strength of the demon ape far exceeded their expectations, surpassing their capacity to respond. The sinister power within the vengeful ape surged forth, manifesting 8 avatars to besiege the trio. Lei Lan and Bai Bai struggled to withstand the onslaught, finding themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Lin Mo let out a cold snort, his palms reversing as azure radiance coalesced into the form of a colossal azure rock. The shadow of the rock flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest that shattered the 8 avatars of the demon ape effortlessly. Yet, they were mere phantoms, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Lin Mo's voice was devoid of warmth, sharp as a blade, his movements swift and precise like a gale. Subsequently, a spectrum of fiery hues erupted from his being, forming a luminous barrier that ensnared the vengeful ape. Though it roared in defiance, escape was futile. Almost immediately, silvery flames gathered in Lin Mo's hand, resembling a blade of intense fire aimed at the core of the vengeful ape. Enraged, The demon ape divided itself once more. Lin Mo's eyes emitted a soft golden glow, binding the demon ape and its 8 avatars in place with a radiant ribbon. In the next moment, the silvery flames surged forth, incinerating the 8 avatars, leaving the main body severely wounded and fleeing in panic. Lin Mo withdrew his assault, calmly stating that it could not escape far. They should continue their pursuit. Bai and Lei Lan exchanged astonished glances, their admiration and reliance on Lin Mo deepening. The vengeful ape let out a wretched cry as it retreated in disarray. Just as Lin Mo intended to give chase, 8 tendrils of darkness converged, restoring the demon ape to its formidable state. With 8 avatars wielding green glowing blades surging forward like an overwhelming tide, Lin Mo remained composed, the multicolored flames once again erupting, spreading like a rainbow to confine the demon ape's movements. Simultaneously, the silvery flames in his grasp shimmered, akin to divine weaponry descending from the heavens. This time, the demon ape seemed more cunning, responding with caution. Lin Mo's tone was calm, yet the underlying tension heightened Lei Lan and Bai's anxiety. The demon ape's challenge intensified, replete with cunning and strategy. Lin Mo analyzed the demon ape's maneuvers with a cool head, countering its assaults step by step. Each of his actions bore strategic significance, appearing unperturbed while being remarkably precise and effective. The multicolored flames and silvery fire under his command acted as twin forces, systematically dismantling the demon ape's avatars. As the vengeful ape struggled, the 5-colored light tightened its grip. Lin Mo raised his hands, unleashing a barrage of 7-colored fire arrows that struck the 8 demon apes directly, causing them to scatter in anguished cries. There was no room for the creature to regroup. Lin Mo swiftly transformed, embodying 3 heads and 6 arms, relentlessly pursuing and attacking until all the demon ape's avatars were obliterated. Its main body, now on the brink of collapse, resembled a cornered beast. Lei Lan and Bai were utterly astounded. They had never witnessed Lin Mo's overwhelming prowess before. The vengeful ape, engulfed in flames and barely clinging to life, still struggled to retaliate. Lin Mo let out a cold snort, conjuring a silver bow of the cold moon in his hand, drawing back a silver arrow that accurately pierced the demon ape's mouth. A piercing, mournful howl emanated from the demon ape, which instantly disintegrated into a charred mass of vapor. With a sweeping motion, Lin Mo gathered the vapor into his palm, condensing it into a fiery red bird that chirped once before entering Lin Mo's body. "Let us depart," Lin Mo stated calmly, as if treading on solid ground. Lei Lan and Bai exchanged glances, silently relieved that they had Lin Mo, such a formidable ally, by their side. Without him, they could never have triumphed over the demon ape. The demon ape was torn asunder, dissipating into a billowing cloud of smoke. Lin Mo extended his hand, summoning black smoke that coalesced into a flame, transforming into the true form of the vermilion bird. The fiery avian spread its wings and let out a resounding cry, vanishing into Lin Mo's being. "Let this be the end." Lin Mo gently waved his sleeve, his expression remaining unchanged. Lei Lan and Bai, once exuberant, now turned pale, teetering on the brink of despair. They finally comprehended that the disparity in strength between themselves and Lin Mo was far greater than they had initially imagined. Lin Mo calmly remarked that the master mentioned by the vengeful ape beast should not be underestimated, urging them to remain vigilant. Alarmed by his words, Lei Lan and Bai recalled the earlier battle that had left them trembling with fear, realizing that an even more formidable presence lurked within the abyss. The trio resolved to press onward, with Lei Lan and Bai feeling fortunate to have encountered Lin Mo, knowing they would have perished otherwise. Henceforth, they vowed to closely align themselves with this powerful ally. Lin Mo lightly stepped onto the spirit chariot, which shimmered with a milky radiance as it surged deeper into the abyss. "Brother Lin Mo, what do you think the master mentioned by the vengeful ape beast truly is?" Lei Lan inquired, with Bai anxiously watching beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo slowly replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. The abyss conceals too many enigmas. We must remain alert and continue our journey." His tone hinted at a profound depth, as if he were privy to unspeakable secrets. The trio's gazes shifted once more to the path ahead, where the depths of the abyss seemed to harbor endless marvels and perils. Following this, they encountered no significant mishaps, and Lin Mo led Lei Lan and Bai Bai to the entrance fissure of the second layer of the abyss. A chilling aura permeated the air, and the view within the fissure was shrouded in boundless darkness. The entrance to the second layer appeared ominous, prompting Bai Bai to furrow his delicate brows. Haha, is this little bit of eeriness too much for you? Lei Lan laughed. Let us not forget that we are the celestial Pang's 3 holy sons participating in this trial. What is this minor hardship? Bai Bai huffed, though a hint of tension was evident on his face. Lin Mo paid no heed to their banter, instead gazing thoughtfully at the fissure beneath them. Just as they prepared to enter, an ominous wind suddenly surged forth from the abyss, its frigid energy seeming to penetrate their flesh and reach deep into their souls. This is bad. Lei Lan's expression shifted dramatically. Be careful, Lin Mo warned. The 3 quickly summoned their full strength to resist, narrowly avoiding harm from the chilling gale. How can there be such a wind in the abyss? Bai Bai's face was a mask of horror. Lin Mo's gaze deepened as he scrutinized the abyss, declaring, "This is no ordinary abyssal wind. It harbors a potent chill, as if someone has secretly laid a formation to deliberately obstruct us. There is someone plotting against us." Lei Lan said in a low voice, "Let me deal with them. Perhaps it is best to let it be." The spatial intricacies within the abyss make locating that person no simple task, Lin Mo replied with indifference. Despite their wariness, the trio steeled themselves and traversed through the fissure. Deep within the fissure, a robed woman stood atop a height, gazing into the distance with a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. "Humph. Mere ants dare to venture into the depths of the abyss. Let me show you how I play with you." In her hand, a purple amber glimmered ominously, as if conjuring a dreadful spell. After traversing the fissure, Lin Mo and his companions arrived at a black grassland. It was adorned with bizarre black grass, exuding a peculiar fragrance. The unusual growth of this black grass piqued Bai Bai's curiosity as she playfully fiddled with a tuft, yet an ominous premonition surged within her. Just then, a series of cracking noises echoed from behind them. The trio's hearts sank, and they immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the underbrush were a dozen enormous, fearsome mantises. How can these creatures be so colossal? Lei Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Be cautious, these mantises are anything but ordinary. Lin Mo warned loudly, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy. His magical artifact soared forth, engaging in a fierce battle with the mantises. Lei Lan and Bai Bai also displayed their prowess, coordinating seamlessly. The air was thick with the atmosphere of a fierce struggle as the mantises were driven to the brink by Lin Mo and his allies. Behold, Bai Bai cried, her celestial sword bursting forth with blinding white light, instantly shattering several mantises. Meanwhile, Lei Lan wielded his thunderball, unleashing the power of lightning to intimidate the surrounding insect beasts. Lin Mo employed his unique techniques, systematically defeating the mantises one by one. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Mo chanted incantations, releasing golden seals that enveloped the mantises. With a sharp crack, the seals constricted violently, reducing several mantises to dust. What formidable magical power! Bai Bai gasped in awe. Lin Mo calmly retracted the spell, stating, "In the depths of the abyss, one must remain ever vigilant, wary of ambushes. I shall divert their attention. You two support me from the sidelines." With that, Lin Mo swiftly appeared at the edge of the underbrush. He grasped his long sword, its blade gleaming, and aimed directly at the vital points of the mantises. In an instant, each mantis was reduced to ashes, while Lin Mo moved with a ghostly agility, evading capture. Bai Bai and Lei Lan joined the fray, synchronizing their assaults with Lin Mo's onslaught. Soon, they had vanquished the remaining mantises, leaving the grassland in a profound silence. Lin Mo sheathed his sword, his demeanor unperturbed. While Bai Bai and Lei Lan exchanged awestruck glances, their perception of Lin Mo's strength far exceeding their expectations. Having broken through the encirclement of the blood-robed fiends, they ventured into an area dense with stone forests. The rocks loomed like trees, twisting and winding, emanating a deep, mysterious aura. An unsettling intuition stirred within Lin Mo. Indeed, deafening roars soon erupted, and several colossal stone demons emerged from the rocky expanse, their sinister gazes fixed upon the trio. "Humph, mere beasts dare to obstruct us," Lei Lan bellowed, eager to showcase his might. Before his words faded, he swiftly thrust his hands forward, unleashing 10 bolts of lightning toward the stone demons. The stone demons roared in fury, their rock-like bodies swaying as they withstood Lei Lan's onslaught. They retaliated, spewing countless sharp rock fragments towards the trio. Lei Lan has underestimated them, Bai exclaimed, her voice laden with alarm. As the fragments hurtled toward them, Lin Mo dashed forward, placing himself protectively before his companions. With a swift motion of his hands, he sent forth a barrage of golden light, rapidly weaving a vast net in the air. Only the crisp sound of clashing resonated, as all the rock debris was repelled by a golden web of light, leaving Lin Mo and the others unscathed. Bai's eyes widened in astonishment at the formidable defense. Lin Mo calmly retracted the golden web, revealing a slender golden thread in his hand, which he deftly manipulated to weave intricate seals in midair. Suddenly, several stone demons erupted with golden ropes, binding their limbs tightly. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo tightened the golden ropes, and after a series of thunderous booms, the bound stone demons disintegrated into powder, vanishing without a trace. Bai and Lei Lan stared in disbelief, the sharp sound of Lin Mo's golden thread striking resonating in their ears. This level of power surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet Lin Mo appeared unfazed, casually retracting the golden thread and gesturing for them to proceed. Exchanging a glance, Bai and Lei Lan saw deep astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. After vanquishing the stone demons, Lin Mo and his companions pressed onward. They traversed through a shroud of gray mist, arriving in a vast valley surrounded by steep cliffs, with a sprawling plain at its center. Scattered across the plain were bizarrely shaped boulders, and the occasional glimpse of stone demons could be seen lurking among them. It was akin to a miniature stone forest labyrinth, easy to lose one's way, Bai remarked with a frown. Lin Mo squinted thoughtfully and suddenly pointed into the distance. Look over there, a spirit carriage. Following his gesture, Bai and Lei Lan spotted a blurred figure darting rapidly among the stone formations, the outline of wheels faintly visible, several hundred zhang away. It is indeed a spirit carriage. We are saved, Bai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. However, the spirit carriage seemed to be fleeing from something, moving at an alarming speed. Its pace is astonishing, Lei Lan observed, furrowing her brow. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the rear of the carriage, where a dozen massive stone demons relentlessly pursued it. While they lacked the speed of the carriage, their endurance was remarkable. It has been chased by those stone demons. We must devise a plan to aid its escape. Bai urged anxiously. Do not worry, I shall handle these stone demons. You two hurry and catch up to the spirit carriage, Lin Mo calmly instructed. Although Bai and Lei Lan were puzzled by Lin Mo's intentions, they swiftly raced toward the spirit carriage. Lin Mo then waved his hands, sending forth a dozen beams of golden light that swiftly wove into a large net in midair, plunging toward the group of stone demons. Following a series of resounding crashes, all the stone demons were reduced to powder. Meanwhile, Bai and Lei Lan approached the spirit carriage, which appeared to be an ancient wooden cart, seemingly preserved in this abyss for millennia. Help! Please save me! A peculiar voice suddenly emanated from the carriage. Bai and Lei Lan exchanged a glance before promptly leaping onto the carriage, where they found a diminutive spirit entity seated cross-legged inside. Thank you both for your rescue. The spirit entity bowed gratefully. I have been pursued by those terrifying stone demons for days and nights, my life hanging by a thread. Rest assured, our companion has dealt with those stone demons. Lei Lan waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? I am immensely grateful. As a token of my appreciation, I can take you to the entrance of the third layer of the abyss. The spirit entity nodded eagerly. At that moment, Lin Mo had swiftly arrived and leapt onto the spirit vehicle. Under his deft control, the vehicle quickly departed from the stony forest and continued to race deeper into the abyss. At last, we have a means of transport. Entering the third layer of the abyss will be considerably easier, Bai remarked with relief. However, Lin Mo pondered. I can't shake the feeling that everything is unfolding too smoothly. The treachery of the abyss still lies ahead. We must proceed with utmost caution. The spirit vehicle wove through the valley, swirling fog being stirred up by its rapid motion, creating a fleeting white trail. The pursuing stone demons gradually receded into the mist, ultimately vanishing from sight. The fog in this valley seems rather unusual. We need to be vigilant, Lei Lan cautioned, her gaze fixed intently on the surrounding haze. Lin Mo nodded, sensing that the fog harbored some peculiar energy, though he could not yet ascertain its exact nature. With the aid of the spirit vehicle, Lin Mo soon led the group to the terminus of the second layer of the abyss. They arrived at a three-pronged intersection, each path leading to a different entrance of the third layer. The first entrance was the Blood River Passage, rumored to be fraught with peril and tumultuous waters. The second was the Scorched Earth Road, surrounded by raging flames that soared high. The final entrance was known as the 10,000 Vines Path, where lush green vines entwined the ground, laden with vivid red fruits. Which of these three entrances is the safest? Bai hesitated. The Blood River Passage seems far too dangerous, and the Scorched Earth Road is engulfed in fierce flames. I suggest we opt for the 10,000 Vines Path. Leylon proposed. Lin Mo closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before nodding. I too believe that the 10,000 Vines Path is the most secure choice. Though it may present some obstacles deeper within, it is certainly preferable to the Blood River and Raging Fire. Thus, the three chose the 10,000 Vines Path and stepped into the domain of the third layer of the abyss. Indeed, the ground was thickly covered with vines, making progress exceedingly difficult. Lin Mo was compelled to employ magic to incinerate portions of the vines, allowing them to proceed with great effort. The third layer of the abyss is even more intricate and treacherous than I had anticipated. I truly wonder what else we will encounter, Bai frowned. After an indeterminate period of walking, Lin Mo suddenly paused, his expression shifting. What is it, Brother Lin Mo? Have you sensed something? Leylon inquired anxiously. Just now, I felt a chilling presence behind us, but it vanished in an instant. Lin Mo replied gravely. There is a peculiar sensation, as if someone is observing us. Yet they are deeply concealed. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. His innate senses were becoming increasingly acute within this abyss. Bai and Leylon quickly turned to look back, but saw nothing amiss. Strange, there seems to be no disturbance here. Why would you have such a sensation? Bai questioned in confusion. Lin Mo frowned in contemplation. I am uncertain, but my intuition tells me this is far from a mere illusion. The abyss is rife with deceit. We must remain vigilant. Having said this, he lifted his foot and continued onward. Could it be that mysterious woman from earlier? Leylon speculated. Lin Mo shook his head. It feels different. This sensation is more akin to an underlying threat or some form of covetousness. Bai gripped her celestial sword tightly, alertly surveying her surroundings. Though nothing was visible, an atmosphere of tension hung palpably in the air. We shall press on, but with heightened vigilance, Lin Mo declared. Lin Mo resolved to cease his inquiries and continued leading the group forward. The inexplicable chill dissipated gradually with their movement, yet it still instilled a sense of vigilance. Bai and Leylon exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's concern. They hastened their steps to closely follow Lin Mo. Behind them, in the void, a sinister gaze lingered on their retreating figures, accompanied by a chilling laugh that faded into obscurity. Deep within the abyss, a colossal peak towered, concealing a paradise within its embrace. Residing there was a middle-aged man clad in a black and red robe, fixated upon an eerie bronze mirror that reflected the silhouettes of Lin Mo and his companions. This lad was indeed the member of the Fei Ling clan spoken of by the old witch. His spirit was remarkably potent. The man murmured to himself, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He waved his hand across the mirror's surface, causing the images of Lin Mo and the others to vanish instantly. He then produced a blood-red fish, scrutinizing it intently. The efficacy of this ancient blood fish was extraordinarily remarkable. He resolved to ensnare that youth, intending to barter his spirit for this prized fish. A nefarious scheme took shape within his mind, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Approaching an altar, he placed the blood fish in a prominent position. He then retrieved a crystal-clear orb, reciting incantations as radiant hues emanated from the sphere. Lin Mo, daring to intrude upon my abyssal domain, this shall be your fate, he proclaimed. With a wave of his hand, the multicolored brilliance shot forth from the orb, coalescing into a colossal pentagram that began to whirl frantically in the air. He resolved to exploit Lin Mo's spiritual power to exchange for the ancient blood fish possessed by the old witch. The orb in his hand radiated an eerie glow as the mysterious figure commenced an arcane incantation. His objective was clear, to draw out the invaluable ancient blood fish through Lin Mo's spirit. Lin Mo, you shall become my weapon, the enigmatic man smirked slyly, as subtle changes began to manifest in the orb, hinting at the brewing of a malevolent plot. With my magic, I can ensnare your spirit within this spatial barrier, rendering you at my disposal. Ha ha! The sinister laughter echoed through the cavern. imbued with savagery and cruelty. The man laughed heartily, as if already savoring his anticipated triumph. In the depths of the spatial boundary, the silhouettes of the three individuals were faintly discernible, resolutely advancing. At the altar in the heart of the mysterious mountain range, the Blood Abyss elder engaged in a clandestine and vile dialogue with an exceptionally aged woman. A heavy stench of blood enveloped the altar, bearing witness to an unspeakable transaction. The Blood Abyss elder, marked by the passage of time, possessed a gaze both profound and cunning, as though concealing endless machinations. Meanwhile, the woman remained shrouded in darkness, revealing only her cold eyes, exuding an air of unassailable authority. They deliberated the progress of a particular scheme, which involved the collection of celestial spiritual energy and the creation of puppets with extraordinary capabilities. What of Mu Qing's situation? The Blood Abyss elder inquired, inhaling deeply, a shadow flickering in his eyes. The woman let out a cold laugh. The power of the malevolent spirits continued to gather, while the six-legged creatures fervently engaged in their blood sacrifices. I have heard of your endeavors in crafting puppets, she remarked. The old blood master mentioned a young man who displayed remarkable insight and judgment, which greatly impressed me. With a faint smile, the old blood master enigmatically stated, I have long been aware of your interest in a member of the Flying Spirit clan. He possesses the ability to sense the divine, making him an exceptional source of refined soul material. A glimmer of greed flickered in the woman's eyes. Such a rare and valuable material. Reveal his whereabouts to me, and I shall offer you a millennium-old blood fish. The old blood master paused momentarily before nodding. In 10 days, I will deliver it personally. But I must caution you. This is a fish of unparalleled rarity. The woman scoffed, coldly responding, one is more than sufficient. Their conversation brimmed with intrigue and conspiracy, and around them, the flames upon the altar seemed to flicker uncertainly, as if dancing in anticipation of this dreadful scheme. The old blood master entered a spacious chamber, where several uniquely designed puppets were arranged along the walls. Focusing his mind, he summoned 3 bloodwood puppets, their forms large and fearsome, with ominous crimson lights glimmering in their hollow eyes. These puppets emitted a faint glow, appearing almost lifelike. The old blood master smiled, greatly pleased with these creations, which embodied decades of his research into the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. These 3 puppets, at the initial stage of spiritual mastery, would become the cornerstone of our plan. The old blood master's gaze deepened, revealing a reverent admiration for these puppets. With a gentle touch of his fingers, a strand of his consciousness was infused into each puppet's body. They began to quiver, their sanguine forms radiating a potent aura of malevolence. As if infused with the very essence of the old blood master's soul, the shadow-armored ghost king was about to be birthed from these 3 puppets. The old blood master spoke with solemnity, envisioning the glorious success of his plan. Within the palace, the crimson light and the surge of divine consciousness intertwined to create a mysterious tableau, as if unveiling a horrific conspiracy. Approaching the window, the old blood master felt the warmth of the sunset's rays filtering through the lattice, enveloping the room in a gentle glow. He pondered, hoping that through these modest achievements, he might bring a modicum of benefit to this land. The old blood master arrived before an ancient stone altar, shrouded in a delicate veil of white mist. Chapter 476. A white-haired elder stood solemnly to the side of the altar, her demeanor grave. She commanded softly. As 2 young women raised their ritual implements, the indistinct figure in the center of the altar gradually becoming enveloped in the white mist. The old blood master gazed intently at the altar, a flicker of anticipation rising within him. He understood that the elder was invoking an ancient rite, crucial to their plan. How is the ritual progressing? The old blood master inquired. It is proceeding smoothly. We are now in the final phase, the elder replied. The quality of the flying spirit youth's soul is indeed remarkable, and with our secret methods, it is sufficient to complete the ritual. The old blood master nodded, his gaze once again fixed on the coalescing white mist upon the altar. The silver-haired matron stood beside the altar, her gaze profound and resolute, clutching an ancient talisman. At the center of the altar, 2 women wielded a black fire serpent and a banana leaf fan, unleashing a chilling inferno of nether flames. Seal his divine soul with the nether fire. We require greater arcane power, commanded the matron coldly. The black fire serpent and banana leaf fan simultaneously exerted their might. the nether flames coalescing into a vortex that ensnared the indistinct figure within a shroud of dark flames. The mysterious silhouette struggled within the black inferno, seemingly unable to break free from its bindings. A piercing cold wind swept through the vicinity of the altar, carrying an eerie chill. In the palace of the Blood Earth Old Monster, 3 bloodwood puppets gradually revealed expressions of unease. "Master, there are the scents of uninvited guests," one puppet reported in a low tone. The Blood Earth Old Monster furrowed his brow, pondering the recent clandestine discussions. Had someone uncovered their scheme? Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his companions, while traversing through the skies, suddenly sensed the pursuit of 3 ethereal lights. A verdant glow and 3 yellow orbs rapidly approached from either side, their presence both bizarre and formidable. Lin Mo rode upon the azure bull, accompanied by Lei Lan and Bai Bai as they swiftly navigated the valley. However, 3 beams of light abruptly appeared ahead, swiftly closing in on them. "Be cautious," Bai Bai exclaimed in alarm. Lin Mo squinted, recognizing that their pursuers were indeed the verdant glow and 2 figures clad in yellow. The trio moved with astonishing speed, now merely 100 paces away. "It seems they are coming for us," Lin Mo deduced. He tugged on the reins of the azure bull, dismounted from the flying insect, and faced the 3 with unwavering determination. "What is this ethereal light? Why is it so powerful?" Lei Lan furrowed her brow, and Bai Bai also wore a grave expression. Lin Mo resolved to halt their retreating light and prepare for this unexpected pursuit. Their expressions tensed, their hearts filled with the foreboding of unknown peril. The emergence of these 3 ethereal lights was exceedingly strange, seemingly a pursuit from a formidable force. "What is your intent?" the verdant glow sneered, offering no direct response as they continued their advance. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he raised his hand to form a complex seal. He deemed it prudent to take the initiative. The Huangfeng clan's assault on the Tianpeng clan's mountain stronghold was relentless. Lin Mo and his companions were engaged in clandestine discussions with the Yelv clan regarding an alliance when suddenly, the distant sounds of fierce combat erupted, the clash of metal reverberating through the air. Qin Zhao's expression turned grave. "This is bad. That is the war drum of the Huangfeng clan. They intend to raid our village." Bai Bai furrowed his brow. "Why has the Huangfeng clan launched a sudden attack? Do they seek to annex the territory of the Yelv clan?" Lei Lan explained. "The Huangfeng clan has always been ruthless and cunning. This assault is merely to seize the mining veins." Amidst their urgency, the formidable aura of the Huangfeng clan rapidly approached. In the midst of the roaring winds, 3 high-ranking spiritual generals of the Huangfeng clan descended like malevolent spirits. Lin Mo cast a cold glance, his thunder sword drawn, resembling lightning cleaving the night. "Tianpeng clan, Yelv clan, we must unite." Lei Lan's voice resonated across the battlefield as he looked at Lin Mo, his eyes reflecting trust. Bai Bai and Qin Zhao did not hesitate either, each displaying their formidable techniques. The Huangfeng clan's assault was swift and cunning, yet Lin Mo and his companions stood resolute, refusing to yield. The thunderous magic of Lei Lan and the frost flame technique of Bai Bai illuminated the battlefield, creating a scene of breathtaking intensity. At the periphery of this chaos, Qin Zhao of the Night Green tribe employed her agile movements to assist in fortifying their defenses. As the conflict intensified, Bai Bai astutely discerned a hidden conspiracy within the ranks of the Yellow Wind tribe. She lowered her voice to Lei Lan, saying, "Their ambitions extend beyond us. There are deeper schemes at play. We must tread carefully to avoid falling into their traps." Lin Mo spoke in a grave tone, regardless of their intentions. "As long as we stand, they shall not succeed." With that, he and his companions departed from their conversation, swiftly making their way towards the village of the Night Green tribe. On the battlefield, despite the ferocity of the Yellow Wind tribe's assaults, the alliance between Lin Mo and the Tianpeng tribe formed a formidable resistance in a short span. However, a flicker of concern crossed Qin Zhao's eyes, for she understood the formidable strength of the Yellow Wind tribe. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Mo and whispered, "Lin Mo, I need your assistance. The Night Green tribe and the Yellow Wind tribe have a mutual aid pact, but this time, the strength of the Yellow Wind tribe exceeds our expectations. We require more reinforcements to hold our ground." Upon hearing this, Lei Lan furrowed his brow, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the Yellow Wind tribe. Yet, in this moment of crisis, he had to make a decision. He looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Are you willing to assist the Night Green tribe?" Lin Mo smiled gently and nodded, I came here to quell the turmoil of this land. I shall aid you, but first, I need more intelligence regarding the Yellow Wind tribe. Qin Shao quickly replied. The Yellow Wind tribe has 3 holy sons, Huang Lei, Huang Yun, and Huang Zhen. Their power rivals that of the spirit sovereigns, and Huang Hong, a spirit sovereign, is also their formidable ally. Our immediate priority is to halt their advance. Otherwise, the entire Night Green tribe faces annihilation. When Lin Mo and his companions arrived at the village of the Night Green tribe, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Villagers either fought valiantly or fled in panic, carrying their elderly and children. Qin Shao, in distress, exclaimed, Lin Mo, we cannot withstand the onslaught of the Yellow Wind tribe. I beseech you to lend us your strength. Lin Mo nodded and drew his sword, prepared to join the fray. At that moment, Lei Lan grasped his arm, whispering, Do not act rashly. Those 3 appear to be high-ranking disciples of the Yellow Wind tribe. Their power is not to be underestimated. Lin Mo then sheathed his sword, opting to observe the unfolding situation. He saw the trio setting fire to the homes of the villagers, the flames illuminating the dark night sky. Qin Zhao's eyes filled with fury. How dare they burn my homeland? Lin Mo, swiftly deal with them. Lin Mo replied calmly, Xiao Mei, do not rush. I have a strategy. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the 3, formulating a plan in his mind. With a sudden flash of cold light in his gaze, Lin Mo extended his arms wide, and in an instant, a resounding thunderbolt shot from above his head towards the heavens. A deafening roar echoed, startling the 3 from the Yellow Wind tribe, their faces paling in shock. The bolt of lightning split into countless purple electric serpents, swiftly darting towards them. The trio, now pale, hastily invoked their defenses to repel the attack, but the electric serpents pierced through their barriers like arrows through the clouds, striking at their vital points. With a collective scream, they were sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. Qin Shao marveled at the incredible power on display, questioning how such might could exist. At that moment, Lin Mo clasped his hands together, and an ethereal silhouette of a colossal mountain materialized. The mountain exuded an imposing aura, with stones that seemed to emit a magnetic force, rendering the 3 battered figures immobile. The elite of the Huangfeng clan found themselves firmly suppressed by Lin Mo's thunderous escape technique and the might of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, causing a sudden shift in the tide of battle. Lei Lan and Bai Bai, observing this spectacle, could not suppress their astonishment. The 3 members of the Huangfeng clan struggled valiantly against the overwhelming pressure of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, but ultimately, their resistance faltered. The 2 young scions, Huang Lei and Huang Yun, transformed into monstrous avians in a desperate attempt to flee the battlefield. Lin Mo smiled calmly, his wind and thunder wings unfurling behind him, transforming into a golden streak of light that swiftly obstructed the path of the 2 colossal eagles. Seeing this, the monstrous birds shifted into blinding flashes to evade, only to find Lin Mo's figure looming above them in the next instant. The sword of thunder cleaved through the skies, and the avians sensed an intense force bearing down upon them, compelling them to alter their flight trajectory. With a surge of power from the wind and thunder wings, Lin Mo ascended with remarkable speed, engaging in a fierce chase through the tumultuous skies, where lightning clashed and shadows flickered. The golden light coalesced into Lin Mo's form, dual swords in hand, as he lunged toward the 2 great eagles. The giant birds shrieked in defiance, unleashing torrents of flames and toxic mists in a fierce struggle against him. Lin Mo, however, remained composed, his dual blades shimmering with electric light, deftly neutralizing their assaults. Ultimately, channeling the full extent of his primordial energy, he combined his swords and struck decisively at the 2 avians, who let out a wretched cry before crashing down, gravely injured. The remaining disciples of the Huangfeng clan, sensing the dire turn of events, resolved to retreat. Lin Mo sheathed his swords, his expression grave as he regarded the 3 Huangfeng members, who were battered and on the brink of collapse, their eyes filled with terror and despair. After a prolonged silence, the leading scion gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Mo, the Huangfeng clan shall exact vengeance for this. With that, they transformed into 3 streaks of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Returning to Lei Lan and Bai Bai, Lin Mo maintained a tranquil demeanor, though a look of contemplation lingered in his eyes. Lei Lan and Bai Bai regarded him with profound gratitude and awe, having witnessed his formidable prowess in the depths of his mystical abilities. Lin Mo spoke calmly. The matter is settled. We must depart from this place. Bye-bye, looking at him with relief, replied softly, we are fortunate to have your assistance, Brother Mo. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your vast capabilities truly leave me in awe. Thank you for your timely rescue. Without you, we would likely have succumbed to the ferocity of the Huangfeng clan. Lei Lan bowed deeply to Lin Mo, and Bai hastily joined in expressing his appreciation. Lin Mo smiled gently, responding, this is merely a small act. There is no need for such formality. You should leave as well to avoid the return of the Huangfeng clan seeking retribution. I, along with Lanner and Bayer, have pressing matters to attend to. We shall part ways here. The three watched Lin Mo and his companions depart, their expressions a blend of complexity and admiration. Lin Mo's calm composure had indeed earned Lei Lan's newfound respect. Perhaps, journeying alongside such an individual is their great fortune. Amidst the howling winds and the icy expanse, the trio traverses through the glacial canyon. Qin Xiao trails closely behind Lei Lan and Bai, as if she has discovered the sole glimmer of hope within this vast white wilderness. Her eyes radiate determination, and she clutches the Hunyuan pot tightly, as if harboring some precious expectation within it. The biting cold wind and the shimmering ice crystals outline a mysterious world of snow and ice. With unwavering resolve, Qin Xiao holds onto the Hunyuan pot, embodying a spirit of steadfastness amidst the chill. She recounts to Lei Lan and Bai the plight of the Night Green tribe, detailing their persecution by the Huangfeng clan. Lei Lan and Bai listen intently, their hearts swelling with a shared animosity towards their common adversary. Our Night Green tribe has ventured deep into the Ice Shala region to seek the accompanying treasure, the Tianling incense. For this Hunyuan pot, Qin Xiao declares. It is said that these two treasures, when used in tandem, can enhance one's cultivation and avert calamity. Exchanging glances, Bai and Lei Lan discern mutual intrigue in each other's eyes. If Qin Xiao's assertions hold true, the Hunyuan pot indeed possesses remarkable significance. Perhaps this is the moment that paves the way for an alliance among the three tribes. Having resolved to collaborate, the group sets their sights on the third layer in pursuit of the legendary Mingyan fruit, an ethereal entity of paramount importance to the Night Green tribe. Within the frigid realm, the formidable shadow of a mid-tier black rhinoceros beast looms, emanating an overwhelming aura. Zhu Yinzi effortlessly unleashes her prowess, defeating the creature and bolstering the team's confidence. We require the Mingyan fruit. It is the very essence of our Night Green tribe, Zhu Yinzi states solemnly, signifying her deep understanding of the mission's gravity. She then assigns tasks, designating Qitian and Hongsha to accompany her to the third layer. The team, in perfect synchrony, ventures into the unknown icy domain. The Mingyan fruit lies deep within the volcanic crater of the third layer. We must proceed with caution, Zhu Yinzi warns, her expression grave as she surveys the group. Qitian and Hongsha immediately grasp the seriousness, their demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. They are well aware of the myriad dangers concealed within the third layer, and Zhu Yinzi's personal involvement underscores the mission's significance. As they ascend the boundary between ice and fire, a mid-tier black rhinoceros beast appears, its furious gaze fixed upon them, letting out a menacing roar as it charges. Step aside, Zhu Yinzi commands calmly, evading the beast's assault. With a gentle motion, she sends the black rhinoceros soaring into the air, where it crashes heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The group breathes a collective sigh of relief. Zhu Yinzi's prowess is formidable, and her presence undoubtedly increases their chances of success. With the black rhinoceros defeated, Zhu Yinzi retracts her hand and scans the group with a serious expression. We must swiftly enter the third layer. Only by taking the initiative can we ensure the success of this operation. The group responds in unison, stepping forward to follow Zhu Yinzi into the perilous realm of ice and fire. Ahead, a portal-like opening emerges in the mountainside. Zhu Yinzi strikes the opening with force, and after a resonant rumble, a passageway reveals itself. I shall enter the third layer alone to draw out the Tianpeng clan. You shall remain here. Once they attack, initiate a counteroffensive. In the climactic moment, Zhu Yinzi produces a golden bell, declaring, "This is our tribe's soul-calling bell. It can disrupt the Tianpeng clan's spells and amplify your strength." She retrieved the extraordinary treasure, the soul-returning bell, which floated gracefully in the air, emitting a deep and melodious chime. Zhu Yinzi instructed the man of the Yu surname to remain at the entrance as a guardian. clad in a fiery battle robe. His gaze reflected unwavering determination. Brother Yu, your task is to vigilantly protect this entrance, allowing no one to intrude, Zhu Yinzi emphasized, his eyes sparkling with trust in the man. Brother Yu nodded in affirmation, solemnly declaring, "Rest assured, Zhu Yinzi, I shall steadfastly guard this place." Awaiting the arrival of the Tianpeng clan. "Then I leave this to you," Zhu Yinzi responded. "You have grasped the profound essence of the soul-returning bell. Utilize it to bolster your defense. I entrust this location to you. You can count on me. I shall exert every effort to safeguard this area." Ensuring the Tianpeng clan does not succeed, the man of the Yu surname replied earnestly. Zhu Yinzi nodded in satisfaction and stepped alone into the passageway of the third layer. The others concealed themselves at the cave entrance, quietly anticipating the arrival of the Tianpeng clan. The man of the Yu surname grasped the soul-returning bell and gently shook it. Its resounding chime echoed powerfully, reverberating through the air. The sound of the bell reached the ears of several members of the Tianpeng clan in the forest, causing their expressions to shift. "This is the signal of the Chiron clan. They have laid a trap for us," the leading elder of the Tianpeng clan said, his face turning pale. Before he could finish speaking, a swarm of golden moths suddenly surged from the dense forest, swiftly spiraling and surrounding the Tianpeng members. "Be cautious. These golden moths are formidable," a young disciple of the Tianpeng clan warned, wielding a radiant celestial sword, striving to maintain the defensive line. "These are death moths. Their powder is highly toxic," a young man exclaimed. The group immediately activated their magical techniques, enveloping the surroundings in a sheer, veil-like barrier. "We must break through the encirclement." The elder's eyes shone with intensity as the gem in his hand flickered ominously. The ancestral treasure of the Tianpeng clan, its power evidently suppressed by the moth powder, appeared dim and lifeless. "Fear not, master. I shall handle these moths." A young man took a deep breath and soared into the air, breaking through the veil. He wielded a black whip, accurately targeting the vulnerable spots of the death moths. Confronted with the menace of the golden moths, the members of the Tianpeng clan launched a clever and fierce counterattack. One member of the failing clan, agile in movement, darted like a streak of light to evade the moth powder's assault. Another utilized unique skills to gather the power of wind in midair, forming a shield to deflect the luminous threat. In the midst of the crisis, they collaborated closely, each showcasing their unique talents. "Use the power of wind to defend against the moth powder," an elder of the Tianpeng clan shouted, unfurling a feather fan that summoned the surrounding wind elements, creating a space for survival for his kin. Surrounded by the golden moths, the Tianpeng clan exhibited the distinctive skills of the failing clan, neutralizing the threat of the moth powder. They counterattacked with ingenuity and decisiveness, maintaining a relative safety. "Now is our chance. Let us break through and escape." The elder of the Tianpeng clan observed as the young man diverted the moth's attention and swiftly led the others to dart through the barrier. "Stay vigilant in defense. Do not let the moth powder infiltrate," a young disciple of the Tianpeng clan shouted, his treasure emanating a soft glow, repelling the golden moth powder. In this fierce battle, an elder from the Flying Spirit clan swiftly surged to the forefront of the fray, wielding his staff to unleash healing powers. His arrival provided formidable support to the Tianpeng clan, allowing them to discover a breakthrough amidst their dire straits. The elder's assistance came at just the right moment. A young female disciple expressed her gratitude, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. The flying ancestor and his companions, under the cover of the young clansman, broke free from the encirclement of the golden moths. However, at that moment, a barrage of golden light surged towards them, compelling everyone to retreat once more. "Ha! Is this all the Tianpeng clan is capable of?" A boisterous voice rang out, tinged with mockery. The flying ancestor paused, recognizing the voice. It seemed somewhat familiar. Upon seeing the speaker, his countenance darkened with fury. "You are from the Chiyue clan." A youth clad in a blue robe gracefully descended. It was Ao Qing of the Chiyue clan. Accompanying him was a striking maiden named Fei Yi. "What are you doing on the third level? Have you conspired with the Kairu clan?" The flying ancestor inquired sternly, his expression grave. Ao Qing raised an eyebrow with a smile, but refrained from responding, instead observing the Tianpeng clan's predicament with a complex expression, as if weighing something in his mind. On the second level of the Flying Spirit realm, Ao Qing and Fei Yi were undergoing trials set by the Flying Spirit clan. The two parted ways. only to encounter each other in a clearing amidst the woods. Ao Qing appeared composed and self-assured, while Fei Yi exhibited signs of agitation. Ao Qing, she began. You are also undergoing trials. Just ahead, I encountered a swarm of golden Ming moths. Though they are merely low-tier demonic insects, their sheer numbers and density astonished me. Ao Qing furrowed his brow. Golden Ming moths typically reside in the 4th level of the abyss. It is rare for them to ascend to the 2nd level. It seems the demonic creatures in the abyss have been unusually active of late. Both fell into contemplation. Ao Qing gazed into the distance, his expression pensive. What do the disturbances in the abyss portend? Are we on the brink of another cataclysmic upheaval? Fei Yi, equally unsettled and contemplating her uncertain future, mustered her courage to speak. Ao Qing, in these perilous times, would you consider forging a bond with me? At her words, Ao Qing scoffed. Fei Yi, the disparity in our strengths is too great. I cannot entertain such notions. Moreover, we are hardly familiar with one another, merely nominal kin. Your proposal holds no appeal for me. Fei Yi's expression darkened, anger flaring within her. Ao Qing, you are insufferably arrogant. I have approached the elders of the Chiyue clan thrice regarding a union with you, yet you have consistently rebuffed me. Do you truly view me as inferior to your peers? Ao Qing remained unfazed. The Chiyue clan has always advocated for strong alliances. The gap in our capabilities is substantial. Besides, as you mentioned, I do not know you well enough to consider your proposal. Fei Yi glared at Ao Qing, her fury boiling over. You have gone too far. I, Fei Yi, am not someone you can mock at will. In a fit of rage, she struck a nearby tree, causing it to crash down with a thunderous sound. Ao Qing, your dismissiveness is intolerable. I have presented my hand in union thrice, and you have refused without a second thought. Ao Qing replied coldly. The Chiyue clan has always championed the notion of strong unions. I do not regard your strength highly, thus I shall not agree to such a union. In a fit of rage, Fei Yi drew his massive sword and pointed it at Ao Qing, declaring that his strength surpassed what she could imagine, asserting himself as the most exceptional rising star of the 7U clan. Ao Qing responded with a disdainful smile, remarking on his excitement over a mere 3rd-tier trial, suggesting that he was still too inexperienced. Fei Yi's face turned pale, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. He choked out, Ao Qing, this is my final proposal for our union. The deadline for my request is the day you come of age beneath the moonlight. Raising an eyebrow, Ao Qing replied nonchalantly. I look forward to witnessing your actions on that day. With gritted teeth, Fei Yi turned to leave, vowing silently to surpass her by any means necessary before her coming-of-age ceremony, thereby compelling her to accept his proposal. As he stared at Ao Qing's retreating figure, his initial reluctance morphed into fierce determination. He murmured, Ao Qing, you will not remain so arrogant forever. I will surpass you before your coming-of-age celebration. Without glancing back, Ao Qing merely waved her hand dismissively. Fei Yi added, I have heard that the Tianpeng clan has an intriguing young saint named Lin. I believe you hold a keen interest in him. This made Ao Qing pause and turn her head. You are correct. Lin Mo from the Tianpeng clan is indeed a remarkable individual. His cultivation of the mountain summit Star River chart has granted him exceptional sensory abilities. I shall see to it that I defeat him. A glimmer of hope flickered in Fei Yi's eyes. If I can triumph over Lin Mo, you must agree to my proposal. Ao Qing scoffed. What a naive thought. With your current strength, you would struggle to match Lin Mo in the slightest. However, feel free to give it a try. And with that, she departed without a backward glance. As their conversation unfolded, a piercing shriek echoed from afar. Thousands of golden soul moths emerged from the depths of the forest, darkening the sky. Their silvery wings shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sun, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Trouble. They are attacking our people in the trial ground. Fei Yi's expression shifted. The swarm of moths launched a relentless assault, posing a grave threat to his clan members. With a fierce shout, he summoned a colossal black iron sword from his spatial ring. At the same time, a blood-red magic circle rose beneath him, and a massive beast, dull in form, yet armed with sharp horns and claws, materialized from the circle. With a sweep of his sword, Fei Yi directed the beast, which let out a deafening roar before soaring into the air, charging towards the golden soul moths. Its enormous claws stirred up fierce winds, tearing through swathes of moths. Not to be outdone, Fei Yi wielded his black iron sword, creating a flurry of sword shadows that successively felled the golden moths, sending them crashing to the ground lifeless. Ao Qing observed the carnage from a distance, her expression cool and detached, seemingly unfazed by Fei Ye's formidable prowess. Under the combined assault of Fei Yi and the beast, a significant number of the golden soul moths were reduced to mere dust, falling to the earth. At that moment, Ao Qing strolled forward with composure, conjuring a sphere of searing flames in her hand, effortlessly incinerating several escaping moths into ash. I did not anticipate your strength had advanced so considerably, Fei Yi, she remarked coolly, but alas, I see through your intentions quite clearly. Fei Ye's face flushed with embarrassment and confusion. Ao Qing continued, do not forget, my coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. At that moment, I shall reveal to you the disparity in our strengths. Fei Yi, gritting his teeth, retorted, you are exceedingly arrogant. I will undoubtedly locate Lin Mo of the Tianpeng clan on the 3rd level and defeat him to humiliate you. You may attempt it, Ao Qing replied noncommittally. Fei Yi, filled with animosity, declared, I will triumph over Lin Mo, and at that time, you shall no longer refuse to unite with me. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Ao Qing's eyes as she turned away. Simultaneously, within the icy expanse of the 3rd level, Lin Mo's beast-head copper button on his wrist emitted an ethereal blue glow. With a gentle wave of his hand, the beast-head copper button transformed into a streak of blue light, piercing into the ice. A resounding roar echoed as a colossal leopard Lin beast leapt forth from beneath the ice, enveloped in wisps of white mist, its eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Shaolin, divert those ice sha monsters, Lin Mo instructed calmly. The leopard Lin beast exuded an intense chill, compelling the lesser ice sha creatures to gravitate towards it involuntarily. What overwhelming frost! This is indeed the legendary Ice Lin beast, Qin Xiao exclaimed, astonished. It's my first time witnessing such a sight. The leopard Lin beast opened its gaping maw and devoured several ice wolf demons, then flicked its tail and departed nonchalantly. Lin Mo observed its receding silhouette, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. The leopard Lin beast shook its blue-gray fur, impatient to plunge deeper into the icy canyon. A mournful wail reverberated as it engaged in combat with the concealed ice sha creatures lurking within the gorge. Lin Mo focused intently, witnessing a silver-white giant wolf leap from the canyon floor, its eyes glinting with a chilling light, unmistakably a mid-tier ice wolf demon. The leopard Lin beast lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the wolf's throat. The two beasts tumbled and gnawed at each other in midair, ultimately crashing down to the ground. The leopard Lin beast, its mouth stained with blood and flesh, cast aside the lifeless giant wolf, then opened its maw wide to feast. Before long, a resounding crash signaled the emergence of 3 or 4 more mid-tier ice sha from the depths of the canyon. The leopard Lin beast promptly engaged them, its combat prowess surging, already exhibiting the strength akin to a divine-level beast. As it continued to consume the ice sha creatures, the malevolent energy within the small beast intensified, its cultivation rapidly ascending. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue as he sensed the peculiar transformation occurring within the small creature. Fei Yi and the others gazed at this spectacle, their eyes filled with awe. The creature's growth rate was astonishing, seemingly harboring boundless potential. Fei Yi could not help but voice, Lin Mo, this small beast possesses such formidable strength. It is truly a rare spirit beast. Lin Mo smiled faintly, his gaze brimming with anticipation for the small creature. This spirit beast was acquired from an ancient relic, and its potential is indeed remarkable. However, it appears to have undergone some unique changes during its consumption of the ice sha creatures. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the small beast's aura grew increasingly formidable, its eyes shimmering with mysterious light. Lin Mo reached out to stroke the small creature's head, a sense of anticipation rising within him, mingled with curiosity about the spirit beast's growth. It seems the small beast's power has far surpassed the ordinary. Perhaps this is its innate gift, Qin Xiao remarked with a smile, and the other companions nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the trial ground seemed to grow increasingly tense with the sudden emergence of the small beast. In chapter 478, at this critical juncture, an unexpected chill swept over the crowd, accompanied by a frigid gust of wind. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly and lifted his gaze towards the depths of the distant canyon. There, an icy aura was rapidly encroaching. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion evident on his face. The howling cold wind surged through the snow-covered canyon, as Lin Mo and his companions ventured deeper into the realm of frost. Leading the way was the leopard-scale beast, which suddenly exhibited an unusual glimmer in its eyes. In the depths of the canyon, the Ice Frost Demon King stealthily emerged, its towering form resembling a crystalline sculpture of ice. The temperature in the domain of frost plummeted sharply, the chill becoming palpable. At that moment, a wave of icy energy swiftly radiated from the depths of the canyon. The leopard-scale beast leapt into action, exhaling a luminous azure breath as it surged towards the source of the aura. Lin Mo, this Ice Frost Demon King is extraordinary. We must be cautious. A companion warned anxiously. The leopard-scale beast's actions turned erratic, its eyes flashing with exhilaration as it pointed towards the depths of the canyon. Be careful, Lin Mo bellowed, shielding his companions. A cacophony of roars and gnashing teeth erupted as the leopard-scale beast hurriedly returned, clutching the lifeless body of a high-ranking Ice Frost clan expert. Lin Mo's heart tightened as he realized that the Ice Frost Demon King was accompanied by a cadre of mid-tier Ice Frost beings, which the leopard-scale beast had sensed intuitively. Lin Mo's gaze deepened. It dawned on him that the Ice Frost Demon King had been lurking in this area. The leopard-scale beast, currently at a pivotal moment of evolution, was acutely sensitive to the presence of ice frost, unwittingly devouring these beings to expedite its own transformation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo resolved to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Leopard-scale beast, consume them and amplify your power, he commanded with a wave of his hand, and the leopard-scale beast transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the mid-tier ice frost beings like a tempest. The battle was imminent. As the mid-tier ice frost beings were consumed, intricate ice patterns surged across the leopard-scale beast's body, its cultivation rapidly ascending, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. However, a flicker of unease washed over Lin Mo. He realized that the leopard-scale beast's breakthrough at this moment could attract even greater peril. Although the Ice Frost Demon King had been bested by the leopard-scale beast, a cunning glint flickered in its eyes. Lin Mo understood the gravity of the situation. Allowing the leopard-scale beast to evolve now could yield catastrophic consequences. Everyone, prepare for battle, Lin Mo declared solemnly. He was aware that the Ice Frost Demon King before them might not be exerting its full strength, keeping something in reserve. I will draw its attention, he shouted, launching a beam of golden light deep into the canyon, striking the Ice Frost Demon King's position with precision. As the ice mountain collapsed and the icy valley roared, a tall, imposing figure adorned with icicles materialized. It was the Ice Frost Demon King, its blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling malice as it coldly fixed its gaze upon Lin Mo. Before it could utter a syllable, Lin Mo had already darted forward like lightning. This is bad. Su Yin and the others' expressions changed drastically. They understood that Lin Mo was diverting the Ice Frost Demon King's attention to keep the leopard-scale beast safe. But this undoubtedly placed Lin Mo himself in grave danger. The battle erupted anew, as the Ice Frost Demon King unleashed a more ferocious power. The cold winds howling and ice blades sweeping through the air. Lin Mo unleashed a formidable technique, engaging in a fierce battle with the Ice Demon King. A piercing scream echoed as the Ice Demon King was struck down by Lin Mo's fist, rendered immobile. Ultimately, with an unparalleled move, Lin Mo triumphed over the Ice Demon King, leaving the onlookers astonished. Returning to the side of the small creature, Lin Mo gently tapped its forehead, causing it to transform into a beam of golden light and ascend into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. It will safeguard itself, Lin Mo remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Ice Demon King fled deep into the canyon, attempting to transform and escape. Lin Mo focused intently, tracking its aura, and suddenly spread his palms wide, enveloping the entire valley in a golden net. A wretched howl pierced the air as the Ice Demon King found itself ensnared, unable to move. Success! Su Yin exclaimed jubilantly. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and the small creature eagerly lunged at the Ice Demon King, voraciously consuming the energy it had released. Slow down, little one, Lin Mo said, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. The Ice Demon King abruptly transformed into a colossal ice phoenix, its entire body shimmering in icy blue, and unfurled its wings to break free from the golden net. With ice needles coiling in its mouth, it aimed directly at Lin Mo. The howling cold wind swept through as the ice phoenix glided through the sky, bringing with it an aura of chilling dread. This ice phoenix possesses powers far beyond what we have witnessed before. Everyone, be cautious, Lin Mo warned, his eyes glimmering with determination. With a steely resolve, Lin Mo executed a backward somersault, evading the deadly strike. In a swift motion, a radiant artifact materialized in his hand, and he engaged in a fierce duel with the ice phoenix. With a powerful sweep, he unleashed a massive boulder that struck the ice phoenix's wings with precision. The creature let out a heart-wrenching cry as it plummeted into the canyon, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo delivered a decisive kick, utterly shattering its form. Such strength! The crowd marveled, utterly captivated by Lin Mo's extraordinary prowess. Lin Mo is truly remarkable, capable of vanquishing the ice phoenix with ease, someone beside them remarked in admiration. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, effortlessly countering the ice phoenix's onslaught. The small creature took advantage of the moment, gnawing away at the remnants of the ice demon king's body, its excitement palpable. Lin Mo smiled faintly, as though he had anticipated this outcome. The small creature opened its gaping maw and ferociously tore into the remains of the ice demon king, causing a surge of energy to be released into the air, dissipating around them. The entire canyon was illuminated by blinding golden light, making it nearly impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Moments later, as the golden glow faded, the small creature let out a series of contented snorts, its form noticeably enlarged. It had consumed a significant portion of the ice demon king's energy, its radiance now dazzling, akin to a divine being descended from the heavens. In the biting wind, the small creature emanated a powerful aura, instilling a sense of reverence among the onlookers. It appears that it has absorbed the majority of the ice demon's power, Lin Mo observed with surprise. Such a perilous energy now resides within the little one. Suyin expressed her concerns. Lin Mo smiled silently, retrieving a shimmering jade vial from his robe and tossing it towards the remnants of the ice demon's body. The vial absorbed the residual icy essence, transforming into a blue light that darted back into Lin Mo's palm. This journey has been immensely rewarding, Lin Mo remarked with a grin. He crouched down, tenderly stroking the small creature's neck in a gesture of affection. He could sense the little beast's inner joy and unease, as if it was anxious about the impending advancement. The little creature, feeling its master's affection, eagerly nudged his palm. You performed admirably today. Through mental resonance, Lin Mo conveyed his appreciation and affirmation to the little beast. Recognized in Lin Mo's heart, the little beast lifted its head and emitted two resounding purrs of delight. My dear companion, regardless of how the future unfolds, we shall face it together, Lin Mo gently stated, his hand caressing the little beast's head. With a smile, Lin Mo closed his eyes, clearly perceiving the pride, joy, and a hint of fatigue emanating from the little beast's heart. You've worked hard, let us return and rest well. Lin Mo stroked its furry nape, using his mental energy to soothe its emotions. The little beast nodded earnestly, resembling a pampered large feline. A wave of warmth surged within Lin Mo. He understood that the little beast was not simple and did not entirely submit to him. Yet an ineffable bond existed between them, a bond that transcended life and death, timeless and eternal. As Lin Mo caressed the leopard-scaled beast, he noticed a faint azure mist radiating from its body, akin to a phoenix reborn, imbued with a spiritual essence. This was a clear omen of its impending breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. Bai and the others anxiously surveyed their surroundings, fearing that the little beast's advancement might attract more formidable demonic entities. This aura is too intense. It may summon even stronger ice spider demons, Bai said nervously. We must remain vigilant. Lin Mo nodded, his expression grave as he set up several defensive arrays around them. These formations were subtle yet ingenious, capable of masking their presence while also serving an offensive purpose when necessary. Standing resolutely before the little beast, Lin Mo understood the critical nature of the moment. To protect the little creature, he skillfully executed a formation that gathered the surrounding icy energy, forming a robust protective barrier. The leopard-scaled beast curled quietly at Lin Mo's feet, filled with excitement and anticipation, ready to finally break through the long-standing bottleneck under Lin Mo's nurturing care, imbued with a sense of safety and confidence. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Countless ice-blue giant spiders emerged from the ice surface, surging towards Lin Mo and his companions. Not good, a swarm of ice spiders. Qin Xiao exclaimed in alarm, promptly invoking a spell to counter these demons. She swiftly positioned herself at the forefront, her staff shimmering with an ethereal blue light as she softly intoned an incantation. The sudden onslaught of ice spiders cast a tense atmosphere over the entire gorge, an eerie chill mingling with the biting wind. Lin Mo furrowed his brows but hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly conjured a complex formation, effectively blocking the ice spider's assault beyond the protective barrier. Qin Xiao, eliminate these ice spiders quickly. We cannot allow them to encroach further upon the little beast. Lin Mo's tone conveyed determination and trust. Qin Xiao nodded, her staff swirling as the swirling frost energy coalesced into a vast sea of frost in the air, causing the ice spiders to gradually slow in this frigid environment. Lin Mo's gaze turned steely as he drew his long sword from his waist, its blade radiating a blinding azure light, cleaving the spiders in twain. He and Bai Bai exhibited a harmonious synergy, one launching attacks while the other defended, successfully repelling the majority of the spiders. At that moment, a colossal black-winged ice spider suddenly emerged, unfurling its wings as it ascended towards the heavens. It was likely the Spider King of the ice spider horde. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, raising his sword towards the sky, his form like a bolt of lightning, targeting the vital points of the Spider King. He leaped into the air, aiming directly at the cicada-like wings behind the Spider King. Just then, dozens of enormous ice spiders surged forth from the ground, climbing the icy walls and crawling towards Lin Mo. Qin Xiao's expression shifted, and she drew her staff, waving it in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of spiders. However, with her limited magical power, she soon found herself in a desperate struggle. Bai Bai and Xiao Shi, witnessing the situation, joined the fray to assist Qin Xiao in fending off the spider assault. "Senior brother Qin, are you all right?" Bai Bai inquired with concern while slaying spiders. "I am fine, but my magical energy is somewhat strained." Qin Xiao gritted her teeth in response. "We must support our senior brother. We cannot allow him to face the Spider King alone." The giant spider took to the skies, lunging toward Qin Xiao. She remained composed, waving her staff to conjure a substantial ice wall in an effort to block the giant spider's attack. However, this particular giant spider seemed extraordinary. Its black cicada wings unfolded as it nimbly evaded the ice wall, appearing right before Qin Xiao in an instant. The enormous spider's venom surged forth, exuding a deadly chill. Qin Xiao's complexion paled slightly as she hurriedly dodged, but some of the venom splattered onto her. The potent toxin coursed through her body, sending a piercing cold through her veins. At that moment, Lin Mo was locked in a fierce aerial battle with the Spider King, neither able to gain the upper hand. The black-winged Spider King suddenly roared, and from its cicada wings extended countless black tendrils that pierced into the clouds. Instantly, the entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning, imbued with an aura of malevolence and menace. "What manner of beast is this, so powerful?" Xiao Shi exclaimed. "I can't shake the feeling that it seems to be absorbing energy from the world," Bai Bai remarked with a frown. Lin Mo's expression grew grave. He realized that the Spider King's strength was rapidly escalating, placing them at a significant disadvantage. This battle had surpassed his expectations. The black cicada wings continuously absorbed energy, and the Spider King's power grew ever stronger, leaving Lin Mo increasingly strained. The night enveloped the icy wasteland, and the cold wind howled. The giant spider struggled within the icy prison, its black wings repeatedly colliding with the ice wall, producing sharp, tearing sounds. Qin Xiao remained vigilant, anxiously observing the battle. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, the brilliance of his sword radiating as he unleashed his full spiritual energy, relentlessly attacking the giant spider. The chilling aura of ice coalesced into radiant sword light, merging with his blade to form a formidable offensive. "Qin Xiao, are you ready?" Lin Mo called out, knowing that the time had come to execute their combined technique. Qin Xiao nodded, gripping her staff tightly as she summoned a sphere of icy power. Lin Mo and Qin Xiao, in perfect synchrony, combined their forces, transforming into a massive ice-fire sword light that surged toward the giant spider. The giant spider sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the two cultivators and let out a piercing scream. However, its black cicada wings had become brittle from the icy energy and could no longer sustain it. The ice-fire sword light, akin to a beam of annihilation, tore through the night sky, hurtling towards the giant spider's head. Amidst the thunderous clash, the gigantic spider emitted a fierce screech, its body convulsing violently as its black cicada-like wings shattered, and its frozen form plummeted from the air. Lin Mo and Qin Shao stood wearily in place, the intense battle having weighed heavily upon them. The icy wasteland under the night sky resembled a battlefield engulfed in chaos, yet they understood that more challenges awaited them. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, and a green light swiftly approached from the night sky. A colossal Bima demon materialized, its upper body human and its lower body that of a deer, adorned with green leaves and flowers atop its head, wielding a massive hammer. Even more astonishing was the sight of a gnome perched upon its head, clad in a verdant robe and leaning on a staff, exuding a cultivation level equivalent to the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Chapter 479. The gnome, leaning on his staff, bore an air of arrogance. What manner of creature is this? Bai furrowed his brow. It appears that a gnome of considerable cultivation resides atop its head. Lin Mo spoke gravely. The gnome smirked menacingly, threatening, "Hand over the little beast beside you, and I may grant you mercy today. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." "What do you want with the little beast?" Bai asked warily. "Humph. We possess the means to forcibly assist it in advancing, thereby acquiring greater power. If you comply, we could share in the spoils," the gnome sneered. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he barked, "Begone. You despicable creatures dare to defy me. Prepare to meet your end." The demon wielding the enormous hammer swung it towards Lin Mo. Startled, Lin Mo swiftly evaded this lethal strike. Simultaneously, the Spider King unleashed ethereal blue threads, ensnaring him tightly. The situation was exceedingly dire for Lin Mo. Bai cautioned. Although this Bima demon is immense, it is sluggish in movement. The true threat lies with the gnome. We must remain vigilant. Lin Mo nodded, his expression growing more solemn. The sheer size of the Bima demon posed a formidable challenge, and the gnome's cultivation was not to be underestimated. This combination was indeed treacherous. In the darkness, the gnome atop the Bima demon observed Lin Mo and the others with a cold gaze, his expression betraying a sense of arrogance and menace. Sensing the tension escalating, Lin Mo frowned slightly as he studied the Bima demon and the gnome above. The emergence of this creature presented a daunting predicament, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he silently concocted a strategy. As the two discussed their countermeasures, the 10 directions extinguishing flame array suddenly sounded an alarm, indicating that numerous demons were approaching. Ahead, in the frigid expanse, swarms of ice demons, demon wolves, and demon apes surged forth, charging towards the array with unstoppable momentum. "There are too many," Bai remarked with concern. Lin Mo and his companions swiftly entered combat mode, the array emanating a brilliant red light that repelled most of the low-tier demons. At that moment, several mid-tier demon wolves roared as they broke through the encirclement, lunging directly at Lin Mo. Behind him, the Sutian bell emitted a resounding roar, transforming into a beam of golden light that shielded Lin Mo. "It seems someone is orchestrating these demons to attack us," Lin Mo said solemnly. "We must remain on high alert." While the low-tier demons were easily intercepted by the array, the subsequent assault came from the mid-tier creatures. The mid-tier demons have arrived, and the situation appears dire. These fiends emit chilling howls in the darkness, their ferocity surpassing that of any adversary encountered before. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as the Sutian ding in his grasp emanated a faint crimson glow. Without hesitation, he unleashed a more formidable display of strength. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he bellowed, and a crimson mist ascended from the Sutian ding. With a slight tremor of the artifact, an intense surge of spiritual power surged forth. Lin Mo channeled his mana, and the crimson mist swiftly expanded, enveloping a multitude of demons like a shroud of smoke. The radiant red mist illuminated the night, transforming it into a spectacle akin to a fireworks display. With a flourish of his sword, the Sutian ding in Lin Mo's hands transformed into a resplendent sun, vanquishing the demons one by one. The display of power drew the attention of all present, as the might of the Sutian ding evidently reached a new pinnacle at that moment. The demons' howls gradually diminished within the crimson haze, ultimately dissipating into the night. Standing amidst the battlefield, Lin Mo was surrounded by a potent aura of mana, the red light of the Sutian ding flickering around him, as if a deity had descended. "Not good. This crimson mist is formidable. We must flee," the gnome exclaimed in alarm. Yet, it was too late. The crimson mist swiftly engulfed the majority of the demons, followed by a chorus of anguished shrieks as numerous fiends were reduced to ashes. The power of the Su Tian Ding manifested once more, and Lin Mo, undaunted, faced the onslaught of the demons alone. Witnessing his minions being effortlessly repelled, the gnome erupted in fury, bellowing at the Bai Mu demon, "Useless beast, do not delay." The Bai Mu demon's oppressive presence loomed over the entire icy domain, its massive form appearing even more terrifying in the night. The gnome above scoffed, leaning on his staff, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze, sharp and piercing, swept over Lin Mo and his companions, revealing an intense yearning for the advanced spiritual beasts. "Hand over your advanced spiritual beasts, or you shall pay a grievous price for your defiance." The gnome's voice was deep and commanding, reminiscent of a decree from the depths of hell. The Bai Mu demon let out a long howl, stomping the ground with each step, the thundering sound echoing through the air. It slowly advanced toward Lin Mo and Bai Bai, glaring with blood-red eyes that emitted a chilling aura. "Surrender the little beast, and I shall grant you a swift end," threatened the gnome, brandishing his staff menacingly. Lin Mo's gaze hardened, the Su Tian Ding buzzing ominously above him. Just as the two factions were on the verge of confrontation, a furious roar resonated from the heavens. In this tense moment, the earth trembled slightly, as if some formidable entity was approaching. Just as everyone heightened their vigilance, a swarm of demons surged forth once more, including the ice fiend, demon wolves, and demon apes, forming an even greater threat. The gnome, observing the scene, chuckled coldly and commanded the Bai Mu demon to advance toward the formation. As the night enveloped the land, Lin Mo gripped the Tugging sword tightly on the spirit chariot, his gaze fixed on the rampaging giant demon, preparing to unleash the Tugging sword formation. While Lin Mo was focused on combating the colossal Bai Mu demon before him, he sensed a cold and malevolent aura swirling in the sky. Looking up, he noticed a flash of red light in the northwestern sky, 3 blood-red orbs hurtling toward the battlefield with alarming speed. "Not good, it's blood magic." Lin Mo's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately activated his spirit shield. With a resounding thud echoing through the air, 3 brilliant bursts of crimson collided with the shield, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. The bloodlight dispersed, revealing 3 fully armed blood puppets. At the forefront stood a figure clad in blood armor, his eyes a menacing shade of red. He was none other than a puppet conjured by the Lord of Blood. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct me?" Lin Mo demanded fiercely. The 3 puppets, however, remained expressionless, offering no reply. The puppet of the Lord of Blood exchanged glances with the other 2, and they simultaneously extended their hands, conjuring spheres of sanguine light filled with a thirst for vengeance. The great Gung sword array unfurled, its radiant blades coalescing into an impregnable wall of defense. The blood puppets launched a ferocious assault, sending blood-colored beams piercing through the void towards Lin Mo. Within the sword array, the air seemed to solidify, the sword light flickering as it formed an indestructible barrier. Yet, one beam of bloodlight deftly maneuvered around the sword array, targeting a gnome. A flicker of apprehension crossed the gnome's eyes as he hastily cast a defensive spell. The blood column struck his protective formation, sending ripples through the air, barely allowing him to evade the blow. The assault from the blood puppets did not relent. They transformed back into blood spheres, attempting to restore themselves. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, unleashing the spirit-eating heavenly fire, flames roaring in the night sky. However, the blood puppets stubbornly resisted the flame's corrosive effects, refusing to be utterly vanquished. How intriguing, Lin Mo mused, observing keenly as a sense of battle fervor began to stir within him. He understood that he must swiftly deal with these blood puppets to confront the larger threats ahead. Suddenly, the blood puppets morphed once more into blood spheres, and a wave of mysterious energy enveloped the area. Lin Mo sensed an anomaly and quickly summoned the spirit-eating heavenly fire, its heat fierce and unyielding, aiming to incinerate the blood spheres entirely. Yet, after a brief struggle, the spheres began to coalesce again, seemingly imbued with an unholy resilience. A weight settled in Lin Mo's heart as he realized that his adversaries were far from ordinary and demanded cautious handling. The 3 puppets simultaneously let out sinister laughter, casting their hands forward as 3 blood columns, each 3 feet wide, converged upon Lin Mo. The force of this assault was staggering, exceeding the limits of the soul shield's capacity. The gnome's face paled in alarm, and he hurriedly urged the greenwood demon to retreat. Lin Mo's expression remained calm, his thunder robe billowing in the wind. As the bloodlight descended upon him, he clapped his palms together, resulting in a crackling sound as the soul shield shattered. Yet, in an instant, a golden net of light enveloped him, a manifestation of the chi of heaven and earth conjured by the thunder robe. The blood column struck the protective barrier, emitting a sizzling noise, and soon the robe was marred with crimson stains. Lin Mo shuddered involuntarily. The column contained an essence of extreme cold, threatening to freeze flesh and blood. Clad in black battle armor and wielding the heavenly fire longsword, Lin Mo stood composed before the three formidable blood puppets, their towering forms exuding an aura of dread. "Let me test your strength," Lin Mo stated coolly, directing the tip of his sword at one of them. The blood puppet roared in response, transforming its hands into sharp blood blades and lunging at Lin Mo. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the blood blades, swiftly swinging the heavenly fire longsword to cleanly sever the puppet's arms. "Too weak," Lin Mo scoffed. Instantly shifting behind another puppet, his sword descending in a flash, piercing through the puppet's chest with a brilliant arc of light. As the last blood puppet witnessed the unfolding events, it was consumed by a furious rage, spewing forth dark blood towards Lin Mo unperturbed. Lin Mo moved with an ethereal grace, instantly teleporting several dozen yards away. "Perish," he declared, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. The heavenly fire sword in his hand transformed into a flowing flame, rapidly expanding to encircle the final blood puppet. The puppet was engulfed by the inferno, reduced to mere ashes. As the crimson light dissipated, the forms of the three blood puppets gradually became indistinct, morphing into three wisps of blood mist that darted through the air. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The master of blood puppets possessed the ability to manipulate blood, attempting to reconstitute their forms. Such trivial sorcery dares to flaunt itself before me," Lin Mo scoffed, his thunderous robe billowing as a surge of azure flames erupted from his palms, rapidly expanding into a towering pillar of fire. "Devouring spirit heavenly fire, go." With a decisive motion, the pillar transformed into three dragons, piercing directly into the three wisps of blood mist. A cacophony of anguished screams ensued as the blood mists, encircled by the fire dragons, struggled fiercely before ultimately succumbing to ash. Lin Mo sheathed his sword, having effortlessly dealt with the three blood puppets. Lei Lan and the others marveled at his prowess, grateful for his presence. Lin Mo then soared back to the spirit carriage, preparing to assist the little beast in its ascension. The gnome and the emerald wood demon were left speechless by Lin Mo's display of power. As Lin Mo retracted his magic, he coldly remarked, "Ignorant fools, do you think yourselves worthy to contend with me?" Seizing the moment while Lin Mo was occupied with the blood puppets, the emerald wood demon swiftly vanished into the forest, seeking to escape the battlefield. The gnome noticed immediately, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he resolved to accompany the emerald wood demon in its flight. Lin Mo, keen-eyed, discerned the demon's intentions. He abruptly struck causing the virtual heavenly cauldron to soar into the air. But just then, a long, piercing cry echoed as the figures of the emerald wood demon and the gnome flickered and disappeared into the dense, shadowy thicket. "The demon has fled." Bye-bye exclaimed in astonishment, while Lei Lan wore a look of concern. Lin Mo snorted coldly, retracting his artifact, musing that the gnome possessed some tricks, capable of aiding the demon in its escape. Nevertheless, he would not let the emerald wood demon evade him. As the chaos of the battlefield gradually subsided, all eyes turned to Lin Mo. Following the demon's disappearance, Lin Mo's expression sharpened, as if he sensed something amiss. He turned and strode purposefully towards the carriage, his demeanor grave. Bye-bye and Lei Lan exchanged glances, both recognizing Lin Mo's unusual intensity. Lin Mo sensed that the leopard-scaled beast was on the verge of advancing and hurried back to the spot where the white light emanated. The leopard-scaled beast radiated a soft glow, as if preparing to transcend its current form. "You stay here. Notify me immediately of any disturbances," Lin Mo instructed succinctly before entering the spirit carriage. Approaching the white light, he found the leopard-scaled beast in a meditative state, its aura swirling, signaling its readiness to ascend. Through their mental link, Lin Mo understood that the beast required his assistance to navigate this challenging threshold of advancement. Lin Mo focused intently, his spirit connecting with that of the leopard-scaled beast. Taking a deep breath, He gently placed his palm upon the white light, channeling pure spiritual energy into the beast. The white light flowed like a gentle stream into the leopard-scaled beast, guiding it toward the realm of ascension. With Lin Mo's meticulous support, the leopard-scaled beast began to emanate a powerful spiritual aura. The scales upon its body shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, its presence growing increasingly weighty. As if on the brink of a magnificent transformation, the companions stood by, witnessing this moment in awe. As the tension experienced by Lei Lan and Bai gradually dissipated under the aura of the leopard-Lin beast, they gazed at Lin Mo's concentrated expression with a growing sense of reverence. Lin Mo, with unwavering focus, infused his vital energy, causing a dazzling azure glow to radiate from the leopard-Lin beast. His own form became shrouded in this azure brilliance, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and his demeanor solemn. Bai, Lei Lan, and the others finally comprehended that Lin Mo was aiding the leopard-Lin beast in its breakthrough, and expressions of concern and anxiety surfaced among them. The process was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. As moments passed, the aura of the leopard-Lin beast became increasingly refined, exuding an unprecedented solemnity and majesty. Under the illumination of white light, Lin Mo's figure shone forth in azure, creating a remarkable resonance with the leopard-Lin beast. His palms trembled slightly, as his spiritual energy flowed with exquisite precision. At that moment, subtle changes began to manifest in the leopard-Lin beast's form, as if guided by a mysterious force. "You need not worry. With my presence, success is assured," Lin Mo reassured, sensing their unease. His tone, imbued with determination and confidence, instilled a sense of relief in their hearts. Lin Mo silently urged the leopard-Lin beast to endure, gently pressing his hands downward to channel more vital energy into its body. With Lin Mo's assistance, the leopard-Lin beast's vital essence surged visibly, swelling and refining within. Chapter 480. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the third horn on its forehead began to emerge, radiating a golden brilliance. Lin Mo, filled with joy, rotated his palm to pour in a substantial amount of vital essence, aiding the leopard-Lin beast in solidifying its newly sprouted golden horn. Gradually, the creature's aura calmed. Its golden light softened, and the third horn fully formed. Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression easing. Bye, Lei Lan. And the others also revealed expressions of joy. As Lin Mo caressed the leopard-Lin beast, a surge of pride welled within him. His companion had finally achieved a rare elevation after a century of endeavor. When he lifted his gaze outward, he was momentarily taken aback by a flash of golden light, which faintly revealed the silhouette of a majestic golden qilin. This was the manifestation of the leopard-Lin beast's evolution. As the white light gradually faded, a golden qilin slowly emerged within the spiritual chariot. It stood tall and imposing, its golden scales radiating brilliance, with electric currents flickering between its horns, and ethereal energy swirling beneath its hooves, epitomizing the form of a beast that had triumphed in its ascension. The golden qilin emitted a thunderous roar, its figure blurring within the chariot, overshadowed by a massive golden silhouette. Such formidable presence compelled Lei Lan and the others to instinctively take a step back, instilling a sense of awe within them. The golden qilin moved gracefully, soaring within the chariot, at times passing through walls and at others emerging from the floor. Its movements fluid and enchanting. Amidst the white light, the golden patterns on the creature's body became increasingly pronounced, resembling a work of art. The qilin's silhouette reappeared, its might surpassing its previous manifestation. "Little beast, you have finally succeeded," Lin Mo exclaimed, his joy evident as he opened his arms to embrace the golden qilin. In a swift motion, the golden qilin turned and leapt into Lin Mo's embrace, affectionately licking his cheek. "Master, my strength has increased tenfold," the golden qilin spoke, its voice resonant and commanding. "All of this is thanks to you, for which I am profoundly grateful." Lin Mo tenderly caressed the head of the golden qilin, acknowledging that your strength surpasses mere tenfold, having reached the level of divine transformation. "From now on, you shall be my right hand, as we embark together on an even more illustrious journey." After assisting the small beast in completing its advancement ritual, Lin Mo's expression grew solemn. He slowly raised the heavenly fire divine sword in his hand, pointing the blade towards the apex of the spiritual carriage. Suddenly, a beam of golden red sword light erupted from the tip, piercing through the metallic roof of the carriage and delving deep into the earth, where the spiritual essence was most concentrated. Return to the origin of true essence. Illuminate the heavens, Lin Mo chanted, the brilliance of the sword light intensifying in his grasp. While a colossal golden dragon phantom subtly traversed around him, the underground formation transformed into countless points of light, merging into the heavenly fire divine sword, ultimately enveloping the spiritual carriage in a resplendent display of multicolored radiance. This was a necessary step in the advancement ceremony. Lin Mo sought to leverage the symbiotic relationship between himself and the carriage to gather and purify all spiritual energy, aiding the carriage in its ascension. Master possesses vast powers and remarkable techniques. The leopard Qilin beast revealed admiration in its golden eyes. Lei Lan and the other two also gazed at him with deep respect. Lin Mo's countenance bore no joy, merely a solemn demeanor as he harnessed the immense force within, allowing the five-colored sword light to envelop him completely. In the depths of the abyss, a man clad in blood-red robes sat within a darkened hall, surrounded by swirling blood mist, his eyes glowing red like a ghost. He was the master of this abyss, steeped in sin, with countless souls stained upon his hands. At this moment, his expression darkened as he sensed the defeat of the three blood puppets he had dispatched. Unwelcome visitors, he murmured to himself, shadows deepening upon his face. This abyss was the culmination of his years of effort, housing innumerable rare treasures and unique geological stones. The blood-robed man contemplated calmly, ultimately deciding to utilize the blood dragon of Mu Qing, integrating it into his scheme. He understood the ferocity of the blood dragon, capable of instigating chaos on the second level. Simultaneously, he planned to eliminate several spirit general-level flying spirits on that level to weaken the opposing force. Thus, the blood-robed man resolved to strike a deal with Mu Qing, promising to provide the blood dragon and share the essence of their enemies. This conspiracy would quietly brew in the depths of the abyss, while Lin Mo and Lei Lan remained oblivious to it all for the time being. Taking a deep breath, the blood-robed man began to chant, the blood array on the ground flickering between light and darkness. Moments later, a colossal blood dragon emerged from the depths, its body dripping with blood, eyes glowing red, exuding a foul odor. Go, eliminate several spirit general-level flying spirits on the second level and identify the intruder. The blood-robed man commanded with a sinister smile. The blood dragon bowed respectfully, transforming into a streak of crimson light as it burst forth from the dungeon. On the third level of the abyss, a woman in a black gown sat upon the Xuanwu throne, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, porcelain skin emanating a ghostly glow in the dim light. She was Mu Qing, the master of this third level of the abyss. After the blood dragon burst through the wall, she chanted softly, the ground enveloped in blood mist, as a blood-red formation gradually took shape. With a wave of her hands, a surge of blood light erupted from the center of the formation, revealing a blood-colored giant dragon towering before her. Swiftly descend to the second level and slay 4 spirit general-level flying spirits, while remaining vigilant for any intruders, Mu Qing commanded, her gaze piercing and voice icy. The blood dragon responded, its blood scales shimmering with a crimson light, emitting a hissing sound as if in agreement. Go, swiftly and return quickly. Mu Qing elegantly gestured with her hand. The blood serpent moved swiftly, transforming into a crimson shadow that plunged into the depths below. Aware of the gravity of its mission, the blood-poisoned serpent soared through the air with lightning speed. Its wings unfurled, radiating a brilliant red light as it approached the designated target area with unwavering focus, guided by Mu Qing's precise information regarding the enemy's location and appearance. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of the second layer, who were engrossed in their tasks, a sudden flash of blood-red light caught their attention, revealing a colossal serpent descending upon them. "What manner of beast is this?" exclaimed one of the flying spirit beings in alarm. The blood-poisoned serpent descended from the skies, a miasma of crimson poison enveloping it, emanating an aura that instilled dread. Mu Qing's orders were crystal clear as the blood-poisoned serpent locked onto its targets, focusing on several spirit generals among the flying beings. "I act under Mu Qing's command. Your fates are sealed here," the blood-poisoned serpent intoned, its voice resonating like that of a harbinger from the netherworld. In the abyssal hall, Mu Qing sat upon the high seat, adorned in a flowing black gown, her fair complexion strikingly beautiful, yet surrounded by an aura of icy coldness. Dozens of individuals clad in black stood respectfully on either side of her. Report on the progress of the blood harvest, Mu Qing stated with a calm demeanor. One of the black-clad individuals stepped forward, bowing as he replied, Sister, we have captured over 100 blood beasts in the 4th layer of the abyss. Yet we still lack the final 3-eyed gray rat. Why has it not yet been captured? Mu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. The black-clad individual lowered his head in deference. The 3-eyed gray rat is exceptionally agile. We are devising methods to ensnare it. Mu Qing pondered for a moment, her expression unyielding, before instructing. Continue the search with increased fervor. We cannot allow any blood sustenance to evade our grasp. Be swift and cautious. Do not harm it. As the meeting progressed, a sudden commotion erupted. A subordinate rushed into the hall, panic etched across his face. My lady, there is unusual activity in the 2nd layer. It appears to be an attack by the Black Spirit clan. He gasped. A glint of cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. She remained composed and issued a directive. Send some subordinates to provide support while continuing the capture operations. We cannot allow the Black Spirit clan to disrupt our plans. Silence enveloped the hall as everyone understood that the impending battle would be fierce. The tempest brewing in the depths of the abyss was about to unfold. While Lin Mo and Lei Lan remained blissfully unaware of the storm approaching, the black-clad individual departed to fulfill his orders. Mu Qing's indifferent gaze swept over the rest, and she resumed presiding over the meeting. In the 2nd layer of the abyss, for youths of the Flying Spirit clan, clad in white robes, were engaged in their training when suddenly a flash of black light materialized, swiftly transforming into a massive black scorpion that lunged toward them. The creature glimmered ominously, its eyes a blood-red hue, exuding a lethal venom. Startled, the 4 immediately cast their defensive spells. One of the youths displayed extraordinary prowess, wielding a magical artifact that reduced the black scorpion to a pile of charred ash. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a thick fog of blood enveloped the area, and 7 or 8 figures in black emerged, encircling them. The leader's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, radiating a bloodthirsty ferocity. One flying spirit being unleashed a formidable spell, incinerating the black scorpion and believing victory was assured. However, a sudden surge of blood mist erupted, revealing the incredulous expressions of the scions of the Black Spirit clan. The holy son of the Black Spirit clan emerged with a chilling smile, commanding the blood mist and launching a fierce assault. Are you the Flying Spirit clan? Utterly laughable. The holy son of the Black Spirit taunted. Heavenly blood thunder. The black-clad figure chanted an incantation, unleashing a barrage of crimson lightning. For young members of the Flying Spirit clan struggled to resist, but the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, leading to their tragic demise. Lin Mo, accompanied by 7 members of the Flying Spirit clan, traversed the dimly lit passage of the abyss. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, prompting Lin Mo to quicken his pace. Ahead, 9 ominous figures clad in black stood beside 4 lifeless bodies, the leader seemingly savoring something. The soul jade truly lives up to its reputation. This essence is exquisitely sweet. The black-clad figure emitted a sinister laugh. Do enjoy it thoroughly. Stand down. Lin Mo shouted forcefully. The black-clad figures turned, revealing malevolent smiles. Ha, yet another delectable morsel has arrived. The leader's eyes glinted with anticipation. Stay and entertain us. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy, radiating a formidable golden crow spirit flame, prepared to teach these villains a lesson. Sensing Lin Mo's formidable power, the black figures hesitated, unleashing various attacks in an attempt to capture him. Lin Mo's defenses were impenetrable, his body enveloped in layers of black armor and golden scales. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not inflict a single wound upon him. Take this, Lin Mo bellowed, unleashing a fiery strike that pierced through the chest of a black-clad assailant. Before the figure could react, he met his end. The remaining 6, now in a state of panic, transformed into black birds and fled at great speed. Lin Mo, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, moved with blinding swiftness, wielding his blazing sword, and sent the 6 black birds crashing to the ground, devoid of life. As Lin Mo and his companions ventured deeper into the forest of decayed leaves, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister and boundless. Bai Bai's complexion turned pale, while Qin Xiao appeared tense. Only Lei Lan managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Be cautious, Lin Mo suddenly halted, warning in a hushed tone. Before them, 7 towering figures clad in black emerged from the shadows of the trees, displaying emotionless faces and eyes gleaming with cold ferocity, emanating a chilling aura of murder. Lei Lan's expression shifted dramatically as she murmured, "As one of the 3 clans of the Abyss, the Black Spirit clan is known for its ruthless actions and merciless dealings. Their collective strength is formidable, posing a challenge even to many powerful beings." The leader of the Black Spirit clan, gripping a knife with one hand, cast a cold glance at Lin Mo and his companions. "Your bounty has arrived. Your fates end here." No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 black-clad figures transformed into massive black birds, their wings unfurling as they charged toward Lin Mo and his group. Their speed and force surpassed even that of steel. "This is bad." Bai Bai and Qin Zhao's faces paled. These 4 avian-like beings of the Black Spirit clan posed a grave threat to the 3 of them. Just as the 2 sides were poised to clash, a faint sound of slicing air resonated, and Lin Mo had struck without anyone noticing. A golden flash swept across, shattering the 4 black birds into mere dust. How is this possible? Disbelief etched itself across the faces of the Black Spirits as they witnessed the effortless slaughter of their 4 comrades. Lin Mo, wielding a shimmering azure sword, turned with a hint of indifference. "It seems there has been an error in the bounty notice. Black Spirit clan, your fate is sealed today." The bodies of the Black Spirits lay strewn across the ground, and a wave of blood permeated the air, creating a vivid crimson tableau. Lin Mo stood still, a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He smiled slightly, seemingly not exerting himself to the fullest. The remaining 2 members of the Black Spirit clan turned pale, exchanging fearful glances. As he finished speaking, Lin Mo's figure transformed into a wraith, instantly appearing before the 3 Black Spirits. The trio, caught off guard, had yet to react when they felt a chilling aura of death approaching from behind. With 2 swift sounds, 2 of the Black Spirits were struck by a brilliant azure light and fell lifelessly to the ground. The last remaining Black Spirit, a high-ranking spiritual general of his clan, turned ashen, fully aware of his impending doom. Nevertheless, he resolved to fight. Morphing into a colossal black eagle that swooped down towards Lin Mo remained unfazed, casually feigning a movement with his left hand. And a dazzling golden sword materialized in his grasp. The golden sword let out a sharp whistle, conjuring thousands of sword shadows that swiftly surrounded the black eagle, forming a radiant net of light. The eagle struggled helplessly within this golden web. Lin Mo's clear voice rang out, "Break." With this command, the golden net tightened violently, and the black eagle dissolved into black smoke. In just a few exchanges, Lin Mo had slain 4 high-ranking members of the Black Spirit clan, showcasing his extraordinary mastery of the sword. Lei Lan, Bai Bai, and Qin Zhao stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate the brilliance of Lin Mo's swordsmanship. Sheathing his sword, Lin Mo said nonchalantly, "Let us continue our journey." After vanquishing the Black Spirit clan, Lin Mo led the group deeper into the decayed leaf forest. The landscape was desolate, surrounded by rotting, withered trees, with mud underfoot that was nauseating. "It is truly dark and damp, a torment to endure," Bai Bai remarked, frowning. "The aura of death in this area is exceptionally dense. Prolonged exposure will suppress one's spirit." Lei Lan's complexion paled, fatigue evident on her face. Lin Mo, however, remained indifferent, focusing solely on his perception with closed eyes. Chapter 481. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement illuminating his expression. "There are rare treasures ahead," he exclaimed, swiftly moving northward, with the others following closely behind. Before them, beneath a tree hollow, lay 6 or 7 deep red fruits that exuded a dark aura, cold, yet with a hint of searing heat. "The underworld flame fruit," Lei Lan exclaimed joyfully, astonished to discover that it truly grew in this location. The group was elated, praising Lin Mo's astute judgment. Lin Mo nodded and said, "Let us collect these fruits first, and then you may appraise them, Lei Lan." Carefully, Lei Lan picked up one of the underworld flame fruits, examining it closely. The fruit was entirely deep red, its surface covered in tiny, sharp spines, emanating a faint aura of death. Lei Lan focused intently on the fruit, and after a moment, delight sparkled in her eyes. "There is no doubt, it is indeed the underworld flame fruit. The withering power contained within is its hallmark. Moreover, its appearance and aura align perfectly with the descriptions in the texts. How wonderful. Bai Bai and Qin Xiao also expressed their excitement. In that case, we need not delve into the third layer, Lin Mo declared. The second layer is sufficient to complete our mission and avoid unnecessary risks. Lin Mo's caution and discernment once again highlighted the brilliance of a quintessential protagonist in a fantasy narrative. The group unanimously agreed, deciding to remain in the second layer to gather an ample supply of underworld flame fruits before departing. Lin Mo glanced thoughtfully at a nearby dark pool. His eyes filled with contemplation. He vaguely sensed that within the pond lay undiscovered opportunities and challenges, awaiting his exploration. Esteemed colleagues, having already discovered the nether flame fruit here, I propose we remain on the second level to gather a sufficient quantity before departing, without delving into the third level, Lin Mo suggested. Bai Bai and Qin Xiao both concurred with this decision. The environment on the third level was far more treacherous, fraught with unknown risks. Bai Bai nodded, stating, "We have already achieved our desired outcome. Staying in the relatively safe second level is indeed the wiser choice. The primary objective of this mission is to procure the nether flame fruit." Qin Xiao chimed in. Having obtained it, further exploration would be superfluous. Lin, your suggestion is exceedingly reasonable. Lei Lan also expressed agreement, affirming, Lin's judgment is astute. We shall heed it. With a calm demeanor, Lin Mo decided that staying on the second level would maximize their safety, reflecting his prudence and wisdom as the protagonist of this online fantasy tale. In order to expedite the collection of a sufficient quantity of nether flame fruits, Lin Mo led Lei Lan and the others to split up and take action. The group nodded in tacit understanding and began their collaborative efforts. Lei Lan utilized his spiritual consciousness to guide a spirit snake, while Bai Bai operated a puppet, swiftly commencing their search through the dense underbrush. Lin Mo immersed himself in his perception, vigilantly guarding against any disturbances in the surroundings. The coordination of the Flying Spirit clan was impeccable. Each member flawlessly showcased their abilities. The spirit snakes slithered through the grass, the puppet patrolled the skies, and the flying ants scouted beneath the ground. This team operated like a finely tuned machine, moving silently and efficiently. Before long, Lei Lan's spiritual consciousness was disrupted by unusual fluctuations. Furrowing his brow, he immediately signaled for everyone to converge. Behind a thicket of dense trees, they discovered a massive spider web concealed among the foliage. Caution! This is the territory of the abyssal spider, Bai Bai warned, as her puppet brandished a colossal sword, prepared to counter any impending attacks. Suddenly, a gigantic spider sprang forth from the web, its massive form glistening with green light in its eyes. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, his sword radiating brilliance as he met the spider's assault. The others demonstrated their skills in perfect harmony, successfully trapping the abyssal spider in the heart of the forest. Lei Lan employed various talented spirit beasts to search through the decaying leaves, quickly locating a fruit with the help of a spirit dog. Bai Bai unleashed a swarm of shadow insects, directing them into the cave to gather more. Qin Xiao utilized his puppet-esque blade to dart rapidly through the woods, also discovering numerous nether flame fruits. The trio operated like a precisely functioning machine, efficiently collecting the fruits. Each fruit obtained was presented to Lin Mo for authentication. Lin Mo periodically communicated insights, prompting the trio to adjust their collection strategies and directions. In no time, a substantial quantity of nether flame fruits had been amassed. The seamless cooperation and professional division of labor among the three showcased the close-knit teamwork typical of characters in an online fantasy saga. Lin Mo stood amidst the gathered fruits, surveying this mysterious locale. The pond shimmered enticingly, exuding an alluring aura, as if concealing endless adventures. Lei Lan, you three are responsible for securely storing the collected nether flame fruits, he instructed, his gaze profound, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let us venture toward the vicinity of the pond. Perhaps greater discoveries await us. Remember to remain vigilant and not to let your guard down. The trio responded in unison. Lei Lan, Bai Bai, and Qin Xiao nodded in unison, fully trusting Lin Mo's leadership. This team had forged a profound bond through their previous adventures. Each member acutely aware that survival in the treacherous abyss required unwavering unity. They set forth towards the vicinity of the water pool. The air in the decaying leaf forest growing denser, shrouded in mystery and eeriness. Cautiously, they navigated between the towering trees, ever vigilant. Lin Mo gazed towards the water pool concealed in the mist, his mind heavy with contemplation. He sensed that an unknown power lay dormant within the waters, awaiting discovery. Curiosity swelled within him. Perhaps there were more infernal flame fruits or other fortuitous opportunities to be found. Stay alert. I shall scout the area around the water pool and return, Lin Mo declared, his figure momentarily wavering before vanishing into the fog. Lei Lan and the others exchanged glances, seeing the concern reflected in each other's eyes. They too sensed an unseen danger lurking ahead in the water pool. However, given Lin Mo's formidable strength, they had no grounds for retaining him. We can only trust Brother Lin, Lei Lan sighed softly, his expression imbued with anticipation. Whether the water pool truly concealed opportunities or peril remained to be seen. To be unraveled by Lin Mo himself. As they proceeded, Lei Lan suddenly spotted a peculiar glow. He halted, his gaze fixated on the ground in the distance. Amidst the thin mist, a golden flower bloomed, exuding an enchanting fragrance. It was the rare illusory golden lotus, a herb of legendary efficacy in the abyss. Everyone wait. There is an illusory golden lotus, Lei Lan whispered, his eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Well aware of the lotus's significant value and its unique benefits in cultivation, he nodded with a smile. Let us approach, but exercise caution. There may be a guardian. In silent accord, they slowed their pace and stealthily approached the golden lotus. Yet, as they neared, a faint growl echoed, and a colossal abyssal spirit beast emerged, its eyes glinting with ferocity. This is the guardian of the illusory golden lotus, the golden-eyed wolf, Lei Lan warned in a hushed tone. The atmosphere of impending battle thickened as they steeled themselves. Lin Mo's golden dagger shimmered with lethal brilliance, while the others readied themselves for the inevitable confrontation. They arrived at the area where the fruits grew, discovering a misty expanse dotted with glistening fruits nestled within the woods. Wonderful. Indeed, there are more infernal flame fruits, Bai exclaimed, joy illuminating his features. It seems fortune smiles upon us, Qin Shao added with a grin. Lin Mo nodded, preparing to harvest when suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he turned sharply to look behind him. A cold laugh echoed as a tall middle-aged man emerged from the mist, wielding a blood-red long knife, exuding a chilling aura. You shall not leave with what you seek today, the man drawled languidly. Who are you? Lei Lan inquired warily. With a cold snort. The man did not reply but instead posed a question. What gives you outsiders the audacity to covet the treasures of our ancestral land? As soon as his words fell, he suddenly struck, wielding a long knife that unleashed a torrent of blood-red blade light, aimed directly at Lin Mo and his companions. Be careful. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he swiftly countered with his sword. A resounding clash echoed as golden light met crimson, igniting a shower of sparks that heralded the commencement of an exhilarating battle. Indeed, this was no ordinary foe. He was the fabled blood mist sorcerer. Lei Lan cursed under her breath, feeling the immense pressure exerted by the opponent's formidable strength. Lin Mo's demeanor grew grave as he sensed the ancient aura emanating from the adversary, merging with the atmosphere of the abyss. The power of this blood mist sorcerer was remarkably potent, instilling a sense of unease within the entire team. Faced with the blood mist sorcerer, Lin Mo recognized the unusual blood river needle attack, an exceedingly fierce offensive maneuver that seemed intent on breaching all defenses. With a slight furrow of his brow, he refused to show weakness, deftly employing the powers of the wind and thunder wings to evade the lethal strike. I shall see just how formidable you outsiders truly are, the man roared as he swung his long knife. A torrent of blood-red mist erupted from the blade, surging towards Lin Mo and his companions. Within that mist, countless blood-colored energy spheres whirled rapidly, emitting a clanging sound as if warning the enemies to keep their distance. Be cautious. That is the blood river needle. Lei Lan's face turned pale. Yet, it was too late. With a whoosh, innumerable blood-red spheres transformed into fine blood needles, shooting toward Lin Mo's vital points. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, he formed a seal with his left hand, summoning a golden light shield that enveloped him. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds as the blood needles struck against the golden shield, producing thunderous booms. Lin Mo, however, remained unperturbed, effortlessly diffusing the deadly onslaught. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's eyes before he drew forth a blood-colored dagger and lunged at Lin Mo. With a surge of battle intent, Lin Mo's azure blade light flared as he readied himself to confront the boundless challenges shrouded in the blood mist. The assault from the blood mist sorcerer intensified, the mist thickening and obscuring visibility. Lin Mo's figure flickered in and out of sight within the crimson haze. He knew he must seize an opportunity to counterattack. In a sudden burst, he harnessed his powers, darting like lightning and executing the stunning thrust, striving to create an opening. However, the blood mist sorcerer displayed astonishing regenerative abilities, his wounds healing rapidly, as if untouched by harm. As the blood mist dissipated, the true form of the foe was revealed, a crimson creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a man, known as the Blood Dragon. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. The revelation of the Blood Dragon's true identity rendered the scene bewilderingly complex. What did the appearance of the Blood Dragon signify? Who was he? And was there a greater conspiracy lurking behind this? Within the blood mist, the man suddenly materialized before Lin Mo, wielding a blood blade aimed at his neck. In a split second, Lin Mo shifted backward, instantly creating an illusion 10 meters away. The blade struck only the phantom, while Lin Mo had already retreated to safety. The Blood Dragon's onslaught was fierce, yet under Lin Mo's adept evasion, it appeared to falter. The opponent's blood mist sorcery was once again neutralized, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. Lin Mo stood at a distance, his gaze electrifying as he prepared to confront the next round of battle. The formidable abilities of the Blood Flood Dragon warranted utmost caution. He murmured to himself, the strength of his opponent compelling him to proceed with vigilance. You managed to evade my strike. Your agility is commendable. The figure narrowed his eyes, but next time, it shall not be so effortless. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, as a pair of agile thunderbird wings unfurled from behind him, showcasing the prowess of his wind and thunder wings technique. This moment of swift adaptation elegantly illustrated his astuteness in combat and his exquisite control over his abilities. Meanwhile, the other members of his team were embroiled in a fierce struggle against the blood mist sorcerer, the atmosphere charged with tension. Lei Lan's abilities crackled like electricity. Bai Bai's puppets maneuvered adeptly across the battlefield, and Qin Zhao's spirit snake struck with blinding speed. They coordinated seamlessly, striving to suppress the onslaught of the Blood Flood Dragon. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating how to breach his opponent's defenses. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, leading him to conceive a potential strategy. He employed a probing attack with his flying sword, enticing the Blood Flood Dragon to reveal certain vulnerabilities. His eyes shimmered with a keen light as he resolved to execute the stunning strike, one of his unique techniques. Transforming into a shadow, he rapidly approached the Blood Flood Dragon, the sword light flashing like lightning as he aimed for its vital points. Harnessing the true energy of Thunder Escape, Lin Mo unleashed the stunning strike towards the creature's vulnerable back. Yet, at the very moment he unveiled his ultimate technique, the figure suddenly turned to block, sustaining grave injuries in the process. However, the Blood Flood Dragon displayed astonishing regenerative capabilities. Even after being severely wounded by Lin Mo's assault, it resiliently healed its injuries. Lin Mo's heart tightened. He had not anticipated such strength from his adversary. How can this be? Lin Mo's expression shifted. At that instant, the blood mist suddenly dissipated, revealing the true visage of the figure, a blood-red demon adorned in scales, with a serpentine head and human body. It was the Blood Flood Dragon. So it is you. This Blood Flood Dragon possesses such remarkable recovery abilities. Lin Mo finally discerned the true nature of his foe, his mind swirling with deeper uncertainties. The origins of this Blood Flood Dragon were evidently not simple. The Blood Flood Dragon did not respond, but emitted a low, menacing roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble with its fury. There was a flicker of complex emotion in its eyes, as if contemplating something profound. A far more exhilarating confrontation was poised to unfold. Lin Mo gazed at the blood-red Blood Flood Dragon before him, his expression remaining unfazed. Chapter 482. The Blood Flood Dragon's crimson eyes glowed, revealing sharp fangs, as swirling blood mist enveloped its form, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Who are you, and why have you attacked me? Lin Mo inquired. You insolent brat, you have disrupted my secluded cultivation, seeking your own demise, the Blood Flood Dragon sneered. My master has had his eyes on you for quite some time. Today, you shall experience the taste of blood thunder. Master? Lin Mo's heart filled with caution, a vague sense that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Blood thunder? I shall see just how formidable your blood thunder truly is. Lin Mo's eyes grew cold, his fingers slightly splayed as a ball of golden fire gathered at his fingertips. "My master has sent me. You lowly insects from the lower realm dare to covet our underworld flame fruit," the blood flood dragon bellowed, its voice echoing like thunder in the abyss. "Ha ha! Meet your demise, blood serpent." With a raucous laughter, it unleashed a torrential mist of blood from its mouth, transforming into countless blood arrows that swiftly shot towards Lin Mo. With a low growl, Lin Mo activated the golden fire talisman, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. The blood arrows vanished as if they had sunk into the ocean. Fully dispelled. How is this possible? The blood serpent's expression shifted dramatically as it bit into its finger once more, releasing a beam of blood light imbued with immense destructive power, hurtling towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's countenance hardened as he clapped his palms together, summoning a massive golden hand into existence. He watched as the blood serpent rapidly disappeared into the depths of the abyss, his expression grave. He understood that with his current strength, it would be challenging to vanquish the blood serpent in a short span of time. Who exactly is the master the blood serpent speaks of? Is it the shadowy figure orchestrating this fog? Lin Mo fell into deep contemplation. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings, wary of the blood serpent's potential return. Once assured of his safety, he began to reflect on the battle, analyzing the blood serpent's prowess. Its speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading several of his ambushes. Furthermore, the might of that blood lightning was formidable. Even with his golden fire barrier, he had narrowly avoided injury. Lin Mo realized that there was significant room for improvement in his defensive capabilities. He needed to delve deeper into the mysteries of the golden fire talisman to increase his chances of victory in their next encounter. It appeared that he must significantly enhance his strength to contend with formidable foes like the blood serpent. Clenching his fists, a resolute light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo swiftly made the decision to abandon the pursuit of the elusive blood serpent. He recognized that in this otherworldly misty realm, he must proceed with utmost caution. Leaving no room for carelessness, he hurried towards the location of Lei Lan and the others, commanding, "You must immediately gather a sufficient number of nether flame fruits. We shall regroup here in 10 minutes and return to the surface without delay." Lei Lan and the others promptly complied, swiftly collecting the fruits. Lin Mo circled nearby, vigilant and alert to any disturbances around him. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and upon seeing that they had gathered enough, Lin Mo signaled for departure. "Let us go," he said, not looking back as he soared towards the passage, with Lei Lan and the others closely following. On their way back, they encountered a formidable obstacle. A colossal octopus demon suddenly emerged from the water, launching a fierce assault upon them. Lin Mo's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He was determined to rescue his companions at the first opportunity, allowing for no missteps. A gigantic octopus surged forth from the depths of the pool, its blood-red eyes gleaming as it clawed menacingly at Lei Lan and the others. "Be careful," Lei Lan shouted, and the three of them combined their powers in an effort to withstand the octopus's onslaught. However, the octopus moved with remarkable speed, capable of splitting itself and spewing ink, swiftly plunging the trio into dire straits. Observing the scene for a moment, Lin Mo recognized the octopus's formidable nature and immediately joined the fray. With a dramatic split of his palms, a beam of golden light sliced through the air. Lin Mo's golden sword aura, akin to a tempest, cleaved through the darkness of the abyss, instantly shredding the gigantic octopus into fragments. The remnants scattered, and the tumult of battle in the abyss abruptly ceased. Lei Lan and the others stared in awe at Lin Mo's valiant display as he vanquished the octopus. The massive body plummeted into the water, creating a tremendous splash. "Incredible! Lin Mo, your strength is truly astonishing," Lei Lan exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Qin Xiao and Bai Bai cast approving glances at Lin Mo, who responded with a calm smile, not lingering for too long. He understood that the paramount task at hand was to harvest the mingyan fruits, and there could be no delay. Fully aware of the imminent dangers lurking within the abyss, he scanned the three companions, confirming their well-being. "Thank you for your rescue." Senior brother, Lei Lan and the others expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Lin Mo gestured for them to leave swiftly. They soon returned to the base of the mingyan fruit tree. After surveying the surroundings to ensure safety, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and spoke in a serious tone. "You have only 10 minutes to gather sufficient fruit. I will stand guard here. Once the time is up, leave immediately without hesitation." At this command, Lei Lan and the other three sprang into action. Lin Mo sat cross-legged nearby, his expression stern as he extended his consciousness, vigilantly monitoring every direction. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, reached out, and enveloped Lei Lan and the others into a protective space before soaring upwards towards the surface. I grant you this brief window. Your fates lie in your hands, he uttered coldly as he departed. Lin Mo's demeanor was grave. He recognized the multitude of malevolent creatures lying in wait within the abyss, poised to strike at any moment. To ensure the safety of his companions, he made a difficult decision. You three, return to the surface immediately and join your kin, he commanded. I shall remain here to divert the enemy's attention. Lei Lan wanted to protest, but Lin Mo had already teleported before him, sending him flying out of the abyss with a single palm strike. Hurry, he warned, his eyes gleaming with urgency, signaling bye-bye and Qin Shao. Understanding Lin Mo's intentions, they had no choice but to press onward. Lin Mo watched as the three disappeared from the abyss's exit, allowing himself a moment of relief. To ensure their safety, he must confront all unknown threats alone. Come forth, whoever you may be, he closed his eyes, releasing his consciousness to remain alert to any approaching enemies. At that moment, an overwhelmingly potent aura locked onto Lin Mo, as if something deep within the abyss was awakening, leading Lei Lan and the others to the abyss's edge. They stood before an endless darkness. According to the map, the Mingyan fruits thrived deeper within the caverns. To mitigate risk, Lin Mo decided to take only a select few elite individuals down, while the remainder would guard the surface as a precaution. Lin Mo closed his eyes to conserve his energy, dismissing all distractions, before descending into the abyss with Lei Lan, Fan Ku, and two others. They soon discovered a cavern housing a towering ancient tree adorned with Mingyan fruits. Lin Mo was the first to ascend, plucking several fruits from the branches. As he harvested the 8th fruit, a wave of malevolent energy surged from the depths of the abyss, sending a chill down his spine. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Mo immediately warned Lei Lan and the others to swiftly retreat with the fruits they had gathered. Though perplexed, they complied with Lin Mo's command, quickly ascending with 7 Mingyan fruits in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Mo hastily collected the remaining fruits and unleashed his ethereal light, accelerating through the cavern. The peril from the depths of the abyss drew ever closer, heightening Lin Mo's vigilance. He realized that his pursuers seemed to have locked onto his position through some extraordinary perception and was rapidly closing in. In an effort to evade the relentless chase, Lin Mo resolved to alter his course, initially flying southwest. He unfurled his thunderwing and darted swiftly through the caverns of the abyss, attempting to shake off the formidable tracker. It felt as though a dark, ethereal light was trailing closely behind him. Lin Mo continuously changed his direction, the thunderwing emitting a low hum as he reached the pinnacle of his speed. Just as he entered a rocky alcove, the dark light behind him suddenly flared, exuding a chilling aura. A wave of dread washed over Lin Mo. He realized that this pursuer possessed a unique sensory ability that made escape exceedingly difficult. In a desperate bid for survival, Lin Mo decided to go all in. He retrieved his stored spiritual stones and elixirs, frantically replenishing his stamina and true essence. Simultaneously, he accelerated his wing speed, the azure and white threads of light darting like a white meteor among the rocks of the abyss. However, the dark light continued to draw nearer, its menacing presence intensifying. Lin Mo found it increasingly difficult to breathe, as if the very air around him was suffused with that terrifying essence. A bone-chilling roar echoed from behind, heightening the tension of the situation. At the critical moment, a rift in space suddenly appeared before Lin Mo. Just as he prepared to plunge into it, the shadow behind him had already approached with alarming speed, its blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Lin Mo summoned every ounce of energy to propel himself through the rocky terrain of the abyss with the thunderwing. The dark light behind him relentlessly pursued, intermittently emitting horrific cries that reverberated through the depths. In a final act of desperation, Lin Mo chose to gamble everything. He consumed his high-grade spiritual stones and liquid elixirs in a frenzy to restore his true essence and vitality. He continuously altered his flight path, the sound of the thunderwing rising and falling as he reached the limits of his speed. Damn it, this creature's perception ability is terrifying, Lin Mo muttered through clenched teeth, realizing that his pursuer seemed to sense his position through some unknown force. This realization heightened his urgency and vigilance. The dark light drew ever closer, the oppressive aura making it increasingly difficult for Lin Mo to breathe. He sensed that death was imminent, and he had to devise a means of escape. At that moment, another rift in space appeared before him. Lin Mo attempted to breach the rift, but at that instant, a savage roar erupted from behind. A pair of blood-red eyes materialized from the black mist, locking onto Lin Mo with an unyielding gaze. To escape this abyss, every blade of grass and every tree is visible to me. The voice echoed ominously from those crimson eyes, instilling a chilling paralysis within Lin Mo's very veins. He realized, with horror, that this sovereign-level entity possessed the exceedingly rare ability of void perception. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo activated the azure and white threads of light, leaving trails of white shadows among the rocks of the abyss. Yet the blood-eyed demon lord remained unyielding in its pursuit. Such formidable strength, this perception ability was utterly insurmountable. An alarm rang loudly in Lin Mo's mind as he recognized that he was ensnared in an inescapable predicament. At that moment, a streak of black light suddenly surged from the side. Lin Mo hastily deployed his thunder armor to defend himself, yet he was still jolted back several feet, the brilliance of his lightning dimming. As the black light struck him, Lin Mo felt his true essence roiling within him, his internal organs clamoring in disarray. He bore the excruciating pain with great effort, lifting his head to behold the blood-eyed demon king closing in from a mere 10 paces away, its hands crackling with terrifying blood lightning. "Ha! Let me see how long this pathetic creature can struggle," the demon king's laughter echoed, laced with malice and a piercing tone. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and stood up, realizing he had fallen into a dire predicament. Faced with such a formidable foe, escape seemed nearly impossible. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal to surrender. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would fight with every ounce of his strength. "I must survive." Lin Mo's eyes blazed crimson, and azure-white light surged forth, darting swiftly across the ground. He sought any opportunity for escape, but the surrounding rocks were impenetrable, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. The situation grew increasingly desperate. Lin Mo soared through the rocky abyss, yet no matter how he altered his course, the relentless pursuit of the blood-eyed demon king never wavered. Those blood-red eyes were akin to searchlights, illuminating Lin Mo's every movement. With a sharp metallic snap, Lin Mo's thunder wings finally reached their limit under the strain of high-speed flight, and his right wing broke off with a resounding crack. He staggered, crashing heavily onto the rocks. Ha! The demon king's laughter reverberated from all directions, sending a chill through Lin Mo's veins. He struggled to rise, but felt the azure-white light beginning to dissipate. "This cunning fiend. My perception abilities are utterly ineffective against him." Lin Mo's face turned pale as he realized the next moment would seal his fate. Just then, a streak of black light surged from the side. Lin Mo had no time to defend himself. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As Lin Mo gradually opened his eyes in a realm of shadows, he found himself in an unfamiliar space resembling an underground altar, surrounded by flickering greenish-blue ghostly flames. "Where's this place?" Lin Mo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to see a woman in black seated nearby, gazing at him intently. "You are awake," the woman said indifferently, her tone tinged with a hint of mockery. "Who are you, and why have you brought me here?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow as he directed his gaze towards her. At that moment, he noticed a sinister-looking man standing beside her, the very blood serpent from before. Our master has taken a keen interest in you. You shall remain here obediently." The man sneered. Lin Mo then realized he had seemingly fallen into an even greater peril. He scanned the underground altar once more, the cold stone walls adorned with peculiar totems that exuded a faint, decaying aura. It dawned on him that he had entered a forbidden domain. "Who are you? What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Lin Mo inquired. "We have come at the behest of the blood-old monster to capture you." The woman in black replied coolly. "I am Mu Qing, and this is my subordinate, Blood Poison. You are trapped here and must await the old monster's judgment." Blood Poison grinned ominously but remained silent. Lin Mo frowned, increasingly perplexed by this blood-old monster. The underground altar was filled with the remains of long-dead corpses, suggesting it was a site of frequent blood rituals. At the center, a massive stone table stood, surrounded by flickering greenish-blue flames that cast ghostly shadows across the dimly lit space. Lin Mo realized that he seemed to have entered a forbidden realm or a gathering place. "Who are you?" And why have you brought me to such a sinister location? Lin Mo inquired warily. We come at the behest of the blood-old monster to capture you, the woman clad in black replied nonchalantly. I am Mu Qing, of considerable standing. And this is my subordinate, shrouded, whose formidable skills should not be underestimated. You are trapped here and must await the old monster's judgment. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, shrouded chuckled ominously, displaying an air of amusement without uttering a word. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly perplexed and cautious about this blood-old monster. Mu Qing rose and raised her hand, conjuring a luminous barrier before Lin Mo. In an instant, he found himself in a grander hall. This is where I cultivate and receive guests, Mu Qing stated as she seated herself in the main chair. Lin Mo scrutinized his surroundings with vigilance, noticing the lavish decorations that emanated an unsettling aura. Mu Qing summoned a maid to serve Lin Mo a cup of tea. The maid presented the tea with both hands, softly stating, "This is our blood tribe's unique insha tea. Please, esteemed hero, indulge in its flavor." With suspicion, Lin Mo scrutinized the deep green beverage, but ultimately suppressed his hesitations and drank it. After tasting the insha tea, to his astonishment, he found it devoid of any poison or medicinal effects, merely possessing an exceptionally rich flavor. Lin Mo, we can have a fruitful conversation, Mu Qing said, replacing her demeanor with a smile. I do not wish to be your adversary. Rather, we can forge a splendid friendship. What do you mean? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. You cultivate the exceedingly rare, evil-dispelling divine thunder, which is of great use to me. Mu Qing's eyes glinted with cunning. If you assist me with a small task, I can fulfill some of your wishes. Our transaction is entirely fair. You may ponder it well. Shrouded listened silently from the side. Lin Mo contemplated, taken aback by this sudden shift. Mu Qing gazed at the golden circular mirror, where the figure of the six-legged ancestor flickered in and out of view. Hey, six-legged. I have a grand plan that requires your assistance, Mu Qing stated directly. What plan? The six-legged ancestor asked nonchalantly. I intend to break the barrier of the underworld river and seize its resources. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. The six-legged ancestor fell silent for a moment. The underworld river's barrier is exceedingly difficult to breach. This is no small feat. Do you have any clever strategies? With a slight smile, Mu Qing replied mysteriously. I have acquired a divine artifact capable of dismantling the barrier. With your magical enhancement, success is merely a matter of time. Well, your approach indicates that this artifact is indeed extraordinary. I can offer assistance, but we must deliberate further in detail. The six-legged ancestor finally expressed interest. Excellent. We shall reconvene in a month and a half for a more comprehensive discussion. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Mu Qing concluded the communication. In her heart, Mu Qing had already devised a plan, dispatching individuals to monitor Li Changqin, preparing to eliminate him in a fortnight. Simultaneously, she would personally instruct shrouded in mastering the evil-dispelling divine thunder to ensure the plan's success. A month and a half later, Mu Qing met the six-legged ancestor as promised, and the two engaged in discussions regarding the divine thunder. I have dispatched someone to locate the master of the evil-dispelling divine thunder, Blood Toxin. He possesses a unique ability to command the divine thunder, and I intend to personally guide him to launch an attack on the night of the full moon, Mu Qing solemnly stated. However, the six-legged ancestor shook his head and remarked that although Blood Toxin has talent, fully mastering the evil-dispelling divine thunder will likely require various conditions. Do we need a more comprehensive plan? Mu Qing pondered and ultimately replied, very well. I shall provide Blood Toxin with detailed instruction to ensure our plan is foolproof. We shall convene on the night of the full moon. The six-legged ancestor nodded in agreement. Lin Mo followed the green-clad woman into a grand hall. Discovering Mu Qing seated in the main position, his countenance grave and his expression serious. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, as if an invisible pressure permeated the air. Lin Mo, you have arrived, Mu Qing said, rising and gazing intently at Lin Mo. He presented a blueprint, detailing the structure and formations of the Nether River barrier. Lin Mo felt a jolt within, realizing that Mu Qing's plan was not merely simple, but rather a complex and arduous undertaking. Mu Qing elaborated. We must dismantle the Nether River barrier, and the evil-dispelling divine thunder is the most effective means. Six-legged has already consented to collaborate, but we require someone capable of wielding the evil-dispelling divine thunder, and you are the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated being embroiled in such a significant plan, yet the excitement within him overshadowed a flicker of unease. Meanwhile, he noticed a glimmer of contemplation in Mu Qing's eyes, as if there were deeper secrets at play. You must guide us, enabling us to fully harness the evil-dispelling divine thunder to break the Nether River barrier. Mu Qing's tone was resolute, yet his gaze held a hint of expectation. Upon Mu Qing's request, Lin Mo agreed to become the pivotal figure in dismantling the Nether River barrier. Subsequently, he conferred with Six-Legged to discuss the intricate details of the plan. During their discussion, Six-Legged mentioned that the discovery of the evil-dispelling divine thunder might necessitate the presence of a unique individual. There was once a rumor of an entity capable of completely commanding the evil-dispelling divine thunder, yet information about him was exceedingly scarce. Six-Legged spoke with an air of mystery. I believe this person may not fully grasp the true methods of wielding the evil-dispelling divine thunder. Lin Mo's heart stirred, realizing that he would have to confront even more unknowns in this endeavor. Six-Legged resolved to introduce this individual to Lin Mo, so that the evil-dispelling divine thunder could be better utilized during the actual operation. At that moment, Mu Qing interjected. I shall personally instruct this individual to ensure he can fully unleash the power of the evil-dispelling divine thunder during the mission. We cannot afford any missteps. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, though a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. He recognized that the complexity of this operation far exceeded his expectations, and his involvement in it was becoming increasingly intricate. Wandering within the wood immortal valley, Lin Mo was consumed by myriad thoughts. This forest, arranged by divine powers, instilled both wariness and curiosity within him. He resolved to explore cautiously to better understand his surroundings. Please follow me. Just as Lin Mo was lost in contemplation, Blood Toxin's voice suddenly resonated beside him. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback and then inquired with confusion, Where are you taking me? Blood Toxin smiled faintly. To meet my master. He has important matters to discuss with you. Lin Mo's heart stirred once more. Could there be an even higher presence at his master's location? He cautiously followed Blood Toxin to a small building. Please enter. Blood Toxin gestured for him to step inside. In the center sat a middle-aged scholar, gently caressing the parchment in his hands. Lin Daoyu, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I find myself in need of your assistance, he said. The scholar nodded slightly, heightening Lin Mo's sense of doubt. Tentatively, he inquired, May I ask your identity? The scholar replied enigmatically, My true nature will be revealed on the night of the full moon, at which time we shall come to a complete understanding. An air of mystery enveloped his words. Alarm bells rang in Lin Mo's mind. He began to suspect that the intentions behind this encounter were far from ordinary. The scholar seemed to sense his unease and smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I harbor no ill will towards you. I merely seek your aid. On the night of the full moon, we shall have the opportunity for a thorough discussion. Yet, Lin Mo's vigilance only intensified. Everything felt exceedingly peculiar. He had to remain cautious and deliberate in his actions. With only one day remaining until the full moon, Mu Qing met with the six-legged ancestor once more. Before he could speak, the ancestor's expression turned grave as he said, I have learned from the underworld these past few days that the earth-blood old demon has grown aware of us and is now fixated on shrouded, demanding the elimination of shrouded and the offering of his soul. Mu Qing's expression shifted, his voice cold as he replied, It seems our actions have been compromised. The earth-blood old demon has a close relationship with the ghost matron. This is a means to counterbalance me. Indeed, the involvement of the earth-blood old demon introduces many uncertainties, the six-legged ancestor acknowledged. We must respond judiciously, or our plans will unravel. Rest assured, I will personally oversee shrouded. The earth-blood old demon shall not snatch him from my grasp. Mu Qing's eyes flashed with determination. After a moment's contemplation, the ancestor added, I have learned that the ghost matron has dispatched spies, likely targeting shrouded. We must hasten our efforts and implement our strategies swiftly. Mu Qing nodded. On the night of the full moon, we shall proceed as originally planned. I will expedite my guidance of shrouded, while you deal with the earth-blood old demon. The six-legged ancestor smirked, agreed. I shall ensure he regrets meddling in our grand design. Returning to the Mu Immortal Valley, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained vigilant. In this seemingly tranquil setting, he encountered shrouded, who invited him to a banquet. During the feast, shrouded displayed an extraordinary level of attention and courtesy towards Lin Mo. Here you shall receive resources befitting nobility. The master holds great expectations for you, shrouded said with a smile, as if aware of Lin Mo's significance. Lin Mo felt a stir of intrigue, somewhat taken aback by shrouded's words. Doubts began to surface regarding the authenticity of this place, particularly after hearing of the wonders within the Black Mist Forest. He resolutely inquired about the layers of the abyss, hoping to glean more information about this dense thicket. Shrouded smiled serenely and explained, the abyss comprises several layers, and you currently find yourself within the Black Mist Forest, a minor restriction set by the master. Within half a month, the master will resolve all your uncertainties. You need only await patiently. Within the Immortal Valley, Shrouded led Lin Mo to a concealed cavern, sparsely furnished, clearly not a permanent dwelling. Lin Mo, I have erected a barrier here, sufficient to thwart any adversaries. Let us rest for a few days, and then we shall proceed to the ancient well on the night of the full moon, allowing you to witness our true power, Shrouded stated calmly. Lin Mo's heart trembled slightly as he inquired about the nature of the power they were scheming. Blood Poison responded with a faint smile, evading a direct answer, instead stating that he would soon understand on the night of the full moon. Until then, he advised Lin Mo to wait in tranquility. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Everything unfolding before him felt exceedingly abnormal. The master, the ancient well under the full moon, the so-called power, these aspects heightened his vigilance and unease. He knew he must remain alert and clear-headed to face the impending unknown. Seeing Lin Mo's troubled countenance, Blood Poison chuckled reassuringly, declaring that they bore him no malice, merely seeking something of great importance. He assured Lin Mo that they would both benefit mutually when the time came, and that all would be revealed under the full moon. Lin Mo nodded, his demeanor still grave. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not let his guard down. Alone in the cave, he was beset by doubts about everything transpiring around him. The identity of the master Blood Poison spoke of, the mysteries of the Black Fog Forest, and the imminent full moon night all left Lin Mo feeling an unsettling foreboding. At that moment, Blood Poison entered, still wearing a smile. Lin Mo, I know what weighs on your mind. Rest assured, Mu Qing harbors no ill intentions. She simply has an urgent request. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, Mu Qing, is she the master you speak of? Blood Poison nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Senior Mu Qing is our master. She has been watching over you from the shadows, which is why our paths have crossed today. Lin Mo's thoughts swirled. The intentions of Mu Qing and her associates were gradually becoming clearer, yet numerous questions lingered. He must remain vigilant to navigate the unpredictable variables ahead. Seemingly sensing his concerns, Blood Poison added, Senior Mu Qing has assured that all will be clarified during the full moon. At that time, you will comprehend that our intentions are sincere and devoid of any sinister motives. Lin Mo forced a bitter smile, internally remaining tense. Lin Mo spent a relatively peaceful period in the Musian Valley until one evening when he was invited to a banquet held in the loft. There, he encountered Blood Poison once more, who presented himself as a middle-aged scholar. As the scholar approached with a smile, he greeted, Lin brother, since we have some leisure time, why don't we engage in a conversation? Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine and nodded indifferently. The scholar scrutinized him, his gaze resting on Lin Mo's Dharma manifestation. Your Dharma manifestation is quite peculiar. What cultivation has led you to such a state? We are all practitioners here. There is no need for reticence, Blood Poison inquired with a smile. The middle-aged scholar spoke gently, yet a sharp glint shone in his eyes. Your Dharma manifestation evokes a sense of familiarity within me. Lin Mo felt a jolt of alarm and responded vaguely. I merely stumbled upon some spiritual herbs that enhanced my physical form, resulting in this Dharma manifestation. A flicker of surprise crossed the scholar's eyes, yet he pressed on. I see. Spiritual herbs indeed possess remarkable effects. However, your Dharma manifestation seems extraordinary. I surmise it is not merely the result of consuming herbs. Lin Mo continued to mask the truth, engaging in verbal sparring. The efficacy of the herbs far exceeded my expectations, causing my Dharma manifestation to grow at an unusual pace. The middle-aged scholar hesitated, his expression one of mild confusion. Yet Lin Mo, sensing the scrutiny emanating from Blood Poison, remained on high alert. It was undoubtedly Mu Qing's doing. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged scholar continued to inquire, does your Dharma manifestation have any unique origins? Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart. He deliberately withheld certain information and responded vaguely, stating, "These are merely ancient cultivation methods, without any particular source." Chapter 484. Lin Mo continued to conceal the truth, weaving an air of mystery. The middle-aged scholar shifted his tone and inquired about the secrets of physical cultivation. Lin Mo maintained his composure, as always, skillfully evading the question. He sensed that blood poison's actions seemed to probe into his depths. Clearly, these individuals did not harbor simple intentions and must have ulterior motives. The middle-aged scholar appeared slightly taken aback, but soon smiled, saying, "Very well, I shall not press you. In half a month's time, you may come to understand everything." After a brief silence, he changed the subject. "In 2 weeks, I shall invite you to the Wood Immortal Hall, as the Demon King of the Abyss wishes to speak with you." Lin Mo's heart stirred, yet he maintained an air of calmness, replying, "Very well. I shall arrive on time." He perceived that the scholar's words concealed further enigmas, yet he chose not to reveal too much. After the banquet concluded, he noticed blood poison's gaze, realizing he had become a special figure sent by the Muqing sect. Lin Mo resolved not to expose his own powers easily. He smiled slyly at blood poison, saying, "I am merely fortunate to have stumbled upon a minor technique. You flatter me, my brother. We are all ordinary individuals." Upon hearing this, blood poison's eyes sharpened, feeling a twinge of surprise. Observing Lin Mo's seemingly honest demeanor, he sensed that the latter was concealing something. Yet the truth remained elusive. Bathed in moonlight late at night, Lin Mo pondered blood poison's words. He resolved to remain discreet and not reveal his strength easily. To guard against surveillance, he quietly communicated with a green-clad maid to glean information about the internal affairs of the Wood Immortal Valley. Seizing the opportunity to get closer, he engaged in conversation with a maid named Bayer. In a moment of carelessness, Bayer inadvertently disclosed that layers of surveillance were set around Lin Mo. Understanding this, Lin Mo realized that Muqing and the others were indeed wary of him. He began to employ secretive techniques, setting up a concealed formation around the cave to evade observation and safeguard his secrets. Lin Mo was acutely aware that in this treacherous environment, only through sufficient caution could he ensure his safety. Half a month passed, and Blood Flood arrived at Lin Mo's cave. Speaking in a tone that bore a hint of command, "Lin Mo, the master summons you. Hurry to the Wood Immortal Hall." Lin Mo's heart tightened as he followed Blood Flood to an impressively grand Wood Immortal Hall. Inside, he found over a dozen individuals engaged in jovial conversation with a middle-aged man resembling a demon king. To his astonishment, he discovered Yuan Yao and Yin Li, 2 former acquaintances, amongst the assembly. Lin Mo was momentarily overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Yuan Yao, Yin Li, so you both are here." A tempest of emotions surged within him. This was beyond his expectations, and he knew he must maintain his composure. The two had left indelible memories in his heart, having faced numerous perils together, and now their presence in the Wood Immortal Valley astonished him. "Ha ha, Lin Mo, long time no see," Yuan Yao greeted with a warm smile. And Yin Li's gaze was equally gentle. Lin Mo took a deep breath, striving to keep his emotions in check. There were too many uncertainties and variables. He had to respond with caution. "Lin Mo, your timing is impeccable," the middle-aged demon king remarked with a hearty laugh. On the surface, Lin Mo maintained his composure, revealing little emotion upon encountering an old acquaintance. With a smile, he greeted Yuan Yao and Yin Li, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "It has been many years since we last met. Who could have imagined our reunion here? What a delightful coincidence." Yuan Yao responded with a smile, "Indeed. It is an unexpected encounter. May I inquire what brings you here?" Lin Mo feigned ease. "I was merely invited to observe and see if anything intriguing would unfold. I did not anticipate meeting you both. It is truly a pleasant surprise." Yin Li smiled faintly. "Since we are here, why not remain together and share this time?" Within the Wood Immortal Palace, the demon kings of the Abyss gathered to deliberate on the optimal method to exploit Lin Mo's exorcising divine thunder to break the restrictions of the Nether River. Among them, a silver-haired beauty expressed skepticism regarding Lin Mo's cultivation, her eyes betraying a hint of hostility. In the assembly of demon lords, the leading middle-aged demon king turned to Lin Mo with a smile, stating, "We have gathered here primarily for you, Taoist Lin." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. The demon kings engaged in animated discussion, primarily centered around whether Lin Mo could truly wield the full power of the exorcising divine thunder. The striking silver-haired beauty scrutinized Lin Mo with suspicion, remarking, "His cultivation seems rather peculiar. I suspect he merely benefited from good fortune and obtained some spiritual herbs." Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, calmly replied, "Indeed. I have been fortunate enough to acquire a few precious elixirs that have enhanced my strength." The silver-haired beauty scoffed, seemingly unconvinced by his words. Lin Mo sensed her deep-seated distrust and hostility. "Brother Lin's cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Must we harbor doubts among ourselves?" Yuan Yao interjected, attempting to mediate with a light-hearted tone. Yin Li nodded slightly, seemingly trying to placate the silver-haired beauty. However, Lin Mo's heart was already ringing alarm bells. He needed to remain vigilant, prepared to navigate the undercurrents of veiled animosity surrounding him. Soon, the assembly turned to strategizing. The demon kings of the abyss began to voice their opinions on whether Lin Mo could genuinely master the powers of the exorcising divine thunder. During the discourse, Six-Legged proposed a plan, suggesting that Lin Mo dedicate 6 years to the study of thunder manipulation. Initially, he would spend 2 years learning under Mu Qing, followed by 2 years with the silver-haired beauty, and finally, 2 years in solitary contemplation. Six-Legged believed this arrangement would ensure Lin Mo thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the exorcising divine thunder. Simultaneously, to guard against Lin Mo's ulterior motives, they decided to impose a minor restriction on him, ensuring he remained focused on studying thunder manipulation without distractions during this period. Behind the facade of calm discussion, Lin Mo's heart grew increasingly troubled regarding his fate within the wood Immortal Valley. Mu Qing regarded Lin Mo with an unusual glimmer in her eyes before solemnly stating, "Lin Mo, demonstrate the might of the exorcising divine thunder. Let us witness its power." Lin Mo understood this was a pivotal moment for him in this realm. He nodded resolutely and unleashed approximately 20 strikes of exorcising divine thunder. The fury of the lightning cascaded like a waterfall, astonishing the assembled demon kings, particularly Six-Legged, who expressed satisfaction. While Lin Mo intentionally diminished the number of strikes he displayed, this did not escape the notice of the demon lords. At their insistence, Lin Mo continued to showcase the prowess of the exorcising divine thunder. He inhaled deeply, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his entire being. As bolts of lightning coalesced around him, this time, he unleashed a greater number of the exorcising divine thunder, each imbued with devastating power. 20 bolts roared through the heavens and shook the earth, causing the assembled demon kings to gasp in astonishment. Thunder rumbled, brilliant flashes illuminating the sky with unmatched might. The electric forces detonated in the air, producing a deafening roar that intensified the fervor in the demon king's gazes. Particularly, the six-legged demon's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, as if he beheld immense potential. The other demon kings also displayed expressions of contentment. What a formidable display of thunderous prowess! Lin Mo's aptitude is indeed exceptional. The six-legged demon exclaimed, his eyes reflecting delight. Lin Mo secretly exhaled in relief, intentionally withholding some of his power to avoid drawing undue attention from the demon kings. "I see he can only manage superficial skills. He is still far from truly mastering the exorcising divine thunder," remarked the silver-haired beauty with a cold chuckle, seemingly unimpressed by Lin Mo's performance. The demon kings resumed their deliberations regarding Lin Mo's training. The six-legged demon proposed, "I suggest we allow Lin Mo to study the thunder control technique under our guidance for 6 years. The first 2 years with Mu Qing, the next 2 under the tutelage of the silver-haired beauty, and the final 2 for his own comprehension." "Agreed. I will gladly instruct Lin Mo for 2 years." Mu Qing readily accepted the suggestion. The silver-haired beauty nodded in agreement. "After 6 years, should Lin Mo achieve success in his studies, we can take him to a certain place as a reward." The demon kings chuckled softly, as if they had already conceived a plan. They all nodded in accord, deeming it a reasonable arrangement. Mu Qing smiled subtly, expressing her assent to the plan. She turned to Lin Mo, her gaze profound. "Lin Mo, do you consent to this learning arrangement?" Lin Mo took a deep breath, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I am willing to comply with the demon king's arrangement, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to mastering the thunder technique and contributing my strength to unravel the restrictions of the underworld river for the wood Immortal Valley." The demon kings nodded in satisfaction, for this was the response they had anticipated. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive, yet internally he pondered what the next 6 years would entail. as the ancient demons dictated his future with such clarity. The silver-haired beauty rose, a faint halo emanating from her hand as she approached Lin Mo, her eyes glinting with a mysterious light. In an ancient and solemn tone, she declared, "Lin Mo, to ensure your complete focus, we must impose a minor restriction upon you. This is not a sign of distrust from the demon kings, but rather a measure for our shared objective." Lin Mo felt a tightening throughout his body, vaguely sensing that his speech and limbs were now restrained. He furrowed his brow inwardly, realizing that his path to freedom had become even more challenging. This minor restriction did not impose an overt sense of confinement, yet he understood it to be a means of surveillance. He silently accepted this development, contemplating how to seek a breakthrough within this newfound constraint. The demon kings expressed their approval of the silver-haired beauty's actions, seemingly more convinced that Lin Mo would serve their purposes. Lin Mo maintained an outward calm, yet inside he was filled with uncertainty regarding the demon king's intentions. Haha, a splendid strategy. With this restriction, Lin Mo will obediently comply. Several demon kings laughed heartily, appearing more reassured about Lin Mo's compliance. The demon kings engaged in an incessant discourse, while Lin Mo found himself utterly perplexed. The technique they spoke of, the thunder-dispersing method, and the formidable power of the exorcising divine thunder, left him pondering their significance and why these demon lords held them in such high regard. A sense of unease began to stir within him as he sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, he unexpectedly noticed Yuan Yao regarding him with an unusual intensity, seemingly scrutinizing his every move. Lin Mo maintained his composure, yet doubts began to swell in his mind. What could motivate Yuan Yao's behavior? Was she, perhaps, conspiring beneath the command of these demon kings? A multitude of questions swirled in Lin Mo's thoughts, leading him to feel increasingly vigilant and anxious about the situation unfolding before him. The intentions of these demon lords were gradually becoming apparent. Yet what would become of his own predicament? Yuan Yao's gaze became a focal point of his attention, as there seemed to be unspoken messages hidden within her eyes, eluding his comprehension. He speculated that she might possess knowledge beyond his grasp, all tied to their previous encounter in the chaotic Star Sea. The term Nether River was frequently mentioned in the discussions among the demon kings, igniting Lin Mo's curiosity about the unknown. He resolved to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic realm, believing it might serve as his only avenue for breakthrough in this alien territory. Amidst his contemplation, he felt an overwhelming pressure. The aura of the demon kings enveloped the grand hall, a silent reminder to exercise caution. Seated in the most inconspicuous corner of the hall, Lin Mo quietly observed his surroundings. The demon kings, six-legged, with Qing, the silver-haired beauty, and the blood-soaked elder, took turns articulating their strategies for assaulting the human strongholds. Lin Mo keenly detected the hesitance and concealment within their words, as if they were masking a hidden secret. The blood-poisoned demon king's gaze flickered as he began to elaborate on the mysterious Nether River, his words imbued with an air of enigma. Lin Mo's interest in this uncharted territory was instantly piqued, as the Nether River appeared to be a forbidden land shrouded in intrigue, inciting a bloodlust in the assembled demon kings. As they commenced discussing their offensive strategies, Lin Mo discreetly observed the intricate relationships and arcane powers at play among them. In this realm of political machinations, each demon king played a distinct role, concealing secrets unknown to outsiders. The Nether River is prepared. Why not launch a full-scale assault? Proposed the silver-haired beauty. Absolutely not. Six-legged slammed his palm on the table. The Nether River requires more time to charge. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, having heard of this Nether River for the first time. Could it be a type of secret weapon? He pondered. Since the Nether River still needs time, we might as well strike the human stronghold of Beacon City in the south, suggested the blood-soaked elder with a grin. I have already placed informants within the city. It is an opportune moment to eliminate a significant threat. Very well, Wu Qing nodded in agreement. A chill ran down Lin Mo's spine. He sensed that the blood-soaked elder's proposition harbored ulterior motives, while Wu Qing's prompt acquiescence seemed overly accommodating. Were the two conspiring together? The thought left him with a nagging discomfort. As the demon kings delved into the details of their discussion, Lin Mo continued to observe their interactions in silence. He discovered that Mu Qing and the silver-haired beauty often whispered to each other, as if they had conspired beforehand. Although the blood-old monster appeared submissive, a glint of wariness lingered in his eyes, while Lu Zhu remained exceptionally cautious, as if every move was a test of others. At this moment, two individuals clad in crimson robes entered the grand hall. Lin Mo recognized them as the blood-robed figures previously discussed with Lu Zhu. They approached Lin Mo directly, and one of them spoke coldly, "Esteemed Spirit General, may I inquire whether the two blood puppets dispatched to the Eastern Sea have been dealt with by you?" Lin Mo's heart tightened, yet he maintained an impassive facade. "Indeed." "Good," the man sneered. "In that case, could you perform a small favor to offset this matter?" Chapter 485. Lin Mo thought to himself that this was troubling. Just as he was about to speak, the blood-old monster interjected. "What small favor are you referring to? Speak freely. Our Lin Mo is quite a promising newcomer, and this presents an excellent opportunity for training." The blood-robed man smirked with satisfaction, retrieving a jade pendant and tossing it to Lin Mo. "Simply deliver this jade pendant to someone named Wuxiang." "Wuxiang?" Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. "Precisely. He has been lurking within the Peach Source realm recently. As long as you personally hand it over to him, this matter will be concluded." The blood-robed man turned and quickly vanished outside the grand hall. The Peach Source realm was fraught with peril, requiring several years to traverse. Lin Mo frowned. "No worries, you can rest assured," Lu Zhu remarked. "This is a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. I will arrange for someone to guide you." After a moment of silence, Lin Mo ultimately accepted the jade pendant. "I shall set off at once." Soon, Lin Mo embarked on the long journey to the Peach Source realm. Days later, Lin Mo arrived at a secluded mountain. In the distance, a small wooden cabin came into view, with an elderly man tending to flowers in front of it. "Are you Wuxiang?" Lin Mo approached and inquired. The old man looked up, his eyes revealing profound meaning. "Indeed." Lin Mo presented the jade pendant. "I have been sent by the blood-old monster to deliver this to you." The old man accepted the pendant, but did not leave. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe. "I never expected blood would send a newcomer like you. Is your identity not simple?" Lin Mo felt a jolt in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor. "I am merely here on orders." "Oh, in that case, do you know the purpose of this jade pendant?" the old man suddenly asked. Lin Mo hesitated, shaking his head. "I do not know." "Haha. It seems they truly regard you as an outsider. This jade pendant is actually the key to my long-lost heaven-supporting sword." The old man narrowed his eyes. "Now I have finally regained a clue." Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing he might have become a pawn in the quest for the heaven-supporting sword. Just as the two were conversing, Lu Zhu and the blood-old monster unexpectedly appeared at the cabin's entrance. "Wuxiang, we received intelligence that you have stolen the whereabouts of the heaven-supporting sword. Hand it over at once," the blood-old monster commanded. Lin Mo's mind raced. He realized he was ensnared in an inescapable vortex. "Are you here to seize the whereabouts of the heaven-supporting sword?" Lin Mo asked coldly. "Haha. We are merely here to complete a transaction," Lu Zhu replied with a smile. "Wuxiang, we are, after all, half-old acquaintances. Just hand over the whereabouts of the heaven-supporting sword, and we shall express our gratitude appropriately." "I never agreed to any transaction," Wuxiang remarked. "You merely seek to exploit me to seize the heaven-defying sword as a weapon for your demon clan. How could I ever acquiesce to such a scheme?" "Do not blame us for our ruthlessness," the blood-old monster retorted with a fierce tone. Suddenly, the trio unleashed formidable powers, causing the entire wooden cabin to tremble violently, akin to raging waves. "Old man, consider my goodwill and refrain from being obstinate. This is for your own benefit," Six-Legged admonished. "Thank you, but I have no reason to surrender the sword," Wuxiang replied calmly. As the three remained at an impasse, a cool female voice interjected. "Everyone, cease this at once." Lin Mo turned at the sound to see Yuan Yao emerge from the woods behind the cabin, her demeanor composed. "Oh, is this not the person of the marshal?" The blood-old monster sneered. "What? Do you wish to involve yourselves in this matter?" "I am merely passing through and wish to remain uninvolved," Yuan Yao replied indifferently. Six-Legged pondered for a moment, saying, "If that is the case, we shall not press further." With that, he raised his hand to halt the blood-old monster. "Old man Wuxiang, take your time to contemplate. We shall discuss this again in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the three figures flickered and vanished without a trace. Inside the cabin, Yuan Yao and Lin Mo locked eyes, both perceiving the doubt reflected in each other's gaze. "Old man Wuxiang, it seems there may be some misunderstanding between us," Lin Mo began. Wuxiang shook his head, replying, "There is no misunderstanding. I was merely used by them." I had not anticipated that the blood-old monster would invest such effort in me. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What exactly is this heaven-defying sword that causes such trepidation among the blood-old monster and his companions?" Wu Xiang narrowed his eyes. "It originally belonged to the ancient Evil Dragon clan." "The Evil Dragon clan?" Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of the origins of the exorcising divine thunder from blood poison, but had never encountered this name before. Indeed, the Evil Dragon clan was once an extraordinary race, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient god clan, Wu Xiang narrated slowly. However, for reasons unknown, they were entirely annihilated by the exorcising divine thunder. The heaven-defying sword is one of their relics. Lin Mo listened intently, pondering deeply. He realized that the history of the spirit realm was far more vast and intricate than he had previously understood, and the secrets of the exorcising divine thunder seemed to exceed his imagination. "So, you do care about this heirloom?" Lin Mo queried. "Not entirely," Wu Xiang responded, shaking his head. "In truth, the heaven-defying sword holds little significance for me. It is merely inscribed with a mysterious text that I have been endeavoring to decipher." "Mysterious text?" Lin Mo felt a stir within. "Indeed, I can recognize several characters that seem to describe the entrance to some secret realm," Wu Xiang stated. Lin Mo and Yuan Yao exchanged glances, both detecting a spark of intrigue in each other's eyes. "Elder, could you share the content of that text with us?" Lin Mo pressed. Wu Xiang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "This matter is of great importance. I must deliberate further. However, it seems that fate has intertwined our paths. Opportunities will surely arise in the future." Lin Mo glanced at the sky, gently nodding. "Then we shall not linger. We can meet again when the opportunity presents itself. Go on, go on. Just do not allow yourselves to be manipulated by those individuals again." Wu Xiang waved them off. Lin Mo and Yuan Yao exited the wooden cabin and ventured into the depths of the forest, each lost in their thoughts, filled with suspicion and anticipation regarding the secrets of the heaven-defying sword and the Evil Dragon clan. In the distance, the shadow of the wooden city atop the mountain became faintly discernible, a gathering place for the demon kings. Lin Mo and Yuan Yao arrived at the summit, where they were greeted by Mu Qing standing before the city gates. "Have you completed your task?" Mu Qing inquired. "It has been accomplished," Lin Mo replied, nodding. "Excellent," Mu Qing said with evident satisfaction. "I have another matter to request of you. Please, go on. I need you to master the techniques of the exorcising divine thunder within 2 years, in exchange for the protection from the old witch," Mu Qing stated nonchalantly. Lin Mo paused, contemplating the gravity of the request. 2 years may not suffice to harness the full power of the exorcising divine thunder. "May I learn it at a later time?" "That is not an option," Mu Qing replied, his brow furrowed. "My protection lasts only for 2 years. Once the old witch returns, I will be unable to assist you." After a moment of silence, Lin Mo acquiesced. "In that case, I shall do my utmost." "Very well. I will arrange for Sister Lan to guide your training," Mu Qing said with a calm smile before turning to leave. As Lin Mo watched Mu Qing's retreating figure, he clenched his fists in quiet determination. This sudden demand had amplified the pressure he felt. He had to master this formidable skill within 2 years to secure his own safety. "It seems the situation is far more intricate than we anticipated," Yuan Yao remarked softly from beside him. Lin Mo nodded gently, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. Yuan Yao approached him with a smile, her presence radiating a unique power that inspired awe. "Unusual occurrences often signal the presence of demons," Lin Mo observed, gazing at Yuan Yao. "I surmise you are not an ordinary individual." Yuan Yao smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. Lin Mo scrutinized her and then looked at her collar, murmuring, "Yuan, could you possibly be the legendary Tianxiang Yuan Yao, the right hand of the old witch? Do you recognize me?" Yuan Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Mo nodded, a wave of inexplicable curiosity washing over him. Yuan Yao continued, "The character Yuan signifies a special identity. I am a member of the Yuan spirit clan. We excel in mastering the forces of nature, capable of manipulating everything unnoticed." Lin Mo listened intently, beginning to grasp the significance of Yuan Yao's identity and understanding why she could wield her abilities without his awareness. The existence of the Yuan spirit clan complicated the entire situation, revealing that he was no longer merely a pawn in the realm of demon kings. Yuan Yao's smile held an air of mystery. The truth of this world often lies hidden in obscure corners. "Lin Mo, Are you willing to explore these secrets together? Her words were laced with a guiding quality, hinting at deeper intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo nodded, curiosity about the unknown world stirring within him. The revelation of Yuan Yao's identity made him feel as though he was being led toward an even grander adventure. Just a conjecture, Lin Mo clarified. But given your exceptional identity, I believe you must possess remarkable abilities. Do not underestimate yourself, Yuan Yao replied with a gentle smile. To have Mu Qing's protection, your techniques must be quite extraordinary. Lin Mo shook his head. I am still in the exploratory phase, far from mastery. But you will ultimately succeed, Yuan Yao assured him. I have yet to see a demon king capable of wielding thunder with such ease as you have. This indicates your uniqueness. Lin Mo pondered, gazing at the roiling storm clouds in the distance. Perhaps only by truly immersing oneself in the tempest can one grasp the enigma of that power, he pondered in silence. At this very moment, a storm was brewing on the horizon. Lin Mo arrived at an open clearing in the valley, solitary and contemplative. Within the hidden chamber of the wood immortal valley, he gazed intently at the golden thunderball in his hand, feeling the immense power it harbored. This thunderball was a creation of his own through the way of thunder, a testament to his mastery over the divine lightning. Drawing a deep breath, he formed a seal with his hands and let out a low roar. Instantly, the sky erupted with electric brilliance, and a golden thunder dragon emerged from the dark clouds. Surging towards Lin Mo, as he brought his palms together, the thunder dragon was captured within his grasp, swiftly transforming into a golden thunderball that floated serenely above him. Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon the thunderball, sensing the turbulent power roiling within, as if it possessed a will of its own. Should I harness your strength, I could certainly sweep across mountains and rivers, striking fear into the demon realm, Lin Mo murmured to himself. At that moment, a smattering of applause echoed from behind him. Turning, he beheld Yuan Yao emerging from the shadows of the trees, a smile gracing her features. Though the thunderball may not yet possess formidable strength with your current abilities, you are destined for greatness. Lin Mo smirked lightly, centering his thoughts once more as he gazed skyward. In the distance, a tempest was advancing towards him, with electric sparks flickering ominously within the depths of the clouds, ready to ignite. A resolute anticipation flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He understood that the key to unraveling the mysteries of thunder lay within that storm. On this long path of cultivation, he was determined to venture further and further. Lin Mo proceeded to the wood spirit cave designated by Mu Qing, where the entrance was concealed amidst a grove of towering ancient trees. Navigating the path with ease, he reached the summit, where he pressed a mechanism at the base of a colossal tree. Suddenly, the ground shifted, revealing an opening. Lin Mo leapt into the void, enveloped by a gentle aroma of wood. Ahead lay a verdant passage, with a hazy light emanating from its end. Feeling a stir of curiosity, Lin Mo hastened into the corridor. After navigating several twists and turns, a hidden chamber appeared before him. Majestic ancient trees and vibrant vines adorned the space, teeming with spiritual energy. Lin Mo marveled at the exquisite concealment orchestrated by Mu Qing within this mountain. At that moment, he faintly heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Mu Qing emerging from the passage. The wood spirit energy here coalesced into a green mist, permeating the air and creating an ethereal ambience, as if he had entered a realm of immortals. Within the chamber stood a flat stone platform, ideal for cultivation. Is the spiritual energy here to your liking? Mu Qing inquired with a gentle smile. Remarkable, Lin Mo praised. To cultivate here would yield extraordinary results. Indeed, Mu Qing replied. I have set up a barrier here. You may cultivate in peace. Just remember, do not stray even a single step from this place. She added with a smile. Practicing wood-based techniques here will enhance your progress significantly. Devote yourself to your training. It is crucial for your future growth. With that, she vanished swiftly into the passage. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, his heart a mixture of emotions. The cultivation of these past 2 years would determine his fate. He settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a fragment of the past swept through his mind. It was a time in the mortal realm, amidst an expanse of ice and snow, when a dark-clad woman, embodying the spirit of ice, descended from the heavens to rescue him from the brink of death. That was Tianxiang Yuanyao. In her quest to save him, she willingly shattered her golden core. The resilience she displayed, intertwined with tenderness, continues to move Lin Mo to this day. Now, as time has passed, he finds it difficult to ascertain her true feelings. Lin Mo smiled bitterly. Over the years, he had refrained from mentioning that fateful encounter to Yuan Yao, and she, too, had chosen silence, as if she had long since found closure. Lin Mo pondered whether she still harbored feelings for him during her visit to the demon realm. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought. He bore a heavy responsibility now and could not afford to be entangled in past emotions. Thus, Lin Mo steadied his mind and sank into a state of quiet meditation. This retreat lasted an entire month. Under the moonlight, he opened his eyes, the tumult of his past no longer reflected within them. He had resolved to regard Yuan Yao as a mere acquaintance, dedicating himself wholly to the path of cultivation before him. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Mo gradually immersed his consciousness in tranquility. Suddenly, a blissful smile graced his face. Chapter 486 revealed a moment of his first encounter with his beloved wife, Nangong. The day they reunited in the secluded chamber of the Su Tian Palace, her bashful visage remained etched in Lin Mo's memory, as captivating as ever. Nangong had remained steadfastly loyal to him. Her delicate features surfaced in his mind, her gentle smile and tender gaze igniting an infinite yearning within him. Each recollection was a delightful reminiscence, reinforcing his profound affection for his wife. At this moment of longing, Lin Mo's smile grew warmer. The memories of her graceful curves stirred a tumultuous wave of emotions in his heart, enveloping the atmosphere with warmth. After a while, he sighed softly. Returning from the shores of nostalgia, his gaze regained its cold calmness. It had merely been an illusion born from crystallized sentiments. Though he also missed Yuan Yao, Nangong had always been the flower occupying his heart. Lin Mo chuckled at himself for being ensnared in his longing for her, unable to extricate himself. Having long forgotten about the world around him, he steadied his resolve, determined to cultivate with single-minded devotion to achieve greatness. After a year of seclusion and cultivation, Lin Mo increasingly felt the profundity of the wood spirit energy within the wood spirit cave of Muqing. Before long, a year had swiftly elapsed. One day, as Lin Mo was lost in thought, a sudden gust of wind announced Muqing's arrival, her emerald attire appearing in the cave. The tribulation is approaching. We must ascend to the mountaintop to prepare, she stated succinctly. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then comprehended her meaning. This marked the onset of the second minor tribulation. Lin Mo, your cultivation has reached a new pinnacle. Muqing's voice resonated like the gentle chime of wind bells, imbued with a hint of satisfaction. However, you must understand that a cultivator's growth encompasses not only the elevation of their power, but also the courage and wisdom to confront calamities. Lin Mo nodded slightly, expressing his respect and trust in Muqing. As her words echoed, the sky above the mountaintop darkened ominously, thick clouds rolling in, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, heralding a more formidable tribulation on the horizon. The second minor tribulation is upon you. It is your opportunity to become a true powerhouse. Muqing's eyes sparkled with clarity. I will observe from the sidelines and offer guidance, but you must face this tribulation alone. He ascended to the mountaintop, where dark clouds churned ominously and lightning danced with abandon. The resounding thunder reverberated through the earth. Lin Mo steadied himself, regulating his breath and summoning the divine thunder to ward off evil. The second minor heavenly tribulation served as both a precursor and a warning for the impending dual calamities of thunder and fire. Muqing stood calmly beside Lin Mo and spoke. You shall face this tribulation alone. Lin Mo gazed upward at the increasingly somber sky, feeling a potent energy swirling within the clouds. His resolve solidified. In the face of this tribulation, he would forge ahead without retreat or evasion. Lin Mo, utilize your knowledge and the divine thunder to meet this trial of heavenly lightning. Muqing's voice echoed in his ears. With her guidance, Lin Mo prepared to confront this life and death challenge. I understand. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze fixed on the two converging energy centers on the horizon. The azure arcs of electricity and the golden halo stood in stark opposition, poised for conflict. Inhaling deeply, Lin Mo assumed a combat stance, determined to prove himself and overcome this tribulation. The dark clouds thickened, and the thunder roared, heralding a more ferocious tempest. Lin Mo concentrated on the sky, attuning himself to the immense energy that permeated the cosmos. With a resolute expression, he realized that this lightning would be greater, testing both his cultivation and control. The two surging forces finally erupted and intertwined under Lin Mo's watchful gaze. An azure arc of light shot forth like a keen arrow. Lin Mo swiftly formed a golden net of electricity with a gesture, its shape materializing in the air and blocking most of the azure arcs. This is an intermediate heavenly thunder, which can accumulate higher-level experience for you, Mu Qing remarked from the side. Lin Mo steadied himself, determination gleaming in his eyes. He was resolved to comprehend the patterns of the tribulation, laying the groundwork for his future cultivation. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, roaring like a dragon. Lin Mo quickly employed the divine thunder technique, executing a one-handed gesture. In a flash of golden light, a golden net appeared, firmly ensnaring the thunder. This is splendid. Lin Mo murmured to himself, a hint of a challenging smile gracing his face. He maneuvered the golden net adeptly, skillfully countering the onslaught of heavenly lightning, deftly neutralizing wave after wave of thunderous attacks. At that moment, the second wave of heavenly thunder crashed down. Like sentient beings, they surged through the gaps in the electric net with fierce intent. Lin Mo responded urgently, attempting to manipulate the net to obstruct their advance. However, the second wave of thunder was even more formidable, and the golden net began to falter. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Mo, yet he did not waver. Instead, he intensified his control over the divine thunder, striving to stabilize the situation. The second wave of thunder grew in might, and Lin Mo sensed the net might not withstand it. As he skillfully navigated the onslaught of the second wave, the power of the thunder reached its zenith. The sky, shrouded in darkness, appeared on the verge of splitting apart, with arcs of electricity dancing wildly, painting a grand tapestry. Lin Mo remained focused, his form appearing agile and resolute amidst the brilliance of the thunder. Suddenly, a more radiant golden light emanated from his body, contrasting sharply with the heavenly lightning. Lin Mo braced against the assault of the second wave of thunder, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The golden electric net, under the impact of the heavenly thunder, has become precarious. You must brave this calamity alone, admonished Mu Qing from the side. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the trial, and cast several bolts of lightning to mend the gaps in the net. At last, with a resounding boom, the torrential rain ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the calamity of thunder abated. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, his face radiant with joy. He gently moved his stiff arms and turned towards Mu Qing, his face reflecting appreciation. Thank you for your guidance. I have successfully weathered this minor tribulation. Indeed, your performance was commendable, Mu Qing nodded. This tribulation has indeed augmented your strength. From now on, we shall each pursue our own paths. It is time for you to train independently. With that, Mu Qing turned and departed, leaving only his silhouette behind. Lin Mo gazed at the gathering clouds on the horizon, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. He understood that an even more arduous path of cultivation was just beginning. As the thunder descended, arcs of azure light streaked across the sky, akin to a furious dragon weaving through the heavens. Lin Mo was channeling his inner energy, preparing to confront the second wave of celestial thunder. With a deafening roar, an even more tumultuous surge of lightning swept in. Lin Mo fixed his gaze ahead, his left hand forming a seal, while his right lightly tapped his temple. Before him, the golden electric net re-emerged, swiftly coalescing into a colossal luminous barrier, ready to withstand the impending onslaught of powerful thunder. In a cacophony of thunder and lightning, the azure arcs collided with the golden net, producing a tremendous roar. The two forces clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Lin Mo's body swayed slightly, the ground beneath him cracking open. Nevertheless, he continued to gesture, changing his techniques, steadfastly supporting the protective shield. The force of this wave of thunder was several times more potent than before, and the golden electric net began to show signs of fracture under the onslaught. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth, internally marveling at the formidable power of this level of tribulation. In that critical moment, a gleam of golden light shot from Lin Mo's eyes. He invoked a new profound technique, the Yuan magnetic divine light, refracting the golden rays towards the azure thunderball. A faint golden glow reached the surface of the thundercloud, initiating a magnetic field that began to draw it in. Simultaneously, Lin Mo utilized the azure small cauldron in his possession, continuously channeling the gathered thunderfire into it. The crystalline lightning within the cauldron grew increasingly vibrant, radiating an interwoven hue of azure and gold. Under the dual influence of the Yuan magnetic divine light and the azure small cauldron, the residual thunder was gradually purified and absorbed. Ultimately, a tempestuous storm of thunder was dispelled through Lin Mo's efforts, and the sky regained its clarity. The small cauldron emitted a cheerful chime, signifying the successful purification of the thunder. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, slowly lowering his raised hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After the thunderstorm, all that remained in the realm were floating azure light points, an abundant harvest of azure thunderballs. Lin Mo raised both hands, arranging the thunderballs into an array of luminous orbs. Under his guidance, the azure light array gradually rotated upwards, converging into a massive thundercloud suspended in midair. Lin Mo gently stroked the azure small cauldron, murmuring incantations. The azure thundercloud was drawn by an unseen force, slowly merging into the cauldron. With the harvest complete, Lin Mo stored the cauldron away, a faint smile illuminating his face. These thunder sources are precisely the materials he requires to forge superior thunder beads, thus laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors in artifact crafting. It appears that this celestial thunder has proven to be a fortuitous opportunity. Following the second wave of thunder, Lin Mo reaped abundant rewards. He felt immense satisfaction with the new techniques he had acquired and the thunder sources he had gathered, believing that this trial had yielded commendable results. After the thunderstorm subsided, only azure light spots remained suspended in the air, representing the multitude of azure thunder orbs he had collected. With a graceful motion of his hands, Lin Mo arranged the thunder orbs into a radiant sphere formation. Under his guidance, the azure light array began to rotate and ascend, coalescing into a massive thundercloud suspended in midair. Gently caressing the small azure cauldron, he chanted softly. The azure thundercloud was drawn by an unseen force, slowly merging into the cauldron. Once the gathering was complete, Lin Mo stowed the cauldron away, a faint smile gracing his lips. These thunder sources indeed serve as the materials for crafting superior thunder beads, establishing a foundation for his future artifact crafting. It seems this celestial thunder has been quite an opportunity. What a remarkable harvest. A melodious female voice resonated from behind Lin Mo. You performed exceptionally well during the tribulation. Your mastery over lightning has further convinced me of your potential. Mu Qing's voice flowed like a clear mountain spring, imbued with a hint of admiration. Turning to glance back, Lin Mo beheld Mu Qing draped in a delicate azure veil, gracefully approaching. A trace of appreciation flickered across her seemingly gentle features. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. It has led to this fruitful outcome, Lin Mo replied with a slight nod, expressing his gratitude. He understood that this achievement was inseparable from Mu Qing's guidance and thus sought to convey his appreciation. Your understanding of the way of thunder deepens. My guidance is but a trifling matter. Mu Qing waved her hand dismissively. Approaching Lin Mo, she suddenly extended a delicate finger, gently touching his brow. However, your application of the Yuan magnetic divine light has pleasantly surprised me. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a refreshing sensation flow from his brow throughout his entire being, invigorating his spirit. The Yuan magnetic divine light still requires further refinement to synergize with the thunder techniques, Lin Mo humbly remarked. Very well. I shall impart a thunder light heart technique to you in the future, aiding you in advancing along this path. Mu Qing nodded thoughtfully. Lin Mo promptly bowed in gratitude. With Mu Qing's demeanor softening, he felt a renewed sense of anticipation for his future cultivation. Nonetheless, the tribulation is merely a beginning. The path of cultivation is long, and you must persevere tirelessly, Mu Qing imparted with a hint of admonition. Lin Mo acknowledged her words with a nod, then suddenly recalled the thunder orbs he had just collected. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, Sister Mu Qing, I have gleaned some insights into the mysteries of the exorcising divine thunder during my tribulation. May I share them with you? Mu Qing smiled gently in response, nodding. Of course, practitioners should share insights and experiences with one another. I will also provide guidance, so we may progress together. The two promptly began exchanging thoughts, with Lin Mo articulating his realizations and experiences during the tribulation, while Mu Qing attentively offered insights and clarifications. As Lin Mo closed his eyes, focusing on integrating the collected thunder orbs into the alchemical furnace, a sudden gentle tremor emanated from within his robes. Opening his eyes, he withdrew a communication talisman that shimmered with a soft glow. Lin Mo hastened to Pine Moon Peak. The note bore only a brief line. Signed at the end by Mu Qing. Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly, filled with perplexity. Today was not the day agreed upon with Mu Qing for the transmission of teachings. Why had she summoned him so suddenly? Did she have some urgent matter to discuss? He took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts, sealed the alchemical furnace, and rose to leave. Exiting the secluded chamber where he had been crafting thunder pearls, he lifted his gaze to the tranquil wood spirit cave. A sense of unease began to swell within him. He pondered whether some significant event had transpired, prompting Mu Qing to seek him out at this moment. Upon leaving the chamber, he proceeded directly to Mu Qing's residence. Along the way, memories of the time spent with Mu Qing surfaced, along with the various techniques she had imparted to him. He could feel their bond deepening, evolving from a mere teacher-student relationship into something akin to friendship. As he approached Mu Qing's abode, a melodious voice rang out, "Lin Mo, you have finally arrived." Mu Qing emerged from her dwelling, her face radiant with a smile. Lin Mo clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "Sister Mu Qing, what is the reason for your summons?" With a warm smile, Mu Qing invited him inside, saying, "There are matters of great importance I must share with you. It is time for you to learn about your true identity." Once seated within Mu Qing's residence, Lin Mo noticed a towering elder beside her, his face etched with wrinkles. Clad in a scarlet robe that exuded an ancient aura, Mu Qing introduced him. "This is the Earth-blood Old Monster, an esteemed elder from the abyss of Earth, possessing profound knowledge of the ways of Earth-blood." The Earth-blood Old Monster offered a subtle smile, nodding in acknowledgement toward Lin Mo. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Mo's mind. Why had this legendary figure appeared? It seemed there was a significant matter to discuss. The elder's visage was gaunt, reminiscent of a mummy, yet his eyes shone with intensity, emanating an aura that made Lin Mo feel quite challenged. The Earth-blood Old Monster. Lin Mo was taken aback. This famed figure from the depths of the Blood Sea had personally come to Lingwu Mountain. It must be no ordinary affair. He inhaled deeply, concealing his astonishment, and respectfully bowed to both individuals. Whatever the discussion ahead entailed, he was fully prepared. "Lin Mo, I believe you have already discerned that the power of the exorcising divine thunder within you is far from ordinary. In truth, your identity is not that of an ordinary practitioner. You are one with a bloodline heritage," Mu Qing stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes widened with surprise. The revelation of his bloodline heritage deepened his curiosity about his past. As Mu Qing and the Earth-blood Old Monster elaborated, Lin Mo gradually grasped the enigmatic bloodline he possessed and its connection to the exorcising divine thunder. After the tribulation of thunder, Lin Mo returned to the wood spirit cave, diligently refining thunder pearls. He sensed that the surrounding restrictions were exceptionally intricate, making it increasingly challenging to escape. While contemplating a way out of his predicament, he received a message from Mu Qing, instructing him to proceed to the Bloodflame Palace on the 5th level of the abyss. Upon arriving at the Bloodflame Palace, he encountered the Earth-blood Old Monster and Mu Xianzi. The enigmatic figure in the blood-red robe invited him into the palace, suggesting that within lay opportunities for him to achieve a breakthrough. Lin Mo hesitated as he followed the figure clad in a blood-red robe down to the 5th underground level, where molten lava churned around them, casting an eerie glow that made the robed figure's visage even more sinister. A wave of foreboding washed over Lin Mo. At that moment, the ancient being known as the Earth-blood Old Monster emerged slowly, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Do you know the origin of the Bloodflame Palace?" Before Lin Mo could respond, the creature continued, "In ancient times, this place was sealed to contain a fearsome demon. It took me a century to fully unshackle it. Now, the Bloodflame Palace has become one of my most crucial strongholds." Lin Mo's heart tightened as he began to glean the true purpose of his invitation. Yet he maintained a facade of calm. "In that case, I must tread carefully during my visit." The Earth-blood Old Monster laughed heartily. "Little Lin Mo, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." As Lin Mo and his companions entered the Bloodflame Mountains, they beheld a colossal figure moving languidly ahead, a monstrous hydra with 9 heads, each spitting tongues of red, yellow, and black, vigilantly observing their approach. The two robed figures demonstrated their familiarity with the subterranean lava lake by passing the test of the turtle beast, which then guided them into the palace hidden within the lake, a vessel of the Bloodflame Palace's enigmatic power. "Open the palace gates," commanded the Earth-blood Old Monster. Upon receiving the order, the hydra's scales resonated with a bell-like sound as its body traced an arc across the ground, instantaneously forming a crimson portal. A shiver ran through Lin Mo as he sensed that the turtle beast was no ordinary creature. Just as they prepared to step through the portal, the turtle beast suddenly lashed out with its tail, aiming for the earth-blood old monster. Heh, seeking to bite the hand that feeds you? The old monster sneered, raising his hand to unleash a stream of bloodlight that sent the turtle beast flying back several meters. Lin Mo, with your slight frame, do not even think of escaping my grasp. Now come with me. Following the guidance of the robed figures, Lin Mo stepped into an underground lava lake. The rock walls were encrusted with luminous pearls, emitting a dim glow. Upon raising his gaze, he saw a palace spiraling upwards at the center of the lake, resembling a suspended volcanic crater. Above the palace, a massive crystal hovered, radiating dazzling light. This crystal bore a resemblance to the spirit sealing tower but exuded a distinct aura, seemingly harboring unfathomable mystical energy. Lin Mo's thoughts swirled with questions. Could this crystal be connected to his mission involving the exorcising divine thunder? The surface of the lake was veiled with intricate, transparent threads, forming an invisible barrier that provided formidable security for the Blood Flame Palace. This is the Blood Flame Palace. Lin Mo marveled internally. He noticed that the palace was surrounded by a labyrinth of winding passageways, with glimpses of similar structures visible beneath the lake, forming a complex underground maze. Indeed, this Blood Flame Palace is the culmination of my decades of effort, the Earth-blood old monster proclaimed with pride. It is built atop a natural underground lava lake, and the surrounding passages connect the entire Blood Flame Mountains. To completely destroy it would be nearly impossible. Lin Mo felt a chill, sensing that escaping from this place would prove to be a formidable challenge. Lin Mo and his companions arrived at the edge of the magma lake, where they beheld a colossal hydra, its 3 heads adorned with blood-red horns, coiled ominously before the grand entrance of the palace at the lake's center. It glided gracefully through the molten lava, sending sparks flying, instilling a sense of dread. This magnificent creature, known as the Bloodfire Palace's guardian beast, the Gorgon, was tamed by the ancient being of earthly blood, who chuckled, claiming it took him decades of effort to subdue it entirely. Now, it obeyed only his commands, powerful enough to withstand the full force of any major ascendant within the realm. This enigmatic guardian was not merely a puppet but a creation controlled by the resonant chimes of the Ancient One. The Gorgon showcased its nimble form, as if performing an elegant dance. Its presence deepened Lin Mo's understanding of the profound mastery of puppetry within the Bloodfire Palace, a skill not to be underestimated. Lin Mo was secretly astonished. The ancient being's ability to command such a legendary creature clearly surpassed all expectations. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, all 3 serpent heads fixed their stare upon him, their cavernous mouths flickering with tongues, hinting at a potential attack. You insolent beast, dare to glare at my esteemed guest, the Ancient One admonished. The Gorgon lowered its head submissively, allowing the trio to depart in their vessel, guiding Lin Mo to the palace's main entrance. They encountered 2 rows of uniquely garbed warriors stationed on either side of the grand hall. One group donned crimson chainmail and wielded long-handled fire axes, seemingly ablaze themselves, while the other was shrouded in a swirling gray mist, their features obscured and inscrutable. Lin Mo felt a twinge of surprise. These warriors were evidently not ordinary puppets, but semi-sentient beings possessing their own consciousness. Ah, these are the fruits of my many years of labor. Do take your time to appreciate them, the Ancient One proclaimed proudly. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo wore a contemplative expression and proposed, Ancient One, might you be interested in exchanging insights regarding the art of puppetry? I possess some understanding in this field and would be glad to offer my assistance. The Ancient One laughed heartily. Ah, Lin Mo, since you express such interest, allow me to show you around my puppet hall. A glimmer of secretive light shone in Lin Mo's eyes as plans began to form in his mind. The cloaked figure issued a command, and the doors of the Hall of Shadow Fire creaked open. A melodious tune flowed from within, and a searing crimson light spilled into the corridor. Lin Mo was engulfed by a wave of heat, as if stepping into a realm of raging flames. This spectacle heightened his vigilance. Something far more formidable might lurk in the depths of the palace. The 2 rows of guards stood at attention, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The cloaked figure gestured for him to proceed, leading him deeper into the Bloodfire Palace. With steady steps, Lin Mo followed the figure into the Hall of Shadowfire, where bizarre black and red flames danced, casting the entire space in a shadowy yet fervent glow. The dimly lit hall exuded an inexplicable tranquility. The walls and floor were crafted from peculiar black and red stones, emanating an extraordinary blend of warmth and coolness. As Lin Mo traversed the hall of shadow fire alongside two cloaked figures, he ventured deeper into the palace, where the walls, composed of the same strange stones, radiated an unusual sensation of heat and chill. In the palace's innermost sanctum, he was suddenly captivated by a group of peculiar entities. Subsequently, 12 enchanting maidens began to dance gracefully, their forms as supple as water, their movements bewitchingly captivating, leaving Lin Mo utterly entranced. "These are a new batch of spirit attendants I have meticulously crafted," the figure in the blood robe declared with pride. "They shall serve you faithfully." He elaborated. "These are semi-puppets, forged from ancient celestial bones and rare treasures of heaven and earth, known as spirit attendants. They retain memories and emotions from their previous lives. A unique technique of my own." One of the dancers glided effortlessly to Lin Mo's side and offered him a subtle smile. To Lin Mo's astonishment, he noticed that her eyes lacked any spark, resembling a soulless puppet. "You have sealed their souls," Lin Mo furrowed his brow. "No, I have fused their remnants with the newly forged spiritual bodies, transforming them into obedient semi-puppets," the blood-robed figure replied. At that moment, more spirit attendants emerged from the shadows. Some wielding musical instruments, others holding feather fans. They encircled Lin Mo, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "These spirit attendants retain human forms, enhanced by my secret arts." The blood-robed figure chuckled. "You may regard them as your most devoted servants." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before nodding. He recognized the blood-robed figure's goodwill. These spirit attendants might indeed assist him on his cultivation journey. Lin Mo marveled inwardly at such mastery, rivaling that of ancient sages. He noticed a hint of sorrow in the eyes of these spirit attendants, as if they were discontent with their current state. As Lin Mo was lost in thought, the blood-robed figure leaned closer, his expression serious and his tone earnest. "Lin Mo, if you hold these semi-puppet spirit attendants in high regard, would you be interested in learning the secret art of merging spirit with matter? I am willing to personally impart this knowledge to you." Lin Mo hesitated slightly. This semi-puppet technique could greatly benefit him, yet it might also harbor unknown dangers. However, the regret of forsaking such an opportunity might haunt him later. Amidst his astonishment, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. He had long harbored thoughts of studying puppetry and controlling others. Now, an opportunity to learn this secret art had presented itself. After careful consideration, Lin Mo finally nodded. "Since you, esteemed elder, extend such goodwill, I, with my limited knowledge, humbly hope for your guidance." The blood-robed figure rejoiced and promptly began to reveal the secrets of the merging spirit with matter technique. Yet, Lin Mo felt a twinge of unease. What he was about to learn was evidently an unusual and sinister art. Once entangled, he feared he might find himself ensnared in the path of darkness. Nevertheless, for the sake of his future cultivation, it seemed he had no choice but to take the plunge. With a wave of his hand, the blood-robed figure gestured for Lin Mo to follow. They ventured deep into a hidden chamber within the palace, where the walls were adorned with bizarre, mystical formations. "This is the secret place where I forge spirit attendants," the blood-robed figure explained. "During the day, I conduct rituals to refine various spiritual bodies and vengeful souls, which I then integrate into specially crafted puppets." Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, noticing peculiar puppets suspended in midair. The blood-robed figure retrieved a remnant of an ominous bird, levitating it in the palm of his hand. "Watch closely," he instructed, as an incantation was uttered, causing the skeletal bird to dissolve into white mist and seep into the puppet's body. In the blink of an eye, the puppet astonishingly came to life, spreading its wings and soaring gracefully through the air, leaving Lin Mo utterly astounded. He realized that he had finally grasped the essence of the secret technique. After comprehending the art of merging spirit with object, Lin Mo remained deeply intrigued by the enigmatic Fire Hall within the Blood Flame Palace. Observing his fascination, the figure in the blood robe suggested they venture forth to explore it. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Fire Hall, where the doors stood firmly shut, adorned with dark red carvings that subtly emanated a potent aura of blood. "This hall serves as our site of worship, activated on nights of the blood moon," the blood-robed figure explained. "On ordinary days, the spiritual energy is abundant, so tread carefully." No sooner had he spoken than the doors creaked open. Following the blood-robed figure inside, Lin Mo beheld walls constructed from a peculiar blend of black and red stones. Faint wisps of white smoke rising around them. These are the blood jades of 10,000 years, Lin Mo gasped softly. Feeling the profound magical power and a delicate balance of coolness and warmth emanating from the gems. We shall meditate here. These jades will enhance the efficacy of your cultivation, the blood-robed figure declared with a smile. The two settled down, and Lin Mo began to focus his mind and attune himself to the mysteries of this extraordinary space. After some time spent in meditation within the Fire Hall, Lin Mo felt a noticeable enhancement in his magical prowess. At that moment, the blood-robed figure summoned several spirit attendants, musicians, and dancers. These spirit attendants can also aid you in elevating your realm. What do you think? He proposed. As soon as he finished speaking, 24 spirit musicians struck their instruments in unison, filling the hall with ethereal and enchanting melodies. Simultaneously, 12 spirit dancers glided gracefully, resembling deities in the sky. Lin Mo was captivated, utterly entranced by the extraordinary performance of these spirit attendants. Although they lacked the brilliance of their former lives, their elegance and grandeur remained unblemished. How marvelous! Lin Mo exclaimed. If only I could master such techniques, my cultivation would surely ascend to new heights. The blood-robed figure beamed with delight, recognizing Lin Mo's profound attraction to the spirit attendants. He was confident that their collaboration would yield remarkable results. Gazing at the spirit attendants, Lin Mo was flooded with boundless imagination. He yearned to learn the art of commanding these semi-puppets, envisioning how they might assist him in future battles. As the dance and music came to an end, the blood-robed figure clapped his hands in satisfaction and approached Lin Mo. What did you think? Did the performance suit your taste? Chapter 488. A stunning experience. Lin Mo repeatedly praised the performance, stating, I have never witnessed such a transcendent display. It is truly unforgettable. The blood-robed figure, filled with joy, immediately proposed to gift all the spirit attendants to Lin Mo. Startled, Lin Mo hesitated to accept such a generous offering. I have not served you, esteemed senior. How could I dare to accept such a lavish gift? Haha, we are friends. This is but a trifling matter. The blood-robed figure laughed heartily, then drew forth a bone knife and waved it lightly. In an instant, the 36 spirit attendants transformed into shimmering lights, coalescing into puppets the size of a thumb, suspended in midair. This is my gift to you. Simply channel your magic into them, and you may command them at will. Lin Mo was overjoyed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the blood-robed figure. He understood that these spirit attendants would become a vital asset on his path of cultivation. After receiving the gift of the spirit attendants, Lin Mo inquired if the blood-robed figure could impart the secrets of commanding them. The blood-robed man readily consented, leading Lin Mo once again to the Hall of Fire. This secret art is a fusion of the methods of merging spirits into objects and refining spirit attendants, enabling one to transform puppets into magical artifacts or vice versa. As he explained, the blood-robed man seated himself within the formation, gesturing for Lin Mo to sit beside him. With his palms pressed together, he recited a complex incantation. Lin Mo felt a rippling essence of spirit power emerge from the array. This is the spirit energy gathered from the Fire Jade Stone. We shall use it as a foundation to cultivate spiritual awareness. Lin Mo comprehended each element, his yearning for this wondrous art growing ever stronger. He believed that once he mastered this path, he would be able to manipulate the metallic puppets at will, further advancing his future endeavors. Under the guidance of the blood-robed man, Lin Mo gradually grasped the nuances of commanding spirit attendants. Utilizing the power of refinement, he successfully transformed the 36 spirit attendants into crimson seals within his palm. Excellent. You have preliminarily understood the application of this secret art, the blood-robed man praised. All these spirit attendants now fall under your command. You need only exert your will to direct their actions. Lin Mo closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, and summoned the true energy from his dantian, infusing his intent into the seals. Instantly, the seals transformed into shimmering spiritual lights, coalescing into the forms of dancers and musicians. When Lin Mo willed them again, they immediately dispersed, becoming tiny puppets that hovered at the edge of his palm. Truly marvelous, Lin Mo exclaimed in continual admiration. He understood that this was the essence of merging spirits into objects and refining spirit attendants. Seeing that Lin Mo had begun to master this secret art, the blood-robed man produced a scroll from his robe and presented it to Lin Mo. This is the culmination of my 100 years of effort, recording the essence of the secret art of merging spirits into objects. Take it to study. It will undoubtedly benefit you. Lin Mo accepted the scroll, feeling its weight, indicative of profound power contained within. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, vowing to study it diligently. With this scroll in hand, I shall summon spirit attendants to assist me in cultivation and combat, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Lin Mo contemplated silently. Soon after, under the blood-robed man's guidance, he arrived at a quiet chamber within the palace, preparing to delve deeply into the scroll. The dragon fire within his dantian simmered with a subtle heat, seemingly urging him to comprehend this supreme secret art swiftly to reach a higher realm. After acquiring the puppet's secret art in the Hall of Blood Flames, Lin Mo followed the enigmatic blood-robed man to a side hall. Throughout the journey, this mysterious figure warmly entertained Lin Mo, continually praising his talents and cultivation. Subsequently, they were led to a quiet chamber for rest. In the chamber, he displayed a set of array flags, setting up a 5-colored light screen, showcasing his extraordinary array skills. Lin Mo pondered whether the blood-robed man's demeanor towards him was normal, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity within it. My young friend, your talent is astounding. We at the Hall of Blood Flames shall surely nurture you with all our might, the blood-robed man said cheerfully. You and I are destined. Great achievements await us in the future. Although Lin Mo smiled, a sense of unease stirred within him. He vaguely sensed an oddity in the blood-robed man's words and actions, as if there were ulterior motives at play. Before long, the two arrived at a side hall, where the blood-robed man arranged for Lin Mo to rest in a quiet chamber. Rest here for a while. I shall return shortly to guide you in the crafting of puppets, he instructed. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, watching him depart. Lin Mo settled into the tranquil chamber, surveying his surroundings. The interior was modestly furnished. Apart from a stone bed, a set of brightly colored array flags along the wall caught his eye. Approaching for a closer inspection, he noticed that the walls were adorned with a 5-colored luminescence, subtly radiating an overwhelming aura. This individual's profound mastery of formations, Lin Mo mused, was likely on par with his own. He scrutinized the layout of the tranquil chamber once more, sensing that the blood-earth old monster was deliberately showcasing his prowess, as if to convey a certain message. At that moment, Lin Mo recalled the batch of spirit puppets gifted to him by the figure in the blood robe. He retrieved the bundle, examining each puppet meticulously, yet found nothing amiss. However, he faintly sensed that the magical energy contained within these puppets seemed to have grown stronger than before. Subsequently, he inspected the spirit puppets provided by the blood-earth old monster within the chamber. Through careful examination of each figure, he sought to ascertain any irregularities. During his scrutiny, Lin Mo discerned subtle differences. Some puppets exhibited unstable fluctuations of spiritual consciousness, hinting at possible external manipulation. After examining the spirit puppets, Lin Mo focused his attention on the secret manual bestowed upon him by the figure in the blood robe. The text detailed various extraordinary alchemical methods, explaining how to refine spirit servants from materials such as bones and earth, creating beings that were part human, part puppet. He delved deeply into the puppet refinement techniques offered by the blood-earth old monster, paying close attention to the esoteric art of puppetry. Through the formations and runes, he discovered that the puppets were infused with a fragment of the blood-earth old monster's consciousness, a fragment that possessed a power distinct from that of a spiritual body. It became clear that these spirit servants required not only the sacrifice of various vengeful souls, but also the integration of their master's own consciousness and magical power to ensure obedience. As Lin Mo studied, enlightenment began to dawn upon him. Upon re-examining the puppet in his hand, he discerned a faint trace of the blood-earth old monster's essence within it. Indeed, the old monster had clandestinely infused his own magical energy into the puppets, bestowing them with extraordinary capabilities. A chill ran through Lin Mo as he sensed an underlying mystery. After securing the puppet, he prepared to leave the tranquil chamber, when he suddenly heard the blood-earth old monster calling from outside. Young friend, I seldom showcase my colossal puppets. Do accompany me to take a look. Lin Mo pushed open the door, only to find the blood-earth old monster visibly excited, seemingly eager to reveal his creation. The The two swiftly arrived at the blood refinery hall within the blood flame palace, where a gigantic humanoid puppet stood, its entire form shimmering in shades of purple-black, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. The imposing puppet donned dark battle armor, with a white horn atop its head and 4 blood-red eyes, evoking an unsettling sensation. As Lin Mo beheld the formidable presence of the purple blood puppet, a wave of cold swept over him. He realized that the strength of this colossal puppet far surpassed that of the blood earth old monster himself. The purple blood puppet stood majestically, reminiscent of a sovereign on an endless battlefield, instilling a heavy sense of pressure within Lin Mo. This is the purple blood puppet I forged with half a year of effort. Its power is exceptionally formidable, rivaling that of my true self, the blood earth old monster proclaimed, a note of pride evident in his voice. Lin Mo scrutinized the purple blood puppet before him, noting its white singular horn and the 4 menacing crimson eyes on its back, which sent a chill down his spine as he realized its power exceeded his expectations. As he surveyed his surroundings, he observed that the area surrounding the blood refinement hall was engulfed in seething lava, exuding an unbearable heat, clearly unsuitable for puppet crafting. At that moment, the ancient earth blood adept suddenly unleashed his magical prowess, striking his palms together, causing the surrounding lava to recede, swiftly creating a vast clearing around the blood refinement hall. Behold the majesty of my 5 elements light barrier, the earth blood adept intoned, reciting an incantation. Instantly, a multicolored barrier rose, enveloping the entirety of the blood refinement hall. Standing within this luminous shield, Lin Mo felt an ethereal aura that rendered him impervious to the surrounding flames, deepening his respect for the adept's capabilities. This 5 elements light barrier is an essential technique for crafting puppets. It not only shields against external heat, but also replenishes my magical energy, the earth blood adept elucidated. Thus, I can exert my powers to the fullest. While Lin Mo pondered the adept's intentions, he suddenly felt his footing slip, causing him to plummet downward. In that moment of alarm, the 4 colossal eyes of the purple blood puppet fixed upon him in unison. Darkness enveloped his vision as an invisible mental pressure descended upon him, making his bones creak under the strain as if they might shatter. The intensity of this mental force surpassed even that of the blood flame palace's master. Lin Mo sensed an intangible power enveloping him, rendering him nearly immobile. It felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen force, his consciousness being drawn, leaving him bereft of autonomy. In this perilous instant, he fought against the urge to activate the destruction law. He deeply grasped the mysterious power of the purple blood puppet, recognizing it as no ordinary construct, but one endowed with extraordinary abilities. How could this be? Lin Mo exclaimed in shock, stifling the impulse to activate his magical eye, fully aware that he could not act recklessly. The strength of the purple blood puppet indeed surpassed his wildest imaginations by several folds. Well, is the power of my purple blood puppet not impressive? The earth blood adept's voice rang with a hint of pride, and instantly, the pressure on Lin Mo dissipated completely. Following this, the adept began to explain the engraving symbol array. This is the engraving symbol array that resides within my puppet, he said, removing the puppet's armor to reveal its inner workings to Lin Mo. It serves to guide and amplify my magical energy. Our task now is to harness your exorcising divine thunder to infuse this array with even greater power. Lin Mo focused intently on the intricate symbols etched onto the puppet's armor, gaining a deeper understanding of the entire puppet crafting process through the adept's explanations. During the engraving process, the adept demonstrated the drawing of the symbols and the method of channeling energy into the puppet's armor, instructing Lin Mo to inject the power of the exorcising divine thunder into it. Lin Mo, the engraving symbol array is a crucial step in the crafting process. It determines the puppet's strength and unique abilities, the Earthblood adept said earnestly. Lin Mo nodded, dedicating himself to learning from the adept's demonstration. Drawing upon his own comprehension, he swiftly grasped the intricacies of the symbol array. The fluctuating energies contained within the symbols harmonized with the essence of the exorcising divine thunder, creating a unique resonance. Remember, each formation symbolizes a distinct power. You must precisely infuse the might of the exorcising divine thunder into it to ensure that the puppet can unleash its fullest potential in future battles. The ancient master of blood meticulously guided him. Lin Mo silently absorbed this knowledge, his heart awakening to understanding. During the process of inscribing the puppet, He felt an extraordinary connection, as if he had established a kind of resonance with the puppet. This sense of alignment filled him with anticipation for the puppet's future strength. Lin Mo nodded, expressing his gratitude. I see now. Please, esteemed elder, guide me further. I shall do my utmost to assist you in enhancing the power of your puppet. The ancient master of blood, delighted by Lin Mo's perceptiveness and wisdom, beckoned him to follow and began to elucidate the intricacies of the inscription formation and the method of infusing the exorcising divine thunder. Lin Mo listened intently, discreetly contemplating the significance of it all. Ultimately, he agreed to adhere to the ancient master's guidance, offering to assist in the infusion of a portion of the exorcising divine thunder during the puppet's refinement. He understood that this might be the ancient master's first strategic move to draw him in, to avoid revealing his own cards too easily. Lin Mo could only acquiesce for the time being. The ancient master led Lin Mo into a concealed chamber deep within the blood refinement hall, where various peculiar instruments and ancient tomes were housed. He retrieved an exquisite small box from the shelf, revealing a dark green inscription rune inside. Is this the legendary ink rune? Lin Mo exclaimed with great excitement. Indeed, this is a treasure I obtained from an ancient tomb, containing the forbidden techniques of the ancient Lin clan. Today, I shall impart it to you, the ancient master stated solemnly, standing beside the purple blood puppet. Lin Mo fixed his gaze intently on the ancient master's technique. The master held an archaic inscription rune and delicately etched runes upon the puppet's chest. These runes emanated a faint glow, as if the very essence of life coursed through the puppet's form. As the runes were gradually inscribed, the ancient master gestured for Lin Mo to come forward and encouraged him to attempt it himself. Lin Mo took the inscription rune, his heart stirred with excitement. Following the master's demonstration, he began to etch runes upon the puppet's chest, feeling each stroke connect to the puppet's source of power. Thus, under the ancient master's guidance, Lin Mo closed his eyes, beginning to sense the vast energy contained within the inscription runes. Upon completing the first half of the etching, the ancient master nodded in approval, stating, "Well done, your sensitivity and grasp of the runes are commendable. Next, we shall proceed to the second step, infusing the exorcising divine thunder." With that, the master produced a vial of exorcising divine thunder and handed it to Lin Mo. A stirring sensation coursed through Lin Mo as he gripped the vial tightly. Gazing at the turbulent electric energy within, he followed the ancient master's lead, gradually pouring the divine thunder into the puppet's body. As the lightning flickered, the puppet's skin quivered slightly, as if harboring boundless power. Amidst the unfolding mysterious ritual, Lin Mo suddenly sensed an unusual resonance, his consciousness merging with the puppet, connecting to its very essence. In the midst of the infusion of thunder, he felt the latent power within the puppet surging, sending a jolt through his heart. A flicker of intrigue shone in the ancient master's eyes, as if he had sensed something amiss. Suddenly, the blood eyes of the puppet quivered slightly, and a beam of crimson light emanated from its four eerie pupils, piercing deep into Lin Mo's soul. Lin Mo's consciousness was subjected to an overwhelming impact, rendering him nearly unable to maintain his composure. He sensed a vast and ancient awareness emanating from within the puppet, akin to a slumbering behemoth awakening, shaking the very core of his spirit. At that moment, the old man of blood waved his sleeve, sending forth a crimson light that subdued the puppet's blood eyes. He cast a profound gaze upon Lin Mo, acknowledging his exceptional qualities. Indeed, you possess remarkable talents. Your spiritual force can even resonate with the essence of the puppet. This is a unique phenomenon of the puppet's imprint, a rare gift you possess. The old man's tone carried a hint of admiration. Days later, Lin Mo finally grasped the intricacies of the Lin Mo imprint. The old man placed a puppet of peculiar material before him, instructing him to brand the Lin Mo imprint upon its chest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo pressed his right hand against the puppet's heart, gradually channeling his true essence. Just as he was about to activate the Lin Mo imprint, an anomalous current suddenly surged from within the puppet, and a powerful backlash thrust Lin Mo into a perilous predicament. Old man, something is amiss. Remain calm. This is merely a test I have devised. Your cultivation still requires enhancement. Strive onward. With a soft sigh, Lin Mo closed his eyes once more, feeling the true energy within him coalesce. He finally succeeded in activating the Lin Mo imprint within the puppet, and a verdant stream of energy penetrated its form. Upon completing the ritual of the puppet imprint, The old man of blood wore an expression of amusement. Next, I shall unveil the mysteries of the talisman formation. With that, he flicked his fingers, and a dazzling array of runes appeared in the air, twinkling like a constellation of stars. Lin Mo's eyes brightened at the sight, as he sensed a profound and enigmatic power emanating from these runes. The old man performed a spell, and a crimson beam shot into the subterranean lava lake, instantly stirring towering waves. Gradually, a colossal blood-red talisman formation emerged from the depths of the lake, spanning dozens of yards in diameter, layer upon layer, exuding a faint, sweet scent of blood. Observe closely, the old man instructed as he gestured in the sky, causing a massive blood-colored gate to materialize. Come forth, he called, and from the gate emerged a tall man clad in a black and red robe. Where are your manners? Address me properly, he scoffed. I am the blood orphan, adept at dealing with disobedient little ones. The blood orphan extended his right hand, transforming his 5 fingers into 5 blood arrows that swiftly shot into the 5 corners of the talisman formation. Instantly, the formation began to rotate and morph, and a colossal blood giant slowly arose, towering several dozen yards, its eyes a deep crimson, radiating an overwhelming presence. Lin Mo was captivated by the spectacle of the talisman formation, yet the aura emanating from the robed figure instilled a sense of vigilance within him. This blood orphan appeared to be extraordinary, his very existence enveloping the blood refinement hall in an oppressive atmosphere. The golden engraved talisman formation radiated a brilliant light, and a mysterious resonance formed between the runes. Lin Mo's consciousness penetrated the formation, revealing a wondrous realm brimming with unknown and mysterious powers. This is the golden engraved talisman formation. Its marvel lies not in the magnitude of its power, but in its transformation and depth. The figure clad in blood-red robes spoke coldly, a touch of derision evident in his gaze. Suddenly, a golden eye emerged at the center of the golden inscription array, mirroring the blood-red gaze of the puppet. This revelation sent a tremor through Lin Mo's heart, as if he sensed a profound connection between the two. What immense power! This is indeed the golden inscription array, Lin Mo marveled. Indeed, little one. This array encompasses my cultivation accumulated over millennia. Its might is extraordinary, so be cautious. The blood orphan cackled, abruptly spreading his arms. The giant array responded with a sweeping palm, instantly shattering an entire mountain peak. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the true terror of the golden inscription array. The Earth Blood old monster commented with keen interest, engaging in a back-and-forth discussion with the blood orphan. My young friend, do you know the secret of the golden inscription array? The Earth Blood old monster inquired, his gaze penetrating as it fixed upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a stirring within, as if he had plunged into a mysterious ocean of runes. And he shook his head. I am not aware. The Earth Blood old monster smiled faintly, explaining, the golden inscription array is the supreme talismanic art of the blood refinement palace. This symbolizes the power of omniscience. And this blood-robed figure is the talisman master of our palace. He shall impart to you the secrets of the golden inscription array, enabling you to grasp its profound intricacies. There was an unmistakable anticipation in his tone. The blood orphan, holding a golden flag, meticulously elucidated the structure of the golden inscription array to Lin Mo. Captivated, Lin Mo learned that the array consisted of 9 layers, each imbued with distinct magical powers. The first layer tapped into the earth's veins, drawing upon the essence of the land, while the second layer was adaptable, able to change in response to circumstances. The third layer, invincible, possessed an impenetrable defensive strength, the blood orphan elaborated. Lin Mo's thoughts raced as he gradually comprehended the array's formidable capabilities. Not only was its defensive power immense, but it also possessed the ability to alter its offensive strategies, rendering it a truly versatile array. As the blood-robed practitioner activated the golden inscription array, the body of the purple blood puppet became increasingly enveloped in a wondrous radiance of runes. Lin Mo watched this enigmatic process with unwavering attention, his heart brimming with curiosity. The voice of the blood-robed practitioner echoed throughout the hall. The array is a miracle within the Tao, each tier containing unfathomable power. He began to elucidate the levels and might of the golden inscription array in detail, allowing Lin Mo to gradually grasp the array's profound nature. The connections among the runes and the layered mysteries unfolded like a colossal labyrinth. During this exploration, Lin Mo gradually lost awareness of his surroundings. fully immersed in the enigma of the array. The old monster's gaze pierced through the transparent walls, observing Lin Mo. He smiled slightly, as if witnessing Lin Mo's gradual integration into the array's extraordinary vision. This scene also caught the attention of the blood-robed practitioner, whose eyes flickered with surprise, as if he realized Lin Mo's insights into the array were transcending the ordinary. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly emanated from deep within the earth, causing Lin Mo to experience a sharp pain in his head. Once the explanation of the array concluded, the blood-robed practitioner gestured for Lin Mo to accompany him to another secret chamber, where he would demonstrate the process of forging armor using the golden inscription array. Inside the chamber, various unusual materials were meticulously arranged, and the air was suffused with a distinctive fragrance. A tall man clad in black and red attire slowly emerged from the depths of the earth. Lin Mo was taken aback, astonished that this figure had silently concealed himself in this place. The man in black raised his dark, ink-like battle armor, beginning to unveil the mysteries of the golden inscription formation to Lin Mo and the ancient blood entity. He laid the armor flat upon the ground, his hands swiftly gesturing as he rapidly inscribed intricate runes upon its surface. Lin Mo's attention was intensely focused, fearing he might miss any detail. He noticed that the runes drawn by the man in black perfectly matched the final 3 layers described by the blood orphan, representing, and respectively. As the last stroke was completed, the man pressed down with both hands, causing the armor to levitate and rotate, emanating a brilliant red light. The light transformed into a red-clad maiden, gracefully dancing in midair. "Orphan, your golden inscription encounters my blood essence. It seems you are destined to falter," the man in black proclaimed with triumphant laughter. Lin Mo was secretly intrigued, realizing that this figure was also a master of the inscription formations. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, from which Lin Mo gleaned substantial knowledge. He had already devised a preliminary plan in his mind, preparing for the ensuing events. The power of the inscription formation lay not merely in theory, but in its practical application. The blood-robed practitioner spoke in a calm tone, his once again coalescing with golden light. He commenced the crafting of the puppet armor, murmuring ancient and enigmatic incantations. The runes danced in his hands, forming intricate and resplendent patterns. Lin Mo, eager to participate, infused his understanding of the inscription formation into the crafting of the armor. The blood-robed practitioner nodded in approval, impressed by Lin Mo's inspiration and skill. Their collaboration was harmonious, each combination of runes resonating like notes in a grand, ancient symphony. As time progressed, the chamber was filled with intense waves of energy. The puppet armor gradually took shape under the combined efforts of Lin Mo and the blood-robed practitioner, radiating a stunning power. At the moment the crafting was completed, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to crystallize, enveloped in silence. With a smile, the blood-robed practitioner addressed Lin Mo. "Your understanding of the inscription formation far exceeds the ordinary. On your future path, you shall undoubtedly forge your own legend." A surge of confidence welled up within Lin Mo, as he felt the strength propelling him forward. After an exchange of challenges between the man in black and the blood orphan, the ancient blood entity timely interjected. "Mo, it is your turn to take the stage. I require your assistance to infuse this divine thunder into the purple blood puppet, completing the final step of the crafting. Remember, even the slightest distraction of the mind may lead to failure." Lin Mo understood and leapt onto the shoulder of the purple blood puppet. The ancient entity waved his hands, causing the dark clouds above to stir with electric light, as a thick bolt of lightning struck down, precisely hitting the opening of the purple vial in Lin Mo's grasp. Lin Mo remained utterly focused, skillfully controlling the torrent generated by the clash of true essence and lightning, guiding the formidable exorcism thunder to flow gently into the puppet's body through the vial's opening. Success! The ancient blood entity and others erupted in cheers simultaneously. Lin Mo's action perfectly demonstrated his exquisite mastery of the Thunderfire true essence. Lin Mo, your performance this time was remarkable. These are precious puppet materials I have meticulously gathered over the years. They are yours to use in crafting puppets. The ancient blood sorcerer nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed a storage ring. Lin Mo received the ring and examined its contents, which were meticulously arranged with over a dozen precious materials, including 10,000-year-old dark iron and the heart and eyes of primordial evil beasts, each item of immense value and seldom seen. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity. I shall make good use of these materials to forge even more powerful puppets. Lin Mo accepted eagerly. This one suits you well. I hope you achieve even greater accomplishments in the future, Blood Orphan added, presenting a crimson battle armor. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude profusely, his mind already formulating a plan. The collection of rare materials was sufficient to craft puppets capable of contending with these formidable experts, and the colossal purple blood puppet was nearing completion. The ancient blood sorcerer mysteriously remarked to Lin Mo, "With our significant contributions to the creation of such a powerful purple blood puppet, I recommend you also attempt to forge a shadow puppet talisman for self-defense. It will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future." Lin Mo was elated upon hearing this, as he had already contemplated the same idea. The sorcerer continued to elucidate. The shadow puppet talisman is a type of puppet that can swiftly take action in combat, assisting you in managing unexpected situations. This is of paramount importance for an immortal cultivator. Guided by the sorcerer, Lin Mo commenced preparations for the puppet crafting endeavor. The creation of the shadow puppet talisman was relatively intricate, necessitating consideration of the puppet's agility and combat capabilities. Drawing upon his previous experience in crafting the puppet armor, Lin Mo swiftly devised a comprehensive plan. If he could master a powerful puppet, his future would be boundless. He decided to seclude himself for further research, contemplating how to utilize the materials at hand to forge the most suitable puppet talisman for himself. Lin Mo submitted his puppet crafting plan to the sorcerer, who meticulously reviewed it, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. He nodded and remarked, "Your plan is thorough and well considered, as expected of you, young man. Now, let us commence the crafting of the puppet talisman." Several days later, Lin Mo entered the alchemy chamber, carrying an array of materials. He first retrieved the rare blood-red battle armor, then cautiously extracted a piece of pitch-black windfire beast skin, an exceedingly rare material. Lin Mo focused his energy, activating the dual cultivation technique, and conjured a blue flame that began to envelop the windfire beast skin gradually. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself in the talisman crafting process. He drew forth the precious puppet materials, infusing them with spiritual power, and employed the devouring spirit heavenly fire to gradually manifest the talisman's design in midair. Throughout the crafting process, he became engrossed, continually refining each detail to ensure perfection in every step. In the chamber, the devouring spirit heavenly fire blazed, creating a vibrant tapestry of flames. The runes of the talisman shimmered in the glow, gradually revealing the form of the shadow puppet. In the fervent atmosphere, a puppet talisman was successfully born. The sorcerer gazed at the talisman in his hand, smiling and nodding. "Indeed, this is an exceptional shadow puppet talisman. Your crafting skills are steadily advancing. You shall surely become a lone wolf in the realm of immortal cultivators." 6 days later, Lin Mo emerged from the alchemy chamber, his expression weary yet resolute. He successfully concocted the black and white patterned armored spirit talisman, a formidable puppet clad in blood-red armor, its eyes faintly reflecting Lin Mo's brilliance. It is undoubtedly a powerful ally for Lin Mo. Chapter 490. This armored spirit talisman stands tall and imposing, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly red light. Dressed in blood-red battle armor, it exudes an overwhelming aura. Lin Mo attempted to channel his true essence, and the armored spirit talisman immediately struck forth with a palm, unleashing a fierce wind that shattered a century-old ancient tree into splinters. Such immense combat prowess. Now I have a formidable backing, Lin Mo rejoiced. Indeed, little one. The strength of this armored spirit talisman is on par with my own. A familiar voice echoed from within the talisman. It was Blood Orphan. "You." Lin Mo gasped in astonishment. "Haha, fear not. I have merely detached a fragment of my soul and hidden it within, united as one. The combat power of this armored spirit talisman knows no bounds." Blood Orphan chuckled with delight. Lin Mo, undeterred by the successful creation of the talisman, instead harbored an insatiable curiosity as he explored every nook and cranny of the wood's spirit cave. Wandering as he often did, he suddenly discovered a small door appearing on the left stone wall, inscribed with the words "Scene Garden." A spark of intrigue ignited within Lin Mo. Was this not the forbidden area that Mu Qing had specifically mentioned? Just as his curiosity urged him to approach, a fierce shout rang out from behind him. "Intruders in the forbidden area shall be executed without mercy." Startled, Lin Mo quickly retreated a few steps, the forbidden door simultaneously closing slowly, vanishing without a trace. What secrets lie hidden within Seeing Garden? It seems I cannot venture in recklessly. I shall wait until my strength is sufficient to break this seal, Lin Mo pondered. For the following 6 months, Lin Mo diligently delved into the study of lightning power within the wood spirit cave. Each day, he would summon the armored spirit talisman, utilizing the golden thunder bamboo to conjure an immense lightning cannon, skillfully directing the storm's tumultuous path with his lightning manipulation technique. Gradually, Lin Mo became adept at the art of lightning evasion, mastering control over the exorcising divine thunder. One day, a colossal sphere of lightning abruptly formed in the palm of Lin Mo's hand, radiating a golden hue, the essence of pure exorcising divine thunder. Xiaomo, your lightning manipulation technique has achieved preliminary success, Mu Qing remarked with a nod of approval, taken aback by Lin Mo's rapid progress. A month later, the Demon Kings gathered at the Wood Spirit Palace, where Mu Qing showcased Lin Mo's exorcising divine thunder summoned with the golden thunder bamboo. Upon witnessing the tremendous storm, the Demon Kings regarded Lin Mo with newfound respect. What tremendous lightning power! This young lad's strength is on the brink of eruption, exclaimed the silver-haired beauty. Yet, I cannot fathom why he would choose the mere golden thunder bamboo as his primary artifact. It seems beneath his stature. One of the Demon Kings expressed doubt. Mu Qing, look at this boy. He actually employs the golden thunder bamboo. Are you certain he can wield it effectively? The silver-haired beauty questioned, expressing her concerns regarding Lin Mo's choice. Mu Qing smiled lightly, his tone relaxed as he explained, rest assured, he has successfully mastered the lightning summoning technique. Using the golden thunder bamboo poses no issue. All of this is part of his journey to enhance his strength, enabling him to seize his destiny in the face of future challenges. As Lin Mo prepared to elucidate, the golden thunder bamboo in his grasp surged to an astonishing height, radiating a blinding golden light. Upon hearing the skepticism, Lin Mo descended gracefully from the sky, arriving in front of the Wood Spirit Palace. With the bamboo held firmly in both hands, he summoned all his true essence, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the crown of his head, soaring into the heavens. A resounding boom echoed as dark thunderclouds amassed in the sky. Electric arcs danced wildly, casting a faint golden glow. With a vigorous flourish of the golden thunder bamboo, a bolt of lightning struck down precisely at the tip of the bamboo. Behold, Lin Mo bellowed, as the golden thunder spear thrust forward, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck the ground, creating a vast scorched crater. A surge of intense current coursed through him, emanating a formidable aura of electricity. With a deft gesture, he summoned the divine thunder to repel evil, as a golden beam cascaded from above, piercing the earth and stirring clouds of dust. The Demon Kings marveled, especially the silver-haired beauty, whose doubts were entirely dispelled in that moment. This was the might of the divine thunder to repel evil. The Demon Kings stood in awe, speechless. Stop! Do not unleash the power of the divine thunder any further. The six-legged Demon King urged anxiously. Lin Mo, with a wry smile, shook his head. He realized that the ritual of thunder had reached an uncontrollable level, and the thunderclouds were still gathering, as if to claim the entire sky. How can this be? Lin Mo, just how much have you mastered of the art of thunder summoning? The silver-haired beauty inquired, bewildered. I am uncertain myself. This thunderstorm appears to possess its own will, beyond my control, Lin Mo replied, equally perplexed. As the thunderclouds continued to amass amidst the rumbling thunder, the faces of the Demon Kings revealed signs of concern. The golden thunder bamboo remained suspended in Lin Mo's hands, yet the power of the divine thunder seemed relentless. Witnessing this spectacle, the Demon Kings felt a flicker of worry. Lin Mo, however, with a rueful smile, acknowledged that he could no longer halt the thunder summoning technique, as his mastery over it was still lacking. The six-legged Demon King, with a serious expression, cautioned, Lin Mo, the power of divine thunder should not be underestimated. Your control is still unrefined. If you continue to unleash it, the consequences may be irrevocable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo endeavored to control the golden thunder bamboo. Yet the thunder summoning technique appeared impervious to his will, relentlessly releasing formidable electrical energy. Lin Mo, cease at once. If this continues, the repercussions will be dire. The silver-haired beauty implored urgently. Lin Mo, smiling wryly while beads of sweat formed on his forehead, replied, I am trying to reign in the thunderous energy. But this divine thunder seems to possess its own intent. My control is nearly exhausted. This technique is exceedingly intricate. I seem unable to grasp its entirety. Lin Mo lamented with a self-deprecating smile, feeling a tinge of helplessness regarding his incomplete mastery of the thunder-summoning art. In the midst of their conversation, he suddenly turned away, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, indicating that the backlash of the divine thunder was beginning to affect him. This boy actually possesses the strength to withstand the backlash of divine thunder, the demon kings observed in astonishment. You need not worry, Lin Mo is not gravely harmed. He has essentially grasped the essence of the thunder-summoning technique, Mu Qing explained. Lin Mo coughed lightly, retracting the last vestige of thunderous energy into his dantian. Though his complexion appeared somewhat haggard, he was not in a dire state. Thank you all for your concern. I employed a few subtle tactics to avoid being harmed by the divine thunder's backlash. In the future, I shall exercise greater caution while wielding the exorcising divine thunder. He smiled humbly. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction. Lin Mo's sacrificial thunder technique has matured remarkably, marking him as a prodigious talent. His performance today has earned him the admiration of the demon kings, who now harbor great expectations for his future. Lin Mo, since you clearly did not suffer from the backlash of the exorcising divine thunder, how could it be that you have mastered the laws of resistance? The six-legged demon king inquired suspiciously. This story traces back to my childhood, Lin Mo said, a nostalgic expression gracing his face as he recounted a past experience. It turns out that in his youth, Lin Mo had refined a peculiar elixir, infusing the true essence of thunderfire into his 7 souls and 6 spirits, which allowed him to evade the torment of the divine thunder's retaliation. However, the side effects of this technique also meant that he would inevitably face the erosion of his soul by thunderfire within the next few years. Therefore, I must discover a method to break this curse before that time arrives. Lin Mo's expression dimmed slightly. After the gathering concluded, the demon kings deliberated Lin Mo's sacrificial thunder technique within the Wood Spirit Palace. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Qing proposed an unexpected suggestion. While Lin Mo's sacrificial thunder technique is indeed remarkable, his understanding of lightning remains somewhat superficial. I propose that he resides alone in the Wood Spirit Cave for 2 years to focus on mastering the path of repelling thunder. The silver-haired beauty furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. 2 years is too long. Lin Mo has more pressing tasks at hand. I cannot agree. Do you comprehend the terrifying nature of the divine thunder's backlash? Lin Mo must swiftly solidify his technique, as it pertains to his very survival. Mu Qing's tone brooked no dissent. The silver-haired beauty pondered for a long while before finally conceding. Very well, just 2 years. She rose to leave. But Mu Qing called after her. Remember, the agreement must be fulfilled after 2 years. The silver-haired beauty nodded slightly and gracefully entered a secluded chamber. She opened a stone door, revealing a box of pure white jade, emanating a faint glow. At last, you shall belong to me, she murmured, her eyes glinting with cunning and excitement. To obtain this box, she had to acquiesce to Mu Qing's request, allowing Lin Mo to cultivate here for 2 years. Yet, it seemed she had ulterior motives, not merely for Lin Mo's sake. A mysterious transaction unfolded between the silver-haired beauty and Mu Qing in the rear hall of the Wood Spirit Palace. The air was infused with a delicate sandalwood fragrance as the 2 demon kings sat at a stone table, enveloped in a tranquil and enigmatic atmosphere. Mu Qing, you know that my agreement to let Lin Mo cultivate alone in the Wood Spirit Cave is not solely for his development, the silver-haired beauty remarked, her gaze profound, hinting at deeper contemplation. Mu Qing smiled and nodded. Of course, I understand. What you require is already prepared. Their conversation was laden with veiled implications, as if it entangled far-reaching secrets. The silver-haired beauty produced an exquisite jade pendant, inscribed with ancient runes and exuding a mysterious aura. This is what you need. I believe it is vital to your plans. Mu Qing accepted the pendant, excitement flickering in his eyes. The silver-haired beauty smiled enigmatically. This is a transaction. I support your plans, and you must ensure Lin Mo's smooth exploration of the Nether River. Following Lin Mo's demonstration of the exorcising divine thunder's might, his curiosity about the Nether River intensified. In a conversation with Mu Qing, he unhesitatingly posed 3 inquiries. What is the origin of the land of the underworld river? Why is it so perilous? Furthermore, You mentioned that a demon king fell there. What transpired? The origins of the land of the underworld river remain shrouded in uncertainty. But most terrifying is the eerie mist enveloping it, concealing countless malevolent spirits, Mu Qing elucidated. Should an ordinary person venture inside, they would meet a most dreadful fate. What a horrifying place it is. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was struck by 3 questions. Why is the truth of that place unknown? What ghastly fate awaits those who enter? And how could a demon king have met his demise there? The land of the underworld river is enshrouded in a mist nearly 10,000 feet thick, known as the soul-confounding fog. It belongs to the realm of the underworld. Once an ordinary person steps inside, the consequences are unimaginable. Mu Qing continued slowly. Lin Mo shivered involuntarily, curiosity prompting him to inquire about the nature of such an end. The 3 souls and 6 spirits are swept away, leaving the body to wander as a lost ghost, eternally adrift in the mist without hope of rebirth. Mu Qing stated gravely. A chill ran down Lin Mo's spine. The terrifying nature of the land of the underworld river far exceeded his previous imaginings. He could not help but recall his father, who had perished there, filling his heart with sorrow. Immersed in Mu Qing's narrative, Lin Mo developed a keen interest in the mysteries surrounding the land of the underworld river. He pressed Mu Qing further. What exactly is this mysterious shroud? Why is it so formidable? With a smile, Mu Qing explained, it is an insurmountable barrier. One of the reasons for the enduring mystery of the land of the underworld river for centuries. A spark of curiosity ignited in Lin Mo's heart regarding this enigmatic barrier. After pondering for a moment, he asked, is there no way to breach this barrier? Mu Qing shook his head. Thus far, no one has been able to penetrate this barrier. Even beings of demon king caliber can only linger at its edges. In the core area of the land of the underworld river, this barrier is even more unyielding, for it is the most perilous location. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He had already resolved to uncover the secrets of the land of the underworld river. This would not merely be an adventure, but a test of his own strength and courage. Mu Qing continued, in this mission, you will accompany me to the core area of the land of the underworld river, where a crucial item of mine is guarded by a host of formidable beasts. This will be your opportunity to unleash the power of the exorcising divine thunder. Lin Mo nodded, fully aware of the significance of this task. Mu Qing presented him with a vial of the true holy blood of the 5-colored peacock as a reward, igniting his anticipation for the mission. The atmosphere within the abyss was steady and mysterious. Having just concluded his discussions with the elders, Lin Mo's mind still lingered on the thoughts of the thunder summoning technique. At that moment, Mu Qing approached slowly, clad in a verdant robe, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. With a smile, she confided in Lin Mo about an important task. Lin Mo, I require your assistance. An item of great importance to me is being guarded by powerful beasts in the land of the underworld river. I hope you can accompany me to retrieve it, and you may utilize the exorcising divine thunder to subdue those beasts. As a reward, I shall gift you a vial of the true holy blood of the 5-colored peacock. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, a spark of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He accepted the small vial from Mu Qing's hands, which contained half a bottle of pale golden liquid, exuding a delightful fragrance. This is the blood of the true saint of the 5-colored peacock, Lin Mo marveled. Mu Qing nodded, affirming, indeed. This is a treasure that I have procured with immense effort. You see, the 5-colored peacock is the most enigmatic branch of the Flying Spirit clan, said to possess the powers of the 9 heavens. Lin Mo's heart stirred. He had already mastered the transformation secret of the 5-colored peacock. This true saint's blood was akin to granting a fish legs, endowing him with a portion of the divine beast's power. Thank you, esteemed elder, Lin Mo said, bowing respectfully. Mu Qing smiled. As long as you accomplish the task, the remainder will be yours. I have great faith in you, Lin Mo. With that, she turned and vanished into thin air. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the vial, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He could hardly wait to merge with this true saint's blood and experience the divine power of the 5-colored peacock. Once successful, the might of his awakening technique would exceed all expectations. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo brought the vial to his lips and slowly drank half of the true saint's blood. He felt an exhilarating surge as every cell in his body ignited with vitality. The blood of the 5-colored peacock bestowed upon him unparalleled strength. Sitting upon the ground, he began to invoke the transformation secret of the 5-colored peacock. With hands forming seals and incantations flowing from his lips, his body underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Feathers sprouted forth. His arms transformed into magnificent wings, a sharp beak emerged from his face, and his limbs morphed into razor-sharp talons. "I have succeeded," Lin Mo exclaimed as he stood, now fully transformed into a resplendent, multicolored giant bird, adorned with a radiant halo and emanating a sacred aura. What immense power! I sense that my awakening technique's prowess has at least doubled, he thought, soaring through the air with vigorous flaps of his wings. With sufficient time to master and wield this newfound strength, his abilities would ascend to unprecedented heights. Mu Qing summoned Lin Mo, succinctly outlining the task: to infiltrate a cave in the Nether River region and retrieve an ancient token for safekeeping. Upon completion of this mission, I shall bestow upon you the entirety of the five-colored peacock's true saint's blood, Mu Qing stated solemnly. Lin Mo, with utmost respect, accepted the command, grateful for the invaluable opportunity and acutely aware of the task's significance. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall exert every effort to fulfill this mission." Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction. "Go forth. I shall await your triumphant return in the abyss. However, prior to that, you must hone your skills in the Nether River region for several years to acclimate to the environment." Lin Mo solemnly acknowledged her words, bidding farewell to Mu Qing before transforming into a streak of azure light, plunging underground to embark on his legendary adventure. As Lin Mo departed, Mu Qing revealed a mischievous smile, seemingly devising some inscrutable scheme. After his exit, she returned to her training ground within the wood spirit cave, an environment both mysterious and tranquil, with towering trees and fragrant blossoms. She entered a peculiar garden and concealed herself through special techniques. Among the dark, colossal tree avatars in the garden, she remained vigilant. Gold Spirit, a golden-hued ape, appeared beside Mu Qing, her capable assistant. Seated across from each other, they seemed to envelop the entire garden in an aura of mystery. "Jinling, this mission pertains to the essentials for my cultivation and the future of our clan. Your presence by my side is of utmost importance." Jinling nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering loyalty. Mu Qing expressed her gratitude towards Jinling, alluding to a previous incident that hinted at someone harboring ill intentions towards her true form. "The previous matter remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet I have uncovered some clues. There are unseen forces at play, attempting to undermine my cultivation. However, I have resolved to postpone any actions until my return from the Nether River realm." On this day, Mu Qing ventured deep into a hidden chamber within a cave. Here, she had established numerous protective formations, shielding the spiritual energy fluctuations. At the center of the chamber stood an imposing black tree, its branches lush and exuding spiritual essence. "My lord, how do you fare?" Mu Qing inquired softly, while allowing her essence blood to nourish the black wood. Gradually, an ancient visage emerged upon the tree. "Mu Qing, you have endured much during this time. You flatter me." "It is my duty," Mu Qing replied with reverence. The two then deliberated on Lin Mo's retrieval of the token and the prior scheming against Mu Qing's true form. Mu Qing and Jinling discussed the previous incident, her demeanor calm, yet a trace of contemplation flickered in her eyes. She mentioned that someone had instigated harm against her true form, and she had a suspect in mind. "Jinling, this individual poses a threat to me, and I cannot remain passive. Yet, now is not the time for action. We must first complete our task in the Nether River realm. Upon my return, I will personally investigate, ensuring he faces dire consequences." Jinling silently nodded, the exchange revealing Mu Qing's resolve and decisiveness. A palpable tension enveloped the garden, as if a tempest of hidden currents were on the verge of eruption. "That person nearly inflicted grave harm upon my true form," Mu Qing declared with indignation. "I have long harbored disdain for him, and this situation with Lin Mo provides the perfect opportunity to ensnare him in the Nether River realm." The Black Wood's true form pondered for a moment. "We both understand that direct confrontation is impractical. However, given this opportunity, I shall observe what capabilities he possesses." Mu Qing respectfully accepted the command. Both parties schemed in silence, a storm of blood and chaos looming on the horizon. The impetus for it all lay with the youth named Lin Mo. The Tsang Yuan gazed at Mu Qing, a rare seriousness gracing his features. "Shao Qing, do you truly intend to bring your true form into the Nether River realm? It is a treacherous domain, fraught with countless restrictions and malevolent creatures, where life is perpetually at risk." Mu Qing inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on the void before her, determination glimmering in her eyes. I have resolved to carry my spiritual wood true form into the Nether River realm. This decision rippled through the silence like a stone cast into still waters. Song Yuan's inquiry lingered in the quiet chamber, and Mu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. The Nether River realm, that enigmatic and perilous expanse, weighed heavily on the hearts of many. Song Yuan fixed his gaze upon Mu Qing, concern evident in his expression. Mu Qing, what course do you intend to take regarding the Nether River realm? Especially concerning the safety of your spiritual, wood true form? Mu Qing replied with composure. I have my measures in place. My true form has already established a protective formation, ensuring its safety for several years. She gently caressed a smooth jade pendant resting on her chest, a soft green glow emanating from between her fingers. Mu Qing smiled and elucidated. Moreover, I have fashioned a storage orb that will allow the spirit wood to thrive within it for several years, ensuring its safety. Additionally, the spirit wood may encounter certain fortuities in the realm of the Nether River. The Sky Ape, eager to interject, was gently restrained by the Golden Ape, who shook his head thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, the Golden Ape nodded. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall support you. However, exercise utmost caution. The Nether River is fraught with unpredictability, and one must not be complacent. The Golden Ape continued, Shao Qing, your primary objective in venturing into the Nether River is to lift the numerous seals there, allowing our kin to traverse freely, is it not? Mu Qing acknowledged with a nod. The chief is correct. My journey represents the collective will of our clan. Only by unbinding these restrictions can we better safeguard our people. Now that you have resolved to embark on this quest, I shall refrain from further discourse, the Golden Ape sighed. However, regarding that lad Lin, do you have any instructions? Should he falter in the Nether River, the consequences would be dire. A grave expression etched itself upon Mu Qing's face. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I have conveyed my instructions to him clearly. As for his safety, I shall assign Jin Ling to protect him. With a flick of her wrist, she activated the jade pendant, and a beam of golden light illuminated the room, gradually revealing Jin Ling's form. Jin Ling, you shall accompany me into the Nether and devote yourself entirely to safeguarding Lin. He is the key to our liberation. We cannot afford any mishaps, Mu Qing instructed. Jin Ling bowed respectfully, his voice resonating with clarity. As you command, my master, I shall ensure Lin's security. Mu Qing nodded, her demeanor lightening slightly. This is excellent. The Nether River is fraught with peril. Remain vigilant beside him and report any anomalies to us immediately. Jin Ling bowed once more, affirming, rest assured, my master. I shall not fail in my duty. Upon finishing, Jin Ling's figure gradually faded, leaving Mu Qing and the second elder in silent contemplation. Shao Qing, though we cannot accompany you in your venture into the Nether, do not hesitate to inform us of any needs that arise. The Golden Ape spoke slowly. Mu Qing smiled faintly, her hands clasped together. I am grateful to the chief and my master. This journey is undertaken in the spirit of protecting our kin. May we swiftly break the seals and see the light of day once more. Jin Ling appeared beside Lin, adorned in resplendent golden armor, a golden circlet upon his head, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Lin looked up at him, curiosity piqued. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? I am Jin Ling, sent by my master to ensure your safety, he replied, bowing slightly. You must be Lin, correct? Indeed, Lin nodded. Miss Mu sent you to protect me? Yes, Jin Ling affirmed. My master has instructed me that your role in unbinding the Nether River's restrictions is vital, and I am to dedicate myself to your protection. This is my solemn duty. Upon hearing this, Lin could not help but inwardly scoff, contemplating whether Miss Mu underestimated him by sending a guardian. It seemed overly cautious. Nevertheless, he recognized Mu Qing's good intentions and replied, Thank you, Miss Mu, and thank you, Brother Jin. Let us join forces and venture into the Nether River together to unravel the intricate seals. Jin Ling appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Lin's eagerness. He once again bowed deeply, his tone noticeably warmer as he addressed Lin. Brother Lin, I truly admire your composure. Your assistance in lifting the restrictions has led us to the clarity of the underworld river. After exchanging words, the two set forth on their journey side by side. Lin moved at a steady pace, his demeanor calm and unruffled, resembling anything but a person in need of protection. In contrast, Jin Ling's expression was grave. exuding an air of vigilance as he remained fully focused on safeguarding their surroundings. As they walked further, a towering mountain loomed in the distance, its imposing presence appearing both ominous and perilous. Just as Jinling paused, intending to issue a warning, he noticed Lin's nonchalant demeanor and heard him say, "Fear not. For with me here, this mountain cannot harm us in the slightest." Jinling, upon hearing these words, found himself lost in thought. Recalling his master's admonitions regarding Lin's true identity, he could not help but ponder how this seemingly ordinary individual harbored unfathomable depths. How could they presume to protect him so casually? With this realization, his respect and curiosity towards Lin grew even more profound. In the depths of the Blood Flame Palace's sealed hall, the purple blood puppet gazed intently at the blood-robed figure ahead and spoke slowly. "The young man has now entered the forbidden land of the underworld river. We have long awaited this moment." The blood-robed figure grinned sinisterly, raising his staff and gesturing lightly. "Indeed, this lad bears the mark I left upon him. All his movements are under my control. I have arranged for demons to ambush him along the way, and soon we shall seize the passage token he possesses. At that time, we shall attack from both inside and out, and the countless treasures of the demon grave will undoubtedly fall into our grasp. Alas, it is unfortunate that this young man is still of use to us. Otherwise, I would have taken his head long ago." The purple blood puppet spoke thus. The blood-robed man laughed heartily, his gaze malevolent. "First, we will use him, then dispose of him. It suits my intentions perfectly. I have embedded a formation within the protective armor crafted for Lin years ago. When the time comes, we shall join forces to manipulate this puppet's body and unlock the myriad mechanisms of the demon grave. Such mere guardians of the grave are no match for us." The two men laughed wickedly, their chilling laughter echoing ominously through the hall. Behind them lay countless sinister schemes, lying in wait for the unwitting pawn, Lin, to fulfill his historical role before they ruthlessly eliminated him. In the deepest chasm of the earth, a shadowy figure could be discerned within a dark canyon, belonging to the disciples of the Black Armor Sect. At the forefront stood a white-haired beauty clad in black, holding a crystal-clear green orb, her expression fraught with hesitation. The orb in her hand emanated an exceptionally pure aura of wood spirit, a fragment derived from the essence of the spirit wood itself. The white-haired beauty gazed down at the figures in black armor, who looked up at her, seemingly awaiting her command with deference. "Should I impart the essence of my power to them, granting them strength?" She pondered aloud. "If I withhold my power, they will inevitably face death in the future. Yet, if I share it too easily, reclaiming it later will prove impossible." She found herself ensnared in a web of confusion and conflict, torn between two paths. As the leader of the sect, she felt the weight of her responsibility. She could not bear to witness her followers being hunted and slaughtered. This dilemma tormented her, leaving her in despair as she paced along the canyon's edge, her gaze alternating between anguish and indecision. Ultimately, she fixed her gaze upon the horizon, as if having resolved to make a fateful decision. In the depths of a profound canyon at the edge of the abyss, the wind howled, and dark mist billowed. A six-legged figure stood upon a blood sacrifice altar in the very center of the gorge, draped in a black cloak, his visage obscured in shadow. He extended 3 hands, tracing intricate sigils in the air. A colossal eyeball at the heart of the altar slowly opened, emanating a crimson glow. The six-legged being appeared to be surveying the surroundings through this eye. "Now that the young lad has successfully unsealed the first layer of the river of the underworld, I anticipate that the second barrier will soon be within my grasp," he murmured. "At that moment, I shall utilize the passage he has opened to lead my legions deep into the demonic tomb, claiming the countless treasures for myself." Ha ha ha. As he cackled, a shadow darted from behind him, indistinct and clearly some form of monstrous creature. With a mere flick of his hand, the shadow dissipated. "Once the young lad removes all obstacles for me, I shall eradicate this foolish jester. Then, my title of heir of the demon god will be truly deserved, and this demonic tomb will ultimately be mine to command." Chapter 492. The six-legged figure laughed uproariously, his mirth laced with arrogance and avarice. From the depths of the darkness behind him, numerous blood-red eyes fixated upon him, seemingly awaiting his command. Deep within a sprawling mountain range, Lin Mo was in seclusion in a stone cave, diligently cultivating. His expression was grave, a faint white light enveloping him as he endeavored to dispel the demon king's mark within him using the power of the Xiantian fruit. This mark proved exceedingly difficult to unravel. Despite his efforts with the fruit's power, there was no sign of loosening. Lin Mo sighed softly, fatigue evident on his countenance. He paced back and forth in the cave, contemplating strategies. Time was of the essence. He had to resolve the mark swiftly, or he would inevitably face dire consequences. However, to date, every method he had attempted had ended in failure. Am I simply cursed with ill fortune? Is this mark destined to remain? He lamented to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I acquired this Xiantian fruit deep within the forbidden grounds of the river of the underworld. I must return there once more to unravel this mark. It is my only hope. Years later, just as Lin Mo was on the brink of success in his seclusion, an aged voice resonated in his mind. Lin Mo, the time of our pact has arrived, and I have a gift for you. Await it patiently. Lin Mo's heart stirred, instantly recognizing the voice of Mu Qing reaching out to him. Before him, a vague shadow began to coalesce in the void, from which a palm-sized wooden box fell into his hands. Upon receiving the box, Lin Mo observed its surface was charred, as though it had endured a cataclysmic fire. He scanned the ebony box with his spirit sense, feeling something within it float and sink, seemingly concealing some profound secret. Intrigued, he reached out to open the lid. Within, a perfectly round black orb floated, emanating a peculiar aura. Upon closer inspection, the orb was of purest black, evoking an inexplicable memory of the boundless night. As Lin Mo gently lifted the orb, the moment his fingers brushed against it, the orb exploded with a resounding boom, transforming into countless black specks of light. These points of light swiftly converged, coalescing in Lin Mo's palm into a veil of black mist, upon which faint lines of text shimmered. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, observing the ever-changing script that seemed to narrate a certain prophecy. Just as he became fully engrossed, the dark mist suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance, catching Lin Mo off guard. When he managed to open his eyes again, the dark mist in his palm had dissipated, replaced by a vibrant green rainbow bird, soaring and singing melodiously. A surge of joy welled up within Lin Mo, yet upon closer inspection, he noticed the bird's flight path was somewhat erratic, as if being tugged by an unseen force, struggling to break free. He hastily summoned his powers, attempting to grasp the rainbow bird, but it always eluded his grasp by a mere fraction, allowing him to only watch helplessly as it broke free, transforming into a streak of green light that vanished into the depths of the valley. Alarmed, Lin Mo, despite having mastered the principles of the universe, found himself unable to contend with such an unknown force. For the moment, he could only let the rainbow bird depart. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly perceived a faint cry for help emanating from deeper within the valley, as if someone was in distress. A sense of urgency stirred within him, and he resolved to investigate. Transforming into a long rainbow, Lin Mo swiftly entered the valley, which was overgrown with thorns, shrouded in mist, and exuding an eerie aura. As he landed, he spotted two figures approaching, Yuan Yao and Yin Li. However, they were no longer as he remembered. They had transformed into grotesque beings, half human and half ghost. Their expressions twisted and terrifying. Though startled, Lin Mo felt no fear. He conjured a protective armor to shield himself. Seeing his attire, Yuan Yao's eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Mo. We are finally saved." Yin Li, equally elated, added, "You must be Lin Mo, right? Please, you must help us escape." The two women, noticing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, recounted their harrowing tale of being pursued by a ghostly hag and taking refuge here. It turned out that Yuan Yao and Yin Li had been reborn as spirits due to the influence of the yin-yang reincarnation technique. They had hoped to live out their remaining days in peace, but instead encountered a powerful ghostly hag. This hag, sensing their abundant yin energy, sought to devour them to elevate her own mastery of the ghostly arts. Thus, a massacre ensued, forcing Yuan Yao and Yin Li to flee to this place. They had relied on Yin Li's illusionary skills to conceal their presence, but it was barely enough. Naturally, they were overjoyed to receive Lin Mo's assistance. As Lin Mo listened to their account, his brow furrowed deeply. The atmosphere in the valley thickened, as if a heavy shroud of ominous clouds enveloped the area. Yuan Yao took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the distance, seemingly catching a glimpse of the hag's shadow. "Lin Mo, the hag is a truly terrifying being," she warned. "She was once one of our own, but she strayed onto the dark path, becoming obsessed with devouring the yin energy of her fellow practitioners. Yin Li's voice was low yet piercing. Yuan Yao continued. Her ability to consume Yin energy is extraordinarily fearsome. We can hardly believe she has turned so malevolent. Now, she has pursued us to this very spot, with a singular goal, our consumption. Lin Mo pondered, the sudden threat weighing heavily upon him. He lifted his gaze to Yuan Yao and Yin Li, determination evident in his eyes. Since you have sought me out, it signifies that we share a common enemy. I shall assist you, but we must proceed with utmost caution. Lin Mo spoke with unwavering resolve, fully aware that this confrontation was inevitable. As he listened to the two women recount their plight, he nodded slightly, recognizing that the ghostly matron was indeed a formidable practitioner of dark arts. It seemed that his venture into the depths of the Nether River would ultimately lead to battle. However, with the protective charm of the exorcist armor enveloping him, he felt reassured. Thus, he resolved to assist the two women in their plight, while also revealing his purpose for entering the Nether River. If they could remove the constraints binding him within a limited time frame, he would wholeheartedly fight alongside them. Just as he spoke, a fierce gust of wind surged, dispersing the mist in the valley, and a woman clad in black emerged, riding the chilling winds. It was the ghostly matron. So it is you, young man, who dares to steal my ghostly essence. She coldly surveyed Lin Mo. She sensed that the ghostly energy emanating from him belonged to the two women she intended to consume. Inciting her fury, since you have also partaken of my ghostly essence, you shall perish. The ghostly matron cackled menacingly, swiftly forming a hand seal, causing dozens of luminous skulls to hurtle towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression shifted as he quickly conjured a barrier of light to shield the two women. Meanwhile, with a flick of his hand, he activated his armor, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance, shattering the incoming skulls into fragments. Such formidable armor. The ghostly matron realized the gravity of the situation and withdrew the skulls, conjuring a flying sword aimed directly at Lin Mo's chest. Simultaneously, she commanded her ghostly soldiers to rush forth, swift as lightning, towards Yuan Yao and Yin Li. You wicked old hag, Lin Mo shouted in anger, summoning a myriad of crimson blades behind him. The clash of sword light and blood blades produced a resounding roar as Lin Mo bellowed, sending the flying sword hurtling several yards away, disintegrating into dust. In the meantime, Yuan Yao hastily formed an illusionary array to mitigate the onslaught of the ghostly soldiers. Though the two women were momentarily safe, Lin Mo found himself cornered. It was evident that he would have to exert all his strength to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the ghostly matron. With a twisted expression, the ghostly matron transformed her hands into monstrous claws, reaching for Lin Mo. Beneath him, a golden wheel materialized, shielding Yuan Yao and Yin Li, while his palms came together, unleashing a torrent of blood blades towards the ghostly matron. You dare to defy me? The ghostly matron roared in fury, her body radiating dark energy as she morphed into a three-faced, six-armed ghost king. Spewing venomous flames, she lunged at Lin Mo. Lin Mo summoned the universe wheel, manifesting 12 radiant barriers. The venomous flames collided with the barriers, producing a thunderous boom. Lin Mo's expression grew grave. The ghostly matron's power exceeded his expectations, and without deploying his full potential, he feared he would not prevail. Ha! No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape my grasp. The Ghost King laughed ominously, extending a claw to seize Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a surge of oppressive energy, nearly losing consciousness. Young man, if you surrender those two ghostly maidens, I shall grant you a path to survival, the Ghost King sneered. Though Lin Mo struggled to maintain his composure, his face bore no trace of fear. A mere specter dares to act so arrogantly before me? Prepare to meet your demise. No sooner had he spoken than the surface of the exorcist armor erupted in a blinding golden light. The brilliance was so intense that the Ghost King winced in pain, letting out a pained howl as he was forced to relinquish his grip on Lin Mo. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo broke free and projected his spirit outward. His eyes gleamed with cold determination as he focused on the Xiantian decision, unleashing waves of purple-black lightning toward the Ghost King. It is utterly inconceivable that mere mortals could wield such arcane powers. The Ghost King, struck with astonishment, hastily summoned his ancestral ghost tower to shield himself from the tempestuous thunder. I shall eradicate you, foul demon, Lin Mo declared coldly. With his vitality surging, he unleashed a punch of monumental force upon the ghost tower. The tower shattered with a resounding crash, sending the Ghost King staggering back over 10 paces. Blood spewing from his mouth. How could this be? Who are you truly? The Ghost King roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He lunged at Lin Mo with wild ferocity, believing that by consuming his flesh and blood, he could significantly elevate his own ghostly prowess. Lin Mo's expression turned icy as his right hand conjured a resplendent azure sword, its blade adorned with the faint silhouettes of myriad beasts and vengeful spirits. With a thunderous cry, he directed the sword, cleaving through the air toward the Ghost King's throat. As their battle raged on fiercely, a sudden chill swept through the valley. The ground split open, revealing a vast chasm that led to the realm of the underworld. Now unveiled. At this pivotal moment, Li spoke. Young Master Lin Mo, we shall accompany you to the underworld and assist in breaking the seals upon you. When the time comes, you must lead us out of this hellish domain. Very well, I accept your offer. We shall descend together into the underworld, Lin Mo replied solemnly. If my seals are lifted, I shall do everything in my power to safeguard you. Let us proceed. This opportunity must not be squandered, Li said, her eyes shimmering with tears as she broke free from the restraints of the ghostly soldiers, standing resolutely beside Lin Mo. He nodded silently, and in that moment, he glimpsed the dawn of hope. After years of being shackled by the seals, a chance for liberation finally presented itself. He vowed to seize this rare opportunity, to vanquish the ghostly matron within the underworld and reclaim his destiny. You shall not escape, the Ghost King bellowed, transforming into a fearsome three-headed, six-armed tiger that lunged at them. Die! Lin Mo's eyes blazed crimson as he intoned a spell, unleashing a barrage of blood-red runes upon the Ghost King. The tiger was ensnared by the runes, rendered immobile. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo took the two women and soared into the chasm. Before long, the three of them plunged into the abyss, entering the underworld. The fissure gradually closed, leaving the enraged Ghost King gasping for breath. He understood that he could either guard this place or face a slow demise, yet none of it mattered to him anymore. Meanwhile, in the desolate gray desert of the seventh layer of the abyss, Mu Qing and her companions gathered tens of thousands of demonic entities to conduct a grand blood sacrifice. A massive blood sphere coalesced upon the ground, exuding an otherworldly aura. Countless demons and spirits convened in the bleak desert, creating a scene of profound spectacle. The formation of the blood sphere was achieved through the simultaneous offering of blood from over a dozen entities, including various monsters and shadowy specters shrouded in dark winds. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, chilling the heart. Enormous demons were suspended in midair, each contributing their life essence. The atmosphere was suffused with a sweet metallic tang, as blood mist swirled and droplets rapidly coalesced into a colossal crimson orb. Many demons let out frenzied howls, rendering the entire ritual both terrifying and enigmatic. As the entities continued their offerings, the blood sphere gradually formed, emitting waves of formidable demonic energy. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixated on the unfolding spectacle, as a myriad of questions began to stir within his mind. This sanguinary ritual appeared to transcend mere desire. It seemed to intertwine with the overarching structure and secrets of the abyss. Disguised as a diminutive demon, Lin Mo mingled among the throngs of creatures, quietly observing this grotesque gathering. He was profoundly astonished by the grandeur of the blood sacrifice. Realizing that the demon lords were paying an exorbitant price to acquire something of great significance from the Nether River, he watched the blood spheres suspended in the air, sensing that the dark crimson substance contained formidable energy, yet it seemed tainted by an unknown malevolent force, instilling him with an ominous premonition. At the heart of the ritual, an enormous puppet exuding an eerie violet luminescence commanded the most attention. This was the infamous purple blood puppet, crafted through esoteric methods by the Blood Elder of the Abyss. Originally as colossal as a small mountain, it had been magically reduced in size, yet it remained extraordinarily tall and radiated a chilling aura. Flanking the puppet stood two humanoid beings clad in blood-red robes, seemingly orchestrating its movements. As Lin Mo beheld the purple blood puppet, a shiver coursed through him, an instinctual awareness that its presence heralded some dreadful event. It was no wonder the demon lords held it in such high regard. The power it emanated far surpassed his expectations, he mused quietly. In the night sky, two beautiful women, Yan Li and Yuan Yao, floated gracefully. Observing the blood ritual from a considerable distance above the ground, their figures enveloped in a faint azure aura, making them appear exceptionally prominent and enigmatic, as if they were presiding over the ceremony. The sight of them stirred a sense of doubt within Lin Mo. The connection between these two women and the blood sacrifice seemed shrouded in mystery, yet the reason eluded him. How peculiar! Why were they present here? There must be something extraordinary at play. Amidst the vast black winds of shadows, a multitude of ghostly warriors armed with long blades and spears gathered around the ritual, while thousands of puppets formed an impressive array, creating a grand protective circle that enveloped the entire ceremonial ground. Lin Mo's heart sank as he perceived this spectacle, understanding that there lay an immensely significant operation concealed behind the ritual. The defense offered by these ghostly soldiers and puppets suggested that the demon lords were preparing to launch a crucial offensive against the Nether River. He knew he must discern their true intentions. High atop the altar, one of the four formidable demon lords, the six-legged beast, roared mightily, employing some arcane sorcery to orchestrate this massive blood sacrifice. The golden flowers in the blood basin focused intently on directing the sacrificial offerings, seemingly ensuring the ritual's optimal efficacy. The roles played by the six-legged beast and the golden flowers underscored their pivotal positions within this ceremony, further deepening Lin Mo's regard for their power and identities. His focus on the six-legged beast and the golden flowers intensified. He could sense the formidable might and authority emanating from the six-legged beast, as if it were the sovereign of the abyss. Amidst the embrace of the golden flowers, Mu Qing's figure appeared graceful and enchanting. Both seemed to be trusted generals of the Demon King, and I felt compelled to uncover their true nature, Lin Mo mused. He focused intently, his mind swirling with conjectures about this grand blood sacrifice ritual. Were the demon lords seeking some rare resource or formidable power from the abyssal river? Or were they preparing to launch a dreadful assault upon it? Regardless of their intentions, the collaboration in such an extravagant ceremony undoubtedly harbored a profound strategic objective. The six-legged demon hovered above, orchestrating the entire ritual with demonic arts, while Mu Qing, standing upon the golden flowers, continuously offered blood offerings. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, noting countless demons and puppets congregated in this desolate desert. The six-legged demon, coldly suspended in midair, surveyed the gathering below with its crimson eyes. Beside Mu Qing, who held a small black vial, it seemed preparations were underway. The black-red substance within the blood sphere had coalesced to a certain degree, exuding an unusual fragrance that resonated with the demons present, intensifying the excitement of the ritual. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure descended, and all the demons felt the might emanating from the depths of the abyss. At the center of the throng, a towering clay puppet and a purplish-red puppet drew particular attention, surrounded by a diverse array of demons, some of which Lin Mo had never encountered, piquing his curiosity. Frowning slightly, he recognized that this was not the aura of the six-legged demon or any other demon lord, but rather a presence far more formidable and extraordinary. As Lin Mo observed, a black-red light suddenly streaked across the sky, causing everyone to halt their actions and gaze upwards with caution. A massive black hole materialized in the sky, from which emerged an enormous figure that instilled fear in all demons, the sky-destroying demon. Startled, Lin Mo quickly concealed his presence, wary of being detected by this terrifying entity. He watched as Mu Qing swiftly poured the black-red substance from the vial into the central blood sphere, followed by a hissing sound as the sphere emitted a peculiar fragrance. Just as Lin Mo pondered the implications, the blood sphere overhead erupted in a dazzling crimson light. A resounding boom echoed through the air, revealing a terrifying creature cloaked in flames, its eyes of blood-red hue, the most formidable of the six-legged demon's subordinates, the sky-destroying demon. Alarmed, Lin Mo realized they had roused this dreadful ancient being. The fragrance seemed to pique the interest of the sky-destroying demon, which began to descend slowly, its 7 or 8 arms flailing as it sought to grasp the blood sphere. The six-legged demon responded swiftly, unleashing a powerful spiritual pressure to confront the sky-destroying demon. Lin Mo discerned that now was not the time for direct confrontation. He cautiously retreated a few steps, prepared to flee this perilous location at any moment. While the six-legged demon and the sky-destroying demon were locked in a standoff, Lin Mo noticed a fissure suddenly appear in the sky. Peering closely, he realized it was a rupture in space, which widened increasingly, the center nearly shattered. Hastily, he activated his clairvoyance, seeking to discern the situation within the fractured space. From the depths, a probing gaze emerged, the sky-destroying demon, drawn by Mu Qing's fragrance. With a thunderous roar, the entire space collapsed, and the fearsome void demon emerged. Its 8 colossal arms seizing the central blood orb and forcefully consuming it. Lin Mo watched in horror as this terrifying beast ingested the blood orb whole. The sudden appearance of the void demon astonished all the creatures present. The 6-legged demon king wore a grim expression, remaining vigilant while questioning Mu Qing about the situation. In contrast, Mu Qing appeared unfazed, as if anticipating the void demon's arrival. As the void demon devoured the blood orb and departed, a chilling, eerie roar echoed from the black abyss, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. Lin Mo turned to see the 6-legged demon king frowning after a prolonged standoff, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. The roar intensified as Lin Mo discerned a horrifying arm emerging from the gaping maw, tearing through space in an attempt to enter. Clearly, the void demon had returned, likely still fixated on the alluring scent and blood orb previously lured by Mu Qing. The arm clawed frantically, amplifying the terrifying roars into bone-chilling shrieks. Exchanging a contemplative glance, the 6-legged demon king and Mu Qing seemed to reach an understanding. Suddenly, all the high-ranking demons present let out a collective, resounding cry, each spewing forth a crimson blood pillar into the frenzied maw. The gaping mouth suddenly recoiled, and the once ravenous arm withdrew, vanishing along with the mouth itself. A swift gust of wind rushed past, signifying the satisfied departure of the void demon. Only then did the 6-legged demon king turn to Mu Qing, suggesting that they seize this opportunity to open the passage to the Nether River. Mu Qing nodded in agreement, as the nearby golden ape had already opened 2 large satchels, scattering various materials that began to coalesce and transform. Meanwhile, Lin Mo silently recorded this scene, realizing that he could now accompany them into the enigmatic and perilous realm of the Nether River. The void demon's exit brought a collective sigh of relief throughout the space. The 6-legged demon king finally exhaled, glancing at Mu Qing, acknowledging the effectiveness of the blood food and the intoxication elixir, which would surely induce a prolonged slumber in the beast. Mu Qing smiled subtly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, stating that the dual potency of the blood orb would ensure it remained unconscious for months. This time frame would provide them with the perfect opportunity to explore the Nether River. With a calm demeanor, Mu Qing observed the blood food, its dark red liquid gently swirling in the vial, exuding an alluring fragrance. The 6-legged demon king coolly orchestrated the actions of the other demon kings, directing their tasks. Lin Mo stood by, quietly listening to their conversation, realizing that everything had been meticulously planned, with the objective of entering the mysterious Nether River. As Mu Qing dripped the blood food into a body of water within the Nether River, a mysterious ripple spread outward. The 6-legged demon king directed the other demon kings to arrange formations around the water, ensuring the smooth conduct of the entire process. During this enigmatic ritual, the ripples in the water gradually calmed, and the energy of the Nether River seemed to reach a state of equilibrium. The void demon would remain in a deep slumber for several months, and they would fully exploit this time to traverse the Nether River. The 6-legged demon king spoke with unwavering determination, surveying the assembly. Mu Qing smiled and nodded, carefully storing the blood food while reminding the other demon kings to exercise caution with matters related to the realm of the Nether River. Lu Zhu instructed the demon kings to prepare materials for their return journey, ensuring they were adequately equipped for the impending expedition. Let us begin to open the passage. We must ensure a smooth return to the abyss before the awakening of the terror in the sky, Lu Zhu commanded, with a wave of his hand. The demon kings united their efforts to commence the task of clearing the passage. Under their collaborative efforts, a black fissure gradually emerged, seemingly responding to the mysterious ritual. Now is the opportune moment. Let us commence the opening of the passage to the Nether River, Lu Zhu declared, and the demon kings sprang into action. A vast black aperture manifested in the air, the surrounding space undulating and distorting. Lin Mo approached the entrance, feeling an overwhelming aura of death envelop him, causing his brow to furrow in trepidation. This would be a perilous adventure, yet his curiosity about the unknown realm compelled him to proceed. The group successfully entered the Nether River. Surrounding them were blackened rocks, shrouded in a thick white mist that obscured their vision. Lu Zhu and Mu Qing stood at the forefront, surveying the otherworldly landscape. At last, we have returned, Lu Zhu murmured, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. The appearance of that beast last time led us to discover this place. This time, we shall delve even deeper. Muqing nodded, summoning a golden monkey and whispering instructions into its ear. The monkey promptly retrieved various tools from its large satchel, seemingly preparing to measure something. Our objective this time is to fully open the passage, allowing us to traverse this world at will, Lu Zhu declared, his eyes glinting with fervor. The power contained here is undoubtedly on par with our abyss, capable of bestowing us with unimaginable strength. Lin Mo stood quietly by, listening intently. It was evident that the Nether River concealed secrets and powers unknown to humanity, and this adventure promised both peril and opportunity. Lu Zhu elaborated. This terror in the sky acts purely on instinct, driven by hunger and scent, devoid of self-awareness, much like a thoughtless beast. Muqing responded. I infused the blood food with a potent sedative, rendering it incapable of resistance and plunging it into a prolonged slumber. During this time, we can freely navigate this space. Very well, it is settled. Let us immediately proceed to fully open the passage to the Nether River. Lu Zhu's eyes shone with fervor. This time, I shall personally step into that forbidden unknown and uncover the powers that lie dormant there. Lin Mo, intrigued by Lu Zhu's plan, recognized that entering the Nether River was a rare opportunity for him as well. However, he was aware that the uncertainties ahead would likely present unimaginable obstacles. Nevertheless, having chosen to accompany them, he resolved to exert every effort to explore that enigmatic realm. Muqing, Lu Zhu, and Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of the passage, confronted by an inky black tunnel where the hollow sound of wind could be faintly heard. The passage appeared foreboding. Lin Mo frowned. There is no need for concern. We are many, Lu Zhu reassured with a smile. As the three were about to step forward, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared, revealing a stunning woman clad in a shimmering silver gown, Silver Mist. Who are you to trespass here? Do you seek death? She spoke coldly. Silver Mist. We are merely passing through and mean no harm. Muqing stepped forward to explain. This path leads to the realm of the underworld. Mortals are forbidden to enter. Silver Mist's expression darkened as she lunged at Muqing with her longsword. The trio's faces paled in alarm. Lu Zhu swiftly intervened, intercepting the blade, while the ghastly visage on his shoulder opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that engulfed Silver Mist. You have fused with the realm of the dead. What manner of creature are you? Silver Mist exclaimed in shock. Bring it on. I am more than willing to engage. Lu Zhu's eyes blazed crimson, his demonic shadow looming ominously behind him. The two clashed within the passage, the surrounding stone walls charred by the ghostly flames. Muqing and Lin Mo supported Lu Zhu, preparing to confront Silver Mist together. Just as Lu Zhu gained the upper hand, Silver Mist suddenly retreated, pressing her hands against her chest, unleashing streams of silver light that filled the entire corridor. A glimmer of derision flickered in her eyes as she swung her sword, the silver blade flashing like lightning. Thus commenced an intense battle. The black flames of Lu Zhu intertwined with Silver Mist's sword light, reverberating through the space with thunderous roars. Muqing deftly dodged, casting peculiar incantations in an attempt to disrupt Silver Mist's onslaught. Die! The silver light grew increasingly brilliant, momentarily blinding the three as if they were to be consumed by its radiance. This is Silver Mist's divine ability, the destruction of heavenly light. Muqing's expression changed dramatically. Just as the silver light was about to engulf them, Lu Zhu abruptly spread his arms wide, a more dazzling black light shooting towards Silver Mist. With a resounding crash, the silver and black lights collided, creating a cacophony in the passage. Silver Mist's face turned pale. She had not anticipated Lu Zhu wielding divine abilities as well. What on earth are you? Prepare to witness the power of my demonic realm. Lu Zhu laughed maniacally, the shadow behind him growing ever more menacing, his terrifying laughter echoing through the corridor. Ultimately, under Lu Zhu's overwhelming assault, Silver Mist collapsed. Yet, he did not deliver the final blow. Instead, he instructed Muqing to cast a binding spell upon her. Chapter 494. Let us go. The realm of the underworld lies ahead. Lin Mo retrieved a sheepskin map from his storage pouch, revealing his research on a thunder attribute formation. The Demon King's eyes gleamed with curiosity, each expressing their anticipation. Lu Zhu calmly organized the group, deciding to part the waters of the underworld and enter the realm. They traversed along the shimmering surface of the underworld river, which resembled a mystical path leading into the unknown. Lin Mo felt the enigmatic power contained within the river, a thrill of excitement blossoming in his heart. Suddenly, Lu halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the water's surface. The group became alert, and Lu explained. There are strange fish in the underworld river adept at ambushing creatures that venture too close to the surface. Remain vigilant. The three stepped over the unconscious silver mist, arriving at the end of the passage. Before them lay a vast expanse of white water, the cold wind howling, sending chills down their spines. This is the fabled underworld river, the passage connecting the mortal realm to the netherworld. We have finally arrived at the realm of the underworld, Mu Qing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Other demon kings and formidable beasts began to emerge along the riverbank, each radiating an aura of chilling power and dominance. It is time to break the seal of the river of Hades and unlock the path to the underworld. The six-legged creature's eyes gleamed brilliantly, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The assembled demons let out a thunderous roar and charged towards the barrier at the heart of the river of Hades. One magical formation after another materialized in the air as powerful experts exerted their utmost efforts. Just then, a violent disturbance erupted beneath the river's surface, revealing dozens of lurking fish dragons that surged forth to attack the onlookers. Be cautious, it is the guardian beasts of the river of Hades. Lin Mo called out, his hands crackling with lightning. Beware, it is the guardian beasts of the river of Hades. He warned again, as colossal monstrous fish emerged from the milky waters, opening their gaping maws to lunge at the crowd. These fearsome guardians had been lying in wait within the river of Hades. The six-legged creature squinted its eyes, particularly repulsed by the scent of the living. We must unite to confront them, Lin Mo bellowed, unleashing a surge of lightning from his fingertips that accurately struck several of the largest monstrous fish. With two resounding booms, those fish were reduced to ashes, plunging into the river of Hades. What formidable mastery of lightning and fire! The demon kings marveled, astonished. Several higher-ranking demon kings also channeled their powers to neutralize some of the monstrous fish, but the river was teeming with them, and soon new foes emerged. Just as Lin Mo prepared to unleash his lightning and fire once more, a blood-red fish with two massive horns leaped from the water, charging towards the six-legged creature. Fool! You seek your own demise. The six-legged creature scoffed, extending its hands as black-red flames erupted forth, sending the vile fish flying several dozen feet into the river, creating enormous waves. The six-legged creature wielded twin blades, and the dark flames swirled around it, forming a sea of darkness that kept the monstrous fish at bay. The demon kings unleashed their respective powers, engaging in fierce combat with the monstrous fish, while Lin Mo employed a lightning-based formation to inject thunderous energy into the fray, providing formidable support. Under the combined might of the powerful demon kings, this wave of monstrous fish was finally repelled, yet the river of Hades remained tumultuous, with greater challenges looming ahead. After repelling the fish attack, the demon kings and formidable creatures swiftly mobilized to arrange magical formations along the river's edge, preparing to dismantle the barrier above the river of Hades. Lin Mo also retrieved his meticulously crafted lightning and fire formation tools, strategically placing them around the six-legged creature and other formations to assist in breaking the seal. The silver-haired beauty took the lead, her formation radiating brilliance and forming a mysterious shield to thwart the fish's assault. Other demon kings also cast their spells, conjuring magical barriers in the air. Lin Mo stood at the center, his lightning formation seamlessly integrated into the overall arrangement, providing robust support for dismantling the seal. On this occasion, I have brought 3,000 elite ghost soldiers to compensate for the losses incurred during our last assault on the barrier, the Elder of the Earth spoke. Fear not. With young friend Lin Mo here, his lightning and fire formation will surely enhance 3/4 of our power, the six-legged creature replied confidently. That is reassuring. I can hardly wait to open the gates to the Yellow Springs. Perhaps I might even reclaim my ghostly companions, the silver-haired woman said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Mo observed the confidence radiating from the various demon kings and pondered the formidable nature of the ancient barrier set in place by powerful beings. Their unwavering faith in their thunderfire formation piqued Lin Mo's curiosity. Let us commence the final preparations. This time, we must shatter the barrier. Lu's gaze was resolute. He sought to open the path to the underworld and fulfill a grand ambition. The demon kings roared in affirmation as the formation was secured and all preparations were complete. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo understood that a challenging assault awaited him. As the formation was set and the demon kings prepared to invoke the ritual to breach the barrier, Lin Mo walked deliberately to the center of the formation and retrieved a dark metallic plaque from his satchel. The golden ape's eyes lit up. Could it be the legendary Thunder Magnetic Stone? Indeed, this is the Thunder Magnet Stone I collected from the Thunder Peak in the Northern Domain. By placing the Thunder Magnet Stone at the center of the formation, I can amplify the power of the Thunder ritual using its electrical attributes. Fascinating. I am eager to witness whether your Thunderfire prowess is as remarkable as you boast, scoffed the white-clad beauty with a dismissive curl of her lips. Lin Mo smiled faintly, unperturbed by her derision. Kneeling on one knee, he formed hand seals and softly recited incantations. The Thunder Magnet Stone began to shimmer with lightning, crackling energetically. Bolstered by a surge of thunderous energy, Lin Mo connected directly with the celestial currents of thunder. Upon opening his eyes, radiant lightning emanated from him. My Thunderfire formation is complete, and now we shall see what each of you can contribute. Such formidable Thunderfire energy. Lin Mo is no ordinary human, remarked Mu Qing, his expression shifting, while the other demon kings also displayed surprise. Under the enhancement of Lin Mo's Thunderfire formation, the other powerful demon kings began to channel their own energies, manifesting a multitude of formations in midair, converging into a colossal matrix. The massive formation floating above resembled mysterious constellations, each representing the unfathomable might of the demon kings. Among them, the formation of the silver-haired beauty radiated an array of colors, emanating an enchanting fragrance. The formation of the golden ape, one of the four great demon kings of the abyss, shone with golden brilliance, resembling a celestial dome of gold. The formations of the other demon kings were equally distinctive, showcasing their unique cultivation and mastery of spells. As the demon kings surrounded their respective formations, enveloped in their own magical energies, they readied themselves for the imminent crossing of the River of the Dead. Lin Mo, while observing, couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of these formations. Each formation was a culmination of the demon king's long-term efforts and meticulous designs, embodying their profound insights into magic. Lu Zu stood among the formations, surveying everyone with a solemn gaze and stated, "Are we all prepared? Once we begin traversing the River of the Dead, we will face unknown dangers. Yet, it is through our combined strength that we shall break through the numerous obstacles and delve deep into the river." The demon kings nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. With my divine wood's righteousness transformed into vitality, Mu Qing joined his hands in prayer, summoning a flourishing would escape formation. Haha. My blood fiend formation is the mightiest. The white-clad beauty leaped into her crimson formation, transforming into a bloodthirsty enchantress. The golden ape and the toad king, formidable beasts of high rank, also summoned forth their respective formations. With 6 legs focused in meditation, the practitioner initiated the labyrinth of the ghostly path, establishing numerous intricate formations that significantly amplified the destructive power of the entire array. Lin Mo stood at the center of the formation, absorbing the immense flow of magical energy that surged through the air. He marveled inwardly, realizing that the strength of these demon kings was unfathomable, far beyond his own capabilities. Just as the formidable demon kings prepared to activate the dimensional rift, a disturbance arose from the depths of the River of Darkness. Dozens of gigantic dragon carp monsters leapt from the water, spewing toxic water as they lunged toward the gathered assembly. Here they come. With a swift motion of his 6-legged palms, a torrent of crimson flames erupted like a tsunami, reducing the foremost dragon carps to ashes. Maintain formation. Do not let the monstrous fish scatter us. 6 Legs commanded in a grave tone, his body enveloped in dark, fiery light, resembling a colossal black sword standing guard before the demon kings. The demon kings coordinated seamlessly. In an instant, thunder, fire, and frost intertwined, creating a fierce battlefield. The golden ape brandished his golden axe, while a silver-haired beauty unleashed a piercing cold wind, joining forces with other demons to repel the fish's invasion. Lin Mo promptly summoned the fury of thunder, striking down upon the River of Darkness, incapacitating several dragon carps. Other demon kings, still standing strong, successfully fended off this wave of monstrous attacks. This River of Darkness is rife with malevolent winds, and the monsters are evolving rapidly. We must hasten to breach the dimensional rift, Six Legs asserted solemnly. The group understood and once again mobilized their magical energies to activate the grand formation for dimensional breach. The air was thick with a laying of energies, radiating brilliance, a sight to behold. Under the concerted assault of the formation, cracks finally appeared in the pale barrier overhead. With a resounding boom, the entire barrier shattered, and the ominous clouds above the river of darkness began to dissipate. As the restriction lifted, the group successfully entered the realm of the river of darkness. Before them lay a vast expanse of white water, the cold winds howling, instilling a sense of impending doom. The surface of the river resembled a mirror, reflecting the milky sky, as if leading to another mysterious world. We did it. We have finally arrived. The silver-haired beauty exclaimed joyfully. Lin Mo gazed at the water's surface, sensing the enigmatic energy contained within. Raising his eyes to the horizon, he beheld an endless stretch of white water, shrouded in mist, obscuring the far shore, with occasional icebergs floating above, the scenery bleak and desolate. This waterway is the river of darkness, the bridge between the realm of the living and the underworld. We must find a way to cross it to enter the netherworld. Six Legs elucidated. With the young friend's lightning and fire magic, we may have the potential to breach the encirclement using the water-splitting technique. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with insight. We must remain on high alert. The dangers within the river of darkness are unpredictable. Lin Mo's lightning attribute powers will play a pivotal role during our crossing. So everyone must coordinate closely, Six Legs declared with gravity. The silver-haired beauty nodded. We have grasped the situation of the river of darkness, but caution is still paramount. There are various traps and monsters within. We must remain vigilant. Lin Mo, you must exert your full strength to perform the Thunder Domain water-splitting great technique, and we will assist you with our respective powers. Six Legs fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. Once a passage is opened, we can traverse the river smoothly. All right, I shall commence at once. Lin Mo took a deep breath, beginning to channel the positive and negative electric charges of the Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother within. Preparing to summon the Thunder Domain, the golden ape raised his arm and proclaimed, "Brothers of the demon clan, we must unite as one and ensure that no peril threatens our grand design. As long as we stand together, we shall undoubtedly traverse the river of Hades and reach our destination." The other demon kings showcased their formidable powers. Mu Qing summoned the great tree of the law of life, while the beautiful woman in white transformed into the blood witch. The golden ape, the toad king, and others lent their utmost support. The six-legged ghost unleashed a deafening sound, opening the portal to the realm of the dead. Waves of chilling winds surged forth, revealing the souls of those demons who had perished during the last assault on the river of Hades. With a collective surge of energy, they broke free from the river of Hades. Lin Mo, donned in his thunder armor, floated at the center of the Demon King's formation. With hands forming intricate seals and incantations flowing from his lips, the energy of thunder began to coalesce and surge within him. "Young friend, give it your all," the six-legged ghost observed from a short distance, his eyes filled with admiration. Gripping the exorcising thunder tightly, Lin Mo sensed the powerful spiritual energy surrounding him. Following the six-legged ghost's guidance, he harnessed the power of divine thunder, releasing a massive black beam from his hands. This beam, a deep abyssal black, stood tall like a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. A golden sphere floated within the beam, radiating a resplendent glow, creating a unique spectacle. The six-legged ghost, Mu Qing, and others quickly reacted, raising their magical artifacts and chanting incantations to form a mystical array. The golden exorcising thunder beam shot into the river of Hades, causing the water's surface to churn violently and create tremendous waves. "Come now, let me see if your exorcising thunder is truly as miraculous as the legends claim." The white-haired beauty scoffed from the side. Ignoring the others, Lin Mo continued to chant his incantation. Glimmers of brilliant gold sparkled between his 10 fingers, swiftly coalescing into a massive orb of light that emitted a crackling, thunderous sound. "Success!" the six-legged ghost exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. With a resounding roar, Lin Mo transformed the orb of light into a towering black beam, resembling a celestial arrow, shooting directly towards the surface of the river of Hades. As the black beam struck the water's surface, the skies above the river of Hades shifted dramatically, and lightning crackled. The six-legged ghost understood and shouted now. He raised his hands, summoning a gigantic purple-golden wheel that hurtled towards the water's surface. Simultaneously, Mu Qing invoked boundless spells, calling forth a colossal tree of life that floated in midair, extending countless vines to join the assault on the river's surface. Other Demon King-level powerhouses unleashed their ultimate techniques as well. The Toad King exhaled toxic mist that enveloped the entire water surface. In Chapter 495, the Elder of the Earthly Shadows conjured a mountain of blades, while the woman in white danced amidst a rain of blood. The beam continued to surge forth as Lin Mo infused it with divine thunder, aiding in breaking the river of Hades' restrictions. Meanwhile, the six-legged ghost and Mu Qing launched a powerful combined attack. The golden wheel and the crimson blood axe radiated brilliant light in their hands, intertwining to create a dazzling display. Lin Mo, exert yourself, Mu Qing called out, as his three blood-red orbs spun and accelerated, transforming into blood-colored fire lightning that resonated with the golden beam. Lin Mo felt a surge of determination, amplifying the infusion of divine thunder, making the beam even more resplendent. He sensed the synergy between Mu Qing and the six-legged ghost's powers and his own thunderous art, collectively forming a formidable offensive. Under the relentless assault of various formidable beings, cracks finally appeared upon the surface of the river of the underworld. Lin Mo's thoughts raced like lightning, and the beam of light in his hand grew increasingly radiant, emitting a tremendous roar as it struck the water's surface, creating a vast hole. The six-legged beast rejoiced at this success, immediately leaping into the water gorge, followed closely by the other demon kings. Lin Mo exerted all his strength to maintain the beam of light, paving the way for them. With the onslaught from the six-legged beast and his companions, the surface of the river of the underworld was ultimately breached, forming a channel through the gorge. Just as the group prepared for further action, a melodious chime suddenly resonated through the air. A beautiful woman clad in white and red soared into the sky, extending her hand to summon a small black bell into her palm. With a gentle strike of the bell, waves of black light radiated from it, swiftly enveloping the entire gorge. The black light waves spread throughout the gorge, creating a profound dark passageway. The black bell in the white-haired woman's hand emitted a mysterious glow. She concentrated her mystical powers, chanting incantations that caused the sound of the bell to reverberate. This black light wave shrouded the entire gorge, forming a conduit between two realms. The opening of this passage triggered a deep, ominous rumble from the depths of the gorge, filling the air with an unfamiliar aura. The white-haired woman smiled as she stowed the black bell in her storage pouch, her eyes betraying a hint of triumph. The passage had been established. The ensuing adventure now lay before them. Encouraging the group, she gazed into the depths of the gorge, seemingly envisioning the peculiar sights of the unknown world. A thunderous roar emanated from the depths, causing the black light to intensify and envelop the entire gorge, transforming it into a massive dark corridor. Indeed, the power of the underworld sorcerer was extraordinary, and six-legged beast narrowed his eyes in acknowledgement. The other demon kings also displayed expressions of astonishment and admiration. Lin Mo nodded subtly, recognizing the profound depth of the woman's abilities. With the passage now opened, the six-legged beast and his comrades swiftly made their decision, commanding the puppets and ghostly soldiers to advance into the realm of the river of the underworld. Lin Mo observed these spectral soldiers clad in black armor, wielding a variety of weapons, their heads resembling fearsome skulls. A throng of ghostly soldiers surged forth, their black armor and grotesque skull-like visages, brandishing long knives and curved blades. Evoking terror, Lin Mo could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. The sheer number of these ghostly entities, all of high rank, hinted that the six-legged beast's intentions extended far beyond merely opening the passage to the river of the underworld. As Lin Mo pondered, the six-legged beast suddenly approached him. Speaking in a low tone, "My friend, in this battle, I implore you to lend me your strength. When the time comes, our bond shall deepen." Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart. There seemed to be deeper meaning in the six-legged beast's words. However, he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries, and thus he chose to remain still, observing the unfolding events. From the forward passage, the echoes of ghostly entities filled the air with an overwhelming killing intent. Responding to their master's call, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that the journey into the underworld was fraught with peril, and the outcome appeared uncertain. A multitude of puppets and spectral ghosts streamed into the gorge, with Lin Mo and the others closely following. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the black corridor, inducing a slight discomfort to the senses. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed ahead, as several sluggish low-tier demons fell from the air, struck down. Lin Mo hurriedly approached to investigate, only to find the unfortunate creatures covered in shimmering silver threads, nearly devoid of life. In an instant, countless silvery strands surged forth from the surrounding dark curtain, intertwining like millions of fine lines, swiftly targeting the central demon. These silver threads attacked with remarkable speed and precision, aimed directly at the low-tier demons. The puppets and specters, however, remained unaffected, observing the unexpected onslaught with detached indifference. The silken strands coiled around the demons with the agility of serpents. This was the space magic silk, causing Mu Qing's expression to shift dramatically. The silver strands appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness, instantly transforming into dozens of streaks of light, homing in on the slower demons. The surrounding puppets and specters showed no signs of disturbance, as though they had anticipated this event. They maintained their formation, advancing as if participating in a grand parade. A heavy feeling settled in Lin Mo's heart. As the underlying intricacies became evident, this was an assault directed at the demon race. Lu Zhu immediately reacted, wielding a triangular black token that emitted a protective dark light shield to fend off the silver thread's attack. Mu Qing, grasping 3 blood-red orbs, invoked a crimson barrier to shield the nearby demons. Just as he momentarily diverted his attention, several silver strands suddenly targeted him. But Lin Mo swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning to neutralize the threat. The lethal intent of this elite force was not easily dispelled. Sensing the abruptness of the silver thread's assault, Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest and hastily cast a protective spell. He quickly activated the thunder offering technique, releasing a golden beam to shield the demons beside him beneath the divine lightning. At that moment, the atmosphere in the passage grew tense, each demon exerting their utmost to counter the sudden silver thread attack. Dozens of slender silver strands shot forth from both sides of the corridor, moving faster than Lin Mo's protective technique. The threads pierced through multiple low-tier demons, causing them to cry out in agony as they fell. However, just as the demons focused their efforts on combating the silver strands, a fierce wave of disturbance resonated from the depths of the corridor. The water surface roiled, and a needle-like monstrous fish surged forth, unleashing an even more ferocious silver thread assault. What is that? Liu Zhu's face paled. More silver strands emerged from the darkness, seemingly alive, targeting the surrounding demons. Lin Mo focused intently, discerning a colossal shadow lurking behind the silver threads, gradually approaching. Be cautious, that is the guardian of the Nether River, a millennium-old monster fish. Mu Qing exclaimed in alarm. Lin Mo's heart raced, and he invoked a protective spell to thwart the fish's assault. Just then, Lu Zhu shouted, "Retreat quickly. It is about to strike." No sooner had he spoken than a silver flash sliced through the air, leaving a gash on Liu Zhu's arm. The demons instantly fell into chaos, the fish's attack escalating the perilous situation. Lu Zhu and Mu Qing, along with other high-tier demons, launched counterattacks, employing their respective powers. Lu Zhu moved like lightning, his artifact transforming into a vortex that shattered the silver threads one by one. Lin Mo continued to wield the thunder offering technique, unleashing golden beams to provide robust support for the demons. The silver threads clashed violently with the divine lightning in the passage, igniting a fierce battle filled with tension and peril. Damn it, it has wounded me. Lu Zhu seethed, shooting a dark beam in an attempt to repel the silver threads, but they deftly evaded his attack. Lin Mo sensed impending danger and shouted for everyone to concentrate their firepower and attack together. The group united in their assault against the monstrous fish, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged dozens of grotesque spirits, spewing white water arrows from their mouths. Upon striking the creatures, the arrows produced a sizzling sound, and the monsters wailed as they were reduced to charred remains. What are these things? Mu Qing retreated in terror, witnessing even more bizarre spirits materializing from the darkness. Lin Mo focused intently, his expression shifting dramatically. These were no mere ghosts but entities of shadow, commonly referred to as Yin spirits, originating from the realm of the dead. The Yin spirits emerged in a chaotic array of forms, launching their white water arrows like venomous serpents toward the group. Lin Mo's consciousness pierced through the veil of reality, revealing the true nature of the Ean's spirits, and his heart sank. The number of Ean's spirits swelled as they began to savagely maul the creatures. The monsters retaliated, only to discover that their spells had no effect on the Ean spirits. The spirits clearly held the upper hand, and the situation spiraled out of control. Their internal toxicity is overwhelming. Our magic is ineffective against them, Mu Qing said anxiously. How despicable, they ambushed us. Lu Zhu, filled with rage, summoned blood warriors to attack the Ean spirits. However, as the blood warriors approached, they were torn to shreds by the spirits. Be cautious. Their methods of attack are exceedingly peculiar. Spells seem to have no impact. Lin Mo warned the creatures loudly. Lu Zhu and the others hastily adjusted their tactics to confront this sudden upheaval. The passage was suffused with a chilling atmosphere, the writhing shadows instilling a deep dread within. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo summoned a magical artifact that radiated golden light, attempting to discern the Ean spirit's weaknesses. Alas, they appeared to possess an innate resistance to spells, leaving Lin Mo feeling quite helpless. Be wary, their internal toxicity is potent, he urgently cautioned the others. The Ean spirits continued to gather in numbers, plunging the scene into chaos. Lu Zhu, we must devise a plan to obtain the soul crystal. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Zhu, and the two positioned themselves back to back, channeling their full magical power in preparation for a counterattack. Lin Mo summoned his artifact while standing back to back with Lu Zhu. With a thunderous shout, Lu Zhu unleashed a beam of black light directed at the horde of Ean spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo released a protective thunder array, coordinating their assault. After vanquishing the Ean spirits, the group reassembled and ventured deeper into the abyss. At that moment, a shadowy cave loomed before them, its entrance glowing with an eerie blue light. Lu Zhu deduced that this must be the location of the soul crystal and leapt forward. However, upon entering the cave, his body suddenly stiffened, releasing a blood-curdling scream. Lin Mo and the others were struck with disbelief, immediately on high alert, for even the high priest Lu Zhu, who had mastered the art of body penetration at level 300, would not falter so easily against formidable foes. What happened to Lu Zhu? Mu Qing inquired anxiously. It's the River King of the underworld at work. Be cautious. It is more cunning than the legends suggest, Lu Zhu managed to utter with great difficulty, his body growing increasingly rigid, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. This creature is more deceitful than imagined. It can invade my body. Lu Zhu roared. Hurry. Come in and assist me. Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances, none daring to act hastily. At that moment, a swirling mass of black mist emerged from the depths, ensnaring the six-legged creature's mouth and nose, rendering it unable to breathe. Lin Mo, in a state of urgency, drew his bow and aimed at the ominous vapor. Fixing his gaze upon the black fog, he coldly commanded it to release its grip. Without hesitation, he loosed several arrows in rapid succession. The black mist, caught off guard, was pierced by the arrows, releasing a piercing wail. As the fog dissipated, tranquility returned to the chamber, and the darkness surrounding the six-legged creature gradually faded. Gasping for breath, it turned pale and remarked, Fortunately, I nearly fell under its control. Lin Mo exhaled in relief and began searching for the soul crystal within the room. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a blue crystal atop a pedestal, radiating an extraordinary glow. This is it, he declared, swiftly approaching and placing the crystal into a cloth bag. At that moment, the blue light abruptly extinguished, and the entire cavern collapsed with a thunderous roar. Lin Mo urgently guided everyone to flee. Once the dust settled, all were left in a state of shock, surprised at how smoothly they had secured the prize. The six-legged creature wiped the cold sweat from its brow, its complexion gradually returning to normal. Lin Mo, smiling, raised the cloth bag in his hand, announcing, Now, the soul crystal belongs to us. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. This adventure had culminated in resounding success. With the soul crystal in their possession, Lin Mo and his companions exited the cavern, arriving at the opposite end of the passageway. To their dismay, they were met with a horrifying sight of a land strewn with bones. From a distance, the skeletal remains piled high, and countless wandering spirits floated above. What is this place? How can there be so many bones? Mu Qing questioned in disbelief. Be cautious. This is the realm connecting the underworld to the human world. Where many adventurers have perished, the six-legged creature warned gravely. Lin Mo lifted his gaze and suddenly spotted a flicker of blue light deep within the plain, oddly beckoning them forward. How can this bone-laden expanse be so eerie? Mu Qing mused, as he led his team from the abyss to meticulously observe their surroundings. Suddenly, the peculiar blue glow captured Lin Mo's attention, and he fixated on it intently. What is that? Why does it emit light? Lin Mo pondered, channeling his energy to investigate the source of the blue radiance. The light gradually intensified, pulsating erratically, eluding comprehension. Something is amiss. Lin Mo cautioned his companions. Gesturing toward the abnormal blue glow, the team advanced with utmost caution, remaining vigilant. The atmosphere of the bone plain exuded a stifling oppression, as if an invisible force were hindering their progress. Lin Mo's expression hardened, and his celestial eye opened, releasing a golden light that swept toward the blue glow, attempting to unveil its secrets. The blue light grew increasingly bright, seemingly amplifying its impending explosion. Not good, it is preparing to attack. Lin Mo exclaimed in alarm. Just then, the blue light erupted violently, transforming into a tempest of azure flames that surged toward Lin Mo and his companions. Quick dodge! The six-legged creature shouted urgently. Lin Mo immediately summoned a protective golden light and activated his magical artifact to shield against the blue flames. Suddenly, a foul stench wafted from the depths of the wasteland, accompanied by a rolling gray mist that obscured the sky. Chapter 496, The Abyssal Beasts. The creatures faced the sudden onslaught of gray mist, swiftly erecting defenses. However, the haze gradually enveloped them. What is this? Mu Qing anxiously scrutinized the gray fog. A chilling howl echoed from within, and a multitude of skeletons crawled forth, charging toward the monstrous beings. Be careful, it's the hell skeletons. Mu Qing's face paled in terror. As the skeletal figure prepared to strike, two beams of crimson light suddenly pierced through, igniting the horde of skeletons. Amidst the swirling dust, two enigmatic figures clad in blood-red garments emerged, each wielding a token of sanguine and ebony hue. The mysterious individuals swiftly brandished their tokens, and the convergence of red and black light instantaneously birthed a tempest of sanguine winds and ashen vapors, forming a formidable barrier. This shield resembled an impenetrable wall, effectively repelling the encroaching gray mist. The denizens of the abyss beheld this spectacle with astonished expressions, their focus shifting to the identities of the enigmatic figures, whose remarkable powers left them in awe. Who are you? Mu Qing inquired warily. The two exchanged faint smiles, offering no response, and turned to depart. Mu Qing gazed suspiciously at their retreating forms, deep in contemplation. As the sanguine winds and ashen vapors dissipated, the abyssal cohort advanced, only to be interrupted by an eerie cacophony of shrieks in the distance. A deluge of crimson light surged forth, enveloping the multitude of creatures. This is bad. That is a swarm of hellish bloodbats. Mu Qing's expression darkened. Countless blood-colored bats lunged toward the gathered creatures, seemingly ravenous for blood, launching a frenzied assault. These bizarre bats soared through the air, emanating an eerie crimson glow, each flap of their wings slicing through the atmosphere like razor blades. They will drain our essence. Counterattack! Mu Qing shouted urgently. The four great demon kings joined forces, employing their formidable powers to repel the initial wave of the bat onslaught. Yet, more blood bats surged from the distance, plunging the scene back into chaos. The four demon kings united, transforming into a whirlwind that ensnared the bloodlight bats within its tempest. The violet blood puppet amassed overwhelming demonic energy, resembling a majestic crimson giant, delivering powerful blows against the swarm of bats. Stand together. Do not let them near. Mu Qing called out, and the abyssal creatures unleashed an array of spells to engage in fierce combat with the bloodlight bats. At that moment, a heavy tolling of bells resounded, shaking the very fabric of the space. With the emergence of the mysterious chime, the swarm of blood bats vanished without a trace. Mu Qing and the other creatures exhaled in relief, but remained filled with uncertainty. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Mu Qing pondered. Just then, a chilling wail echoed from afar as countless shadows erupted from the ground, charging towards the assembly of creatures. Be cautious, those are the Bone monsters. Mu Qing hastily invoked a spell. The sheer number of Bone monsters plunged the beings into a fierce struggle. In that instant, another resounding toll of bells rang out. A black bell-shaped dome descended from the heavens, engulfing all the bone monsters. As the ringing ceased, tranquility was restored once more. These bone monsters are merely the lowest tier of existence in the netherworld, Mu Qing scoffed disdainfully. The cohort continued their passage across the plains of bones, arriving at a blood-hued lake. At the center of the lake stood a small island, upon which loomed a blood-colored giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Towering and fearsome, the giant clutched a massive blood blade. Observing this, the violet blood puppet immediately advanced to confront the blood-colored giant in a fierce standoff. It is the netherworm. They are vying for control of this domain, Mu Qing deduced. At that moment, the blood-colored giant seemed to detect the presence of the abyssal assembly and unleashed a cloud of toxic mist towards them. It intends to consume us. Mu Qing swiftly dodged. Allow me to handle this. Lin Mo gracefully leaped into the air, his palms channeling the sun-invoking scripture, and in an instant, darkness enveloped the land. A beam of golden light shot like an arrow into the lake, whereupon the giant let out a wretched cry, transforming into a mist of blood. The purple-blooded puppets were utterly annihilated. The surrounding demons, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of reverence. The sheer force of Lin Mo's strike was indeed awe-inspiring. After vanquishing the Crimson Giant, the team from the Abyss arrived at a tranquil plateau. Mu Qing exhaled in relief, preparing to lead the group in rest. However, at that moment, a nauseating wind and blood mist arose, as countless ghostly figures surged forth from the fog, charging towards them. Lin Mo and his companions swiftly launched a counterattack, and the clash between demonic forces and ghostly entities plunged the entire plateau into chaos. The pervasive fog caused the team to gradually lose their bearings, rendering effective collaboration impossible. Lin Mo sensed unprecedented pressure. The number of ghosts within the mist was overwhelming, and their offensive was exceedingly cunning. Amidst the turmoil, he promptly unleashed the soul cry beast, transforming it into a fierce radiance that darted between the phantoms. Scatter and protect yourselves, Mu Qing commanded, and the abyssal demons quickly dispersed, each confronting the specters around them. The purple-blooded puppets morphed into shadows of blood, swiftly navigating the plateau to engage the foes. Mu Qing's expression turned slightly grim as it became evident they had fallen into a meticulously laid trap. The haunting cries of the ghosts echoed, and the scene erupted into chaos. Follow me and break through, Lin Mo shouted. A flash of golden light illuminated the area as dozens of specters screamed, disintegrating into ash. Yet, more apparitions surged forth, and Lin Mo began to feel the strain. Damn this fog. I must break free. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as a colossal beast emerged, charging into the mist. Beneath the shroud of fog, he felt a profound chill, yet he remained undeterred. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive peak that suddenly rose, sending the surrounding ghosts flying. Transforming into a streak of azure light, he rapidly escaped the confines of the mist. The soul cry beast followed closely, its roars reverberating across the plateau. Lin Mo did not pause. Although the blood mist surged again, obscuring his path, he relied on his keen perception to seek a safe haven. The ghosts on the plateau scattered like they were fleeing from a plague in the presence of his figure. Lin Mo's expression hardened as he could no longer afford to be distracted. He unleashed a mighty punch, shaking the very heavens and earth. He soared upward, becoming a blue light that ascended into the fog. Before him lay an expanse of indistinct fog, devoid of any trace. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy as he realized that to escape this mist, he had to continue ascending. Gritting his teeth, he activated his movement technique and flew higher into the sky. Just then, a faint chorus of ghostly howls echoed from behind, seemingly in relentless pursuit. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. He was determined to leave this cursed place. The fog enveloped him, rendering his surroundings a blur. Vigilantly, Lin Mo scanned the area, noting the wilted grass and trees stretching to the horizon. He focused intently, faintly perceiving clusters of green shadows writhing within the mist. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he recognized the malevolent spirits with green hair and bare bodies. Quickly harnessing his spiritual energy, he activated his eyes to pierce through the fog. He beheld dozens of wicked apparitions stirring restlessly, seemingly stalking their prey. Lin Mo dared not take any chances. He quietly concealed his presence and deftly shifted his form sideways, evading the gaze of the malevolent spirits. At that moment, a withered hand emerged from the fog. nearly brushing against his back. Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he swiftly turned, suddenly darting past the head of the malevolent spirit. The hand grazed the edge of his garment, but failed to seize its target. The malevolent spirits lurked within the mist, their grotesque smiles flickering in and out of view. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, evading their attacks while contemplating a way to break free. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, leading him to a bold and perilous decision. Perhaps I could exploit the characteristics of the fog, guiding them in a specific direction, and then seize the opportunity to escape. Lin Mo rapidly devised a plan. He swiftly produced a phantom pearl, casting it into the mist to create a deceptive target. The malevolent spirits, drawn to the illusion, surged toward the false direction. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo navigated through the fog, hastily extricating himself from their encirclement. A few spirits, sensing the anomaly, glanced upward. Yet Lin Mo had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the depths of the mist. With a surge of wind beneath his feet, he shot upward into the sky. As the fog gradually thinned, he felt a semblance of relief and quickened his ascent, soaring several hundred zhang high. Here, the mist had become sparse, allowing Lin Mo to survey his surroundings. The fog enveloped the valley, obscuring the sun. He understood that this expanse was vast, and escaping would not be an easy feat. Just then, a chilling wind rushed from behind. Lin Mo turned cautiously, only to behold 3 malevolent spirits emerging from the fog, their eyes glowing red as they roared and lunged at him. "Even the ants dare to pry into my domain," the lead spirit bellowed, striking forth with a palm that distorted the space, blocking Lin Mo's path. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he deftly waved his fingers, sending a golden arc toward the Spirit King's forehead. The Spirit King was taken aback, retreating several steps as the golden arc barely grazed its nose. Realizing the threat, the other spirits simultaneously raised their massive claws, unleashing a sinister wind towards him. Recognizing that lingering in the air was unwise, Lin Mo swiftly descended. He stirred up several currents within the fog, attempting to shake off his pursuers. This aerial skirmish made him acutely aware that extricating himself would be far from simple. As Lin Mo cautiously traversed the mist, he soon sensed a whiff of foul wind approaching. He hurriedly summoned his true essence, radiating golden light that illuminated the surrounding space. Before him materialized a dozen towering spirits, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice. The foremost among them bore a crown of dual rings atop its head. Exuding a jade-like glow, it was the Een Armor Profound Ghost. "Devour its soul," commanded the Een Armor Profound Ghost. The spirits howled in unison and charged at Lin Mo. The Een Armor Profound Ghost moved with agility, instantly appearing before Lin Mo, clad in heavy armor, its hands sharp as blades, emanating a frigid dark energy. A slight smirk played on Lin Mo's lips, his eyes aflame with battle intent. He focused intently, his fingers dancing rapidly, invoking the devouring spirit heavenly fire. With a low shout, flames erupted within him, coalescing into 5-colored cold flames that blossomed in his palm. He thrust his hand forward, and the 5-colored cold flames surged forth like a dragon, racing toward the Een Armor Profound Ghost. Unyielding, the Een Armor Profound Ghost summoned dark energy, forming a shadowy barrier around itself. The two forces collided fiercely, flames intertwining with dark energy in a thrilling display. Lin Mo's devouring spirit heavenly fire exhibited overwhelming spiritual pressure, dispersing some of the surrounding mist, yet he still felt the disorientation was far from resolved. Only the sound of air crackling echoed, as countless red lotuses of infernal flames surged between his fingers, swiftly arranging themselves into a fiery net that ensnared all the spirits. The fire net erupted and contracted instantaneously, as the red lotuses engulfed the spirits in a tempestuous storm, causing them to wail in agony. Moments later, the fire net dissipated, leaving behind only the ashen remnants of the spirits, with the withered form of the dark spectral being drifting in midair. It rasped, "Demon, I shall surely devour your soul." And with that, it transformed into green smoke and vanished. Lin Mo took a deep breath, barely stabilizing his form. The soul-destroying celestial fire demanded immense energy, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. The surrounding mist remained dense, rendering him incapable of discerning his direction, prompting a frown and deep contemplation. While Lin Mo pondered his escape, he suddenly heard a desperate cry from the air, "Help!" His heart stirred, and he followed the sound. Soon, A steep cliff emerged from the mist, where he vaguely discerned figures moving within a cave below. To his astonishment, it was Yuan Yao and Yin Li, and he hastened to enter. Inside, he beheld the two women besieged by dozens of skeletons and several dark spectral beings, locked in a fierce struggle. The blood-red eyes of the skeletons glared menacingly, while the iron-clad dark spirits exuded a chilling ruthlessness, creating an overwhelming offensive. Although Yuan Yao and Yin Li fought valiantly, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Annihilate the heavens and obliterate the earth, Lin Mo roared, thrusting his palms forward as a beam of golden light surged forth, instantly reducing some skeletons to dust. Quickly flee. I will provide support. Lin Mo rapidly executed his movement technique, appearing beside Yuan Yao and Yin Li in an instant. He swung his sword, sending a golden arc slicing towards the spirits, simultaneously unleashing the soul-destroying celestial fire to incinerate a portion of the foes. Yuan Yao and Yin Li were taken aback and swiftly dodged. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's arrival, a glimmer of surprise flashed in their eyes. Lin Mo turned to them, saying, "Leave this place at once. I will hold them off. Embrace your demise." Lin Mo darted forward, carving out a space within the encirclement. Yuan Yao and Yin Li quickly positioned themselves back to back, ready to fight alongside him. Their coordination was seamless, and they swiftly dispatched the remaining spirits. After vanquishing the foes, the trio took a moment to recuperate. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This wave of spirits seems merely the beginning. I sense that more formidable entities lie ahead." Yuan Yao and Yin Li gasped in surprise at his words. "What do you mean?" Yin Li inquired. "From my understanding of the realm of the River of the Dead, the dark spirits and blood skeletons we just encountered were merely low-tier entities, insufficient to pose a true threat. They appear to have been sent here under orders. I suspect that more powerful spirits are orchestrating this entire affair," Lin Mo explained. Yuan Yao and Yin Li fell silent, the weight of Lin Mo's words awakening them to the realization that this could merely be the prologue to a far greater conspiracy. "Regardless, we must remain vigilant," Lin Mo stated solemnly. As the trio conversed while on guard, they were suddenly alerted by the sound of heavy footsteps emanating from the depths of the mist, accompanied by a rustling noise, as if a colossal creature was advancing. "It comes." Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically, rising abruptly to gaze into the mist. Suddenly, a massive crimson silhouette materialized within the fog, its eyes gleaming with a venomous light, its maw slightly agape, exuding a pungent odor. The blood-devouring Ghost King. Lin Mo's face paled. This was one of the rare ancient ghost kings of the River of the Dead, immensely powerful and ruthless. The blood-devouring Ghost King swayed closer, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. With a sinister laugh, it unleashed a torrent of blood, lunging towards the three. Chapter 497, Breaking Through. Lin Mo uttered a low cry, swiftly extending his fingers. A golden light intertwined with five-colored cold flames erupted forth, rapidly darting towards the blood-biting Ghost King. The five-colored cold flames transformed into five dynamic beams of light, swirling around the crimson ghostly entity, ensnaring it tightly. Under this unexpected onslaught, the blood-red apparition appeared overwhelmed. Yuan Yao and Yin Li, witnessing this scene, were left speechless. Lin Mo's power truly astonished them. The might of the five-colored cold flames surpassed their imagination. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Mo approached the blood-red specter at an accelerated pace, transforming the five-colored cold flames into a blazing fireball, which he hurled fiercely at the ghostly figure. The blood-red entity struggled to break free from its bindings, but found itself ensnared by the fireball, its mournful cries echoing throughout the underworld. With a deafening explosion, the blood-biting Ghost King let out a horrendous wail, its upper half obliterated as the golden light and cold flames pierced through, causing its remnants to plummet and splash into the stagnant waters below. Yuan Yao and Yin Li stared in awe as Lin Mo withdrew his attack, their faces painted with shock. After vanquishing the blood-biting Ghost King, Lin Mo, with a grave expression, declared that this was indeed a prime opportunity to escape, urging them to depart swiftly. Understanding the urgency, Yuan Yao and Yin Li nodded in agreement. Yet Yin Li inquired about how to locate the exit. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before turning to them, recalling their training in ghostly arts. He asked if they possessed any means to dispel the mist. Yuan Yao's eyes brightened as she replied that they indeed had such capabilities. They merely needed to find the place where the pure energy of the underworld coalesced, allowing them to eradicate the hidden marks planted by the Demon King, thus liberating themselves from its control. Overjoyed, Lin Mo responded affirmatively, and the three quickly conferred, deciding to set forth immediately before being besieged anew by the apparitions. As they advanced cautiously, Yuan Yao and Yin Li each held a black and white orb aloft, chanting incantations. The two spheres gradually merged into a colossal eye, radiating a deep black-red glow. This is a secret technique of my clan, the Demon Eye, which can dispel the mist and reveal the correct path, Yin Li explained. Lin Mo rejoiced at the revelation, sensing that their departure from the underworld was imminent. However, he understood that traversing through the thick, ghostly fog would still pose numerous challenges. Yet, with two allies by his side, Lin Mo brimmed with confidence. In their shared glances, resolute determination sparkled. They would stand shoulder to shoulder. Advancing into the depths of the mist, Lin Mo, Yuan Yao, and Yin Li rode ghostly soldiers, making arduous progress through the fog-shrouded battlefield. Lin Mo's expression remained grave as he employed his divine powers to sense their surroundings and evade the pursuit of the apparitions. Brother Mo, it seems we are once again encircled by the ghosts, Yin Li remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Lin Mo remained focused, his fingers subtly moving, and a series of crisp sounds echoed in his ears. In an instant, the area was littered with the corpses of ghostly entities, shrouded in blood mist. Fear not. I shall handle this, he assured. Yuan Yao, with admiration, remarked, Brother Mo's strength is formidable. These apparitions are no match for you. If only I possessed such divine abilities. Lin Mo smiled in response. Your yin-yang reincarnation technique is equally impressive. You will surely find a way to restore your human forms in the spirit realm. In due time, I shall lend you my utmost assistance. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he promptly summoned his powers to protect Yuan Yao and Yin Li. From the fog emerged a woman clad in a flowing white gown, surrounded by ethereal white shadows. The faces of Yin Li and Yuan Yao turned pallid. The white shadows swiftly encircled them, and Lin Mo found himself ensnared in an illusion conjured by the mist. He immediately activated his heavenly eye, piercing through the deception of the white shadows, and unleashed a radiant five-colored flame to repel them. The woman displayed a look of astonishment as the white shadows fragmented into countless forms, lunging toward the trio. Exchanging glances, Lin Mo, Yuan Yao, and Yin Li formed a protective circle, back to back. With a commanding shout, they jointly executed the yin-yang reincarnation technique, unleashing a tempest of light and shadow as they engaged in fierce combat with the white shadows. After a tumultuous struggle, Lin Mo finally broke free from the encirclement, urging Yuan Yao and Yin Li to flee swiftly through the mist. The strength of these white shadows exceeds our expectations. We must escape this haunted fog realm post-haste. Lin Mo declared gravely. Which direction should we take? The fog here is so dense that I cannot discern our path, Yin Li inquired. Yuan Yao produced two glossy, obsidian-like orbs from her bosom and exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Li. The two combined the orbs, enveloped in an eerie green flame, gradually merging into a new orb the size of a fist. Fear not, with this guiding eye, we shall surely find our way out, Yuan Yao asserted with confidence. Lin Mo gazed at the remarkable orb in awe, remarking on the endless utility of the yin-yang reincarnation technique. With you two by my side, this ghostly mist poses no challenge. The trio mounted their ghostly steeds, navigating through the haze under the orb's guidance. Lin Mo maintained a serious demeanor, ever vigilant for any specters that might emerge. Before long, the sounds of clashing weapons reached their ears. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with determination as he activated his powers and surged toward the source. There, a small battalion of ghostly warriors was locked in a fierce skirmish with a group of golden-armored spirits. Perfect, we shall eliminate them. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Mo's gaze. In a flash, he appeared at the heart of the battle, declaring, perish. With a swift motion, 5 ghostly generals fell to the ground, their necks severed by his blade. The remaining lesser spirits, filled with terror, swarmed forward. Lin Mo deftly wielded his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swiftly vanquished them. Incredible! So powerful! Yin Li exclaimed, awestruck. Retrieving his sword, Lin Mo glanced back nonchalantly, stating, this trivial skirmish is hardly worth mentioning. The truly formidable specters have yet to reveal themselves. However, for the moment, we are safe. After traversing the mist for some time, Lin Mo sensed a shift in Yuan Yao and Yin Li's spirits. What troubles you both? You have been silent throughout our journey, he inquired with concern. In the mist, Yin Li and Yuan Yao recounted their backgrounds and the cultivation of the yin-yang reincarnation technique to Lin Mo, who listened intently, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. With a sigh, Yin Li lamented, "We are merely pondering our origins, which are indeed tragic. Yuan Yao and I were once celebrated figures in the human realm, but a sudden upheaval has led us to this fate. Now, all we desire is to find a way to restore our human forms and resume a normal life. Indeed, our current spectral state is a true torment." Yuan Yao's face was etched with worry when they mentioned that their cultivation was aimed at restoring their human forms. Lin Mo softly interjected, "I have heard whispers of certain extraordinary locales within the spirit realm, which may aid you in discovering a means to regain your corporeal existence. Do not speak of surrender. Hope may lie just ahead." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo inquired, "Is it possible that the yin-yang reincarnation technique you practice could unveil a path to rebirth in the spirit realm?" This was not without merit. Our master once stated that if one could find pure yang energy to dispel the internal yin, rebirth could indeed be achieved. Yin Li's spirits lifted. "As long as there is hope, that is enough. I have some connections in the spirit realm. Perhaps I can assist you in acquiring this precious yang energy. You must remain resilient and not relinquish your hope," Lin Mo encouraged. "Thank you, Brother Mo. We will endure these trying times. As long as we can restore our human forms, it will suffice," Yuan Yao replied, filled with hope. After traversing through the depths of the mist for several hours, Lin Mo abruptly halted, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. "What is it, Brother Mo?" Yin Li inquired, puzzled. "Do you not sense something amiss?" Lin Mo frowned. Yuan Yao and Yin Li exchanged bewildered glances, both indicating they had detected no anomalies. "The ghostly aura here seems to be intensifying. I have an unsettling feeling that something is drawing near." Lin Mo's voice trailed off ominously. Suddenly, the chilling sound of a woman's laughter echoed around them, eerie and sinister. "Be cautious," Lin Mo bellowed, swiftly employing his powers to shield the two women. Emerging from the mist was a female specter clad in red, her eyes radiating a mesmerizing crimson light. The red glow enveloped Yuan Yao and Yin Li, rendering them rigid and devoid of motion. "Who are you to wield ghostly energy and bind them?" Lin Mo's eyes flared crimson as he roared. Without waiting for a response, he vanished and reappeared behind the red-clad specter, his sword aimed directly at her heart. Caught off guard, the specter emitted a piercing scream. The crimson light dissipated instantaneously, freeing Yuan Yao and Yin Li. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo struck down the red specter, swiftly leading the two women away from the perilous vicinity. This incident served as a stark reminder to Lin Mo that the malevolent entities within the ghost mist maze were more formidable than he had anticipated. He needed to remain ever vigilant to ensure the safety of Yuan Yao and Yin Li. After the red specter had been vanquished, Lin Mo maintained his guard, alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, a cascade of silver bell-like laughter resonated from the depths of the mist, causing Lin Mo's expression to shift dramatically. Another ghostly presence approaches. No sooner had he spoken than a strikingly beautiful woman in white emerged gracefully from the fog. "Who are you, that you can evade my senses? And was the red-clad specter your accomplice?" Lin Mo questioned, his tone serious. The woman in white smiled faintly, replying, "I am merely a wandering passerby, casually disposing of that vile creature, merely clearing away an obstruction. As for my identity, that is something for you to discern, young Master Mo." Before she could finish, numerous white apparitions suddenly materialized around her, swiftly encircling Lin Mo and the others. White apparitions? Lin Mo's eyes widened. These were the very terrifying spirits he had encountered before. As laughter echoed, a mysterious woman materialized, her hand releasing a dazzling white shadow that floated in the air. Yuan Yao and Yin Li found themselves enveloped by the illusion conjured by the white shadow, ensnared in a complex web of phantasmagoria from which they could not extricate themselves. Clearly, this was a formidable opponent, necessitating cautious engagement. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, unwilling to let his guard down, and remained vigilant. The formidable illusion emanating from the white shadow exerted immense pressure upon him, yet he did not falter. Rather, it ignited a fervent desire to battle within him. Lin Mo swiftly executed his black and white techniques, vibrant flames swirling as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with the enigmatic power of the white shadow. The air was suffused with an extraordinary interplay of black and white hues, their clash resembling a surreal dream. The white shadow continually fragmented, appearing with unpredictable speed in an attempt to confound Lin Mo's senses, but he navigated adeptly between the black and white. The woman in white regarded him with disdain, a pure white whip materializing in her hand. With a mere flick, the white shadow surged forth like a tidal wave. "Be careful," Lin Mo shouted, activating his all-encompassing technique. Amidst his struggle against the white shadow, he employed his exquisite agility, swiftly approaching the woman in white in hopes of besting her through speed. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the fog-laden maze, each strike laden with lethal intent. Lin Mo sensed an ominous undercurrent. This woman seemed to harbor an abundance of secrets, her power far exceeding his expectations. Just as the two reached a stalemate, Lin Mo unexpectedly recognized that the techniques employed by the woman in white mirrored those of the specters he had previously encountered within the mist. Suddenly, the white shadow unleashed a more potent illusion, projecting the figures of Yuan Yao and Yin Li, making it appear as though they were in perilous danger. Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, discerned the truth amidst the deception, simultaneously combating the white shadow while utilizing his powers to rescue the two women. The woman's prowess was remarkable, her illusions possessing a unique strength. Lin Mo silently admonished himself. The power of the white shadow far surpassed his expectations, enveloping the entire combat in an atmosphere of heightened tension. "Lin Mo, be careful," Yuan Yao urged anxiously. Although they had been rescued, the lingering effects of the white shadow's illusions left them unsettled. As Lin Mo focused on dismantling the white shadow's sinister laughter formation, he suddenly felt the space around him warp, and a white figure appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her face veiled, revealing only her expressive eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Mo inquired warily. The woman did not respond, but slowly raised her right hand, tracing a circle in midair. Behind her, a vortex manifested, distorting the surrounding scenery. Lin Mo gasped, quickly realizing that this woman possessed exceptional mastery over spatial laws. "Be careful," he called out to Yuan Yao and Yin Li, simultaneously unleashing a beam of golden light towards the woman. She deftly evaded his strike, her hands coming together before her chest, conjuring a massive black hole of space directly before Lin Mo. A chill ran through him as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He immediately concentrated his entire magical essence, executing a spatial shift to narrowly escape the edge of the black hole. The woman in white appeared to be prepared for his reaction, lightly gesturing, causing the space behind him to distort once more, another vortex emerging to draw him in. "Humph, let me show you the might of this sect's master," the woman in white sneered. Lin Mo resisted within the swirling vortex for a brief moment before finally tearing open a rift in space, struggling to emerge. He cast a grim glance at the woman in white robes and realized, to his dismay, that her strength far surpassed his expectations. A contest of spatial powers was about to unfold. Lin Mo silently focused his mind, summoning the magical energy within him, preparing for a fierce battle. Chapter 498. The woman in white robes expressed surprise as Lin Mo escaped from the spatial vortex. "Your magical prowess is impressive. Who exactly are you?" she inquired. "Do you think spatial abilities can place you above me?" Lin Mo retorted coldly. He raised his palm, golden light surging forth, and unleashed the disruption technique, which pierced through the void, aimed directly at the woman. She swiftly dodged to the left, evading this deadly strike with ease. At that moment, her eyes emitted a blinding white light, causing numerous ghostly figures to materialize in the surrounding space, rushing towards Lin Mo. "Damnable specters," Lin Mo thought with dismay. He activated the golden light sword technique once more, sending waves of sword rays to eliminate the apparitions one by one. "What are these ghostly figures?" Yin Li asked in astonishment, as the three of them quickly combined their efforts to fend off the onslaught of spirits. "Witness my 9 nether phantom shadows," the woman in white declared. The surrounding spirits converged again, transforming into ghastly faces with gaping maws, lunging at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he unleashed 2 consecutive disruption techniques to counter this wave of attacks. However, he distinctly felt his magical energy waning. The woman in white possessed far greater strength than he had anticipated. She would undoubtedly prove formidable. Since you refuse to reveal your true identity, I shall not hold back, Lin Mo said coldly. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed a surge of magical energy, coalescing it into a colossal golden sword formation that sliced through the space on either side, descending upon the woman. Her countenance paled as she hastily summoned her own magical energy to resist. The strengths of both parties were evidently evenly matched, rendering the outcome of this battle uncertain. The woman in white moved with ghostly grace through the spatial realm, while Lin Mo maintained a calm gaze upon her. Taking a deep breath, he felt his internal energy surge, golden light shimmering as the disruption technique displayed formidable power. This time, he unhesitatingly aimed the technique at the woman. The technique was unleashed, forming a beam of golden light that surged toward her. However, the woman did not evade. Instead, with a gentle flick of her finger, she created a spatial ripple that effortlessly deflected the attack. Like a nimble butterfly, she danced and avoided each strike with grace. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, feeling unprecedented pressure from her movements. In an instant, the woman vanished from her original position, making it difficult for Lin Mo to pinpoint her whereabouts. Alert! Lin Mo scanned his surroundings in search of her presence. Suddenly, she appeared behind him like a specter, gathering a formidable force of energy in her hands. Mischievous glints sparkled in her eyes, as if challenging Lin Mo's reflexes. Sensing the impending danger, he abruptly turned, raising his golden sword to block her attack forcefully. "You possess some skill, young man," the woman said, a faint smile gracing her lips, her voice laced with mockery. The immense sword formation conjured by the woman in white collided with Lin Mo's spatial technique, producing a resounding clang. Lin Mo felt a tremendous force strike his chest, causing him to stagger backward for over 10 paces. He coughed violently, a mouthful of celestial blood escaping him, his complexion paling slightly. The woman in white was also forced back several steps. She raised her hand to gently wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes revealing astonishment. "Your magical prowess is unfathomable. It seems I have underestimated you," she remarked coldly. "However, my demonic powers are equally formidable, and you shall ultimately succumb to me." With that, she grasped at the air, summoning a massive crimson vortex. Countless sinister winds spiraled forth from the vortex, encircling Lin Mo entirely. Lin Mo's expression grew grave as 2 beams of golden sword light erupted from his eyes, channeling the power within him. He raised his right hand and unleashed the 3rd form of the destruction technique. With a thunderous roar, the crimson vortex was cleaved apart by a golden sword beam, dispersing the sinister winds entirely. The woman in white's expression shifted dramatically as she gathered her magical energy once more to defend herself. "If I were powerless to resist, I would not reveal myself so easily," Lin Mo declared icily. A hint of ferocity appeared on his face as he swept his palms vigorously, unleashing 10 beams of golden light that surged toward the woman like a tempest. The woman's features reflected fear as she barely managed to fend off this wave of assault. Her form flickered, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, she reappeared in midair several paces away from Lin Mo. "In today's battle, I have gleaned much. We shall meet again another day," she said, casting a complex glance at Lin Mo before turning and carving out a spatial portal, disappearing from view. As soon as the figure of the woman in white vanished, Lin Mo gasped as a chill coursed down his spine. He hastily dodged left and right, but a snow-white arm shot through the air behind him, aiming directly for his heart. "This is merely a clone." Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. He summoned his vital energy to protect his vital points and struck fiercely toward the arm with a punch. However, his fist merely struck the illusion, inflicting no tangible harm. At that moment, 2 more arms appeared behind him, swiftly reaching for his throat. Her limbs slithered through the air like serpents, quick and agile. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The speed of her attacks made evasion nearly impossible. He was forced to adapt his strategy, skillfully dodging her relentless onslaught. Suddenly, the woman's arms mutated, allowing her to extend them freely through space. They elongated rapidly, striking toward Lin Mo like the lash of a whip. He barely managed to evade, yet a thin gash was drawn across his skin. "How intriguing. Your golden light defense seems ineffective against this technique." The woman in white laughed, her demeanor becoming increasingly sinister. Lin Mo frowned, sensing the peculiar threat emanating from her. He understood that to triumph over this adversary, he must exercise greater caution and identify her weaknesses. The woman's assault was unpredictable, compelling Lin Mo to contemplate how to dismantle this peculiar predicament. Once again, Lin Mo found himself dodging her attacks. At the same time, two beams of golden light burst forth from his eyes, fixating intensely on the direction the woman had just departed. He noticed a slight ripple in the space there, and his heart raced as he swiftly formed a seal, sending a beam of golden light into that spatial distortion. A shriek of agony from the woman in white echoed through the air as her true form emerged from the contorted space. Lin Mo stepped forward, delivering a punch to the woman's face. The woman recoiled, clutching her head, a fierce expression dawning on her face. "You cursed creature! How did you see through my spatial doppelganger technique? I shall repay you in kind." Before she could finish her words, her figure spun and vanished into a rift in space. Lin Mo gazed in the direction of her departure, a surge of vigilance rising within him. This woman in white was exceedingly formidable. He must remain alert and wary of her spatial doppelganger's ambush. The woman in white, realizing her doppelganger had been discerned by Lin Mo, felt a twinge of unease. She fixed her gaze on Lin Mo's back, her eyes glinting with cold malice, and lunged for his throat. Just as her hand was about to make contact, a burst of golden light erupted from Lin Mo's neck, the powerful aura of true energy repelling her grasp. "How is this possible? You should have been unable to withstand my assault," the woman exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. "When your doppelganger launched its sneak attack, I had already cast the golden light protective technique," Lin Mo replied coldly. "This protective energy is formidable." With that, he swiftly gestured, unleashing 10 beams of golden, sword light from his palm. The woman in white, unable to evade in time, had several strands of hair severed, and her chest was pierced by a few sword lights, drawing blood. Such a golden light protective technique. "Today, you are merely fortunate," she seethed, glaring at Lin Mo. "Our enmity is far from resolved. We shall meet again." Lin Mo responded calmly, "I will be here waiting." With fiery eyes, the woman turned and pointed behind her, tearing open a rift in space before disappearing within it. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on her departing figure, his expression grave. This confrontation had made him acutely aware of the depth of the woman's strength. That he could retreat unscathed was largely due to the pivotal role played by the golden light protective technique. Once the woman had vanished, Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. "Brother Lin, your battle with that woman in white seems evenly matched. Her identity appears to be quite extraordinary," Yuan Yao remarked. Her brow furrowed. "Her spatial abilities are evidently linked to the powers of the ghost clan," Yinli added. "Could she possibly be a half-ghost?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "She is indeed a formidable opponent. I could only manage to achieve a stalemate. We must remain vigilant. Her master may be even more powerful. Regardless of the forces behind her, as long as I am here, she shall not pose a threat to you." He glanced at the two women, determination shining in his eyes. Having spoken, Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings and noticed the mist had dissipated. He then led the two women onward, though unease lingered in his heart. He sensed that the presence of the woman in white could pose a significant risk to their retreat. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, they had to quicken their pace and exit the realm of spirits as swiftly as possible. Not far ahead, a flicker of light caught Lin Mo's attention. His heart raced as he turned to Yuan Yao and Yin Li, instructing, "Stay here for a moment. I will investigate the situation ahead. Do not act recklessly." The two women nodded, and Lin Mo swiftly advanced toward the light. He needed to ascertain whether a greater storm lay hidden in their path. As Lin Mo darted toward the light, he reached the crest of a small hill and beheld a valley where two armies stood in confrontation. At the forefront was a beautiful woman clad in white, flanked by several powerful warriors. Opposing her was a middle-aged man in green, similarly surrounded by formidable fighters. The two armies were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Lin Mo focused intently, sensing that the magical energy in the air was comparable to that of his recent battle with the woman in white robes. Clearly, the individuals before him were among the pinnacle of martial prowess within the realm. An array of questions flooded Lin Mo's mind. Who were these people, and what was their purpose in confronting one another? Among the crowd, he particularly noted a general clad in purple heavy armor, exuding an unfathomable aura of power. "We must not intervene in this conflict. It is best for us to leave," Lin Mo advised Yuan Yao and Yin Li. The three discreetly descended the hill, quietly making their way toward the valley. However, as they retreated, a commanding male voice resonated. "You there, halt." Taken aback, Lin Mo and the others turned to see the purple-armored general approaching, his gaze piercing. "You lot seem to have dubious origins. Quickly present your identification." Behind him trailed several soldiers clad in crimson armor, brandishing long halberds, forming an imposing formation. Lin Mo immediately grasped the unsettling truth. The Crimson Army was likely not human. "Friends, we are merely passing through this area," Lin Mo replied in a low voice. He discreetly extended his senses, attempting to discern their true nature. The purple-armored general scoffed. "A mere collection of insignificant fish, dreaming of uncovering my secrets." Suddenly, his eyes widened, unleashing two beams of golden light toward Lin Mo. A warning bell rang in Lin Mo's mind. He held his breath, focusing intently. Though he could not discern the full scope of the attack, he sensed an underlying treachery. With vigilance, he fixed his gaze on the general, who unleashed two golden rays aimed directly at Lin Mo's vital point. Lin Mo's expression darkened. With a swift motion of his left hand, a burst of golden light erupted, deflecting the two rays. The general furrowed his brows, seemingly taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Yuan Yao and Yen Li behind Lin Mo. "You three, what brings you here?" He scrutinized them, his eyes betraying a sense of caution. At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted, "Stand down. They are not demons." Lin Mo turned in astonishment to see a striking woman in white approaching with an air of authority. The general's expression shifted as he respectfully inclined his head toward her before turning back to Lin Mo. "I would not dare harm a hero, but you have clearly discerned my martial abilities, indicating that you have received guidance from someone of great stature. I humbly request to know your identities." A sense of alarm surged within Lin Mo. This general was likely far more complex than he appeared. He needed to tread carefully, revealing no more than necessary. The purple-armored general smiled, yet his words carried an edge. "As long as you are under the protection of the esteemed one, we bear no animosity." However, he continued, abruptly extending his hand toward Lin Mo, "Let this be a greeting." With a resounding crash, a colossal golden hammer materialized, hurtling toward Lin Mo. "Watch out!" Mu Qing bellowed, hastily forming a protective spell. Lin Mo's expression shifted as he summoned all his strength to defend himself. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted as the hammer was repelled by an even greater force, surprising the purple-armored general. "You can wield such formidable magic?" He regarded Lin Mo, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Nonetheless, since we have no past grievances, consider this strike merely a token of our first encounter." A new wave of alarm surged within Lin Mo. The seemingly casual attack from the purple-armored general concealed a profound and lethal intent. They must remain vigilant and respond with caution. On the battlefield, the silver-haired enchantress brandished her staff, channeling formidable spiritual energy to summon an army of specters. Engaging fiercely with the puppets, whispers of the wind and the clash of golden hammers intertwined in the air, creating a chaotic melee. Mu Qing swiftly intervened, showcasing her exceptional mastery of magic. Lin Mo was summoned to the front lines by Mu Qing, sensing the onslaught of the puppet's spiritual will. He quickly employed the Great Yin method to resist, demonstrating his resilience against the invasive consciousness. "Mu Qing, we must thwart the puppet's scheme, otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Lin Mo's voice resonated with calm determination as they formed a triad of strength, collectively confronting the formidable threat posed by the puppets. Chapter 499. The purple-armored general and the silver-haired enchantress were locked in a stalemate when suddenly, a series of woeful winds heralded the swift flight of countless black arrows, aimed directly at the enchantress's vital points. Her expression shifted slightly as she thrust her palms outward, summoning gusts of shadowy wind that deflected the projectiles. At that moment, a vast expanse of ominous clouds materialized in the air, accompanied by eerie laughter, as a multitude of specters surged forth to assault the enchantress once more. "Ah, you possess some skill," she scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. She unleashed a fierce howl to the heavens, summoning forth more vengeful spirits that surged like a deluge, clashing with the puppet's forces in a tumultuous battle. The clash of the two armies echoed with a resounding clangor, their momentum awe-inspiring. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest, poised to discern the truth amidst the chaos. When Mu Qing stepped forward decisively, conjuring a beam of azure light that instantaneously repelled three enormous hammers. "Small demon, halt," he commanded. Lin Mo's thoughts shifted. realizing that they had unwittingly entangled themselves with numerous elusive forces. The purple-armored general revealed the puppet's identity, declaring him a member of the Mayfly clan, who wielded dominion over the realm of the underworld. This revelation sowed seeds of doubt in the minds of both the enchantress and Mooching regarding the puppet's threat. The enchantress questioned the puppet's authenticity, suggesting that its power might not pose a significant danger to them. The puppet sneered, a sly smirk curling at the corners of his lips. You may believe my strength is insufficient to threaten you, but your naivety is staggering. I have summoned reinforcements from the Mayfly clan. They will obliterate you from existence in the outside world. The words of the purple-armored general carried an undeniable menace. Imbued with confidence, the enchantress and Mooching exchanged a fleeting glance, their suspicions deepening. The purple-armored general cast a scornful glance at Mooching and said, "We both know the outcome of this battle is already determined. You are destined for annihilation. It would be wise to surrender now, and I may spare your life." Preposterous. The enchantress retorted with fury, preparing to strike, when suddenly Lin Mo raised his voice, stating, "If the outcome is preordained, why not lend my assistance?" He advanced slowly, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of puppets. With a mere glance, many of the puppets wavered, seemingly stricken with fear. Lin Mo's expression shifted, contemplating the complexity of these spectral entities. A mere mongrel dares to be insolent before me? The purple-armored general fumed, a golden hammer abruptly materializing in his grasp. Yet, at the very moment he swung the hammer, his entire form became rigid, as if an immense force had imprisoned him. Who are you?" he stammered, fear evident in his quivering voice. Lin Mo replied coolly, "There is no need for us to engage in combat. I am merely awaiting one person." The enchantress's formidable counterattack sent ripples of upheaval across the battlefield as she unleashed her powerful spiritual energy, clashing vigorously with the puppets. The chilling winds intertwined with the sorcery of the beautiful woman, conjuring a scene both magnificent and fierce. Mooching adeptly wielded advanced spells, successfully thwarting the assault of the golden hammer shadows, showcasing his formidable prowess. The violet-armored general found himself ensnared by Lin Mo's grand divine technique, momentarily unable to break free. At that moment, the three-eyed puppet behind him spoke, urging against entanglement, for it had dispatched other puppets to ambush another group of foreign visitors. When our forces arrive, we shall obliterate them entirely. It appears you are the true commander of these puppets, Mooching stated solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of puppets. The three-eyed puppet replied with a faint smile, "Indeed. We are the Mayfly clan from the mire of the abyss. We have come seeking the entrance to the empire. Since you block our path, we shall first eliminate you." To think it is the Mayfly clan. The white-haired beauty's expression darkened, realizing their ambush was far more formidable than anticipated. "We must remain vigilant." Just as the standoff intensified, the white-haired beauty suddenly clasped her hands together, causing a black vortex to materialize above her head. "Behold as I subdue the myriad ghosts," she proclaimed. From the vortex surged a multitude of black smoke, coalescing midair into countless ghostly forms. "Go forth and grind those puppets to dust." With a wave of her hand, the creatures dispersed with the wind, charging towards the legion of puppets. The white-haired beauty's counterattack pressed the puppets, plunging them into a fierce clash on the battlefield. The chilling winds and ghostly army melded into a chaotic melee, with each collision igniting potent waves of spiritual energy. Mooching and the beauty coordinated seamlessly, recalibrating their strategy in preparation for the puppet's reinforcements. Mere magic dares to contend with us." The three-eyed puppet raised a hand to form a seal, golden light flashing as two thunderous booms echoed, dissipating the ghostly mist entirely. Mooching and the beauty exchanged glances, retreating a few steps, clearly needing to reassess their tactics against the more powerful Mayfly clan puppets. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed the battle from the sidelines, a sense of unprecedented vigilance rising within him. The violet-armored puppet and the white-haired beauty, alongside Mooching, learned that the true instigator was the three-eyed puppet, standing at the center of the battlefield. The violet-armored puppet's gaze was icy and sharp. The white-haired beauty and Mooching, facing it, felt the weight of its puppet power bearing down upon them. Suddenly, the white-haired beauty fixed her gaze upon the violet-armored puppet, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. She proposed, "Since we are all combating the ghostly soldiers, why not collaborate? Let us await assistance and together confront this three-eyed puppet." Amidst the swirling dust, The violet-armored general and the two-headed puppet stood back to back. They had just endured a brutal battle, surrounded by shattered puppet remnants and scattered debris. Victory in this conflict seemed elusive. It appears that the three-eyed puppet is indeed the true mastermind behind this invasion, the violet-armored general remarked solemnly. As the two conferred their strategies, a clear female voice rang out, "Do you require assistance?" They turned to see a white-haired woman approaching slowly, accompanied by a young man. The white-haired beauty introduced herself. "I am Yao Yu, and this is my assistant, Mu Qing. You seem to be in need of help." The two-headed puppet nodded cautiously, and Yao Yu continued, "Indeed. We too have sensed the malevolent intentions of the three-eyed puppet. Let us unite against him," suggested Mu Qing, affirming that there was no need for excessive concern, "as we shall lend you our support." The purple-armored general and the two-headed puppet exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the two factions temporarily forged an alliance to observe the unfolding conflict. The battle raged fiercely, with the combined might of the puppets facing off against the blood-armored puppets and the ghostly soldiers. The 8 great ghost kings stood resolute against their foes. Although the sheer number of puppets was overwhelming, the individual strength of the ghost soldiers was formidable, leading to a stalemate on the battlefield. Crimson flames of war engulfed the sky as the vast puppet army clashed violently with the 8 ghost kings. The leading blood-armored puppet transformed into a colossal mechanized form, its arms morphing into cannons and blades, advancing with unstoppable force. The 8 ghost kings reverted to their true forms, manifesting as powerful mythical beasts, including unicorns, 3-headed hounds, and feathered serpents. They encircled the blood-armored puppet, unleashing venom and flames in retaliation. Both sides were evenly matched, resulting in a deadlock. At that moment, the puppet army surged into the fray, though the ghost soldiers possessed greater individual strength. The puppet's ability to freely combine and reshape allowed numerous smaller units to swiftly surround the ghost kings. The transforming blood-armored puppet issued commands, and the surrounding puppets began to contort and connect, rapidly forming several massive combined puppets that engaged the ghost kings in a fierce melee. An extraordinary phenomenon suddenly erupted, releasing a potent force that reverberated through the misty sea. A brilliant white light emerged, accompanied by thunderous roars, as a radiant sun ascended, exuding overwhelming spiritual pressure. A tempest arose, obliterating the entire misty sea, leaving behind an expansive, desolate ground. Just as the blood-armored puppet and the ghost kings were locked in fierce combat, a gigantic rift in space appeared above the battlefield. From the rift poured dazzling white light, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. A white sun emerged from the fissure, emanating terrifying spiritual pressure that subdued all surrounding beings. "What is this?" exclaimed the blood-armored puppet in astonishment. The light radiating from the sun consumed the entire misty sea, and the gale swept through, creating a scene of utter chaos. When the winds finally ceased, the misty sea had vanished without a trace, leaving only a vast and enigmatic expanse. As the white light gradually dissipated, a clear sky emerged. In the wind, 4 demon kings reappeared, among them a striking 6-legged mysterious demon king. They stood proudly, exuding an imposing presence that momentarily stilled the battlefield. The 6-legged figure descended slowly from the sky, flanked by the 4 demon kings, Wolf Head, Serpent Tail, Tiger Claw, and Bear Paw, each radiating a chilling blue aura. "Haha, look what I have found," cackled the 6-legged creature, baring its sharp fangs. "Let me toy with these lowly beings." With that, the 6-legged demon king suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a golden-red spiritual breath towards the ghost king of the dark armor. The Serpent Tail and Wolf Head also launched magical assaults against the puppet army. The 6-legged demon king surveyed the battlefield with piercing eyes, radiating an air of inviolable dominance. The other demon kings unleashed their formidable powers, confronting the 8 great ghost kings with unparalleled ferocity. The scene plunged the battlefield back into a state of tension, as the monstrous beings realized that they faced not only the 3-eyed puppet, but also the oppressive threat from the demon king. With a cold smirk, the 6-legged demon declared, "The days of the 8 great ghost kings are numbered." With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying surge of demonic power and, alongside the other 3 demon kings, launched an assault on the 8 great ghost kings. Confronted with such formidable strength, the blood-armored puppets and the ghost kings found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Let these insects experience the might of the Demon King. Six-legged roared. As chaos erupted once more on the battlefield, the puppet general was stunned to see the severed heads of 4 comrades displayed before him. Overwhelmed by shock and disbelief, he could hardly accept the grim sight. Six-legged mocked them, issuing orders for the annihilation of all foes. A flicker of undeniable fear crossed the eyes of the purple-armored puppet general as he felt the weight of despair upon witnessing the severed heads of his companions. Just as the purple general and the double-headed puppet prepared to join the fray, they were startled by the sudden appearance of Six-legged and the 4 demon kings in midair. At that moment, Six-legged raised his hand, revealing 4 bloody puppet heads. "Your comrades have perished at my hands," he declared with malevolent laughter. "How can this be? They were still communicating," the purple general exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, do you puppets still not understand the Demon King's sorcery?" Dark mist flickered in Six-legged's hand as the puppet heads turned to ash. "Die!" With a snap of his fingers, the 4 demon kings launched a renewed offensive against the puppets and ghost soldiers. Six-legged's chilling laughter echoed across the battlefield. "Fleeting insect clan, your companions have become the spoils of my conquest, and so shall be your fate." His words dripped with mockery, as though he were ridiculing the entirety of the demon race. The 3-eyed puppet called upon the demons to scatter and flee. Six-legged pursued them alongside the beautiful woman and Mu Qing, while the purple blood puppet swiftly chased after the 3-eyed puppet, with other demons also fleeing in disarray. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the 3-eyed puppet shouted, "Quick, follow me." Instantly, several demon beasts broke free from the battle and followed. Mounting his steed, the 3-eyed puppet led the way, with the demon beasts transforming into black smoke in pursuit. Six-legged and his companions quickly resumed their chase, while the purple blood puppet pursued the 3-eyed puppet with astonishing speed, leaving others to flee amidst the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the battlefield was a cacophony of howling winds, battle cries, and anguished screams, as if the entire mist-laden sea had transformed into a raging beast. The white-haired woman and Mu Qing also unleashed their powers to pursue other demon beasts. Lin Mo and Yuan Yao, sensing the precariousness of their situation, withdrew temporarily to await an opportune moment. As Lin Mo and Yuan Yao observed the chaotic battlefield, other demons fled, leaving behind a tempestuous scene. Yan Li sent a message urging Lin Mo to seize the chance to escape. "Brother, we must leave here quickly," Yuan Yao urged anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo recognized that the relentless pursuit of the 3-eyed puppet by Six-legged and his cohorts provided an ideal opportunity to slip away. "Very well, let us retreat amidst the chaos," Lin Mo decided, leading the 2 women towards the valley. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman, prompted by the demon moon, also departed with Mu Qing. As the other minor demon beasts witnessed the escape of the prominent figures, they too transformed into wisps of smoke and fled, leaving the open space occupied only by the 4 great demon kings, including the 6-legged beast, who continued their pursuit. The chaos of the battle was overwhelming. Yuan Yao furrowed her brow, sensing the oppressive confusion that permeated the battlefield. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, conveying that it would be wise for them to take this opportunity to depart. The current situation was far from optimistic. They needed to seek a chance to regroup and devise a new strategy. The 2 swiftly traversed the misty sea, distancing themselves from the clamor of combat. They followed a winding path, occasionally navigating through dense forests and scaling cliffs. Lin Mo's spirit consciousness scanned the surroundings, ever vigilant for potential dangers. "Where are we headed, elder brother?" Yuan Yao inquired, trailing behind Lin Mo. "First, we need to find a safe location to conceal ourselves," Lin Mo began, but before he could finish, a piercing shriek pierced the mist, reaching the ears of the trio. As Lin Mo, Yuan Yao, and Yan Li navigated through the fog-laden forest, a colossal golden spirit golden-haired ape materialized ahead, its eyes ablaze with crimson light, exhaling fiery breath. Chapter 500, Beware. Lin Mo was poised to act when suddenly a sharp cry resonated from the heavens. The sound struck like countless fine needles, directly penetrating the consciousness of Lin Mo and his companions. The demon creatures writhed in agony, some plummeting from the sky. In that moment, Lin Mo sensed a surge of mysterious force infiltrating his consciousness, causing a violent tremor within him. This unusual fluctuation did not emanate from the ape, but rather seemed to indicate the intervention of another entity. "What is this?" Yuan Yao asked, perplexed. Glancing at Lin Mo replied gravely, An extraordinary power has intruded upon my consciousness, seemingly derived from the energy of the ape. We must exercise caution. The situation may be more intricate than it appears. Amidst the dual onslaught of the shriek and the tempest, the demon creatures struggled to maintain their composure. Lin Mo resolved to employ the great transformation technique, harnessing his mental strength to counter the piercing sound. Yuan Yao silently channeled her magical energy to support Lin Mo. This is bad. Lin Mo swiftly enacted the great transformation technique, casting protective barriers around Yuan Yao and Yin Li. Simultaneously, he conjured a mental spear to fend off the penetrating sound. At last, under the shield of his dual protection, the three managed to retain their lucidity. However, the other demon creatures had completely lost their fighting capacity. Sprawled upon the ground. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared in midair. A young man wielding a golden artifact, surrounded by a spectrum of radiance, emerged. It was Mu Qing. This is not good. There's an ambush. Mu Qing immediately discerned the deception of the giant fly's piercing cry. He gestured, sending a golden giant flower soaring into the sky. Upon landing, the flower erupted in brilliant light, mitigating the majority of the sonic assault. Simultaneously, the golden spirit golden-haired ape unleashed a spell, spewing forth a cloud of black mist that swiftly enveloped itself and Mu Qing. Within the murky depths, colorful specks of light flickered, seemingly forming a protective barrier. With this dual safeguard, both the golden spirit and Mu Qing successfully withstood the attack of the piercing sound without sustaining significant harm. Their synergy was impeccable, and their roles clearly defined. It was evident that neither was to be underestimated. This scene astonished Lin Mo, as it suggested a unique bond between them. The silver-haired enchantress, employing the ethereal winds of obscurity, deftly countered the piercing shrieks, revealing her extraordinary prowess. She expressed concern regarding the relentless pursuit of the puppet, while also mentioning the six-legged companion and the Blood Earth ally. Meanwhile, a distant white figure emerged amidst the cacophony of sharp cries, with her hands deftly weaving. 8 strands of dark, shadowy winds encircled her, rendering her form indistinct. As the winds dispersed, they remarkably mitigated a significant portion of the sonic assault, leaving the enchantress unscathed. This latest attack seemed to be linked to the six-legged creature, necessitating caution. The enchantress murmured her hopes for the situation concerning the Blood Earth ally. Recognizing the gravity of the impending troubles, her expression grave, she continued to manipulate the shadowy winds in response to the relentless shrieks emanating from the colossal fly. The mysterious giant fly, cloaked in the cover of its shrill cries, materialized in the distance, its enormous form silhouetted against the sky, wings emitting a terrifying wail. The appearance of the giant fly sent shockwaves through the onlookers, its immense bulk and crimson beams of light plunging the entire area into disarray. Just as Lin Mo was momentarily distracted by the silver-haired enchantress, a sudden buzzing sound of flapping wings resonated above him. Upon looking up, the crowd beheld a colossal, blood-red fly hastily approaching through the sky. With each beat of its wings, it unleashed a piercing, ear-splitting cry, its form expanding and shifting under the influence of the shrill sounds. What manner of beast is this? Lin Mo pondered in astonishment. At that moment, the giant fly expelled a crimson beam of light that enveloped the entire vicinity. The beam seemed to possess an extraordinary quality, intertwining and converging in the air, swiftly forming a vast red net stretching across the sky. The beams twisted and coiled like living entities, rendering evasion impossible. Furrowing his brow, Lin Mo quickly sensed the peril associated with the expansive crimson net as the battle intensified. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 figures struggling to navigate through the luminous web. One was drenched in blood red, wielding a massive axe. Indeed, it was the purple-blooded puppet previously encountered. The purple-blooded puppet, bearing a blood-robed figure, gracefully evaded the onslaught of light beams, exuding an air of composed assurance. The second figure, however, astonished Lin Mo. It was a gigantic black beetle, the very creature that had been pursuing them earlier. Under the cover of the crimson beams, the black beetle emitted an eerie aura, its imposing form standing in stark contrast to the purple-blooded puppet. The 6-legged puppet, brandishing its colossal axe, was enveloped in a shield formed by the red beams, suggesting that the forthcoming battle would be even more intense. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon the clash between the giant fly and the puppets. He could sense that the energy contained within the crimson beams possessed the power to rend the very fabric of reality, representing an exceedingly formidable weapon. The purple-blooded puppet navigated the giant fly's assault with ease, a protective shield of red beams forming around it to deflect incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the black beetle relentlessly unleashed bizarre strikes, seeking out weaknesses to break free from the constraints of the crimson net. The red beams illuminated the entire battlefield, intensifying the fierce combat between the black beetle and the purple-blooded puppet amidst the sanguine glow. The monstrous insect loomed large, akin to a soaring hill, its 6 legs cracking the ground beneath it with deep fissures. The purple-blooded puppet wielded a colossal axe, its blade of vivid crimson, emanating a pungent aura. Black, monstrous insects transformed into a swirling mass of shadow, incessantly circling around the puppet. As the puppet swung its great axe, it attempted to sever this enigmatic black mist. Yet each strike met with futility. Occasionally, slender rays of darkness shot forth from the mist, swiftly striking the puppet and leaving behind deep, blackened craters upon its form. The black insects unleashed a series of bizarre attacks, all thwarted by the red pillars of light that stood as barriers. The 6-legged puppet deftly evaded these assaults, skillfully utilizing the shield provided by the light pillars, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Meanwhile, the purple-blooded puppet navigated within the embrace of the red beams, nimbly avoiding each onslaught. Suddenly, a thick red pillar materialized behind the purple-blooded puppet, encircling it. The black insects, poised to launch another wave of attack, found their path obstructed by this unexpected barrier, forced to linger outside its confines. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated, and more red pillars emerged from nowhere, arranged in an orderly fashion, swiftly forming a columnar array around the shadowy insects. At the center stood the purple-blooded puppet, while the black insects found themselves ensnared outside the array of light pillars, unable to approach. How can this be? The power of these red pillars is overwhelmingly potent. My attacks are utterly futile. The black insect bellowed in fury, incessantly probing the barrier, yet finding no means of breach. Then, a peculiar beam of black light shot forth from its eyes, spiraling around the array of light pillars. With a deafening crash, the black light struck several pillars, shattering them instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the purple-blooded puppet raised its colossal axe to strike at the insect, only for its blade to be halted by a spectral mass of black mist. You, a mere shell, dare to defeat me? How could a mere shadow of an insect stand in my way? The black insect laughed, a foul stench permeating the air, as if heralding a dreadful conclusion looming on the horizon. With a piercing scream, the purple-blooded puppet collapsed to the ground, the axe slipping from its grasp. The black insect continued its relentless assault on the puppet's battered form, dark purple blood pooling upon the earth. At that moment, the wings of the shadowy insect abruptly ceased their trembling, the shrill cries in the air falling silent. Red pillars of light began to detach from the insect, plummeting to the ground like shattered glass. Ultimately, the red pillars encircling the insect crumbled entirely, dissipating into specks of starlight. The black insect ceased its attacks on the fallen puppet and instead gazed upwards at the shadowy figure. The red glow enveloping the figure gradually dimmed, a plume of black smoke billowing forth, leading to a reduction in its size. How could this be? The black insect seemed taken aback. In that moment of distraction, the shell of the shadowy figure erupted with a thunderous crack, scattering debris across the ground. From the shattered exterior emerged a towering figure cloaked in black robes. You. The black insect gasped in shock. 6 legs? How could you be here? It was revealed that the shadowy figure had indeed been the formidable 6 legs of the rumored Mayfly clan. An eerie black radiance emanated from him, the very essence that had once encased him within that shell. I have long resided in the depths of this region. Upon discovering the entrance to the sacred land, I ventured forth. 6 legs spoke calmly. As for your claim of sending puppets, it is a complete misunderstanding. I had no prior knowledge. How could this be? The black insect retorted vehemently. The purple-blooded puppets that previously pursued us were clearly your doing. How long do you intend to defend yourself? The 6-legged creature shook its head and began to explain. I surmise those puppets were summoned by the pursuers of the 6-legged puppets through some arcane technique, and not by my hand. Upon seeing the 6-legged figure, the black insect turned and fled, while the 6-legged being made no attempt to chase after it. On the ground, the purple-blooded puppets had dissolved into a pool of blood, seeping into the earth. The dark aura surrounding the six-legged creature gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into a humanoid figure. The figure approached Lin Mo and his companions, emerging step by step from the shadows into the light of day. The six-legged being walked slowly to stand before Lin Mo and his allies, its expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The Blood Earth ally stepped forward hesitantly and inquired, "Six-legged, what on earth is going on? Are those purple-blooded puppets truly unrelated to you?" The six-legged creature nodded, affirming, "I can reiterate to all present that the appearance of those puppets has nothing to do with me. I stumbled upon an entrance leading to the sacred land while exploring the depths of the abyss, driven by curiosity and the desire for treasure. As for the puppets, I suspect that other forces are orchestrating some scheme." The Blood Earth ally exchanged glances with a middle-aged man among the blood robe individuals, who spoke up. "I believe Six-Legged is not deceiving us. His entry into this realm may merely be a matter of chance. We should not hastily cast blame on an exemplary descendant of our clan." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment," the man added. "The demeanor and discourse of Six-Legged do not suggest deceit. I do not perceive him as a liar." Lin Mo and Mu Qing exchanged skeptical looks, both questioning the veracity of Six-Legged's words. The beautiful woman softly questioned, "How can you so readily trust his words? There must be something amiss." "Six-Legged, how did you come upon the entrance to the sacred land?" she inquired, her brow furrowed, still harboring doubts about this member of the Mayfly clan. "This matter involves certain aspects I cannot elucidate," Six-Legged replied with unwavering conviction, glancing at each person present, seemingly seeking their acknowledgement. "I comprehend your concerns," the Blood Earth ally continued, attempting to persuade the beautiful woman, "but I believe Six-Legged would not harm us without cause. In contrast, if we descend into infighting, we may unwittingly fall into the traps of others." Lin Mo frowned in contemplation. Indeed, many mysteries lingered. Yet the Blood Earth ally's analysis triggered a notion in him. There could be a schemer stirring the waters, sowing chaos. Even if Six-Legged's explanation is genuine, I still struggle to comprehend, the beautiful woman finally admitted, unable to suppress her curiosity. The Mayfly clan possesses formidable strength, especially the golden Mayfly level experts. Why not intervene against the invaders? Six-Legged raised its head, its expression somewhat intricate. Indeed, a golden Mayfly level expert could swiftly resolve the situation. Yet it entails substantial expenditure of vital energy. The clan leader would not readily grant approval unless in life or death circumstances. Moreover, he elaborated, while there are invaders in the forbidden area, we are still far from the true Mayfly sacred land. The clan leader would not overreact, prioritizing the safety of our kin. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo scrutinized Six-Legged, seemingly appraising its credibility. The Blood Earth ally nodded. Six-Legged's explanation holds merit. We ought not to underestimate the wisdom of the Mayfly clan. In contrast, the opportunity to explore the forbidden land and obtain divine milk is far more rare. Indeed, the six-legged pathway is fraught with challenges. The gates of the sacred land require months to open, and we must seize this rare opportunity. I suggest we proceed onward and strive to acquire more divine milk before our return. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. We shall continue with our original plan, dedicating ourselves to the pursuit of divine milk. Let us hope we do not encounter ambushes like before. The six-legged one expressed his support, albeit with a burgeoning wariness towards Lin Mo and the companions. With a hint of regret in his gaze, the six-legged one addressed the group. I apologize for the previous ambush that placed you in danger. It was unforeseen. However, we must press on and take advantage of this time to seek the milk of the Nether River. He emphasized that the gates to the sacred land would take months to open, during which they would have ample opportunity to search for the divine milk before their return. Filled with a yearning for the unknown, his words hinted at a special anticipation for the divine milk. After deliberation, Lin Mo and his companions resolved to adhere to their original plan, striving to acquire as much Nether River divine milk as possible before their return. The six-legged one concurred, reiterating that the gates to the sacred land would only open after months, granting them sufficient time to explore the forbidden grounds. We are still quite distant from the true Mayfly sacred land, the six-legged one remarked. We can utilize this time to fervently search for divine milk. In chapter 501, Mu Qing chimed in. Indeed, we faced an ambush previously, but I believe our journey ahead will be considerably smoother. We possess the strength to confront potential dangers. Lin Mo glanced at the six-legged one, a flicker of doubt crossing his deep-set eyes, yet he nodded. Let us depart now and strive to gather as much divine milk as possible before the gates of the sacred land open. I am pleased we have reached a consensus. The six-legged one smiled faintly, yet remained vigilant against Lin Mo and his companions, fearing the exposure of his true identity. In this perilous forbidden land, both parties were cautiously testing each other, wary of any misstep. They could only cooperate temporarily, remaining on guard until their respective objectives were fulfilled. Before setting forth, the six-legged one surveyed the surroundings and inquired, I would like to know how many soldiers and puppets each of you currently commands. This is crucial for our subsequent journey. Lin Mo exchanged glances with Mu Qing, and the former replied, Our current strength is ample. We do not require your additional support. I possess 25 soldiers and some puppets as reserves. The blood of the earth Taoist responded, revealing a substantial reserve. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qing added, I have 18 soldiers and around 10 puppets. That should suffice for some time. The beautiful woman nodded in agreement, stating, I have 20 soldiers and 12 puppets, which gives me some assurance. Is that so? The six-legged one narrowed his eyes. But I suspect you have suffered considerable losses recently. If your strength is insufficient, the journey will become increasingly arduous. I can provide some assistance. No need, Mu Qing replied coolly. We are confident in our ability to handle the various dangers ahead. You need not concern yourself. The six-legged one fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding, as you wish. Let us depart now. Thus, Lin Mo led the group deeper into the forbidden land, remaining cautious and vigilant against any potential betrayal by the six-legged one. In the depths of the enigmatic realm of the River of Oblivion, a cave lay concealed in shadowy recesses. The blood-armored puppet, burdened with anxiety, hurriedly led a cadre of high-ranking specters to the cave's entrance, all the while being secretly observed by a six-legged creature, biding its time to acquire the divine nectar before making its exit. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, rendering this journey destined for turbulence. Within the cave's depths resided an elder named Jiang, a messenger of the Mayfly clan. At the entrance, the blood-armored puppet restlessly awaited. Hearing the urgent summons, Jiang emerged from the darkness, moving with deliberate calm. Moments later, the blood-armored puppet, accompanied by a throng of high-ranking specters, knelt in reverence before an elderly man draped in a cloak, his hair as white as snow. Respectfully, the blood-armored puppet conveyed the dire situation at hand, beseeching Jiang for assistance. Jiang, with his eyes lightly closed, fell into contemplation. Esteemed messenger Jiang, we face an unprecedented crisis. Formidable foes are encroaching upon the sacred domain of the Mayfly clan. We implore you to intervene and alleviate our plight, the blood-armored puppet articulated with utmost respect. Jiang coldly regarded the specters before him, letting out a dismissive snort. Did we not have an agreement? I shall not offer my aid unless in a moment of true urgency. But we find ourselves in an extreme peril, the blood-armored puppet implored. If we do not eliminate these intruders, the consequences will be dire. Only with your divine weapon can we transform this calamity into safety. Jiang furrowed his brow. Understanding the gravity of the current predicament, complacency was not an option. Very well, I may consider extending my aid. After a brief pause, Jiang nodded, albeit with a caveat. However, you must present some rare treasures in exchange for my divine weapon. The blood-armored puppet's expression brightened at this prospect, promptly instructing his subordinates to present an exquisite jade box, which was offered with great reverence. As the box opened, a rich floral fragrance wafted forth, revealing a crystalline pink gem nestled within. This is the fabled essence of the sunflower, the blood-armored puppet elaborated, forged from 10 millennia of hidden sunflowers. It takes hundreds of thousands of ordinary sunflowers to yield but a single gem, brimming with immeasurable spiritual energy, capable of aiding you in the refinement of unparalleled divine weapons. Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that such a rare treasure would be presented by the specters before him. A temptation even he found difficult to resist. Well then, since you have offered the essence, I shall not hold back. Jiang chuckled, withdrawing from his sleeve a sword shimmering with an extraordinary glow. This is the 5-dragon blade. Take it. It can shatter all obstacles. The blood-armored puppet, overwhelmed with joy, accepted the legendary weapon, struggling to believe he had obtained such a formidable artifact. Cautiously, he caressed the 5-dragon blade, his expression betraying uncertainty. This blade appears unremarkable, he ventured to ask. Jiang laughed heartily. Its true uniqueness requires my activation. Watch closely. With that, he lightly tapped the blade's edge. Standing beside him, Elder Jiang maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze fixed upon the five-dragon blade. Following Jiang's gestures, the blade began to emanate a powerful wave of energy, as if the very air around them had solidified. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted from the blade, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that engulfed the cave. Before their eyes, the ethereal forms of 5 colossal dragons emerged from the guillotine, roaring as they spiraled in the air. Each apparition was several dozen zhang in size, exuding an icy aura. This was the divine weapon, the 5-dragon guillotine, which I forged after extracting the gallbladder essence from the 5 formidable evil dragons. Its power is formidable enough to instill fear in any adversary. This weapon, the 5-dragon guillotine, had previously slain 5 such evil dragons and stands as my proud creation from years past. Though Jiang spoke with an even tone, a flicker of undeniable brilliance shone in his eyes. In his grasp, the 5-dragon guillotine was not merely a potent weapon, but a testament to a history of battles fought. The blood-armored puppet grasped the value of the 5-dragon guillotine, yet its overwhelming might left him unable to fully wield it at that moment. As he listened intently, the 5-dragon apparitions on the guillotine gradually coalesced into a tangible form, as if 5 mighty dragons were circling around the blade. He savored this surge of power, feeling the unique essence embedded within the weapon. Jiang's words deepened his understanding of this treasured artifact and ignited new anticipation for the impending battle. Jiang slowly retracted the 5-dragon guillotine, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the blood-armored puppet. This guillotine is not only part of our exchange, but also a shared responsibility. After vanquishing the intruders, I hope you will uphold your promise and return the 5-dragon guillotine to me. Jiang asserted that should he take up arms personally, this weapon would enable him to reclaim the top position on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits ranking. Upon learning of the guillotine's formidable lineage, the blood-armored puppet could no longer contain his excitement and respectfully knelt before Jiang, expressing gratitude for bestowing upon them such a powerful divine weapon. We shall undoubtedly eradicate all intruders and will not betray your trust. Jiang nodded in satisfaction, cautioning them not to underestimate the situation. My 5-dragon guillotine is an unparalleled divine weapon, and it must be returned in pristine condition once the task is complete. Naturally, the blood-armored puppet responded with utmost reverence, affirming their commitment to return the guillotine intact after the annihilation of the intruders. After this negotiation, the blood-armored puppet was poised to propose the next course of action when a cacophony of footsteps and clashing weapons suddenly echoed from the distant tunnel, indicating a large enemy force was approaching. The blood-armored puppet and Jiang exchanged a glance, recognizing the fierce, killing intent reflected in each other's eyes. A storm of bloodshed was imminent. The sounds of footsteps and weapon clashes grew ever closer, and the blood-armored puppet's expression darkened as he unsheathed the 5-dragon guillotine, his crimson eyes radiating a chilling malice. The intruders had arrived, seemingly relentless in their pursuit. Coldly, he declared, "Now that I wield the 5-dragon guillotine, let us see if they possess the audacity to come forth and meet their demise." "They are here," Jiang remarked calmly, a resolute glint in his eyes. The blood-armored puppet waved his hand, and the 5-dragon guillotine shimmered with a frosty gleam, akin to a blade of piercing frost. Jiang donned his cloak and rose slowly to his feet. A cacophony of battle cries erupted at the tunnel's entrance as a wave of swift black-armored ghost soldiers and vibrant puppets surged into the cave, led by a striking silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman, commanding the black-armored ghost soldiers and puppet army, swiftly encircled the cave's entrance with an imposing presence. "It was you who concealed yourself here." The beautiful woman surveyed the group of specters with a cold smile, her gaze ultimately resting upon Jiang and the blood-armored puppet, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. The woman's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as she raised her staff, emitting a low growl. "Jiang, are you truly willing to fight for this land of the abyss? Do you not fear the price you must pay?" Jiang, with unwavering determination in his gaze, replied, "All that I do is for the peace of the Nether River realm. Regardless of the cost, I am willing to bear it." His voice resonated throughout the cave entrance, akin to a declaration. "Humph, you dare to pursue us here?" The blood-armored puppet bellowed, swiftly bringing down the 5-dragon blade towards the beautiful woman. She immediately retreated several meters, evading this lethal strike. "Take this." Jiang formed hand seals, and several streams of azure light erupted from within him. The turbulent air instantly sending some of the ghostly soldiers flying. He then conjured a long spear of profound radiance, thrusting it towards the woman. The blood-armored puppet did not show any weakness either, gracefully wielding the 5-dragon blade in an elegant arc. Intruders, your incursion must be brought to an end. In today's battle, we shall defend the tranquility of this land. The clash of battle loomed imminent, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. A cold smile flickered across the white-haired woman's face as she waved her staff, commanding the black-armored ghost soldiers and puppet army to charge towards the cave entrance. This was a life-and-death struggle, a contest for the ownership of the Nether River realm. Jiang and the blood-armored puppet coordinated seamlessly as the 5-dragon blade danced. Flashes of light slashed towards the black-armored ghost soldiers. Jiang employed the unique techniques of the Mayfly clan to neutralize the opponent's assaults, forming a silent understanding with the blood-armored puppet. The intensity of the confrontation between the powerful escalated, each clash sending waves of energy rippling through the air. "Old Jiang, be careful." The blood-armored puppet caught sight of a puppet charging towards Jiang and quickly positioned itself in front of him. The 5-dragon blades slicing through the air to repel the puppet. Both sides surged forward like an unstoppable force, and as Jiang and the blood-armored puppet joined forces against the woman, a thrilling chase battle officially commenced. Within the cave, chaotic currents surged, and the atmosphere was rife with danger. This pursuit seemed just to have begun, with an even greater storm brewing behind. Deep within the cave, the blood-armored puppet received teachings from an ancient voice. The voice handed him a yellowed parchment. Upon it were inscribed countless peculiar runes, the very incantations for controlling the 5-dragon blade. This was an ancient and enigmatic technique, granting him mastery over its secrets. The 5-dragon blade emanated a faint blue glow in his hands, resembling a slumbering divine dragon. Blood-armored puppet, now that you have mastered the 5-dragon blade, you must fight with all your might, the ancient voice advised, carrying a hint of gentle persuasion. This incantation requires a guiding spirit, sacrificing one's essence as the price. The ancient voice rasped, "Are you willing to exchange your spirit for the power of the 5-dragon blade? At this moment, you must relinquish your spirit, relying solely on the strength of the 5-dragon blade to confront the intruders." The blood-armored puppet responded without hesitation. "I am willing to risk everything for the protection of my clan's interests." The ancient voice cracked a smile, an aged hand gesturing above his head, a blood-red light descending into the puppet's crown. The blood-armored puppet felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and then he grasped the incantation for the 5-dragon blade. He relinquished control over his divine consciousness, placing all his faith in the 5-dragon blade held firmly in his grasp. This decision signified that he would lose mastery over himself in battle, relying solely on the power of the 5-dragon blade. The blood-armor puppet, in reverence, expressed gratitude to the ancient voice, then swiftly departed, prepared to confront foreign adversaries with the strength of the blade. "A formidable enemy approaches. We require your strength," the ancient voice encouraged. "Remember, your fate is intricately entwined with this land. Sacrificing everything to protect it is indeed worthwhile." The blood-armor puppet remained silent, the 5-dragon blade shimmering with unwavering brilliance in his hand. He resolved to immerse himself in this contest of power, to uphold the glory of the Mayfly clan and ensure the tranquility of the Nether River lands, ready to meet the challenges posed by outsiders with the 5-dragon blade. The group traversed the territory of the Mayfly clan, passing through a desolate region known as the Withered Wood Forest. The trees stood bare and lifeless, and the ground was strewn with numerous bones, some even forming complete animal skeletons. Lin Mo scrutinized these skeletons and noticed that they were slowly crawling. Just then, a massive beast bone passed by, and Mu Qing smashed it into fragments with a powerful punch. However, after a while, the shattered bones astonishingly reassembled themselves, reverting to their original form. "What is happening?" These bones possessed the ability to self-repair. Lin Mo marveled at the beast bone that had crawled away. "We refer to this place as the Withered Wood Forest," Liuzu explained. "Legend has it that the bodies of the undying are interred here. Thus, these remains inherently possess regenerative qualities, making them difficult to destroy." Chapter 502. Lin Mo pondered reflectively. This eerie and uncanny Withered Wood Forest heightened his curiosity and wariness towards the forbidden grounds of the Mayfly clan. After enduring numerous challenges, The group finally arrived at the foot of the fabled Bone Mountains. From a distance, the peaks were shrouded in a swirling mass of black mist, revealing skeletal remains scattered across the mountainside. The nether river divine milk we seek lies atop these Bone Mountains, Liuzu elucidated. This mountain is heavily fortified with numerous restrictions, making the acquisition of the divine milk no simple feat. There are formidable restrictions within these mountains. We must proceed with caution, the ancient voice cautioned. Lin Mo sensed a profound aura of mystery permeating the mountains, as if they concealed deeply buried secrets. Throughout the journey, Liuzu and the others remained reticent about the purpose of the nether river divine milk, leading the group forward with an air of enigma. Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. The significance of the divine milk had never been disclosed, and he could sense the powerful energy of the various restriction arrays laid upon the mountain. The divine milk is of utmost importance to us. Once obtained, you shall naturally understand its remarkable utility, the blood-robed man replied with a smile, addressing Lin Mo's curiosity. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing that a secret he was unaware of lay hidden beneath the surface. The Mayfly clan's fervent desire for the divine milk only deepened his suspicion. As he approached the Bone Mountains, a subtle unease emerged within him, just as the group prepared to ascend the mountain in search of the divine milk. Lin Mo suddenly noticed the blood-robed man and Liuzu conversing in hushed tones nearby, seemingly discussing some clandestine scheme. He stealthily drew closer. Catching fragments of the words control Lin Mo suddenly, the six-legged creature summoned two men clad in blood-red robes, engaging in a mysterious conversation with them. With a mere wave of his hand, the two men swiftly approached to subdue Lin Mo. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart. He instinctively felt a grave premonition. Just as he contemplated retreating, the blood-robed guards of the six-legged creature intercepted him. Before Lin Mo could react, he found himself forcefully pinned to the ground by the blood-robed individuals, utterly immobilized. "What are you doing?" he bellowed in fury, only to discover he possessed no strength whatsoever. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth, and the black orb on his forehead emitted a strange luminescence. Lin Mo felt his body gradually slipping from his control, the surroundings becoming increasingly indistinct. He realized he was under the influence of the black orb, rendering him incapable of free movement, which instilled a profound sense of helplessness and anxiety within him. What was happening? A wave of distress flooded Lin Mo's mind as he struggled desperately. Yet the strength of the black orb intensified, binding him firmly in place, unable to budge. When he opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by a piercing headache. In terror, he discovered that his limbs had become as immobile as those of a puppet. At that moment, he witnessed the six-legged creature casting an eerie spell to embed a dark orb into his own forehead. "Ah, you are finally awake. The control of the black orb is quite commendable," the six-legged creature chuckled, disdain evident in his tone. It dawned on Lin Mo that he had become a mere puppet in their hands. The six-legged creature approached slowly, his eyes glinting with malice. "We do not wish to treat you this way, but it will take a considerable time to leave the sacred grounds of the Mayfly clan. We cannot allow you to roam freely any longer." He raised his hand, unleashing beams of black light, one of which shot directly between Lin Mo's brows. "No!" Lin Mo screamed in agony, feeling a sharp pain pierce his mind, followed by a retreat of all strength, rendering his limbs and body unresponsive. He finally comprehended that he had fallen victim to the control spell of the six-legged creature, completely stripped of his freedom. "Let me go?" He continued to struggle, though his voice grew increasingly weak and powerless. Ultimately, his body became utterly rigid, akin to a lifeless puppet, unable to move even a fraction. Lin Mo was engulfed by a profound dizziness, as if the entire world was spinning around him. His body felt heavy, as if an invisible force had ensnared him. The strange light emitted by the black orb flickered between his brows, and at that moment, he had entirely lost his freedom. "Lin Mo, everything about you is under my control," echoed the voice of the six-legged creature in his mind, laced with mockery and triumph. "You are now my puppet. Any resistance is futile." Lin Mo struggled fervently, yet discovered his body remained immobile, his consciousness bound by the black orb, leaving him devoid of control over himself. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented sense of helplessness and terror. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao and Yin Li were also facing peril. Two blood-robed individuals suddenly appeared, chanting incantations and casting a blood-tinged talisman upon them. "What have you done?" Yuan Yao protested. To her horror, she realized that her body was no longer obedient, akin to a mere puppet. Though her mind remained clear, she was powerless to command her own body, becoming yet another marionette in the grasp of the six-legged creature. Fear not. This is merely a temporary spell to control your movements, the blood-robed individuals chuckled. Your thoughts and consciousness are still intact. It is merely your bodies that we command. Yuan Yao and Yin Li struggled in vain, unable to muster even the slightest strength. Their bodies were wholly under the dominion of the blood-robed man, rendering them mere living corpses. You are on a path to ruin. It would be wise not to entertain thoughts of rebellion, the blood-robed man stated coldly. Yin Li, can you hear me? Yuan Yao attempted to communicate with Yin Li, but the latter merely stared blankly ahead, offering no response. Though their controlled bodies moved with agility, they had lost their autonomous consciousness, becoming puppets of the blood-robed man. With a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, the blood-robed man gazed at the ensnared Yuan Yao and Yin Li. If you wish to break the curse, you must obey my commands. Otherwise, you will remain in this state indefinitely. With that, he abruptly waved two pieces of blood-red light, vanishing with Yuan Yao and Yin Li into the depths of the mountains. A profound silence followed, and the blood-robed man's words echoed ominously in the air, heralding an impending crisis. Yuan Yao and Yin Li could only watch helplessly as they were taken away, while Lin Mo too fell under the grip of control, utterly incapacitated. In that moment, calamity loomed, and the fate of their lives hung in the balance. Two blood-robed men escorted Yuan Yao and Yin Li to a secluded valley. They struggled desperately, yet could not break free from the binding talismans. What do you want? Release us, Yuan Yao demanded angrily. Fear not. We shall not harm you for now, the blood-robed man replied leisurely. As long as you behave, we guarantee your safe departure. But our father, Yin Li inquired anxiously. Humph. Your father has already fallen under the control of Lord Six-Limbed and cannot even protect himself, the blood-robed man sneered. So, do not provoke my wrath, lest I remove the binding talisman. Yuan Yao and Yin Li exchanged anxious glances, fully aware that the blood-robed man's threats were no jest. They had no choice but to comply with his demands, hoping that Lin Mo and the others would come to their rescue soon. Meanwhile, Six-Limbed was employing sinister incantations, seeking to further dominate Lin Mo. He held a black orb in his hand, etched with intricate totems. Lin Mo, your body is destined to become my puppet, Six-Limbed cackled. This black orb was crafted from the eye of a golden-eyed demon beast I slaughtered. It is a soul-capturing artifact. Now, I shall embed it into your forehead, ensuring your eternal subservience to me. A peculiar incantation formed in Six-Limbed's hands, and the orb's glow became increasingly eerie, resembling a dark star. He prepared to press the orb into Lin Mo's brow, intending to make him an instrument of control. As the incantation was chanted, the black orb slowly soared towards Lin Mo. With a sharp sound, the orb transformed into a stream of light, penetrating Lin Mo's forehead. He felt a surge of excruciating pain, his consciousness beginning to blur, and the power within him dissipating rapidly. No, he roared with the last vestige of his strength, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness, becoming a mere pawn. Lin Mo sensed an overwhelming and frigid force approaching. The black orb descended upon him, merging instantaneously with his brow. A bone-chilling cold coursed through him, as he lost control of his body once more. He had become part of Six-Limbed's soul-capturing artifact, his spirit confined within that dark orb. In the cavern, the blood-robed man exchanged glances with Six-Limbed, both breaking into chilling laughter. They successfully subdued Lin Mo, and the next step was to patiently await the opportune moment. Observing the restrained Lin Mo, the six-eyed creature's gaze flickered with a hint of ruthlessness. It fixed its eyes upon the black orb resting on Lin Mo's forehead and stated in a deep tone, "Excellent. This soul capture orb has granted me perfect control over him. In the presence of the divine milk, we must ensure absolute certainty." The silver-haired beauty expressed her concern, saying, "Utilizing such a method, I doubt Lin Mo will willingly cooperate." Haha, what does it matter? The six-eyed creature laughed heartily. He is now our puppet and must obey our commands. But this external control may not last long. Mu Qing voiced his apprehension. The creature sneered coldly. Fear not. This time we possess a means to ensure Lin Mo becomes our eternal servant, incapable of rising again. Its six eyes simultaneously emitted a red glow, targeting Lin Mo's form. Lin Mo felt a dizzying sensation, as if the world were spinning, and before him appeared a gaping maw, incessantly consuming his flesh and essence. I shall refine him into a soul-capture treasure, transforming him into my spy and servant, forever bound to me. The six-eyed creature cackled. As Lin Mo sensed his consciousness gradually fading away. Witnessing Lin Mo's impending demise at the hands of the six-eyed creature, the silver-haired beauty and Mu Qing's expressions changed drastically. Stop! Mu Qing bellowed. If anything happens to Lin Mo, our plans will be in ruins. The six-eyed creature clicked its tongue and retracted its spell, coldly remarking, of course. I won't let him perish so easily. I still require him to divert the attention of the underworld thunder beast. Mu Qing sighed in relief and immediately reached out to Lin Mo. You must trust us. All of this is to seize the treasures within the demon tomb. We would never truly harm you. Lin Mo remained expressionless, having lost his autonomy. Mu Qing sighed in vain, after expending so much effort to control him. We have ultimately only arrived at this point. How can the divine milk and treasures within the demon tomb be easily attained? A glimmer of insight flashed in the six-eyed creature's eyes. You remind me. We should first acquire the divine milk before we can harness the power to unlock the demon tomb's grand formation and seize the supreme treasures. It elaborated on the origins and potency of the divine milk, which could elevate cultivators to the ranks of immortals and grant them enlightenment into the realm of spiritual communication. With the blessing of the divine milk, our ascension to Tao fruit is but a matter of time, the six-eyed creature proclaimed with excitement. For this, we must dismantle numerous prohibitions and first divert the underworld thunder beast. Its venomous gaze swept over the crowd as it gravely stated. The primary purpose of our arrival here is to seize the divine milk. Do you comprehend the terrifying nature of the divine milk? The silver-haired beauty furrowed her brow slightly and replied, the divine milk can instantly elevate a person to immortality. The demon race has long yearned for it, and I am well aware of its formidable power. Not merely an instant ascension to immortality, the six-eyed creature scoffed. The divine milk also amplifies the essence of heaven and earth, unlocking the spiritual body. Whoever obtains it will dominate the spiritual energy of this region. Even we must endlessly draw from its grace. All the demons gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. To unlock the spiritual body, we must endure countless trials and cultivate for millennia. How could the divine milk possess such astonishing effects? The silver-haired beauty found it hard to believe. Precisely because it is so powerful, the underworld specifically dispatched the underworld thunder beast to guard this place. With strict prohibitions in place, the six-eyed creature's eyes glinted with malice. Mu Qing, filled with concern, remarked, it seems the divine milk is not to be underestimated. We must proceed with utmost caution. Can Lin Mo distract the thunder beast of the underworld? Haha, with my presence, he will undoubtedly obey without hesitation. The six-legged creature laughed heartily, proclaiming that once the divine milk is unleashed, we shall attain immortality. The crowd was profoundly awed by the potency of the divine milk, their eyes gleaming with desire. Under the allure of this divine nectar, discussions ensued regarding how to dismantle the restrictions and lure away the thunder beast of the underworld. We must first dismantle the outer layers of the restrictions, after which Lin Mo will draw the thunder beast away, proposed the six-legged creature in a grave tone. Overcoming the restrictions is a trivial matter. The primary concern lies in diverting the thunder beast, spoke the silver-haired matron with concern. Mu Qing interjected, proclaiming, I have a method. I shall set up an intricate array of foliage, transforming into a multitude of trees that will obscure our presence, leaving the thunder beast with no hiding place. As long as Lin Mo utilizes my would-escape technique within it, he will certainly draw it away. One fears your grand array may not endure for long. Scoffed the six-legged creature. Half a stick of incense should be more than sufficient, Mu Qing replied confidently. The six-legged creature nodded in agreement, instructing his subordinates to adorn Lin Mo with a cloak of gilded feathers, ancient eagle plumes that would aid him in flight. We shall also imbue him with additional protective spells, allowing him to swiftly escape after luring the thunder beast away. Reluctantly, the silver-haired matron retrieved a Qian Kuan banner from her bosom, stating, This Qian Kuan banner is a treasured heirloom of my family, capable of automatic defense. Let it temporarily assist Lin Mo. After a moment of contemplation, the six-legged creature decided to bestow upon Lin Mo a flying artifact, enhancing it with runes and supplementing it with the Qian Kuan banner. The silver-haired matron gazed at Lin Mo with a mixture of concern and urgency. Lin Mo, You must exercise caution. The Qian Kuan banner is a gem of my lineage. It must not be lost. Lin Mo smiled faintly, accepting the Qian Kuan banner and sensing the unique power it harbored. The robed figures affixed runes upon Lin Mo, rendering him akin to a marionette under control. The entire plan gradually unfolded, and the group readied themselves for the imminent task of diverting the thunder beast of the underworld. The silver-haired matron clutched the Qian Kuan banner tightly, her eyes reflecting her reluctance. Chapter 503. This Qian Kuan banner is a life-saving artifact I have carried for a millennium. Parting with it now is truly difficult, she sighed. The six-legged creature, losing patience, asserted, with our protective forces here, Lin Mo shall swiftly return after drawing away the thunder beast. How could a mere underworld beast harm him? That is too perilous, the silver-haired matron retorted with indignation. The Qian Kuan banner was bestowed by my ancestors. It must not suffer any loss. Rest assured. The six-legged creature solemnly vowed, I swear on my millennia of foundational cultivation that I will safeguard both Lin Mo and the Qian Kuan banner, and there will be no possibility of failure. Reassured at last, the silver-haired matron entrusted the Qian Kuan banner to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, remember, the Qian Kuan banner can automatically protect your life. After you draw away the thunder beast, it will aid your escape, she cautioned. Lin Mo, his expression devoid of emotion, had lost consciousness, merely nodding mechanically. Following the plan, Lin Mo was imbued with several layers of protective spells by the six-legged creature and others, adorned with the feathered cloak, and prepared to lure the thunder beast of the underworld. The silver-haired matron's Qian Kuan banner was held in Lin Mo's hand, as if by instinct. At that moment, two robed figures approached Lin Mo, practicing their rune-throwing stances to enhance his defenses at a critical juncture. Mu Qing closed his eyes, his form gradually becoming indistinct, ultimately transforming into a towering ancient tree, merging with the surrounding foliage. Everything is ready, the six-legged figure grinned. Let us witness the formidable prowess of the nether thunder beast. Lin Mo moved like a marionette, controlled by the blood-robed man as he advanced deeper into the basin. The others followed closely behind him, their expressions grave, cautiously preparing to execute their audacious plan. Lin Mo feigned a state of subjugation as the blood-robed man enhanced him with talismans, the Qian Kuan banner shimmering with a mysterious light in his grasp. The silver-haired beauty observed all of this, her heart heavy with concern. She once again cautioned Lin Mo, be vigilant and do not underestimate our adversary. Mu Qing transformed into a tree nearby, blending with nature. Her gaze swept across the group, her expression filled with trust and anticipation. The blood-robed man fortified Lin Mo with talismans, and he felt an immense protective force enveloping him. The moment had arrived. Let us proceed. With a command from the six-legged figure, the group began to enter the colossal basin. Lin Mo soared ahead, the Qian Kuan banner unfurling and radiating dazzling brilliance, while the blood-robed man and the silver-haired beauty followed closely behind, providing protection. Under the guidance of the six-legged figure and his companions, Lin Mo arrived at a vast, ring-shaped mountain basin. This basin was perfectly round, surrounded by towering peaks, with a veil of faint black mist covering the central area. Behind that mist, the divine milk lay hidden within the lair of the nether beast. The six-legged figure squinted, his expression peculiar as he stared at the black mist. Controlled by the blood-robed man, Lin Mo moved forward mechanically, soaring ahead with the Qian Kuan banner billowing in his hand. The silver-haired beauty followed closely, holding the Qian Kuan banner, her entire being exuding an enigmatic glow. The blood-robed man trailed behind, his talismans flickering, providing Lin Mo with steadfast protection. Mu Qing remained concealed among the trees, her form merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment, nearly undetectable. The six-legged figure surveyed the surroundings with cold eyes and, confirming that all was well, solemnly declared, "Prepare for action." What is happening? This path is evidently riddled with restrictions, yet we have arrived at the midsection so smoothly, the silver-haired beauty questioned in confusion. The six-legged figure was equally perplexed. Could it be that Lin Mo's luck was extraordinary? Impossible, Mu Qing countered. I sense there is significant information concealed here. We must remain vigilant. As they spoke, the group had already traversed the black mist, arriving at the center of the basin. Before them lay a deep valley, adorned with countless chains and ropes, forming a vast cage-like space. At the very heart of this cage, a towering inferno of black thunder raged. exuding an aura of resentment and ferocity. The nether thunder beast lurked within that central black flame, a fervor igniting in the eyes of the six-legged figure. Lin Mo, it is your moment to shine. In Lin Mo's dazed eyes, a glimmer of clarity flickered as he slowly raised the Chinquan banner, cautiously approaching the black flame. Trapped within the luminous barrier, he faced relentless pressure from the six-legged figure and his companions, finding himself in an extremely precarious situation. Yet, drawing upon his exceptional composure and insight, he managed to retain a sliver of clarity. The black barrier enveloped the entire area, a sense of oppression permeating the air. Lin Mo felt his body restrained, yet he remained calm, fixating on the black orb ahead, which represented his sole opportunity for escape. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to utilize the destruction method to absorb the black threads released by the orb, striving to maintain his consciousness. He swiftly activated the technique of annihilation, using the dark silk as bait to summon the infernal thunder beast. The black silk seeped into his consciousness like ink, and Lin Mo felt as if he were enveloped by a force of darkness. At that moment, a chilling voice from the six-legged creature echoed, "If you summon the infernal thunder beast, you shall be free from here." A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Mo's heart, yet he hesitated not for a moment, striving to maintain clarity of mind as he successfully absorbed the dark silk. The black orb dimmed, and the shadow of the infernal thunder beast gradually materialized, resembling a colossal black mountain that emanated a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the faces of the six-legged beings to change dramatically. A fissure appeared in the center of the light barrier, and a massive beast slowly emerged. It was deep purple, radiating an enigmatic lightning glow. "The infernal thunder beast has appeared. Our pact is fulfilled. Please allow me to depart," Lin Mo declared solemnly. The six-legged creature sneered, tossing Lin Mo a blood-red blade. "Take this, your life is paramount." Realizing that the six-legged beings would undoubtedly betray him, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with insight. He unleashed arcs of electric light, transforming into a streak of multicolored brilliance that shot towards the barrier. Seeing Lin Mo attempting to flee, the six-legged beings hastily intervened. The black barrier wavered under their combined assault as they wielded specially crafted blood blades, each strike causing the barrier to tremble violently. Lin Mo sensed the surrounding space becoming increasingly unstable. He knew that if the barrier shattered, an inevitable battle would ensue. The six-legged creature's eyes gleamed coldly as he commanded, "Attack with all your might, shatter this barrier." The blood blades danced, filling the air with flashes of steel. Feeling a surge of potent energy, Lin Mo gripped the universe banner tightly, preparing to escape at the moment the barrier fractured. With a resounding boom, several crimson cracks appeared in the barrier. The six-legged creature cleaved through the barrier with his blood blade, and Mu Qing and the others rushed in eagerly. Lin Mo turned back and hastily summoned the exorcising thunder. 9 dazzling bolts of lightning surged towards the six-legged beings. Startled, they quickly activated their body techniques, with the blood-robed figure enduring the thunderous assault. Mu Qing and the others evaded, prioritizing their survival. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo fully activated the universe banner, transforming into a multicolored shadow, fleeing amidst their astonished gazes. After him, the six-legged creature bellowed, leading the pursuit. Mu Qing and the blood-robed figure followed closely behind. As the barrier shattered, Lin Mo swiftly turned. Sensing the malevolent aura of the infernal thunder beast, the exorcising thunder radiated a flickering light from his form, capturing the attention of the infernal thunder beast. Upon sighting the exorcising thunder, the beast's eyes turned crimson, its body crackling with lightning as it emitted a fierce roar and charged at Lin Mo, realizing the impending danger. Lin Mo quickly activated the Xinyuan 10 techniques, fleeing with all his might. Let me show you our prowess," the six-legged creature roared, suddenly unleashing a torrent of searing flames that struck the infernal thunder beast's rear. The beast's fur bristled with electricity, its eyes ablaze with intensity, as it surged forward with unprecedented speed, wildly lunging at Lin Mo. The enormous form of the infernal thunder beast rolled in like a dark cloud, its speed astonishing. Lin Mo's heart raced. He knew that this moment determined his chances of escape. Transmuting into strands of multicolored silk, he deftly navigated through the void, becoming a wisp of radiant light. The speed of the assailant was astonishing, leaving Lin Mo in shock as he swiftly summoned the 5-color banner to shield himself. The infernal thunder beast unleashed its claws, colliding forcefully with the banner, producing a thunderous roar. The banner tilted slightly, and Lin Mo was jolted back a few steps, his expression shifting with concern. The 5-color crystal threads danced in the air as Lin Mo deftly evaded the beast's grasp with remarkable agility. His escape technique was exquisite, fluid as flowing water. The infernal thunder beast roared in frustration, yet it could not catch Lin Mo's elusive figure. Such mastery in evasion. Six-limbed and his companions displayed astonishment. They had not underestimated Lin Mo's prowess, yet his current performance caught them off guard. High above, Lin Mo transformed into 5-color crystal threads, resembling a rainbow traversing through space. He continuously altered his direction, swiftly dodging the beast's pursuit. The exorcising divine thunder occasionally erupted with a resounding boom, diverting the beast from Lin Mo's path. Steadying himself, Lin Mo rapidly formulated a strategy. He resolved to unleash his trump card, employing his ultimate escape technique. With a sudden bite to his tongue, he expelled a stream of purple blood that transformed into 8 blood arrows, targeting the beast's vital points. In the air, Lin Mo skillfully evaded the infernal thunder beast's onslaught, the 5-color crystal threads fluttering like vibrant butterflies. In the distance, Six-limbed and his companions fixated on this precarious chase, a tense atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. He must not escape. Six-limbed commanded coldly, deciding to pursue Lin Mo once more. They activated their powers and artifacts, filling the air with the palpable essence of combat among the strong. On the ground, a tempest brewed. The Demon Kings displayed their unique spells, radiating brilliance as their artifacts shone with splendor. Lin Mo felt an acute increase in pressure, acutely aware that the Demon Kings would not relent easily. Lin Mo, you cannot escape our grasp, one Demon King sneered, his artifact emitting blinding light. Lin Mo remained calm, floating in the air with resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. The exorcising divine thunder spiraled around him, providing protection. He understood that another confrontation was inevitable, yet he needed to maintain composure and seek an opportunity to flee. The Demon Kings gathered, each casting their distinctive spells. Lights intertwined, and the fluctuations of consciousness created chaotic scenes. Lin Mo sensed waves of oppressive force but stood his ground, his eyes radiating fierce combativeness. Suddenly, a Demon King wielding the 5-dragon blade slaughtered the Golden Spirit's golden ape, showcasing overwhelming might. The 5-dragon blade transformed into a crystalline blade of light, pointing directly at the entrance of the Blue Passage. This scene momentarily stunned Six-limbed and his allies, as they witnessed an unforeseen shift. The 5-dragon blade. A flicker of shock crossed Six-limbed's eyes. They had initially planned to encircle Lin Mo, but they had not anticipated another Demon King exhibiting such formidable power at this critical moment. The blood armor puppet and the blood-robed man were engaged in fierce combat, while the power of the 5-dragon blade intensified the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Lin Mo was like a shooting star, determined to break free from the encirclement and seek survival. The infernal thunder beast let out a deafening roar, its claws sweeping through the air, scattering the blood arrows. At that moment, Lin Mo transformed into a 5-colored light and swiftly darted towards the distance. Infuriated, the 6-legged creature, upon witnessing the distraction of the shadow, became enraged and urged the infernal thunder beast to pursue once more. However, Lin Mo had already managed to elude the beast's tracking using his extraordinary agility and evasion techniques. He secretly let out a sigh of relief, a hint of joy finally gracing his features as he successfully escaped this calamity. After a while, the 6-legged creature and Mu Qing realized that Lin Mo had indeed fled. How could that brat escape? Six Legs fumed, striking the rock with his fist, reducing it to powder with a resounding crash. The infernal thunder beast was also injured and required recuperation, Mu Qing remarked with a frown. Six Legs pondered for a moment and said, "Let us return and reconfigure the grand array. We must summon that brat back." The others responded in unison, channeling their powers and soaring towards the heart of the valley. In the center of the valley, the blood-armored puppet wielded the 5-dragon blade, engaged in a fierce battle with the blood-robed man. The blade emitted a radiant sword light, slaying several golden monkeys with astonishing might. The atmosphere thickened with ominous energy as Six Legs and his companions hurried back, preparing to regroup and launch another offensive. A deadly confrontation seemed to be brewing. The blood-armored puppet charged at the blood-robed man, enveloped in a surge of sanguine light. The blood-robed man met him head-on with his bloodblade. A thunderous clash resonated as the two forces collided, creating a stalemate. At that moment, the 5 dragon blades suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, transforming into 5 long knives that descended from the sky. The blood-robed man was taken aback and hastily channeled his energy to defend himself. A series of explosive sounds followed as the golden spirit blood monkey met its demise, turning to charred remains. What a treasure! The blood-robed man's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, the blood-armored puppet remained impassive as the 5 dragon blade coalesced once more into 5 colossal blades, striking towards the blood-robed man with the swiftness of lightning. Sensing the formidable pressure from the 5 dragon blade, the blood-robed man felt a deep trepidation. He swiftly retreated, murmuring incantations, summoning blood clouds to counter this assault. With a resounding explosion, the 5 colossal blades sliced through the blood clouds, sending blood splattering as the blood-robed man coughed up a torrent of blood, staggering back several steps. The 5 dragon blade is here as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed the blood-robed man's face, tinged with gravity. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power of these blades, which could induce dread in any demon king. Still shaken, he immediately summoned all his true energy, transforming it into a beam of blood light that shot towards the entrance of the Azure Passage. The 5 dragon blade, seemingly sentient, swiftly spiraled after him. In chapter 504, the 5 dragon blade morphed into a dragon-like form, soaring into the air, relentless in its pursuit. The blood-robed man's brow furrowed tightly as he hastily activated his magical artifacts, summoning blood clouds in an attempt to obstruct the chase. The 5 dragon blade, now 5 dragon-like entities, followed closely behind the blood-robed man through the skies. The power of the blades intensified, creating a dense tapestry of blade shadows, leaving the blood-robed man with little room to evade. A suffocating tension filled the air. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson, exhaling white flames, their appearance grotesque and fearsome. The blades shot down from above with alarming velocity, an overwhelming onslaught directed at the blood-robed man. Realizing he was ensnared in a perilous predicament, the blood-robed man felt a heavy weight in his heart. The ferocity of the 5 dragon blades' assault was relentless, as if intent on devouring him whole. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He was unwilling to perish here. Cunningly wielding the blood cloud, the figure in the blood robe endeavored to fend off the relentless pursuit of the guillotine. The blood cloud coalesced into a formidable barrier, attempting to obstruct the blade's lethal edge. However, the assault of the 5 dragon guillotine was exceptionally fierce, with each strike piercing the blood cloud like a sharp sword, aimed directly at the figure in the blood robe. His visage turned ashen, rolling and scrambling to evade a fatal blow. Incantations escaped his lips, and the blood cloud surged forth, thwarting the blade's relentless chase. The 5 colossal serpents, witnessing this, roared in frenzy, unleashing a torrential downpour of blades upon the blood cloud's shield. Cursed be this powerful artifact, the figure in the blood robe thought, sensing that the barrier was on the verge of yielding to the onslaught of blades. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to flee into the blue passage, seeking refuge from this peril. Indeed, the 5 dragon guillotine was extraordinary, he mused. He understood that to extricate himself from this pursuit, decisive action was imperative. In a critical moment, a surge of crimson light enveloped him, as a mysterious force coursed through his being. As the blades continued their pursuit, the figure in the blood robe suddenly summoned his innate demonic energy, causing the blood cloud to swell dramatically, forming a robust protective wall. The blades collided with the blood cloud, creating ripples upon its surface, yet they could not penetrate further. Once again my skills surpass, he proclaimed triumphantly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He had successfully deflected the assault of the 5 dragon guillotine, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Concentrating his energy, he unleashed a surge of protective force, transforming it into a blood arrow that shot directly towards the entrance of the passage. The 5 colossal serpents roared in unison. Launching their attack, 5 blades aimed at the figure's vulnerable back. In a split second, he deftly pivoted, narrowly evading the lethal strike. It seems the 5 dragon guillotine is insufficient to bring about my demise here, he mused with a cold smirk. He recognized that although the situation was perilous, maintaining composure would yield an opportunity for escape. At that moment, the 5 dragon guillotine gradually transformed back into serpentine forms, ceasing its pursuit. The figure in the blood robe surveyed the empty battlefield and exhaled a sigh of relief. He knew he needed to hasten into the blue passage to seek sanctuary. Like an arrow released from a bow, he darted into the blue passage, finally eluding the clutches of death. The 5 colossal serpents roared and collided in the air, seemingly unwilling to relinquish their prey. Ultimately, they coalesced into 5 beams of blood light, gradually merging back into the 5-dragon guillotine. The guillotine floated silently, emanating a chilling aura of death, akin to a ghost lying in wait to strike back. The figure in the blood robe successfully traversed the blue passage, entering an otherworldly realm. The atmosphere was shrouded in mist, revealing a vast divine pool exuding an enigmatic essence. A flash of blue light enveloped him, consuming his form. He hurried into the vicinity of the divine pool, feeling the fluctuations of space around him, realizing he had safely evaded the pursuit of the 5-dragon guillotine. Steadying himself, he breathed a sigh of relief, having temporarily escaped the relentless chase. His body was drenched in blood, his vitality severely depleted, and his complexion pale as a ghost. Cursed be it, I must devise a means to restore my strength, and then seek an opportunity for retaliation, he pondered, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He sought out any outsiders to exploit, preparing to seize resources to replenish his waning energy. The realm of the divine pool was a mysterious and perilous space, fraught with unknown challenges. The figure in the blood robe swiftly surveyed the surroundings, seeking traces of other intruders. The luminescence of the azure passage gradually faded, leaving behind an empty expanse, while the dragon form of the 5-dragon blade slowly vanished into the distance. This sacred pool was indeed a splendid hiding place, and the blood-robed individual silently rejoiced within. He understood that to find an opportunity for counterattack amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he must remain vigilant and strive to avoid conflicts with other demon kings. Within this sacred domain, various lights intertwined and mysterious energies surged. The blood-robed figure advanced cautiously, ever prepared to face any potential challenge. He was acutely aware that, although he had temporarily evaded the pursuit of the 5-dragon blade, this did not guarantee his safety, for the sacred pool was rife with unknown dangers. Suddenly, an unusual ripple coursed through the air, causing a subtle shift in the blood-robed figure's expression. He immediately looked around warily, sensing an unfamiliar presence. Within this sacred pool, other demon kings were indeed concealed. It appeared that the battle was far from over. A weight settled in his heart as he braced himself for the imminent, more intense challenges. The sacred pool was fraught with peril, and he must remain ever watchful to seize his opportunity amid the tumultuous conflict. At that moment, a silver shadow abruptly manifested above the sacred pool, radiating with blinding lightning. Lin Mo desperately wielded the wind and thunder wings, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the nether thunder beast behind him. This beastly apparition was remarkably swift. Even with Lin Mo exerting all his strength to fly, he could only maintain a distance of several meters. Lin Mo raced through the vast forest like a tempest, with the nether thunder beast hot on his heels. Each release of the exorcising thunder summoned fierce assaults from the beast, severely depleting his internal energy. He had no choice but to rely on the wind and thunder wings to create distance. Yet the nether thunder beast seemed intent on a relentless pursuit rather than seeking a swift kill. The beast unleashed torrents of lightning from its maw, prompting Lin Mo to quickly summon the exorcising thunder. The two streams of lightning collided midair, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his chest, his internal energy waning significantly. This nether thunder beast proved to be a formidable adversary, seemingly determined to torment him. Why? With the capability to end his life in one strike, did it choose to pursue him so tenaciously? Lin Mo pondered, recalling his previous encounter with the blood armor puppet in the ancient tomb, suddenly realizing that the situation might be far more complex. This thought burdened him, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Just as Lin Mo succumbed to anxiety, a crimson flash streaked across the sky. He looked up to see ominous dark clouds rapidly gathering, foreboding and terrifying. Several spectral entities emerged from the cloud cover, swiftly surrounding him. Leading them was the blood armor puppet with whom he had previously clashed in the ancient tomb. Alarmed, Lin Mo's heart raced as he immediately recognized this as a trap laid by the blood armor puppet. Armed with a blood axe, the puppet commanded several high-ranking spectral beings, encircling Lin Mo in a massive formation, trapping him firmly at the center. Humph! Young one, allow me to demonstrate my powers, the blood armor puppet cackled ominously, raising the blood axe to strike at Lin Mo. He found himself in a hellish predicament, pursued by the nether thunder beast behind him, and besieged by the blood armor puppet in front. The situation was exceedingly dire, and his mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. I currently lack sufficient vital energy to confront these high-level specters head-on, Lin Mo assessed. However, I still possess some magical artifacts. Perhaps I can leverage them to extricate myself. Lin Mo steadied his resolve, grasping the thunder wing on his left hand while swiftly retrieving the spirit beast ring from his waist with his right. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the spirit beast ring, which emitted several rays of golden light, transforming into countless golden insects. These were the gold-devouring insects he had acquired. On the other side, Lin Mo quickly extracted several talismans from the thunder cauldron at his back, aiming them at the underworld thunder beast before casting them forth. A resounding explosion echoed as the talismans detonated, sending the underworld thunder beast sprawling several meters away, its speed noticeably diminished. A surge of relief washed over Lin Mo, allowing him to regain some composure. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the menacing specters before him, silently clenching his fists. An exhilarating battle was about to unfold in this realm. The blood-armored puppet surveyed the surrounding specters, coldly announcing, "That brat Lin Mo is nearing a dead end. This is our golden opportunity to claim his head. We shall undoubtedly complete our mission and present this brat's severed head to the clan leader." The specters howled in a chilling chorus. Lin Mo darted forward, pursued relentlessly by the underworld thunder beast, while ahead loomed a sky thick with ominous clouds, along with the horde of specters led by the blood-armored puppet. Caught between relentless pursuit and impending doom, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Suddenly, the blood-armored puppet's sinister laughter reverberated through the air, reaching Lin Mo's ears. They were discussing a plan that involved the White Ghost, a foe who had previously exerted considerable pressure on Lin Mo. The White Ghost is pivotal to our scheme. Having previously battled Lin Mo, he is well aware of his weaknesses. By using the underworld thunder beast as bait, he will surely come to assist, and at that moment, Lin Mo will find himself in an inescapable predicament, the blood-armored puppet declared, a glimmer of smugness flashing in its eyes. Its minions hissed in agreement, seemingly reveling in the success of their plot. The blood-armored puppet nodded, adding, "I have already summoned the White Ghost for support. Having faced Lin Mo before, he will find it easier to deal with him. When we strike from both inside and out, Lin Mo will undoubtedly meet his doom. Haha, the clan leader is brilliant. We shall execute this plan flawlessly, ensuring Lin Mo faces utter ruin." The blood-armored puppet cackled ominously, convinced that this trap would seal Lin Mo's fate. Under their relentless pursuit, Lin Mo would inevitably expose a weakness, presenting the perfect opportunity for the puppet to claim his head. Lin Mo understood that he was currently ensnared in a perilous situation. Behind him, the underworld thunder beast relentlessly pursued him, its formidable lightning attacks rendering him vulnerable. Should it land a blow, the consequences would be dire. Ahead lay the onslaught of the blood-armored puppet and its minions. Engaging them directly was a perilous endeavor, especially with the ruthless White Ghost arriving to bolster their ranks, rendering Lin Mo's situation exceedingly precarious. As he soared through the air, Lin Mo's mind replayed the visage of the White Ghost and his frigid gaze. He realized that only by neutralizing the threats posed by the underworld thunder beast and the puppet could he prepare for the challenge that the White Ghost represented. Thus, he resolved to utilize the spirit beast ring upon his person, attempting to secure his own salvation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo activated the spirit beast ring, which emanated a faint glow as he began to channel its power. Under his command, the golden devouring insects transformed into a radiant beam, seeking to harass and delay the pursuit of the nether thunder beast. Simultaneously, he fervently contemplated how to counter the puppetry schemes. The disturbance created by the insects merely addressed a fraction of his predicament. He required additional strategies to resist the encirclement by the puppets. The talismans became the focal point of his contemplation, and he resolved to deftly harness their power to seize an opportunity for escape. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He recognized that this was a critical juncture. Should he be ensnared by the puppets, the situation would inevitably deteriorate. Amidst the looming crisis, he endeavored to maintain his composure, devising a cunning yet perilous plan. "I can only rely on some magical artifacts for a glimmer of hope," Lin Mo mused inwardly. Steeling himself, He softly recited the incantation, establishing a connection with the spirit beast ring. Instantly, the ring emitted a multitude of golden specks, dramatically increasing the number of golden devouring insects. Lin Mo aspired for these insects to momentarily impede the nether thunder beast. Concurrently, he drew forth several talismans, directing them towards the blood-armored puppet and its kin. With a thunderous roar, the puppets were forced back several paces, their demeanor visibly disheveled. A spark of hope ignited in Lin Mo's gaze. He seemed to glimpse a potential escape. With a flicker of his consciousness, Lin Mo utilized his connection to the spirit beast ring, commanding more golden devouring insects to assail the nether thunder beast. Through the exchange of thought with the ring, he released a portion of the insects, allowing them to swirl in the air, forming a luminous golden sphere. The nether thunder beast, in relentless pursuit, displayed a glimmer of greed upon witnessing the emergence of the insects, attempting to consume the seemingly inconspicuous golden creatures. However, Lin Mo had anticipated this. The insects swelled to several times their size amidst the lightning, transforming into divine weapons, overwhelming the nether thunder beast in a deluge of electric brilliance. A tempest of golden light erupted as countless golden devouring insects latched onto the nether thunder beast, diverting its attention. Enraged, the beast unleashed a bolt of electricity towards the insects. To its astonishment, the golden insects did not disintegrate into dust. Rather, they expanded exponentially in the midst of the electric discharge. Lin Mo had cleverly utilized the lightning attribute to enhance the insect's power. A shimmer of brilliance danced in Lin Mo's eyes. In that chaotic moment, Lin Mo's consciousness communicated once more with the golden insects. The insects promptly transformed, morphing into golden armored beetles, their wings gleaming like blades, launching a fierce assault on the nether thunder beast. This maneuver caught the beast off guard, ensnaring it within Lin Mo's meticulously crafted trap. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Mo seized the chance, swiftly darting away amidst the confusion, employing the speed of the wind thunder wings to distance himself from the nether thunder beast. Drawing a deep breath, a flicker of resolve crossed his gaze. This was merely the inception of his grand design. As he soared through the air, he quickly retrieved more talismans, initiating another tactic. The talismans radiated an ancient runic power, enveloping him in a mysterious light barrier. This served as his means of interference, aimed at bewildering the perceptions of the puppet's inspectors. Chapter 505. With the golden devouring insects and talismans activated, he now needed only to await the opportune moment to extricate himself. Lin Mo pondered intently, fully absorbed in addressing the immediate circumstances. Simultaneously, he hurled several talismans towards the blood-armored puppet and its companions. After a series of resounding explosions, the puppet's inspectors were left in disarray. Now is the perfect moment to break free. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he swiftly maneuvered the wind thunder wings, aiming to escape rapidly amidst the entrapment of the golden insects and talismans. Just then, a resounding burst of golden light erupted. The golden insects, previously submerged in lightning, suddenly emerged anew, transformed into golden armored beetles, buzzing directly towards the nether thunder beast, entangling its limbs tightly. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, the golden armored beetles charged towards the nether thunder beast. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the beast found itself surrounded by a blinding golden light, rendering it incapable of discerning the true location of the golden insects. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo swiftly distanced himself from the nether thunder beast, bracing for the next wave of counterattack. Lin Mo summoned 3 thunder pearls, which erupted with dazzling electric brilliance midair. The nether thunder beast, elated at the sight, charged headlong into the thunder net. With a resounding boom, the beast emerged unscathed, instead swallowing the thunder pearls whole. Lin Mo was astounded. The power of the thunder pearls was sufficient to injure a being at the integration stage. How could the nether thunder beast remain unaffected? Just as his astonishment grew, a series of explosive sounds emanated from within the beast. It spewed forth electric light, revealing that the thunder pearls had detonated within its body, and the beast had consumed them directly. Amidst the electric glow, golden light burst forth as countless golden insects emerged from the mouth of the nether thunder beast. Having enlarged several times under the refinement of thunder and fire, transforming into golden armored beetles. A splendid opportunity, Lin Mo thought, his eyes sparkling. The golden armored beetles were precisely what he needed to restrain the nether thunder beast. He swiftly maneuvered, gazing intently at the beast. However, the Nether Thunder Beast did not falter in the face of losing its target. Instead, it exhibited formidable adaptability. A silver mist enveloped the area as the beast sought to engulf the golden insects. The silver mist it conjured radiated a mysterious and potent force. As if capable of consuming all, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Though the golden insects were remarkably agile, they appeared diminutive beneath the silver mist. The situation grew tense, yet the golden insects remained unbound. Suddenly, a flash of azure claws struck the silver mist encasing the golden insects, transforming them back into their original form and neutralizing the Nether Thunder Beast's attack. The Nether Thunder Beast, witnessing the metamorphosis of the golden insects, had silver light flicker in its eyes. It roared, expelling a plume of silvery mist, attempting to devour the golden armored beetles within. At that moment, the surface of the golden armored beetles shimmered with azure claws, fiercely clawing at the silvery mist. With a tearing sound, the mist was violently ripped open. As the Nether Thunder Beast stared in astonishment, the golden armored beetles swiftly darted into its mouth. A thunderous explosion ensued, and golden light surged forth once more. This time, the golden light was intermingled with azure electric flashes, revealing countless golden insects within. The Nether Thunder Beast's eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding transformation of the golden insects. However, it quickly shifted to a blood-red glare, exuding the ferocity of a beast. It seemed the battle was about to escalate. With its eyes now crimson, the Nether Thunder Beast suddenly vanished without a trace. Lin Mo's heart sank. What kind of supernatural ability was this? Could it possess the art of shadow escape? In the next instant, a shadow silently appeared behind Lin Mo. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to evade swiftly. However, the shadow moved with astonishing speed, its claw already lunging towards him. He swiftly maneuvered, attempting to evade the pursuit of the Nether Thunder Beast. Yet its shadowy teleportation allowed it to quickly close the distance to Lin Mo. The dark figure swayed in the air, resembling a dense veil of black mist. Elusive and hard to grasp. Just in the nick of time, Lin Mo accelerated, finally creating some distance from the shadow. He was taken aback by the astonishing swiftness of the Nether Thunder Beast's teleportation, which surpassed that of spectral beings of the same tier. Moreover, it unleashed attacks while in the shadows, maintaining their full potency, making them difficult to defend against. Lin Mo pushed himself to the limits of speed, but it seemed as if the Nether Thunder Beast had an uncanny awareness of his movements. In mere moments, it reappeared behind him with an unerring strike, causing alarm bells to ring in Lin Mo's mind. Just as peril loomed, the wind thunder wings beneath his feet suddenly erupted with azure radiance, propelling him upward several feet. Simultaneously, a golden figure emerged from behind him, its form cloaked in shimmering golden scales, its eyes radiating brilliance. It extended 6 arms, weaving a golden barrier around Lin Mo. A powerful spatial fluctuation emanated from the barrier. The golden figure approached with breathtaking speed, striking with incredible swiftness. Its arrival momentarily stunned the Nether Thunder Beast, as if it sensed an overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo quickly distanced himself from the beast's attack range. "Do not worry, Lin Mo. I am here to lend you my strength." The voice of the golden figure resonated through the skies, imbued with confidence and resolve. Lin Mo gazed at this radiant, enigmatic ally, a wave of gratitude welling up within him. The appearance of this golden figure introduced a new variable into the battle. The golden scales shimmered in the night sky, resembling a divine warrior descending to earth. Following closely, Lin Mo harnessed the essence within him, joining forces with the golden figure to launch a counteroffensive. The Nether Thunder Beast hesitated for a moment, unable to immediately adjust to the fluctuations, providing Lin Mo with a much-needed opportunity to escape. Channeling the true essence of wind and thunder, he propelled the wind thunder wings forward, breaking free from the Nether Thunder Beast by several dozen feet. Finally free, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief and seized the moment to flee. The golden figure gradually dissipated amidst the fluctuations. Perhaps it was a manifestation of Lin Mo's spiritual division or a projection of his essence. The Nether Thunder Beast roared in fury, soon vanishing into shadows once more, resuming its pursuit of Lin Mo. With the wind thunder wings beneath his feet, Lin Mo extended his palms forward, conjuring several thunderous orbs. With a fierce shout, the orbs transformed into bolts of lightning, colliding in the air ahead and conjuring towering thunderclouds. Electric arcs crackled, thunder roared, illuminating the battlefield as if it were midday. The Nether Thunder Beast, engulfed by the thunderclouds, struggled under the combined force of the attacks from Lin Mo and the formidable cultivator. In an instant, the world darkened, and amidst the thunderous roars, arcs of lightning surged through the clouds, with dagger-like bolts weaving through the layers. Amidst the booming sounds, the thunderclouds resembled the embodiment of a devouring ancestral spirit. Sealing off a radius of 100 miles, Lin Mo skillfully manipulated the power of the thunderous orbs, directing the clouds to swirl around the Nether Thunder Beast, creating a vortex of electrical potential. As the electric energy intertwined, the Nether Thunder Beast emitted a deafening roar, its body swaying under the relentless barrage of lightning. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with sharp intensity. He knew that this was the opportune moment to slay the Nether Thunder Beast. "Show me your true power, Thunder Pearl," Lin Mo exclaimed, and the Thunder Pearl in his grasp radiated an even more intense brilliance of lightning. The electric energy coalesced, forming a colossal sphere of thunder that streaked through the night sky like a meteor, plunging downward with ferocity. The shadow of the infernal Thunder Beast arrived just in time to be engulfed within it, its anguished wails reverberating through the heavens. Evidently unprepared for the all-encompassing storm of thunderclouds, multiple bolts of lightning, infused with Lin Mo's formidable strength, descended upon the infernal Thunder Beast, exerting unparalleled pressure upon it. As the thunder sphere detonated, a dazzling brilliance enveloped the area, and the infernal Thunder Beast howled in despair under the relentless bombardment of lightning, its body ensnared by the storm, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo commanded the devouring gold insect to further disrupt the infernal Thunder Beast's abilities, preventing it from fully absorbing the power of the lightning. The tides of battle turned unfavorably for the infernal Thunder Beast, which suffered grievous injuries. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed upon it as he contemplated his next move. Trapped within the tumultuous thunderclouds, the infernal Thunder Beast could only frantically consume lightning to defend itself. However, Lin Mo had already deployed the devouring gold insect, significantly diminishing its capacity to refine the lightning and fire. Ultimately, the infernal Thunder Beast was severely injured by the very lightning it sought to harness, its agonizing roars echoing with profound suffering. Lin Mo took swift advantage of the moment and fled rapidly. As long as he distanced himself from the beast's perception, he could conceal his whereabouts. After this fierce confrontation, he too felt somewhat drained from the backlash of the lightning fire. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with determination as he recognized the formidable nature of this malevolent creature. He needed to locate the underground temple swiftly to acquire its treasures and blessings to ensure his escape. Suddenly, he sensed a ripple in space, a potent force materializing beside him. "Lin Mo, you have performed admirably." A golden figure reappeared, its radiance more resplendent than before. With 6 arms unfurled, it emanated an air of solemnity. Thunderclouds roiled as the infernal Thunder Beast lunged toward Lin Mo with claws bared. In response to the beast's sudden assault, Lin Mo promptly retrieved a talisman from his waist. 108 pale yellow talismans danced in his palm. Each talisman bore intricate patterns, subtly glowing with golden light. With his eyes gently closed, he flicked his fingers, and the talismans converged like a flock of birds returning to their nest, swiftly forming an enormous luminous array. This radiant array dazzled the senses, a spectacle of vibrant colors. Lin Mo, employing his exceptional talismanic skills, demonstrated his profound understanding of the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and yin-yang arts, constructing an intricate talismanic grand formation that fused the 9 palaces and heavenly Qian array. The infernal Thunder Beast was ensnared within the luminous array. Roaring in fury, it unfurled its electric wings, lightning crackling wildly upon them, launching wave after wave of attacks, all of which were neutralized by the array. This time, the talismans contained an even more enigmatic power. Amidst the thunderclouds, a phantom of a palace materialized, emanating a captivating celestial melody. The infernal Thunder Beast found itself momentarily entranced, as if ensconced in a realm of dreams. The ethereal music resonated through the array, manifesting as a magnificent palace. Not only were the infernal Thunder Beast's assaults rendered futile, but the waves of light rebounded, redirecting its own lightning back upon itself. Lin Mo closed his eyes to gather his spirit, his fingers moving rhythmically as he murmured. 9 flowers returned to one, uniting the cosmos. Streams of golden light surged forth from the array, transforming into 9 colossal golden dragons that firmly bound the limbs of the infernal thunder beast. The dark thunder beast lay ensnared by the chains of the golden dragon, its body marred and battered, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet, despite its grievous state, the beast possessed formidable strength, already weary without engaging in battle. It seized an opportunity, breaking free through a narrow gap in the chains, and surged forth from the luminous array. Charged with crackling energy, its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, as if intent on devouring Lin Mo whole. Lin Mo gasped for breath, his complexion paling. The grand formation had nearly depleted his vital essence. The dark thunder beast's escape plunged both into a perilous confrontation once more. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a tempest of thunderclouds and lunged violently toward Lin Mo. The air crackled with electricity, its claws and fangs sparking with arcane energy. Once again, the dark thunder beast unleashed its wrath, saturating the space with electric fury, arcs of lightning searing and fierce. Lin Mo felt the weight of the beast's pressure, yet his eyes glimmered with resolute determination. A grave expression crossed his face. He recognized that the recent exertion had drained his magical power, rendering him ill-equipped to confront the beast head-on. However, surrender was not an option. With a low cry, the golden silkworm within him instinctively emerged, darting towards the dark thunder beast. The beast's eyes flickered with insight as it discerned Lin Mo's lethal strike. With a swift inhalation, it drew the golden silkworm into its maw, an unexpected turn that left Lin Mo gasping for breath. Yet, almost instantly, he observed wounds and frenzied arcs of electricity erupting on the beast's exterior. The golden silkworm was wreaking havoc within, attempting to corrode it from the inside. Devour the golden insect, strike, Lin Mo commanded, and the devouring insect materialized, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light, seeking to restrain the dark thunder beast. However, the beast's might exceeded Lin Mo's expectations, easily breaking free from the insect's grasp and swallowing it whole. How foolish, to court your own demise, Lin Mo scoffed coldly. He pressed his palms together and chanted incantations, urging the golden silkworm to fulfill its final purpose. A horrific cry escaped the dark thunder beast as a thunderous sound reverberated from within, a mist of blood and blue light erupting from its body. It crashed heavily to the ground, the golden silkworm reduced to ashes. Alas, the final blow has not claimed your life, Lin Mo lamented. He recognized his own limitations in this battle. With a swift motion, he vanished into the mountains, seeking to evade the beast's relentless pursuit. Yet, as he fled, he found the dark thunder beast in hot pursuit, its form materializing before him with a powerful flap of its wings, conjuring a tempest of thunderclouds. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He could not afford to falter now. The onslaught of lightning grew increasingly ferocious, and Lin Mo furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply. He understood that the moment had come to unleash a more potent talisman. With a mighty shout, 108 talismans erupted from his sleeves, swiftly arranging themselves in the air to form a colossal 9 palaces array. 9 palaces, celestial Qian, reveal the true and extinguish the false. Lin Mo thrust his palms forward. A beam of gold emanating from the talisman array, swiftly enveloping and ensnaring the dark thunder beast. It roared in fury, battering against the luminous wall of light with its thunderous wings, yet it could not breach even a fraction of it. Let you be eternally trapped within this 9 palaces celestial Qian array, Lin Mo chuckled coldly, preparing to reinforce the formation. The power of the 9 palaces talisman was extraordinary, and the ensuing light array was more magnificent than before. The dark thunder beast was ensnared within the talisman formation, unable to escape with ease. Lightning ravaged the area outside the formation, causing the luminous array to tremble slightly, yet it remained unyielding. However, the infernal thunder beast was not one to be trifled with. It roared within the light array, intensifying its onslaught of lightning. Chapter 506. The infernal thunder beast's surge of power launched a fierce counterattack against the formation. Lin Mo felt the immense pressure emanating from the array, compelling him to hastily activate his magical artifact in an attempt to stabilize the situation. The formidable strength and regenerative capabilities of the infernal thunder beast were once more on display as it accumulated lightning in its maw, unleashing a thunderball towards a corner of the celestial array. This strike shattered the luminous wall, providing the beast an opportunity to dash through and directly charge at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Invoking such a grand formation demanded tremendous energy, and he was on the verge of collapse. Reluctantly, he retreated hastily down the mountain. As Lin Mo fled with urgency, his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Amidst the thunderous roars, an ominous wind swept through. The white ghost reemerged, her eyes glinting with a chilling light as she unleashed a powerful sonic attack. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo understood that he could no longer afford any carelessness. He swiftly summoned his magical artifact, while simultaneously calling forth the Weeping Soul Beast. The Weeping Soul Beast, a colossal entity exuding a mysterious, soul-capturing radiance, formed a solid protective wall that deflected the sonic assault. Lin Mo transformed into a azure rock, weaving through the mountains. Just as he began to revel in evading the infernal thunder beast, he beheld a distortion in the space before him, where a woman clad in white appeared. Lin Mo's heart sank, and he quickly halted his flight. Focusing intently, he realized that the figure before him was indeed the white ghost. Upon noticing his pause, she erupted into laughter, chanting incantations as she summoned a skeletal staff to strike at Lin Mo. His face paled. Being relentlessly pursued by the infernal thunder beast, and now confronting the white ghost left him utterly beleaguered. Yet, as a cultivator, he could not easily show weakness. He bit down on his tongue, a drop of his heart's blood transforming into a skeletal form, the very essence of his guardian beast, the Weeping Soul Beast. Though the white ghost's assault was formidable, the protection of the Weeping Soul Beast granted Lin Mo a moment to breathe. He pondered calmly, realizing that the white ghost was no ordinary foe, concealing deeper secrets beneath her malevolent exterior. With determination in his gaze, he understood the necessity of swiftly eliminating his current adversary to avert future threats. The Weeping Soul Beast engaged in combat with the white ghost, its bony claws clashing against the skeletal staff, sending clouds of bone dust spiraling into the air. Seizing the moment to retreat, Lin Mo noticed the white ghost chanting again, releasing a sonic wave from her staff aimed directly at his back. Lin Mo staggered slightly as the wave struck him. But this brief moment of disarray provided the white ghost an opportunity. With a swift swipe of her claws, a flash of white light ensued, and the Weeping Soul Beast was obliterated. The white ghost fixed her malevolent gaze upon Lin Mo, knowing that if she vanquished the cultivator, this body would be hers. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He contemplated his next course of action, needing to evade the white ghost while remaining vigilant of the infernal thunder beast. With the Weeping Soul Beast defeated, the white ghost grew ever more arrogant, brandishing her skeletal staff to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Mo. His countenance hardened, and his eyes gleamed with golden light as he suddenly discerned the white ghost's weakness. He swiftly formed a seal, pressing his palms together, channeling a beam of golden light that shot from his palms, precisely striking the white ghost's vulnerable back. The white ghost let out a piercing scream, her form wavering as she attempted to evade this lethal strike. Yet Lin Mo had already discerned the elusive technique of his foe. As the golden light struck its vital point, a resounding crack echoed through the air, and the white specter dissipated in a shimmer, transforming into a heap of bones that plummeted from the sky. Approaching to investigate, Lin Mo discovered a dark jade tablet among the skeletal remains, a common artifact known as the 10,000 talisman. His eyes sparkled with realization. He was well acquainted with the remarkable utility of such talismans. Fortune smiles upon me. Lin Mo mused silently within. He began to channel the talisman, striving to unravel its secrets. With the 10,000 talisman safely tucked into his sleeve, a sense of ease washed over him. This acquisition granted him a greater sense of assurance during his flight. Yet he pondered how to confront the relentless pursuit of the underworld thunder beast. With a flicker of thought, Lin Mo began to chant, summoning the power of the talisman. Gradually, his form became translucent, melding seamlessly with the mountainous scenery, a manifestation of the talisman's cloaking ability, allowing him to evade detection temporarily. Once concealed, Lin Mo swiftly transformed into a colossal azure rock, darting through the mountains, intent on leveraging the bird's speed to elude the beast's grasp. Having flown a few miles, he suddenly beheld flashes of lightning behind him. The underworld thunder beast revealed its true form, scouring the surroundings for his presence. Lin Mo held his breath and focused, skillfully avoiding its trajectory. The beast roared thunderously, its cries reverberating through the air, yet Lin Mo's agility rendered him elusive. Ultimately, Through the clever application of both concealment and transformation, Lin Mo successfully evaded the beast's pursuit. Though he temporarily escaped this peril, he understood that the enmity with the underworld thunder beast was far from resolved. The acquisition of the 10,000 Li talisman equipped him with additional strategies, rendering him more composed in the face of forthcoming adversaries. While he had narrowly escaped this trial, the threat of the underworld thunder beast lingered. I must hasten to locate the two maidens, lest a greater calamity befall us. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he once more summoned the power of the talisman, soaring towards his objective, transforming into the azure rock. He circled in the sky, reciting incantations to invoke the great transformation technique, obscuring his presence. This was a daring stratagem. He aimed to stealthily approach the lair of the underworld thunder beast and rescue the two imprisoned maidens. Upon cloaking his aura, Lin Mo advanced towards the beast's den, a foreboding black cavern shrouded within layers of ominous clouds. He meticulously surveyed the cave's structure and, at its deepest recess, discovered the two captive women. Just as he prepared to take further action, a streak of azure lightning zipped through, heralding the return of the underworld thunder beast. Lin Mo swiftly concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath, fearful of being detected. The beast cast a barrier over the cave entrance before hastily departing. As if summoned by pressing matters, Lin Mo exhaled quietly, realizing that the beast was buying him precious time. He resolved to seize this rare opportunity, activating the power of the great transformation technique to obscure the beast's essence and markings. Then, he assumed human form and entered the cave, initiating the rescue. Just as Lin Mo extricated the two maidens from their prison, the sky darkened ominously, and anguished wails echoed around them. He raised his gaze and beheld a swirling mass of dark energy ascending into the sky, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars, plunging the surroundings into a dreary twilight. From this shadowy veil emerged countless blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, revealing the ghostly army summoned by the infernal thunder beast, which had caught the scent of the living and surged towards Lin Mo swiftly. Lin Mo summoned all his strength to fend off these apparitions. He wielded the lightning orb, reducing some of the specters to ashes, while calling upon the golden silkworm-devouring beast to aid in their annihilation. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, two blood-armored puppets suddenly appeared, unleashing sonic waves that disrupted the infernal thunder beast's onslaught, causing the situation to become precariously stalemated. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He realized that the ghostly horde was merely a diversion, and the true adversary had yet to reveal itself. He resolved to employ more potent talismans to defuse the crisis while remaining vigilant against a potentially more perilous assault. As Lin Mo made his escape, he arrived at the entrance to the divine pool, only to be enveloped by a shroud of black light. Within this dark veil, the specters surged forth, transforming into shadows. Preparing to unleash a fierce assault on Lin Mo, tension gripped him as he braced for battle, inhaling deeply as his artifact radiated a brilliant glow. Suddenly, a swarm of blood-armored puppets, skeletal warriors, and shadow bats emerged within the black light, igniting a fierce confrontation. With the power of the infernal thunder beast at his side, Lin Mo unleashed his supernatural abilities, obliterating a multitude of specters. However, the presence of some adept disruptors among the blood-armored puppets and phantom entities rendered the battlefield chaotic. Blood splattered across the arena, and the wails of malevolent spirits filled the air as the situation grew increasingly dire. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Mo swiftly employed the Nine Palaces' celestial talisman, cleverly concealing his and the infernal thunder beast's presence. The talisman emitted an ethereal blue glow, masking their true forms. Gripping his artifact tightly, Lin Mo continuously unleashed powerful talismans and spells, gradually suppressing the surrounding apparitions. Yet, within this tumultuous battleground, he suddenly sensed a formidable pressure as two high-ranking specters stealthily approached. A glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes as he realized they might be the masterminds behind the earlier skirmishes. He maintained his composure, sustaining the effect of the Nine Palaces' celestial talisman while keenly observing his surroundings, seeking to discern the whereabouts of these two high-ranking specters. Within the black veil, Lin Mo focused his mind, the Nine Palaces' celestial talisman shimmering with mysterious radiance. He adeptly utilized the talisman to obscure the presence of the infernal thunder beast and himself, rendering them undetectable to their foes. The infernal thunder beast lay in wait, poised for the next opportunity to strike. Lin Mo did not relent. He retrieved powerful talismans such as the Armor Origin Talisman and the Tai Purification Talisman from his storage pouch, showcasing his exceptional mastery of talismanic arts. The talismans danced gracefully in his hands, transforming into a kaleidoscope of light, forming a mysterious talismanic array. This array not only concealed their traces, but also diminished the perceptive abilities of the surrounding specters to some extent. Concurrently, Lin Mo invoked the Tai Purification Talisman, summoning the spirit firebird, which soared into the air, its wings ablaze with flames, becoming a radiant beacon. Lin Mo guided the spirit firebird as it darted through the black veil, leveraging its formidable flames to annihilate a portion of the ghostly entities. In his grasp, the thunder pearl spun, releasing arcs of electricity and thunder that repelled the surrounding specters. Lin Mo realized that the malevolent entities before him were not easily vanquished. Thus, he summoned his treasure box, retrieving the 9 Palaces' celestial talisman. "Go forth, heaven and earth, mystical yellow," he intoned, as the talisman soared into the air, swiftly forming an immense 9 Palaces array. This array radiated a golden glow, with countless enigmatic runes flowing within it. Lin Mo deftly employed this formation to obscure both his and the Nether Thunder Beast's presence, rendering them undetectable to the specters. Simultaneously, Lin Mo unleashed a barrage of spells, including the Thunder Talisman, Spirit Firebird, and Thunder Pearl. The dissolving electricity obliterated the specters, the Spirit Firebird incinerated the blood-armored puppets, and the Thunder Pearl detonated amidst the fiends, producing a resounding roar. With profound mystical energy, Lin Mo significantly augmented his combat prowess. After dispatching a multitude of specters, he finally arrived at the entrance leading to the Divine Pool region. Before him stood a stone door, adorned with peculiar symbols. As Lin Mo prepared to open the stone door, a sudden awareness struck him. He sensed 2 formidable auras lurking in the shadows beside the door. During his investigation, he keenly detected the presence of 2 high-ranking specters concealed nearby. A jolt of realization coursed through him. The previous battle was not merely an assault, but a diversion to shield these 2 powerful beings. So it was. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as determination surged within him. He understood that the emergence of these 2 high-ranking specters was not fortuitous, but rather orchestrated and deliberate. They were likely the pivotal guardians of the Divine Pool. Lin Mo was astounded to recognize the overwhelming strength of these 2 auras, reminiscent of high-ranking specters. His thoughts raced, and he quickly deduced that the horde he had previously encountered was likely a ruse devised by these entities to mislead him. The situation was evidently intricate, necessitating a more cautious approach to the forthcoming perils. Upon careful observation, he discerned that the 2 high-ranking specters were a colossal skeleton with 2 heads and a blood-red-eyed white-haired zombie. He calmly assessed the situation, realizing that this was not a mere confrontation but a test of his comprehensive capabilities. Without hesitation, he braced himself for the impending challenge. Lin Mo stood beside a verdant pool at the heart of the palace, gazing intently at the white luminescent points floating in the water, his expression grave. Swiftly, he soared back into the palace, preparing to execute the next phase of his plan. However, as he stepped through the palace doors, a sudden flash of dark light caught his attention, prompting him to evade instinctively. At that moment, he furrowed his brow and turned abruptly, only to witness the sudden eruption of dark light from both sides of the door, where 2 figures cloaked in black appeared between the pillars. "Who goes there?" Lin Mo demanded. A chilling laughter emanated from the figures, and one swiftly raised a hand, 5 razor-sharp nails shooting toward him. Lin Mo sprang into action, leaping gracefully to evade the lethal strike. At that instant, the second figure unleashed 3 black spears, encircling Lin Mo in the center. "Such a clever ambush," Lin Mo scoffed, his hands sweeping forth as yellowish sword energy surged, annihilating the black spears entirely. The 2 figures, having failed in their assault, remained unperturbed, slowly raising their heads to reveal their terrifying visages. To the left stood a colossal skeleton adorned with 2 heads, and to the right, a white-haired zombie with blood-red eyes. Truly, these were beings of the divine realm, and this palace indeed harbored formidable talents. A flicker of admiration crossed Lin Mo's eyes. Simultaneously, the skeleton opened its gaping maw, a swirling vortex of black and crimson materializing within, emanating an intense suction, attempting to draw Lin Mo into its depths. The white-haired zombie, not to be outdone, violently struck the air with both hands, creating successive shockwaves that bore down upon Lin Mo. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, Lin Mo conjured a yellowish aura that transformed the vortex into mere dust. In that instant, a gust of wind surged beneath him, propelling him like an arrow towards the zombie's vulnerable spot. The creature was compelled to retreat several steps, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. "Today, I shall conquer you both. Despite your numbers," Lin Mo declared, his eyes gleaming with determination, his entire being radiating an intense martial spirit. Chapter 507. Just as Lin Mo intended to take a brief respite, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the hall, causing the ground to tremble violently. Suddenly, the right wall of the hall collapsed, and a massive shadow surged forth. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo discerned it to be a gigantic ape, cloaked in black fur, with blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of blood and carnage. Another adversary had arrived. Lin Mo cautiously retreated a few steps, locking his gaze on the colossal ape. At that moment, the two-headed skeleton rose from the debris, emitting a strange, eerie laughter. In the ensuing battle, the skeleton attempted to rend the soul-capturing light, but Lin Mo skillfully employed talismans to neutralize its assault. His attention shifted to another corner, where two golden-armored phantoms wielded formidable weapons against the white-haired zombie. Encasing it in frigid air, Lin Mo resolved to join forces with the soul-crying beast to combat these high-tier specters. Together, they executed a synchronized assault, utilizing talismans and divine abilities to engage in a complex battle. The soul-crying beast unleashed arcs of electricity and spiritual power, effectively suppressing the counterattacks of the formidable foes. It endeavored to ensnare the giant ape with its soul-capturing light, but Lin Mo's sword energy swiftly disrupted its efforts. Meanwhile, the two golden-armored phantoms joined the fray, ultimately encasing the white-haired zombie in ice. In a fit of rage, the giant ape lunged at the skeleton. Amidst the fierce clash, Lin Mo suddenly spotted a pair of blood-red eyes flickering in the darkness, those of a colossal beast-like specter with 3 eyes. It emitted a haunting wail, akin to a lamentation, yet brimming with fervor and fury. Just in time, Lin Mo bellowed, unleashing another surge of yellowish sword energy. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of Lin Mo and the soul-crying beast, all remaining high-tier specters within the hall were vanquished. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, momentarily alleviating the crisis. However, his expression grew increasingly grave, for this was merely the beginning. After the battle, Lin Mo directed his gaze toward the verdant pool at the center of the hall, where a sphere of white divine light floated, the very essence of the river of the underworld's divine milk. Yet, he did not linger. Hastening towards a stone chamber at the rear of the hall, wisely, he chose not to tarry in this place, fully aware that remaining here could expose him to further unknown threats. After all, the recent spectral assault was merely a prelude. Greater dangers likely lurked deep within the palace. His consciousness swept through every corner, and suddenly, he sensed that Yuan Yao and Yin Li were ensnared by a formidable restraint. The two found themselves in a corner of the hall, unable to move freely, their expressions betraying their anxiety. In the center of the chamber, a wall of violet energy cleaved the space in two, with the imprisoned figures of the long-missing Yuan Yao and Yin Li on one side. "Senior sister, junior sister, how could you be confined here?" Lin Mo exclaimed, hastily seeking a method to break the binding. At that moment, he keenly detected a concealed entity in a corner of the grand hall. Thus, he focused his minimal spiritual awareness, discovering a faint green mist that seemingly harbored a life force. It appeared that a third-party power, unexpected and hidden within this palace, was at play. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened with resolve. He decided to investigate this matter personally. He once again released his consciousness, striving to penetrate the mist and uncover the true nature of the lurking entity. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Mo as he promptly sought a way to lift the restraint. Utilizing his minimal spiritual energy, he suddenly discerned a transparent, pale green mist, which seemed to conceal a high-level specter. This realization heightened his alertness, making him aware that this might be the source of Yuan Yao and Yin Li's captivity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo swiftly resolved to circumvent this area and continue his exploration. He understood that rescuing Yuan Yao and Yin Li was of utmost priority, yet he needed to proceed with caution to avoid falling into a more perilous situation. Lin Mo cautiously approached the region enveloped in the pale green mist, attempting to glimpse the true form of the lurking specter. However, as his consciousness brushed against the mist, the entity seemed to sense his presence. He immediately felt a powerful backlash, compelling him to retract his consciousness hastily to avoid detection. Just as he concentrated on probing the mist, a chilling gaze swept over him. The creature hidden within the mist had indeed detected his awareness. Startled, Lin Mo swiftly retracted all his spiritual energy and retreated into the stone chamber. The concealed mist, however, did not pursue him relentlessly, quickly returning to a state of calm. What manner of being lay hidden within this palace? Lin Mo's expression grew grave. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle erupting within the hall, as if the previously concluded conflict had reignited. A sense of alarm surged within Lin Mo. He realized that the situation was escalating towards a more dangerous climax. The sudden outbreak of fierce combat within the hall drew his attention. He swiftly turned, his gaze fixed on the center of the chamber, where a swirling blood mist surged forth, radiating a purplish-red glow. A towering puppet, drenched in purple blood, gradually manifested, upon which stood a figure in a blood-red robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a powerful and sinister aura. Lin Mo's heart quaked slightly. He recognized that the situation was growing increasingly complex. The emergence of this purple-blooded puppet rendered the circumstances even more precarious. The blood mist within the hall erupted, the purplish-red light permeating the air, as the majestic puppet materialized seemingly from thin air. Its blood-red eyes were filled with coldness and malice, emanating an undeniable aura of evil. The figure atop the puppet stood firm like a mountain, hands clasped behind him, his gaze radiating a sense of arrogance and disdain. In that fleeting moment when Lin Mo's mind wandered, a thunderous roar erupted from the grand hall, followed by a scream of unimaginable agony. A crimson arc of light soared into the sky, piercing through the dense shadows. Lin Mo was taken aback, hastily channeling his energy to enhance his vision and hearing, directing his gaze towards the center of the hall. To his astonishment, a colossal puppet, forged from a swirling mass of dark red energy, hovered ominously in midair, wielding a massive axe that seemed to summon chilling winds. Perched atop its head stood a blood-clad man, sword in hand, with arms crossed behind him. Lin Mo's eyes were riveted upon the emergence of the purple-blooded puppet, and a weighty apprehension surged within him. He recognized that this was no ordinary being. The aura emanating from the purple-blooded puppet exuded an eerie and oppressive force. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the hall grew tense and foreboding. As the purple-blooded puppet made its grand entrance, it displayed overwhelming prowess, brandishing its crimson axe in a fierce confrontation with the thunder beast of the underworld. Lightning and blood-red light intertwined in the air, the clash of axe and sword producing a deafening cacophony. The hall resonated with the tumult of battle, suffusing the entire space with a chilling aura of slaughter. The thunder beast roared, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charged towards the purple-blooded puppet. Their clash in midair unleashed a surge of formidable thunder. The blood axe of the puppet collided with the lightning of the thunder beast, igniting a shower of sparks. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, and the scene was utterly chaotic. Lin Mo swiftly reacted, realizing that the arrival of the purple-blooded puppet had significantly altered the dynamics of the situation. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes, and a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. Amidst the chaos, he needed to find a breakthrough while ensuring the safety of Yuan Yao and Yin Li. Thunder Beast, tread carefully. Lin Mo took a deep breath and called out, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he navigated the battlefield. He needed to better understand the strength of the purple-blooded puppet to formulate a targeted strategy. In this tense atmosphere, Lin Mo collaborated with the Thunder Beast, attempting to counteract the puppet's formidable offensive. However, the puppet's power vastly exceeded expectations, intensifying the conflict and plunging the entire hall into disarray. Amidst the chaos, the man bellowed, and the palace was immediately engulfed in a tempest, with countless crimson lights converging from all directions. Lin Mo hurriedly shielded Yuan Yao and Yin Li, his expression grave as he pondered whether he could emerge unscathed from this calamity. Just as both sides found themselves in a standoff, another resounding crash echoed from outside. The purple-blooded puppet trembled violently, sensing a formidable adversary approaching. Lin Mo's spirit surged. He realized that the situation was still in flux, and if he could seize the opportune moment to strike, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With crimson eyes ablaze, the purple-blooded puppet glared at the thunder beast. It gripped a massive blood-red axe, licking its lips in a bloodthirsty manner. Suddenly, the puppet leaped, swinging down towards the thunder beast. The thunder beast let out a piercing cry, its claws transforming into a shield of lightning to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, the axe collided with the lightning shield, sending sparks and blood mist flying. The thunder beast was forced back several steps, while the purple-blooded puppet, gripping its axe fiercely, glared with fury and lunged forward. As I observed, my blood-soaked purple blood puppet let out a low growl. It violently swung its massive axe towards the nether thunder beast, each strike infused with overwhelming malice and the stench of blood. The nether thunder beast transformed into a fleeting image, darting through the air with remarkable agility, rendering it elusive. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning descended from the void, striking directly at the puppet's forehead. The puppet roared in defiance, its blood surging and boiling, miraculously withstanding the thunderous blow. Its crimson eyes glowed with a more sinister and terrifying intensity. "You cannot harm me, mere lightning," the purple blood puppet bellowed with laughter, as it unleashed countless blood-red shadows from its axe, encircling the nether thunder beast. The beast howled towards the heavens, its electric form rapidly splitting into dozens of images, weaving effortlessly through the blood shadows. It appeared at times, only to vanish at others, engaging in a frenzied battle with the purple blood puppet. At that moment, a blood-red spear, sharp as an arrow, severed two of the nether thunder beast's electric manifestations. A figure clad in crimson robes descended gracefully from the sky, wielding the blood spear, observing with a cold gaze. "Haha, thank you for your assistance." The purple blood puppet laughed heartily, bowing deeply to the figure in red. With the alliance of these two formidable beings, the battle reached a stalemate. The nether thunder beast seemed increasingly unable to cope, its agile form faltering and frequently succumbing to attacks. "Damn it, these two are incredibly strong," it thought uneasily, while simultaneously conjuring several electric doppelgangers to distract its foes. At that moment, with a swift motion, a figure darted like a whirlwind from behind the nether thunder beast. A young man in red wielding a wooden sword shattered several of the beast's electric forms in a single stroke. "Mu Qing, you have arrived," the purple blood puppet exclaimed with joy, stating, "With the three of us united, we shall surely vanquish this nether thunder beast." "I cannot take such credit," Mu Qing replied modestly, yet his wooden sword showed no mercy as it struck towards the nether thunder beast. Surrounded by its adversaries, the beast realized its plight and prepared for a desperate counterattack. It immersed its entire body into the realm of illusions, unleashing a deafening roar that transformed the surrounding space into a chaotic storm of thunder. The purple blood puppet and Mu Qing barely escaped being engulfed, thanks to the timely intervention of the figure in crimson robes. With a cold snort, the figure declared, "A mere thunder technique dares to flaunt its prowess before me?" As the words fell, the figure raised a hand, summoning a blood-colored storm that swept through the chaotic realm of thunder. The anguished cries of the nether thunder beast echoed within, but soon fell silent. "What formidable sorcery," Mu Qing thought, astonished. Yet, at that moment, two enormous figures began to materialize within the chaotic realm. How could this be? The figure in crimson pondered. Isn't that a single nether thunder beast? How can it manifest as two? Before them stood two nether thunder beasts, adorned with exaggerated demonic masks, their eyes sunken, exuding an eerie aura. These figures seemed even more grotesque and menacing than the previous incarnation. "Haha," they both cackled in unison. "Mere humans, today you shall meet your demise." With that, both beasts unleashed claws that erupted forth like a lightning strike, aimed mercilessly at the trio. Suddenly, the heads of the two beasts began to tremble violently, their formerly smooth faces contorting grotesquely. They howled in unison, their voices chilling and terrifying. "What sorcery is this? What are they attempting?" Mu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. As the crowd stood in shock, a sudden crack resounded as the heads of the two beasts exploded, revealing two fresh, bloodied heads that were even more grotesque than before. Three gaping maws merged at their necks, presenting a horrifying spectacle that sent chills down the spine. What transpired to result in the emergence of two heads was a mystery, and the pale-faced woman with silver hair looked on in horror. "Ha!" The two beasts cackled maliciously. "We are indeed twin beasts, and now we have finally reunited." With that, they simultaneously unleashed two 10-meter-long, blood-red serpentine tongues, laden with a foul stench, toward the trio. The expressions of Mu Qing and the silver-haired woman shifted dramatically. Trouble was at hand, for they were now facing two hellish thunder beasts. The beasts, their teeth clenched and eyes ablaze with fury, realized the formidable prowess of the three before them, and their chances of victory appeared bleak. "Behold my thunder net," one of them roared, extending its claws forward as crackling electricity filled the air, weaving a massive thunder net dozens of yards wide, descending upon the three. The figure clad in a blood-red robe, with eyes ablaze, conjured a blood arrow that transformed into a blood net, forcefully tearing a rift in the fabric of the attack. Meanwhile, the other hellish thunder beast inhaled deeply, summoning two orbs of black mist at its gills, charging directly at Mu Qing. Wherever the black mist spread, life withered, and vegetation was obliterated. "Don't make a mountain out of a molehill," Mu Qing bellowed as his wooden sword split into 10, transforming into 10 streams of sword energy that shattered the black fog entirely. Chapter 508. The two hellish thunder beasts grew increasingly agitated as they realized their tactics were ineffective. Their gazes met, seemingly in silent accord. And the next moment, they simultaneously unleashed two 10-meter-long bolts of azure lightning. The silver-haired woman and Mu Qing's faces paled, and they quickly retreated. Just then, a massive figure suddenly leaped from the sky, bracing itself against the two bolts of lightning with outstretched arms. The trio of purple-blooded puppets rejoiced at the sight. As the purple-blooded puppet swirled with billowing blood mist, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the hellish thunder beasts. "Such trivial lightning shall not harm me in the slightest." With the lightning neutralized, the two hellish thunder beasts retreated in defeat, while the purple-blooded puppet pressed forward relentlessly. "Ha ha!" At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. The figure in the blood-red robe glared with a menacing expression, revealing its true form. "Rotten wood, do you remember the oath from years past? Today, I shall have you repay that blood debt." Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Yuan Yao and Yen Li, who appeared dazed as if ensnared by some external force. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern rising within him. He reached out with his spirit towards the two women and soon discerned that both Yuan Yao and Yen Li were faintly suffused with a blood-colored aura, as if bound by some restriction. It seemed evident that they were indeed under someone else's control, and the blood-colored aura was undoubtedly connected to the figure in the blood-red robe. Lin Mo mused. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo resolved to approach Yuan Yao and Yen Li. He cautiously navigated the chaotic battlefield, avoiding the powerful combatants, and gradually drew closer to the two demon queens. Their figures, slender amidst the lightning and blood mist, exuded a subtle yet palpable sense of oppression. As he approached, he noticed the blood thread restriction on Yuan Yao growing more intense. Sensing someone near, Yuan Yao turned to Lin Mo, her eyes filled with wariness. "Lin Mo, what brings you here?" Yuan Yao's voice pierced through the thunder, imbued with a chill. "I have come to protect you," Lin Mo replied, his gaze resolute. "The situation here is exceedingly chaotic, and I am concerned for your safety." Yen Li smiled softly. "Your arrival is fortuitous, Lin Mo. We require your strength." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo chose to refrain from hasty action, opting instead to await the opportune moment. He understood the complexity of the current situation and recognized that he needed to enhance his own abilities to contend with the formidable demon kings. Simultaneously, Lin Mo sensed an enigmatic green aura pervading the grand hall, its origin shrouded in mystery. He harbored suspicions regarding the six-legged creature, feeling an inexplicable connection between this green mist and the creature's presence. The multitude of enigmas surrounding this place was overwhelming, each aspect cloaked in intrigue. Lin Mo resolved to remain patient, believing that waiting for the right moment was the wisest course of action. With a shift in focus, Lin Mo directed his gaze towards the tumultuous battlefield above. He beheld three demon kings locked in fierce combat with two infernal thunder beasts. Yen Li unleashed dazzling frost energy, while Yuan Yao wielded her divine sword, darting like a bolt of lightning through the enemy ranks. Lin Mo felt their formidable power surge within the fray, nodding in silent approval. Suddenly, a powerful green aura erupted from the green pool, coalescing into a vortex. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Mo's eyes as he sensed a mysterious energy emanating from it. This green mist seemed to harbor extraordinary power, something far from ordinary. Pondering this phenomenon, Lin Mo resolved to observe further, convinced that it might hold the key to his quest for answers. As the demon kings of the green pool continued to battle the infernal thunder beasts, they too began to notice the abnormality of the green aura. The chaos of the battlefield intensified, with the infernal thunder beasts growing increasingly frenzied, as if sensing an impending threat. Lightning flashed erratically, and shadows danced ominously as two colossal forces clashed violently in midair, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, acknowledging the escalation of the conflict, which seemed to reach a fever pitch. If we were to be drawn into this maelstrom, it would likely spell our doom. As the battle unfolded, Lin Mo perceived the growing agitation in the aura of the infernal thunder beasts, seemingly intimidated by the prowess of the three demon kings, struggling to maintain their defenses. The infernal thunder beasts were nearing exhaustion, poised to fight with desperation. Lin Mo calculated silently, his gaze intent, as if awaiting a specific moment. The three demon kings appeared equally astonished by the fierce resistance of the infernal thunder beasts, their battle fervor surging. A voice broke through the din. "You are nearing your end," the blood-robed figure sneered, raising his hand to launch a blood spear aimed directly at the head of the infernal thunder beast. The two beleaguered infernal thunder beasts, battered and broken, displayed signs of imminent collapse, broken horns, mangled claws, and wounds covering their bodies. Their faces paled, and their eyes, bloodshot, reflected despair. "If this continues, we shall be left with no escape." They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hopelessness. "Then let us perish together," one beast roared defiantly, its voice laced with fury and resolve. It shared a determined look with its companion, both nodding in agreement. "So be it, we shall fight to the end." The other beast echoed. As the words faded, the two beasts, akin to injured predators, unleashed a frenzied roar and lunged toward the three great demon kings. From their mouths erupted two blood-red serpentine tongues, each measuring 9 meters in length, poised to strike with a venomous malice capable of corroding all in their path. As the chaos of battle intensified, the infernal thunder beast could no longer restrain itself, emitting a thunderous bellow that resonated through the heavens, enveloping the battlefield in ominous dark clouds. Lin Mo, acutely aware, tightened his stance, feeling the electric charge in the air tautening his nerves. The demon kings within the fray paled, astonished by the unforeseen might of the infernal thunder beast. The silver-haired matron and Mu Qing swiftly adjusted their defenses, striving to withstand the impending onslaught, yet the torrents of lightning cascaded down upon them, pushing them to their limits. The audacity of the three demon kings ignited a fierce wrath within them. Yuan Yao and Yin Li, too, sensed the escalating aura of the infernal thunder beast, exchanging a knowing glance as they prepared to confront the challenge with their utmost strength. Standing beside them, Lin Mo's